10 Gods Chapter 116 to Chapter 170. Remember the literature building in a second, providing you with wonderful novels to read. Early in the morning, Mu Qing and Sherdong were discussing something in the Elder Pavilion when they suddenly received a report from the deacon guarding the Elder Pavilion. The inner house disciple Lin Tian wanted to see them. Mu Qing and Sherdong were slightly confused. Sherdong said, "Let him in." "Yes." The deacon replied. Not long after, Lin Tian was led by the deacon to Mu Qing and Sherdong's room. After bringing Lin Tian here, the deacon left again. "Little guy, what's the matter?" Mu Qing asked with a smile. Lin Tian nodded. He first bowed to the two of them before opening his mouth. "Elders, it's like this." Lin Tian immediately recounted what happened in the dark forest yesterday. "What?" Mu Qing and Sherdong's expressions changed as they stood up. Sherdong's face was ashen as he slammed the table. "Mog, the Mo clan, they must have eaten a leopard's guts." The Mo clan had tried to assassinate Lin Tian several times before, and the Ninyang martial house had already warned them. Now that Lin Tian's identity was exposed and he had the deputy general's order, Mog still dared to make a move. This made Sherdong furious. Lin Tian bowed slightly and said, "Elders, please forgive Sumuyang's matter." Mu Qing and Sherdong looked at each other and sighed. Forget it. In the end, they only have themselves to blame. Mu Qing sighed. Sherdong had a bad temper. "The source of this matter is the Mo clan. We must get an explanation." A cold light flashed in Mu Qing's eyes as he nodded slightly. At this moment, Lin Tian opened his mouth and said, "Elders, leave the Mo clan to me. This is a grudge between me and them. I'll handle it myself." The Mo clan is a martial arts clan. Although it's small, it's not something you can go against. How can you handle it? Sherdong frowned. Literature building. Elders, don't worry. Lin Tian is confident. Lin Tian Dao. Sherdong and Mu Qing were silent for a moment before they shook their heads. Forget it. Since you said so, I'll do as you say. Sherdong felt helpless. Both of them knew that Lin Tian was not an ordinary person. Not to mention the expert behind Lin Tian, just the fact that Lin Tian had been able to kill Mog and Sumuyang was enough to prove that Lin Tian still had many tricks up his sleeve. The two of them were not too worried. "Sorry for the disturbance, seniors. Lin Tian will take his leave now." Lin Tian Dao. The matter had already been explained to Mu Qing and Sherdong. So, Lin Tian was ready to go back to cultivate and do some other things. "Wait." Mu Qing called out to Lin Tian. Lin Tian stopped in his tracks. "Is there anything else, senior?" Mu Qing nodded and said, "In around 10 days, the Northern Flame Imperial Academy of the Imperial City will send people to the martial house to select the new disciples for this year. Since Sumuyang is already dead, the quota can only be yours this time." Lin Tian was slightly shocked. There would be people coming in 10 days or so? Don't we need to go through a selection? Lin Tian asked. Sherdong couldn't help but roll his eyes. "You little brat, 16 years old, 9-star talent, 2nd heaven of the divine veins, 3rd stage array master. With this standard, you would be at the top of the world even in the Imperial City. Who in the Ninyang martial house can compare to you?" Lin Tian smiled awkwardly and was a little embarrassed. However, this was great news. "All right, you can go," Mu Qing said. Lin Tian bowed to the two of them and slowly retreated, closing the door for the two of them. Although this action was small, it made the two of them nod involuntarily. This little brat is extremely talented and has monstrous comprehension. He controls the deputy general's order and has such a terrifying teacher behind him. Yet, he is always humble and gentle, polite and courteous. On the other hand, some people are arrogant, despotic, and have no regard for the law just because they have some aptitude and some insignificant forces behind them. Sigh. Sherdong sighed. This is the difference between people. This little brat is destined to be a dragon among men. Mu Qing said. In the blink of an eye, 3 days had passed. At this time, the Mo family. Mo Hai stood in the Mo family's hall, pacing back and forth. Mo Hai naturally knew that Mog had gone to assassinate Lin Tian. At the same time, he had sent the Mo clan's godly archer, Mo Yue, to assist him. However, 3 days had passed, and Mog and Mo Yue had not returned. Mo Hai had sent someone to inquire about the news and was waiting anxiously. Patriarch. Someone rushed in, his face extremely pale. Speak. Mo Hai said in a low voice. The disciple trembled and said that Lin Tian is said to be in the martial house, safe and sound. Mo Hai trembled violently, his face turning pale. At this time another voice sounded. A middle-aged man walked in, his lips trembling, and he knelt in front of Mo Hai. Patriarch, young master and sixth master, are dead. Boom, Mo Hai only felt a boom in his head, and the whole world spun. What did you say? Say it again. Mo Hai was furious. The middle-aged man trembled. We found young master and sixth master's bodies in the dark forest. The bodies are. As he spoke, the middle-aged man tilted his head and looked behind him. Outside the hall, 2 bodies were covered by white cloth, leaving only 2 pairs of legs exposed. Mo Hai's face paled, and he trembled as he walked over. Lifting one of the white cloth, he saw the face of a middle-aged man. It was the Mo family's godly archer Mo Yue, Mo Hai's 6th brother. Mo Hai's hand was trembling as he lifted the other white cloth. Suddenly, Mo Hai spat out a mouthful of blood. Ah! Mo Hai roared, his eyes bloodshot. Under the second white cloth was Mog's body. His head was cut off, and his eyes were wide open. Lin Tian. Bastard. I'll kill you. I'll definitely kill you. Ah! Mo Hai was mad with hatred. His youngest son, Mo Sin, had been killed by Lin Xianxia. Now, even his eldest son, Mog, had been killed by Lin Tian. Mo Hai's eyes were bloodshot, and his entire body was filled with killing intent. He did not expect that his family would be the first to kill Lin Tian. At night, in the Nine-Yang martial house, Lin Tian sat in the top pavilion. 2 spirit-gathering runes were opened on both sides of his body, gathering spirit chi from all directions. Even the power of the stars had become extremely vast and rich. Buzz, faint starlight surrounded Lin Tian, and the majestic spirit chi surged and circled around him. It could be seen that Lin Tian's essence, energy, and spirit had become more powerful. Cultivating in the top pavilion, for hours passed very quickly. It was midnight now. Lin Tian opened his eyes, and the spirit chi and power of the stars around his body dissipated. It's time. As Lin Tian muttered to himself, a cold glint flashed across his eyes. Walking down from the top pavilion, Lin Tian glanced at Lin Shi's room. The little girl was sleeping soundly. Lin Tian smiled and carefully opened the door of his residence. He activated the Gale rune and quickly blended into the darkness. Not long after, he left the Nine-Yang martial house and arrived in front of a luxurious mansion. On the plaque at the top of the mansion, 2 large words were engraved, Mo family. At this moment, there were 2 powerful martial artists guarding the Mo family's gate on both sides. Their cultivation was at the 6th level of the refinement realm, and they were not weak. Lin Tian did not care. He snorted coldly and jumped over the wall on the other side, entering the Mo family. The Mo family's interior was brightly lit, even brighter than the Xiao family's. There were many weapon racks around, and there were all kinds of weapons. Let's begin. Lin Tianling smiled. That night, no one in the Mo family discovered that a black shadow was hidden in the darkness, going back and forth to every corner of the Mo family. The night slowly dissipated. Until dawn, Lin Tian left the Mo family silently and returned to his residence in the martial house. I'm ready. Lin Tian muttered to himself. After returning to his residence, Lin Tian did not do anything else and slept peacefully. He slept all the way until noon. When he woke up at noon, the small wooden table beside his bed was still filled with delicious food. Looking at the familiar dishes, Lin Tian suddenly felt ashamed. He was the elder brother, but he had always been taken care of by his younger sister. Shaking his head slightly, Lin Tian got out of bed and washed up. He finished the food that Lin Shi had prepared, cleaned up the bowls and chopsticks, and walked out of the martial house. Actually, he had already taken a fasting pill and did not feel hungry or thirsty. However, since Xianxia had already prepared the food, how could he waste her good intentions? Every day, people came and went to the treasure pavilion. Moreover, the people who came and went were not ordinary. They were either rich or noble. After walking out of the martial house, Lin Tian went directly to the treasure pavilion. "Little brother Lin, welcome, welcome." Pusher laughed. "Elder Pu." Lin Tiandao greeted. Naturally, Xianxia was already close to him. Seeing Lin Tianji greet Pusher, she could not help but narrow her eyes and say with a lovely appearance, "Little brother, can't you see such a delicate beauty standing next to you?" Lin Tian, he really wanted to say that he saw a source of disaster. Shaking his head, Lin Tian felt that he was still somewhat helpless with Xianxia. His right hand shook slightly, and 6 scrolls appeared in his hand. He handed them to Pusher. "This is?" Pusher was slightly stunned. Lin Tiandao, Gale Pattern Scrolls. Lin Tianyi had engraved a total of 13 Gale Pattern Scrolls. He had used 5 scrolls when he went to the Mo family, and now he had 8 scrolls left. He gave 6 to Pusher and kept 2 for himself. Gale Pattern. Is that the divine pattern that can hide the body and increase movement speed that little brother mentioned before? Pusher was excited. That's right. Lin Tian nodded. Pusher and Xianxia looked at each other and revealed a surprised expression. Taking a deep breath, Pusher put away the 6 scrolls. Then he looked at Lin Tian and said solemnly, "Thank you, little brother. You will definitely be satisfied with the price. 40,000 spirit coins for 1 scroll. What do you think?" Lin Tianwei was stunned. 40,000 spirit coins, this price was really high. Shaking his head, Lin Tian smiled and said, "No need, Elder Pu. Previously, you sold the stone ring to me for 700,000 spirit coins. You lost at least 1,000,000 spirit coins. How can I ask for money for just 6 Gale patterns?" This. Pusher hesitated, but he quickly nodded and said, "If that's the case, then thank you, little brother." Pusher was also a martial artist, so he naturally had a forthright side. Since Lin Tian said so, of course, he would not refuse. Xianxia looked up and down at Lin Tian. After a pause, she intimately held Lin Tian's arm and said sweetly, "Good little brother, sister's kindness to you was not in vain." Saying this, Xianxia took out a silver token from her bosom and said, "With your talent, you will enter the imperial city sooner or later. Sister will give you a gift. In the future, it might be useful when you go to the imperial city. Remember, literature building, in 1 second, providing you with wonderful novels to read." The silver token was much smaller than the general's deputy token. It looked a little delicate, like a girl's jewelry. "This is?" Lin Tian was puzzled. Xianxia narrowed her eyes. "Isn't there a rumor in supervisor phone that there's a big family behind the Yibao pavilion? How should I put it? It's true." After a pause, Xianxia continued, "There's something similar to the Yibao pavilion in the imperial city. It's called the treasure loft. Of course, its scale is far from what the Yibao pavilion here can compare to." Lin Tian was surprised. There was really a big family behind the Yibao pavilion. Thinking about it, such a big family was far from what a small force like the Mo family could compare to. After all, even Mo Hai had to be respectful when he saw Pushi. Then this thing, Lin Tian stared at the silver token that Xianxia stuffed into his hand. There was a word engraved on it, Xian. Xianxia said, "With this silver token, in the imperial city's treasure loft, most people will be respectful when they see you. If you want to buy anything in the treasure loft, it'll be sold according to the purchase price. There's a lot of good stuff there." Lin Tian was slightly taken aback. This little silver token actually had such great power. Looking at Xianxia strangely, Lin Tian suddenly felt that this seductive woman's identity was not simple. "What are you looking at?" Xianxia stared at Lin Tian and suddenly blinked. She leaned closer to Lin Tian and whispered, "Are you infatuated with me? If you are, I can wait a few years for you." This, Lin Tian couldn't help but cough. He was instantly embarrassed. Looking at Lin Tian's embarrassed look, Xianxia couldn't help but laugh. It was really charming. So cute. Lin Tian blushed with shame. The word cute didn't seem to be appropriate for him. This thing, is it okay for you to give it to me? In a sense, this silver token had the same effect as the general's deputy token. It was very precious. Lin Tian wanted to know if Xianxia would give it to him in any way. It's okay. Don't worry. Xianxia smiled. Lin Tian nodded. Xianxia had already handed the silver medal to him. If he refused, wouldn't it be too disrespectful? Immediately, Lin Tian put the silver token into the stone ring. Thank you, Sister Xian. He smiled. Anyway, Xianxia was 2 years older than him, so it was normal for him to call her sister. Good girl. This made Xianxia very happy. She kept pulling Lin Tian to have lunch together. Lin Tian had already eaten, but he couldn't resist Xianxia's enthusiasm, so he could only eat with her. After dinner, Lin Tian chatted with the two of them for a while before leaving. Puxi and Xianxia personally escorted Lin Tian to the entrance of the Yibao Pavilion. Watching Lin Tian leave, Xianxia waved slightly to the distance. Only when Lin Tian was completely gone did she put down her hand. Miss, is it really okay to give that thing to him? Puxi said. No problem. Xianxia shook her head and stared in the direction Lin Tian left. Previously, because he was the youngest array manipulator in history, and because I thought that he had a very powerful teacher behind him, I thought that befriending him would be a great thing for us. There were only benefits and no harm. But now, I want to be a true friend with him, a friend without any disputes of interest. I think he is someone who can be a true friend. Puxi was slightly stunned, then he smiled. What's wrong? Xianxia was puzzled. Puxi shook his head and smiled. Nothing. This old man is just happy that Miss can have such thoughts. Indeed, Miss, you have a good eye. Even though that little brother has peerless talent and formidable strength, he treats others with sincerity, neither arrogance nor rashness. To be able to have such a true friend is absolutely a great thing in life. Xianxia smiled slightly and became much quieter. So, it's not a big deal to be the clan leader candidate. I don't like to compete with those people. If that thing can help him in some small way, it will make me even happier. Xianxia said. It was still early when they left the treasure pavilion. Lin Tian returned to the Nine-Yang martial house and rested for a while before he went to the top pavilion to cultivate. The path of martial arts was very long and difficult. There was no room for slacking. Buzz. After activating the 2 spirit gathering runes, the surrounding heaven and earth spirit chi immediately surged and flowed into Lin Tian's body. With the support of such a vast amount of spirit chi, Lin Tianyi sorted out the vigorous quintessential essence in his body. Then, he started to guide the meridians in his body to build the 3rd divine vein. Lin Tian continued cultivating until the next morning when he stood up. Walking down from the top pavilion and facing the morning sun, Lin Tian walked towards the Wild Waves heavy array in the martial arts practice field. Ever since his cultivation reached the divine vein realm, Lin Tian realized that his essence, qi, and spirit were many times stronger. Now, he only needed to rest for 4 hours a day and didn't feel any fatigue. The next day, his complexion was still very good. When he arrived at the Wild Waves heavy array, Lin Tian greeted the array guardian and stepped in. Lin Tian didn't feel anything when he stepped into the double gravity zone. He walked into the triple gravity zone as if he was walking on flat ground. After reaching the triple gravity zone, the pressure wasn't that great. It was only when he entered the quadruple gravity zone that he felt the true pressure. However, this pressure wasn't enough to stop him. He directly stepped into the quintuple gravity zone. When he arrived at the quintuple gravity zone, Lin Tian finally felt his body tremble and an intense pain came from it. It seems like I can only stop here. Lin Tian muttered to himself. He didn't know that there were some inner palace disciples cultivating in the triple gravity zone. At this moment, when they saw him step into the quintuple gravity zone, their eyes widened. They almost thought that they saw a monster. Lin Tian took a deep breath. When his martial body got used to the quintuple gravity zone's pain, he started to cultivate the yin-yang puppet. This movement technique was extraordinary. It had helped him get through many dangerous situations. It was one of the martial techniques that he was most proud of. Whoosh! 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 Stepping on the yin-yang puppet, Lin Tian's movements were very smooth in the quintuple gravity zone, even though his movements were limited. Of course, his speed couldn't be compared to the outside world. Soon, 4 hours passed. In these 4 hours, Lin Tian had been stepping on the yin-yang puppet from beginning to end. Finally, he felt that his physical strength couldn't take it anymore. His true essence was also severely depleted. I'm almost at my limit, he muttered to himself. Stopping in his tracks, Lin Tian took a deep breath and headed outside. When he walked past the triple gravity zone, some of the inner palace disciples were shocked and couldn't help but swallow their saliva. Although the triple gravity zone was a little far from the quintuple gravity zone, with the cultivation of these inner palace disciples, they could clearly see Lin Tian's movements in the quintuple gravity zone. They were all flabbergasted. A second-level divine vein realm cultivator could move in the quintuple gravity zone. Was he still human? Soon, Lin Tian walked out of the Wild Waves heavy array. He immediately felt much more comfortable. The effect of this formation on tempering one's physique is truly extraordinary, Lin Tian thought to himself. Every time he came out of the Wild Waves heavy array, he felt that he had gained a lot. Stretching his limbs slightly, Lin Tian left the Wild Waves heavy array and quickly returned to his residence. After taking a fasting pill, he went to the pavilion and continued to cultivate. The heaven and earth spiritual qi continuously flowed into his body, helping him connect his meridians to his Tao acupoints. Then, at midnight, the power of the stars rushed down, shining brightly. Sitting cross-legged in the pavilion, Lin Tian not only used the heaven and earth spiritual qi and the power of the stars to form his third divine vein, but also used them to continue tempering his physique. According to the 4 extreme scriptures, the human body had unlimited potential, and there was no end to the cultivation of the physique. Soon, a night of cultivation was over. After walking down from the pavilion and resting for 4 hours, Lin Tian went to the Wild Waves heavy array again to train his physique in the quintuple gravity zone. At the same time, he also cultivated the yin-yang puppet. In the blink of an eye, 7 days had passed. During these 7 days, Lin Tian spent almost all of his time cultivating. Now, he could barely enter the quintuple gravity zone. His physique had greatly improved, and his physique had become stronger. Moreover, during these 7 days, he had also cultivated several times in the vital essence condensing array. He could already maintain the same level of vital essence forging and consumption when he was 200 feet away from the array. The vital essence condensing array had increased by 40%, and the speed at which he absorbed the heaven and earth spiritual qi had also increased. In just 7 days, Lin Tian felt that his strength had improved a lot. At noon, Lin Tian went to the martial arts practice field as usual to cultivate. However, as soon as he walked out of his room, he bumped into Sushu, who was outside the door. Ouch! Sushu covered her forehead and stared at Lin Tian angrily. Lin Tian blushed with shame. This has nothing to do with me. Seeing Sushu's face become even angrier, and she gritted her teeth, he immediately changed his stance. Alright, it's my fault. Sushu snorted. Only then did she feel satisfied. Master wants you to go over, Sushu said. Elder Muqing? Lin Tian was stunned. What's the matter? Sushu said, someone from the Imperial City's Northern Flame Imperial Courtyard is here. You know what it is. Lin Tian came to a realization and nodded. Alright, let's go. Sushu didn't avoid it. She pulled Lin Tian's hand and walked towards the Elder Pavilion. When Lin Tian and Sushu arrived at the Elder Pavilion, the martial house deacon guarding the Elder Pavilion didn't react. He didn't have any intention of stopping them. Obviously, Muqing and Sherdong had already informed him. The two walked straight into the Elder Pavilion. About 10 breaths later, under Sushu's lead, Lin Tian arrived outside a room. Sushu knocked on the door and Muqing's voice came from inside. Come in. Lin Tian and Sushu entered the room together. They glanced around and saw Muqing and Sherdong talking with a purple-clothed middle-aged man. The purple-clothed middle-aged man had a surprised expression on his face. He's here. Muqing looked at the purple-clothed middle-aged man and smiled. The purple-clothed middle-aged man stood up and looked at Lin Tian seriously. Is this the peerless genius you were talking about? Just now, Mu Qing and Sherdong had told the purple-clothed middle-aged man a lot about Lin Tian. Lin Tian bowed respectfully, greetings, Senior Su. Sizing up Su Zhou, Lin Tian discovered that although this person was slightly younger than Mu Qing and Sherdong, his cultivation was similar to the two of them. However, such a person was only a teacher of the Northern Flame Imperial Academy. If that was the case, wouldn't all the elders in the Northern Flame Imperial Courtyard be Sea of Consciousness Realm experts? Thinking of this, Lin Tian couldn't help sucking in a breath of cold air. The Northern Flame Imperial Courtyard was indeed worthy of being called the highest martial house in the Northern Flame country. At this moment, Su Zhou was also sizing up Lin Tian. With this glance, Su Zhou's eyes immediately lit up. Good. Not bad. Earlier, before Lin Tian arrived, Mu Qing and Sherdong had already told Su Zhou many things about Lin Tian, which surprised Su Zhou. Now that he saw Lin Tian in person, Su Zhou couldn't help but nod his head. With Su Zhou's eyesight, he could see that Lin Tian had reached the second level of the Divine Pulse Realm. 16 years old and reaching the second level of the Divine Pulse Realm, he could be considered a top genius. Su Zhou looked at Mu Qing and said, Brother Mu, can you test his talent again? You know that I have to see it with my own eyes so that I can report it to the elders in the Imperial City. Of course, that's not a problem. Mu Qing said. There was a place to test one's talent in the Elder Pavilion. The group soon arrived at a small room with a stone tablet in front of them. Little guy, go ahead. Sherdong said. Sherdong and Mu Qing smiled. Speaking of which, they had never seen Lin Tian's talent test with their own eyes, so they couldn't help but look forward to it. On the other side, Su Shu also blinked her eyes and stared at Lin Tian. Lin Tian walked to the front, placing his right hand on the stone stele. Circulating his true yuan, the 5 stars lit up. Then, he circulated the true yuan in his body, causing the 6th to 9th stars to light up one after another, emitting dazzling rays of light. This scene caused the eyes of Mu Qing and the other 3 to flash with excitement. Amazing! Su Shu whispered. Although she knew that Lin Tian had a 9-star talent, she couldn't help but be shocked when she saw Lin Tian's talent test with her own eyes. It should be known that 9-star talents were extremely rare even in the entire Northern Flame country. These people were usually gathered in the Northern Flame Imperial Courtyard in the Imperial City. Good, good, good. Very good. Su Zhou applauded. As he spoke, Su Zhou personally approached Lin Tian and said, You're Lin Tian, right? I've heard that you're a powerful array manipulator. Can you show me a little? Speaking of array manipulators, Su Zhou's eyes lit up. Sure. Lin Tian nodded. Without Yan Mo, Lin Tian casually took some water from the room. Then, he moved his 5 fingers and imprinted a complete martial fusion rune on a piece of white paper. This, Su Zhou was shocked. As an instructor of the Northern Flame Imperial Courtyard, Su Zhou had naturally seen many array manipulators. There were also people who cultivated array manipulation in the Imperial Courtyard. However, at this moment, Lin Tian's proficiency in inscribing runes still shocked Su Zhou. Moreover, the martial fusion rune that Lin Tian inscribed seemed to be very unusual. The runes were extremely smooth and showed a majestic charm. On the other side, Mu Qing and Sherdong's eyes also lit up as they were surprised. Su Shu blinked her eyes. She didn't quite understand, but she felt that Lin Tian's inscribing technique was very elegant. After a long while, Mu Qing and Sherdong laughed. Brother Su, how is it? Sherdong smiled and was quite proud of himself. Good, good, good. Very good. Su Zhou kept nodding. As he spoke, Su Zhou looked at Lin Tian and said amiably, Lin Tian, you should already know the purpose of my visit this time. Are you willing to enter the Northern Flame Imperial Courtyard to cultivate? In the Northern Flame Imperial Courtyard, you will be able to obtain the best cultivation resources and the strongest cultivation techniques in the Northern Flame country. As soon as he finished speaking, Su Zhou stared straight at Lin Tian as if he was staring at a precious treasure. 16 years old, with a cultivation base at the 2nd heavenly layer of divine veins, a 9-star talent, and the ability to control formations, this was definitely a top-notch genius. Once he could summon him to the Northern Flame Imperial Academy, the academy would definitely reward him handsomely. Lin Tian pondered for a moment and looked at Mu Qing and Sherdong. Go, what are you hesitating for? Mu Qing smiled. Sherdong nodded in agreement. Lin Tian took a deep breath and looked at Suzhou. He bowed slightly and said, I'm willing. Hearing this, Suzhou was overjoyed. Good. Suzhou took out a small jade token and passed it to Lin Tian. This is the Northern Flame Imperial Courtyard's disciple token. Keep it well and bring this token to report to the Imperial Courtyard half a month later. Lin Tian took the token and saw the word Imperial carved on it, exuding a majestic aura. Thank you, Senior. Lin Tian Andao. Suzhou waved his hand and was overjoyed. Looking at Mu Qing and Sherdong, Suzhou said, Brother Mu, Brother Shi, don't worry. After returning to the Imperial Courtyard, I will definitely report to the elders. The Imperial Courtyard will definitely reward the Nine-Yang Martial House for nurturing such a peerless genius. Mu Qing smiled, then we'll leave it to Brother Su. Of course. Of course. Suzhou said. Suzhou was overjoyed and even a little excited. He immediately left the Nine-Yang Martial House and headed back to the Imperial City. In Suzhou's words, he had to report to the Imperial Courtyard's elders as soon as possible after recruiting such a peerless genius. Lin Tian and Sushu walked out of the Elder Pavilion, but their hearts were still unsettled. After all, they were about to enter the Imperial Courtyard. After being reborn, I will definitely reach the end of my cultivation path. Lin Tian thought in his heart. Sushu stared at Lin Tian, a trace of shock flashed in her eyes from time to time, and she would occasionally curl her lips. Lin Tian quickly noticed Sushu's strange expression and asked, What's wrong, little Sushu? Nothing. Sushu said, You have only been in the martial house for 4 months, and you're about to enter the Imperial City. It's really too fast. In the history of the Nine-Yang Martial House, there has never been anyone who entered the Imperial Courtyard after 4 months. Lin Tian stared straight at Sushu. What? Sushu took a step back. Lin Tian smirked and teased, Don't tell me you can't bear to part with me? Sushu's face turned red, and she immediately bared her teeth and scolded, Pay. Who would be reluctant to part with you? Stop daydreaming. I'm just a little reluctant to part with little Linshi. Hearing this, Lin Tian suddenly became silent. After pausing, he looked at Sushu and said seriously, Sushu, I have something to ask of you. Sushu was stunned. It was the first time she saw Lin Tian so serious. Speak. Sushu said. Lin Tiandao said, Half a month later, I will go to the Northern Flame Imperial Courtyard. Can I temporarily entrust Linshi to you? After some understanding, Lin Tian knew that the Imperial City was not ordinary. It was filled with all kinds of conflicts. Now that he was going to the Imperial City for the first time, he was unfamiliar with the people and the place. He might accidentally get involved in some disputes. If he brought Linshi with him at this time, he was afraid that it would be a threat to Linshi's safety. He was not afraid of anything, but when it came to Linshi's safety, he had to be cautious. As if knowing what Lin Tian was thinking, Sushu said, Are you worried? Lin Tian nodded and did not hide it. Looking at Sushu, he said seriously, In this world, other than little Shi, the only person I can trust is you. Also, little Shi is very happy when she is with you. The martial house is the safest place in Fengjian City. If I entrust little Shi to you, I can rest assured. After pausing, Lin Tian asked expectantly, Then, can I? Of course. Sushu quickly nodded. Hearing Lin Tian say that other than little Shi, the only person he could trust was her, Sushu felt very happy. After thinking, Sushu said in a small voice, I don't know if little Shi is willing to stay. I can see that she is very dependent on you, her brother. Lin Tianwei was stunned and shook his head. It's not like that. It has always been me relying on little Shi. Thinking of the little girl, Lin Tian's eyes were full of gentleness. Looking at Sushu, his expression became even more serious. Thank you, Sushu. I will tell little Shi about this. Little Shi is very obedient and will definitely be willing to stay with you. Don't thank me. You said you only trust me. Sushu smiled. Also, I like little Shi very much. Lin Tian was very grateful, but he did not know what to say to express his gratitude. By the way, what do you need to prepare in this half a month? Do you need help? Su Shu asked. Prepare, there is nothing to prepare. Lin Tian shook his head and then looked out of the martial house. His eyes flashed coldly. But before I leave, I will eliminate all the threats. Su Shu followed Lin Tian's gaze and looked in the direction of the Mo family. Instantly, Su Shu was shocked. Lin Tian did not hide anything from Su Shu. He said, not long ago, Mog returned to Fengjian City and led a team of expeditionary army experts to the dark forest to kill me. Of course, he did not succeed and was killed by me. You should know that the enmity between me and the Mo family is irreconcilable. Before I leave Fengjian City, I must eliminate this family completely. Otherwise, I will not be able to leave in peace. Mog went to the dark forest to kill you? Don't you have the Deputy General's command? How dare he do that? Su Shu opened her eyes wide. And you killed Mog? That man was in the fourth sky of the Divine Range and had a team of expeditionary army experts following him. How could you kill him? How did you do it? Su Shu was shocked by Lin Tian and asked a series of questions. That's right. Even if I had the general's deputy command, Mog still came to kill me. There were also other powerhouses from the Mo clan accompanying him. Before entering the martial house, Emosen tried to kill me. This is the 5th time his bloodline has tried to kill me. This knot cannot be untied, nor can it be untied. Lin Tian Dao. Su Shu frowned. But you alone, how can you fight against the entire Mo family? Believe me, it's not a problem. Didn't I kill Mog and a team of expeditionary army experts? Those people were all Divine Range experts. Lin Tianwei smiled and said, now, Mo Hai is the strongest expert of the Mo family, but in comparison, Mo Hai is not as strong as Mog. He is not a threat. Remember the literature building in a second. We provide you with wonderful novels to read. Looking at Lin Tian, Su Shu was speechless. Why was this guy so casual when talking about killing people? Is there really no problem? Su Shu asked. Su Shu knew that the grudge between Lin Tian and the Mo clan couldn't be resolved. It could only be resolved when one side fell. Don't worry. Lin Tian smiled. Forget it, it's up to you. Anyway, you have the Deputy General's order. If you really want to destroy the Mo clan, it won't be a big problem. Su Shu said, go play with Xiaoxi. In the future, she will be my sister. Lin Tian nodded and walked towards his residence with Su Shu. The next day, Mu Qing released the news that the Northern Flame Imperial Courtyard had selected a new disciple from the Martial Palace. The person selected was the Inner Palace disciple Lin Tian. This news instantly spread throughout the Martial Palace. What about Su Muyang? Isn't he the #1 disciple in the Inner Palace? They didn't hold a selection? Strange. However, that Lin Tian does have the qualifications. Many disciples in the Martial Palace were discussing. Originally, every time the Northern Flame Imperial Courtyard came to the Nanyang Martial Palace, they would hold a fair competition. All the Inner Palace disciples would participate, but this time, they directly selected a new disciple, which surprised many people. Many people thought that Su Muyang had the qualifications to compete with Lin Tian, but they didn't know that Su Muyang was already dead. In the Inner Palace, Tao Bai and the other two weren't surprised. 16 years old, Divine Pulse Realm, and a 3rd-stage array manipulation master. This time, the quota belongs to Brother Lin. That's right. Tao Bai and Tianze said. Even the silent Kong Heng nodded, he is indeed strong. The news released by Mu Qing caused a stir in the Martial Palace for 2 days before it gradually died down. Many people had already expected this result. As for those who thought that Su Muyang could compete with Lin Tianyi, they also quieted down. After all, whether Su Muyang or Lin Tian could enter the Imperial Courtyard had nothing to do with them. Naturally, Lin Tian heard all the voices in the martial house, but he didn't care. At this moment, he was sitting upright in the pavilion, cultivating in an orderly manner. Buzz. The spirit chi of heaven and earth gathered and gushed into his body like little fairies. Now, Lin Tian was starting to form his third meridian. He chose a set of Dao acupoints from his head to his left leg, and used his meridians to connect them. This was a continuous process. Not only did it take a lot of time, but the process was also extremely boring. However, to a martial artist, this was nothing. After cultivating like this for an entire night, Lin Tian once again headed towards the heavy wild waves array. After arriving at the Wild Wolf Formation, he directly entered the 6x gravity zone. Yin and Yang Qi. Taking a deep breath, Lin Tian stepped on the Yin and Yang Liang and began to cultivate in this wild waves heavy formation. In the following days, Lin Tian was almost constantly cultivating, tempering his physique, forming his meridian, tempering his physique, and condensing his true essence. Occasionally, he would also go to the illusory killing array in the inner mansion to test his combat strength. In this way, after 7 days, Lin Tian could already kill a demonic beast comparable to a third-level divine range expert with his bare hands. On this day, Lin Tian woke up from his cultivation, and a cold glint flashed across his eyes. It's time. Standing up, Lin Tian walked down from the pavilion and headed out of the martial house. It was almost noon, and the streets of Fengjian City were bustling with people. The hawkers' cries could be heard from time to time. Lin Tian's name had already spread throughout Fengjian City. As he walked on the streets, many people looked at him in awe. In this regard, Lin Tian appeared to be very calm. He was neither happy nor sad as he walked down in a certain direction. Soon, Lin Tian arrived in front of a big house. The house's plaque was engraved with 2 big words, Mo family. In front of the Mo family's gate, there were also 2 warriors guarding it during the day. Arriving here, Lin Tian appeared to be very calm. He walked straight into the Mo family's gate. Who is it? Stop. One of the guards shouted. Beside him, the other guard saw Lin Tian's appearance clearly. His face suddenly changed. He is Lin Tian. Stop him. The 2 guards rushed towards Lin Tian with spears in their hands. They were not polite at all. Lin Tian was expressionless. He grabbed the spear from the other guard and kicked him away. The guard hit the gate of the Mo family and fell to the ground softly. Then, he swung the spear in his hand casually and pierced through the other guard's abdomen. Ah! The man screamed miserably. He looked extremely sorrowful. Such a scene shocked all the passers-by outside the Mo family's gate. What is he doing? He is that Lin Tian. It is said that he has a grudge against the Mo family. He actually came directly to the Mo family's gate? Many people widened their eyes. As the only martial arts family in Fengjian City, the Mo family had been accumulating power for a long time and was very terrifying. Ordinary people would not dare to provoke them. But now, a 16-year-old boy came directly to the Mo family's gate. Oh my God! Many people were petrified. It was just one person, but he actually came to the gate of a martial arts family. Lin Tian did not care about these onlookers. In other words, he wanted these people to see him break into the Mo family and destroy it. In a few days, he would leave Fengjian City. Before that, not only did he want to eliminate the Mo family, but he also wanted to leave behind a deterrent. He wanted everyone to know the consequences of provoking Lin Tian. In this way, he would be more assured to leave Lin Shi in Fengjian City. Stepping on the stone road, Lin Tian walked step by step into the Mo family's gate. At this time, there were many disciples of the Mo family in the courtyard. When they saw Lin Tian barging in, they were shocked and angry. They were shocked because Lin Tian's name had spread throughout Fengjian City. Everyone knew about him, and they were almost no match for him. They were angry because he was just one person, but he dared to barge into the Mo family's gate so arrogantly. Let's go together. With so many of us, I don't believe we can't take him down. Someone shouted. Go. Another person next to him echoed. Immediately, many people rushed over with swords and sabers. Each of their moves was extremely ruthless. There were more than 50 people here. Lin Tian was expressionless. The sword of origin appeared in his right hand. He shook it slightly, and suddenly, the sword radiance spread in all directions. Puff. 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 The people who rushed at the front fell into a pool of blood on the spot. They could not be more dead. Previously, he could let some of the ordinary disciples of the Xiao family go, but not the Mo family. This family had tried to assassinate him time and time again. Even though they knew he had the general's token, they still dared to do it. They sent experts and MOG to the dark forest to kill him. How could he show mercy to such a family? Moreover, at this very moment, as he stood there, he could clearly feel the killing intent and viciousness in everyone's eyes as they looked at him. Even though the shock and anger in their eyes were even denser, the killing intent and viciousness in their eyes could not escape his perception. He would never show mercy to these people. He would not be stupid enough to leave a threat to himself and Linshi. Clang! With a swing of the long sword, the boundless sword chi spread out and swept in all directions. The cultivation of the second sky of the divine range was so powerful that dozens of disciples in the body-refining realm could not compete with it. In the blink of an eye, the courtyard of the Mo family was completely dyed red with blood. Corpses fell on the ground one after another. It was a ghastly sight. Oh my God, terrifying. This is crazy. The periphery of the Mo family was full of people. Looking inside the Mo family, many people swallowed their saliva and trembled. In almost an instant, this news spread throughout the entire Fengjian city. What? In the Ninyang martial house, Mu Qing and Sherdong stood up in shock when they received the report from the martial house deacon. Let's go and take a look. Mu Qing said. Lin Tian was now the treasurer of the Ninyang martial house. Moreover, he had been selected as a disciple by the imperial courtyard of the imperial city. Nothing could happen to him. Immediately, Mu Qing and Sherdong walked out of the martial house and walked towards the Mo family. In another corner of the martial house. This guy. Sushu stared at him. Sushu already knew that Lin Tian wanted to deal with the Mo family. However, Sushu did not expect Lin Tian to rush into the Mo family alone. This was too crazy. So stupid. We have the general's deputy order. We could have just sent an army to destroy them. Sushu said angrily and ran out. Yibao Pavilion, this guy. Xianxia's beautiful eyes lit up. Pushi smiled bitterly. This little brother is really reckless. Really? I think it's good. A real man should be like this. Xianxia said. Ever since they found out about Lin Tian's true identity, Xianxia and Pushi understood almost everything about Lin Tian. The grudge between the Mo family and Lin Tian was always the Mo family provoking Lin Tian. It could be said that today's incident was all because of the Mo family. This was the only time that Lin Tian took the initiative to attack. Elder Pushi, go and take a look. When the time is right, help him. Xianxia said. Pushi smiled. Yes, Mississippi, the Mo family was considered a super force in Fengjian City. However, it was nothing in the eyes of Pushi and Xianxia. Immediately, the two of them walked out of the Yibao Pavilion and walked towards the Mo family. Castle and mansion, what? There's such a thing? Duan Yan's eyes widened when he heard the report from his subordinate. At this time, Duan Yan's first thought was not about what would happen to the Mo family, but about Lin Tian's safety. Lin Tian was now the person in charge of the deputy general. If anything happened to him in Fengjian City, it would be the end of Duan Yan's castellan career. Prepare the horses, prepare the troops. Hurry to the Mo family immediately. Quick! Duan Yan roared. Duan Yan rushed out as if he was the wind. Almost at the same time, all the large and small organizations in Fengjian City were alarmed. Almost everyone gathered outside the Mo clan, blocking off the streets. Clang! Inside the Mo family's residence, the sound of a sword whistling was ear-piercing. Silver light flashed, and from time to time, there was a blood-red glow. Lin Tian was expressionless. He held the sword of origin restoration in his hand and advanced towards the Mo family's residence. He killed with every step, and no one could stop him. Bastard! At this time, an angry roar sounded. Mo Hai rushed out, followed by 3 other middle-aged men. Their eyes were filled with bone-piercing killing intent. At the same time, experts rushed out from all directions of the Mo family's residence. About 200 people surrounded Lin Tian. Lin Tian seemed to be very calm and fearless towards this. "You're finally willing to come out. I thought you were hiding." Mo Hai and the others were furious. Lin Fan had barged into the Mo clan alone and dared to be so arrogant in the face of 200 clan disciples. "Kill him!" Mo Hai roared. With the patriarch's order, everyone rushed toward Lin Tian. Energy sabers, sword chi, spear chi, and fist shadows pressed down on Lin Tian like an impenetrable wall. Clang, the sword whistled. With Lin Tian as the center, dozens of silver sword chi rippled out. The energy sabers and spear chi that were pressing forward were shattered. Several people were sent flying and screamed in pain. "You want to hurt me with just a few kittens and puppies? You think too highly of the Mo clan disciples." Lin Tian said coldly. The sword of origin restoration shone with a cold light. He charged toward Mo Hai and the others. "Take him down. Kill him." A Mo clan disciple shouted. Lin Tian was strong, but there were many Mo clan disciples. They had an absolute advantage in numbers. Lin Tian knocked away a person's saber. The sword of origin restoration vibrated, and a sword chi pierced the person's throat. The person fell into a pool of blood. At the same time, he dodged a spear that was coming at him. He waved the meteorite fist with his left hand and sent the person holding the spear flying 3 feet away. The person spat out a mouthful of blood and died on the spot. Isn't he too strong? How terrifying. Outside the Mo clan, all the onlookers were shocked when they saw the scene. He had barged into the Mo clan alone and was surrounded by 200 Mo clan disciples. However, it was as if he had entered a no-man's land and killed one person with a single sword strike. Such combat strength was truly terrifying. Such a figure was truly astonishing. At this time, Mu Qing and Sherdong had arrived. They watched silently from the side. Su Shu had also rushed over. When she saw the scene, her eyes widened in shock. "Little girl, you're quite fast." A voice sounded. A woman suddenly appeared beside her. Xianxia had arrived at some point and was standing on Su Shu's right. "It's you." Su Shu widened her eyes. "It's me." Xianxia narrowed her eyes and smiled. "Are you still unhappy about what happened last time?" Su Shu snorted and turned her face away unhappily. Xianxia immediately covered her mouth and laughed. Mississippi Pushi felt a little helpless. The few of them looked towards the interior of the Mo clan, only to see Lin Tian amidst the encirclement of the Mo clan disciples. His footsteps were steady, and although there were swords and sabers slashing towards him from all directions, none of them were able to land on him. Pooh! The sword of Guiyuan was lightly raised. The sword chi broke through the air and cut open the throat of one of the Mo clan's men. With a bang, another person was sent flying. He was struck by the shattering meteor fist and died on the spot. With a long sword in hand, Lin Tian didn't even use the yin and yang liang. He dodged the spears and swords one by one and closed in on Mo Hai as if there was no one there. With a thud, another person fell at his feet. "Are you going to wait until everyone is dead before making a move?" Lin Tian said calmly. Mo Hai's face turned cold. His killing intent and anger surged. "I'll kill you." With that, Mo Hai dashed out of the room. "Let's go together." One of the 3 middle-aged men next to him shouted. These 3 were Mo Hai's brothers, named Mo Bo, Mo Zhong, and Mo Bo was at the 2nd level of the Holy Range, while the other 2 were at the early level of the Holy Range. At this time, the 4 of them attacked together. Suddenly, the other disciples of the Mo clan retreated. The patriarch and the 3 lords can definitely suppress him. Absolutely. Many disciples of the Mo clan looked at Lin Tian with cruel eyes, as if they were looking at a corpse. Boom! Violent Xingyuan spread out as Mo Hai and the other 3 pressured together. Their might was terrifying, especially Mo Hai, whose battle prowess was at the 4th heavenly layer of the divine vein realm. A high-grade spirit sword appeared in his right hand, and the sword light suddenly filled the sky. "That's right." Lin Tianling smiled. Mo Hai, who was at the 4th level of the Holy Range, was terrifying, but he wasn't afraid. The two swords kept colliding, and for a moment, sparks flew everywhere. Mo Hai was indeed very strong, and with the upper-grade spiritual sword in his hand, Lin Tian could barely block it. At this time, a long halberd came with a cold chill, aiming at Lin Tian's back. Die! Mo Bo shouted coldly, and the halberd in his hand became fiercer. Lin Tian didn't even turn his head. As if he had eyes on his back, he leaned sideways and caught the incoming halberd. The longsword spun and slashed behind him. With a puff, blood splashed. Ah! Mo Bo screamed as his right hand was chopped off. Lin Tian kicked Mo Bo away, and several disciples of the Mo clan caught him. Bastard! Mo Hai was furious. The upper-grade spiritual sword bloomed like a demonic lotus, crazily attacking Lin Tian. At the same time, Mo Zhong and Mo An attacked from the side with terrifying momentum. Facing the three, Lin Tian felt the pressure, but his face was still calm. Clang! After swatting Mo Hai's sword away, he turned around and slapped Mo Zhong, who was approaching him, away. The origin-restoring sword trembled, and the startling wind sword was repelled. While forcing Mo An back, many disciples of the Mo clan were pierced by the powerful sword chi and died on the spot. Mo Hai was furious, and the upper-grade spiritual sword became even more terrifying. Kill! Mo Zhong and Mo An roared and pressed forward. At the same time, Mo Bo, whose right hand was chopped off, snatched a long blade from a disciple of the Mo clan and rushed forward. Suddenly, Lin Tian was facing 4 people at the same time, and the pressure multiplied. Clang, 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 the blade and sword clashed again, and the ear-piercing metal sound was heard. Mo Hai, a 4th-level divine range expert, rushed to the front with the upper-grade spiritual sword. Mo Zhong and the other 2 attacked together, and Lin Tian was in danger. After all, he was only at the 2nd level of the divine range, and his battle strength was much weaker than Mo Hai's. He still can't do it. Nonsense, he's just one person. No matter how powerful he is, how can he fight against an entire family? He's too reckless. Someone shook his head. Lin Tian was indeed strong, but in many people's eyes, it was impossible for Lin Tian to fight against the Mo clan alone. At this time, Lin Tian was retreating, and his clothes were torn. Old man, get ready to take action and bring him back. Sherdong said. Mu Qing nodded. On the other side, Sushu was anxious and hesitant. Xianxia said, Old Pu, get ready. Pusher nodded and took a step forward. Inside the Mo clan, Lin Tian's strength was still not enough to fight against the 4 experts. Little bastard, die! Mo Hai roared. The upper-grade spiritual sword shone brightly, and a murderous sword slashed through the air. This sword was terrifying. Mu Qing, Sherdong, and the others were shocked, and they rushed into the Mo clan at the same time. At this time, Lin Tian, who was facing danger, revealed a cold smile. Clang! Suddenly, under Mo Hai's feet, boundless sword chi rushed up, and the murderous intent was terrifying. Mo Hai's face changed drastically, and he retreated in panic. Unfortunately, it was a little too late, and the sword chi penetrated his thigh. Suddenly, his entire thigh was dyed red with blood. Outside the Mo clan, Mu Qing and the others stopped and looked at the Mo clan in disbelief. This is? The 2 were surprised. On the other side, Sushu and Xianxia were also shocked. Only Pusher saw something and said to himself in confusion, just now, was it the martial fusion rune? Mo Hai's entire right leg was dripping with blood, and he glared at Lin Tian. What did you do? Mo Hai didn't know what happened just now, but he could guess that it must be Lin Tian's doing. Guess. Lin Tian narrowed his eyes. Mo Hai's face suddenly became angrier, and his murderous intent spread like the sea. Pretentious. You're courting death. Mo Zhong shouted. The long blade in his hand slashed down a divine rainbow, and Mo Zhong and Mo An attacked Lin Tian together. Lin Tian stood in the same place. When Mo Zhong and Mo An were about to get close to him, dozens of sword chi rushed out from the ground, and each of them contained the will of thunder. In an instant, the 2 were forced to retreat, and they suffered a lot of injuries. Damn it! Mo Zhong roared, and he had no idea what was going on. He could only retreat quickly. At this moment, a black shadow suddenly flashed, and it was Lin Tian. You, Mo Zhong was shocked. Die. The cold words floated in the air, and Lin Tian raised the long sword in his hand, and the sword of lightning slashed directly. Blood floated and sputtered in all directions, and Mo Zhong's head flew out diagonally. Fourth brother! Mo Hai shouted. Mo Zhong's head fell to the ground, and his body also fell with it, making a bang when it came into contact with the ground. Staring at Mo Zhong's body, Mo Bo and Mo En roared. This was their brother, but now he died in front of them, and his head was cut off. Bastard! The three of them roared. Outside the Mo family, Mu Qing and Sherdong were surprised. This little guy. Originally, the two of them were ready to help, but they didn't expect the unforeseen event to happen so suddenly. Lin Tian was obviously at an absolute disadvantage a moment ago, but in the blink of an eye, he seriously injured Mo Hai and killed Mo Zhong. This really surprised the two of them. At the same time, the other onlookers were also shocked, and they didn't understand what was going on just now. At this time, only the roars in the Mo family were the loudest. Everyone, kill him together, kill him for me. Mo Bo roared. Saying that, Mo Bo was the first to rush out. Intruding into my Mo family alone, no matter who you are, you must die today. Mo En said ferociously. Seeing their brother killed in front of them, they were furious to the extreme. In an instant, everyone rushed at Lin Tian at the same time. Sword lights, fist lights, and leg lights all rushed over. You want to suppress me with numbers? You've miscalculated. Lin Tianling smiled. As soon as his words fell, the entire Mo family trembled. The ground cracked, and dense sword energy soared into the sky, covering the entire Mo family in it. Clang, the silver sword energy stirred up the wind and clouds, and the sound of thunder spread in all directions, shocking everyone. Puff, puff, puff. In the blink of an eye, dozens of Mo family members fell in a pool of blood. What is this? Some of the Mo family members were terrified. At the same time, outside the Mo family, the onlookers' faces changed, and they were all shocked by this scene. Oh my God! Someone muttered to himself. Almost everyone was dumbfounded as they stared ahead. At this moment, the dense lightning sword energy lingered in the sky above the Mo family like dark clouds. That terrifying power made many people tremble in fear, and their faces turned pale. Even someone as strong as Pusher couldn't help but be shocked. Is this his method as a third-stage array master? Remember literature building in 1 second, providing you with wonderful novels to read. The dense silver sword aura hovered above the Mo clan, causing everyone's expression to change drastically. Oh my God, what is this? Someone was horrified. At this moment, the sky above the Mo clan seemed to have darkened. Sword auras that were 3 feet long circled around, and lightning arcs crackled non-stop. The scene was appalling. Blood splattered everywhere, and the Mo clan disciples all revealed terrified expressions. Damn it! What the hell is this? Mo Hai roared. A small gift, are you satisfied? Lin Tiantan said indifferently. As soon as he finished speaking, more sword auras fell from the sky with a thought. Puff. 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 Blood exploded, and in the blink of an eye, more than a dozen Mo clan disciples fell into a pool of blood. More than 10 days ago, he sneaked into the Mo clan with the Gale rune and set up nearly 100 Azure Thunder Sword aura runes in every corner of the Mo clan, and connected them with the solitary lock rune. At this moment, he unhesitatingly laid out this great killing trap. Ah! No! Miserable cries came from all directions. At that very moment, Lin Tian activated all the martial fusion markings he buried in the Mo family. That scene was extremely horrifying. Killing swords fell one after another. How could the ordinary disciples of the Mo family block them? In the blink of an eye, the Mo clan courtyard was dyed red with blood. Some Mo clan disciples wanted to escape, but unfortunately, they touched an invisible barrier and couldn't get out at all. Patriarch, help! Someone shouted, but this voice was quickly drowned out by the sound of the swords, and at the same time, there was a bewitching blood-red color. In the blink of an eye, the Mo clan had almost turned into a hell of death. Outside the Mo clan, many onlookers were pale, and many people couldn't help but tremble. Is this something a divine range cultivator can do? How is this possible? Array controller. It must be the means of an array controller. He is an array controller. Many people were terrified. Sushu's eyes were wide open as she stared at the interior of the Mo family residence. Above the Mo family residence, numerous killing swords rained down, killing one Mo family disciple after another. At the same time, many sword lights landed in other parts of the Mo family residence, causing the pavilions to explode one after another. Xianxia was also shocked. Elder Pu, is this a formation controlling technique? We can be sure that this is definitely not something that belongs to the traditional martial path. With his divine vein realm cultivation, it is impossible for him to display such strength. Only the art of controlling formations is possible. Pushi said in a deep voice. He's only at the 3rd stage, yet he can go against a small clan all by himself. Array controllers are indeed terrifying. Xianxia muttered to herself. Pusher shook his head. He stared ahead and said seriously, that's not the case. It's impossible for a normal rank 3 array manipulator to have this level of power. This little brother should have grasped some of the legendary runes. Otherwise, it would be impossible for him to create such a shocking scene at the tier 3 standard. What kind of person is the teacher behind this guy? Xianxia smiled bitterly. Inside the Mo clan, ear-piercing sword whistles constantly reverberated. Lightning sword rays fell like raindrops, destroying the Mo clan's interior. Pavilions collapsed one after another, and clansmen were killed one after another. The entire Mo clan fell into a state of fear at this moment. Miserable screams were endless, and it was terrifying to hear. Looking at this scene, Mo Bo and the others roared. Their eyes turned red as they rushed out in anger. Kill! Mo Bo roared. He held the saber in his left hand and slashed at Lin Tian. Lin Tianlin glanced over coldly. Suddenly, a sword ray slashed down. With a bang, Mo Bo was sent flying and one of his thighs was crushed. Mo Hai and Mo An attacked together. Unfortunately, how could they block the unparalleled lightning sword ray? PFFF. PFFF. Both of them coughed out blood at the same time and were swept away by the sword ray. For a moment, more than 100 people in the Mo clan were frightened and uneasy as they fled in panic. Unfortunately, the surroundings were temporarily sealed by the Silence Lock rune. These people couldn't escape at all and could only passively endure the falling lightning sword ray. No. Miserable screams reverberated in the air, causing people's scalps to go numb. At the same time, the scene was even more tragic, causing many of the spectators outside the Mo clan to involuntarily tremble. At this time, sounds of footsteps rang out. Castellan Duan finally arrived. Behind him was an army of more than 100 people, arriving outside the Mo clan in a grandiose manner. Duan was originally worried about Lin Tian's safety, but when he arrived and saw the scene inside the Mo clan, he shuddered in shock. Disbelief was written all over his face. Behind him, the group of soldiers were also shocked. Inside the Mo clan, Mo Hai and the others were overjoyed when they saw Duan leading an army here. Castellan Lord, please stop him quickly. Mo Hai shouted. At the same time, the Mo clan's disciples seemed to have grasped onto a life-saving straw. They all shouted in Duan direction, Castellan Lord, save us. Duan stared ahead and saw that the Mo clan's courtyard was already dyed red with blood. Nearly 100 corpses were strewn all over the ground. Such a tragic scene made Duan, who had experienced great storms, involuntarily suck in a breath of cold air. Raising his head to look at Lin Tian in the Mo clan's courtyard, Duan whispered, My lord, do you think we should first, as the only martial arts family in Fengjian City, the Mo clan still had some significance to the city. Seeing so many of the Mo clan's disciples dead, Duan could not bear it. Lin Tian tilted his head and said coldly, You want to stop me? Duan expression changed. This subordinate dares not. Then stand aside. Lin Tianling said. Turning his head, Lin Tian looked at Mo Hai and the others without any emotion on his face. After that, the sword energy descending from the sky became even more terrifying. Puff, 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 blood splattered as the Mo clan's disciples died tragically. Wails and screams filled the air. Mo Bo and the other two's eyes turned red. They were so angry that their eyes almost popped out of their sockets. These were the direct descendants of the Mo clan. They were the future hope of the Mo clan. Beast, stop. Do you still have any humanity left? Mo Hai was furious. Humanity? Lin Tian looked as if he had heard the funniest joke in the world. He looked at Mo Hai coldly. You talk about humanity? Fine, let me tell you what humanity is. Humanity is that Mo Sen and that bitch Xiaoyan kicked me off the cliff because they wanted to have sex. Humanity is that your Mo clan allowed that dog slave to burn down my Lin clan's ancestral home. Humanity is that Mo Sen and Mo Yi shamelessly plotted to kill me. Humanity is that your Mo clan sent people to kill me during the Outer Palace trial. Humanity is that your Mo clan sent people to kill me during the Outer Palace trial. Humanity is that your Mo clan sent people to kill me during the Inner Palace trial. Humanity is that your Mo clan sent people to kill me even though they knew I had the general's deputy command. Lin Tian's voice was cold and indifferent. Every word was like a knife that stabbed into Mo Hai and the others. At the same time, all the onlookers outside the Mo clan's residence changed color. There was a rumor in Fengjian City that Lin Tian and the Mo clan had a grudge against each other. Many people knew about this, but not many knew what kind of grudge it was. It was only at this moment that these people finally understood the origin of the grudge between the two. It turned out to be like this. This is too much. Many people were pointing at Mo Hai and the others. Duan Yan originally wanted to ask Lin Tian to stop, but at this moment, when he heard Lin Tian's words, his eyes widened in anger. Mo Hai, you have guts. One day, you will even dare to assassinate the old general himself. Duan Yan stared at Mo Hai in anger. Duan Yan didn't care about the grudge between Lin Tian and the Mo clan. What really bothered Duan Yan was the last thing. The Mo clan clearly knew that Lin Tian had the general's deputy command, but they still dared to send people to assassinate Lin Tian. This was simply disobeying the old General Ji, and also disobeying the previous emperor of Beiyan. This was a crime punishable by the extermination of 9 generations of the clan. Behind Duan Yan, many soldiers were also glaring at Mo Hai and the others. Mo Hai and the others trembled, and their faces paled. After a pause, Mo Hai stared at Lin Tian, his expression becoming extremely ferocious. No matter what, I will kill you. As he spoke, Mo Hai rushed out, heading straight for Lin Tian. Kill. Mon and Mo Bo also roared. At this point, they knew that their clan had no way out. Forget Lin Tian, even the Fengjian city lord would not let them off. Assassinating the deputy command's deputy command, this crime was enough to wipe out the Mo clan. At this point, the three of them only had one goal in mind, and that was to kill Lin Tian. This is all because of you, you little bastard. Mo Hai's expression was ferocious. It never occurred to him that this was all because of the Mo clan. Looking at Mo Hai and the others rushing over, Lin Tian sneered and said disdainfully, "Is this your final struggle? Unfortunately, it's not threatening at all. I even killed Mog. Can any of you be stronger than Mog?" As soon as he finished speaking, Lin Tian raised his right hand, and the sky thunder sword in the sky immediately clanged non-stop. Slash. He said coldly. In an instant, a dense cluster of sky thunder sword energy rained down on Mo Hai and the others. In an instant, the heavily injured and crippled Mo Bo was struck by 3 sky thunder sword energy and died tragically on the spot. Mon dodged 2 sky thunder sword energy, but he could not dodge more. A sword energy pierced his throat, and he fell into a pool of blood with a thud. Bam! Mo Hai dodged the sword energy, but Lin Tian suddenly appeared in front of him and sent him flying with a kick. Blood flowed from the corner of Mo Hai's mouth as he glared at Lin Tian. Bastard! Lin Tian snorted. For Sky Thunder sword energy instantly fell and pierced Mo Hai's limbs, nailing him to the ground. Mo Hai screamed in agony. The heart-wrenching pain made his face contort. Watch the Mo family walk down the path of destruction, and remember that you reap what you sow, Lin Tian said mercilessly. As soon as he finished speaking, all the sword energy above the Mo family fell. No. Stop it. Stop it. Mo Hai roared like a madman. Is that possible? Lin Tianling said. The sword energy fell even faster, and in an instant, it covered all the Mo family members. Spurt, 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 blood splattered everywhere, and screams rang out. This process did not last long. After a few dozen breaths, the surroundings quieted down. Corpses were everywhere in the Mo family, and blood stained everything red. Only Mo Hai was still alive, and he was pinned to the ground. Lin Tian's expression was indifferent. He held the sword of restoration and walked up to Mo Hai. Bastard! Bastard! I curse you. You'll die a horrible death. Mo Hai's expression was hideous. The Mo family was destroyed just like that. Mo Hai glared at Lin Tian with hatred. Lin Tian was disdainful. He raised the sword of restoration and swung it down mercilessly. If curses worked, there wouldn't be a war. There was dead silence inside and outside the Mo residence. Everyone was stunned. They stared blankly at the Mo residence. They could even hear the breathing of the people nearby. Read the full text. At this moment, even the air seemed to have frozen. The Mo residence is finished. Someone muttered. They stared at the Mo residence. Corpses were strewn all over the ground. Blood stained every inch of the ground. Most of the pavilions had collapsed. It was a cruel scene. A powerful martial arts clan had been wiped out by a 16-year-old boy alone. This is crazy. This is crazy. Many people were stunned. They felt as if their worldview had been distorted. Lin Tian glanced at Mo Hai. He put the sword of origin restoration into the stone ring. Then, he crouched down and put away Mo Hai's superior-grade spirit sword and the stone ring on Mo Hai's middle finger. Then, he turned around and walked out of the Mo residence. When he walked out of the Mo residence's main entrance, most of the people retreated as if they were avoiding a demon. Sushu ran over and said angrily, "You're too reckless." "How can that be? I've always done things appropriately." Lin Tian smiled. "Tui. Since when did you have a sense of propriety?" Sushu retorted. At this moment, Mu Qing, Sherdong, Pushi, and Xianxia gathered around and greeted him with concern. "Little brother, you've really opened my eyes." Pushi smiled. It was truly shocking for a single person to wipe out an entire clan. However, what caught Pusher's attention the most was the dense sword aura. Pusher was certain that it was an array-controlling technique. As an array-controlling master himself, he was stunned by such a technique. Lin Tian smiled and said, "You flatter me, Elder Pushi." Xianxia leaned forward and grabbed Lin Tian's arm without hesitation. "As expected of my little brother. You're different. What are you doing?" Sushu glared at Xianxia. Xianxia giggled and said, "Are you jealous, little girl? If you are, I'll let him go immediately." Sushu's pretty face turned red. She said angrily, "Who's jealous?" "You're blushing." Xianxia covered her mouth and giggled. "You," Sushu gritted her teeth and glared at Xianxia. Lin Tian was a little embarrassed. He really didn't know what to do in this situation. Pushi coughed dryly. "Miss." Mu Qing and Sherdong smiled. Looking at Lin Tiandao, they said, "It's good that you're fine, but this time, you were too impulsive. I'm sorry to have troubled the two seniors." Lin Tiandao. He knew that these people had rushed here because they were worried about him, and he was very grateful. "It's good that you're okay." Mu Qing waved her hand. The crowd was dense. Lin Tian, Mu Qing, and the others left the Mo family one after another. They were not willing to be surrounded. Only Duan Yen stayed behind to instruct the soldiers to clean up the mess of the Mo clan. There were so many corpses, so they had to deal with them. They clearly knew that Lord Lin has the general's deputy command, yet they still dared to send someone to assassinate him. They must have eaten a mortal's guts. "You are courting death. Serves you right for ending up like this." Some of the soldiers cursed. The crowd outside the Mo clan didn't decrease. Many people were staring at the Mo clan. Although some people's faces were extremely pale, they still opened their eyes wide. The situation in Fengjian City seems to have changed greatly. Someone muttered. In the past, the Mo clan, Xiao clan, and Qin clan were famous in Fengjian City. But now, only the Qin clan was left. Some of the more meticulous people had already guessed that the Xiao clan was the same as the Mo clan. They were both destroyed by Lin Tian. After all, Lin Tian could even destroy the Mo clan. Why didn't he find trouble with the Qin clan, who controlled the Lin clan's businesses? Obviously, the Qin clan was only used to attract attention. The one who truly destroyed the Xiao clan was Lin Tian. After leaving the Mo clan, Lin Tian parted with Xianxia at a corner of Fengjian City. Then, he walked out of the Nanyang martial house with Mu Qing and the others. There are 8 more days until we report to Beiyan Imperial Academy. When are you preparing to leave? Su Shu asked. Lin Tian thought for a while and said, 3 days later. Oh. Su Shu nodded. What's wrong? Nothing. Lin Tian glanced at Su Shu strangely for a while, but he didn't continue to ask. After parting ways with Su Shu and the others at a corner of the martial house, Lin Tian went straight back to his residence. It was still early in the night. Lin Tian washed up and went to the top pavilion to take out Mo Hai's stone ring. Let's see what's inside. Lin Tian muttered to himself. There should be some good things inside the stone ring worn by the patriarch of the Mo clan. Lin Tian infused his true essence into the stone ring. He found that the space inside the stone ring was about 15 cubic meters. It was 5 times bigger than the stone ring he was wearing now. Lin Tian's eyes lit up. This thing was worth at least 9 million spirit coins. Thinking of this, he couldn't help but think that the Mo clan was indeed worthy of being called a martial arts clan. After calming down a little, Lin Tian used his true essence to infuse into the stone ring and took out the things inside one by one. After sorting it out, he found that there was a 5 million gold deposit card in the stone ring, followed by some cultivation pills. Of course, these pills were very ordinary and didn't have much value. Of course, in addition to the gold deposit card and cultivation pills, there were other miscellaneous things in the stone ring. Lin Tian paused for a moment, and his eyes suddenly fell on a palm-sized piece of jade. This piece of jade should be some kind of antique and was very extraordinary. However, what really attracted Lin Tian's attention was the small characters on the jade. Maybe it was out of curiosity, or maybe it was strange, but Lin Tian raised his hand to take the jade and looked at it seriously. Suddenly, Lin Tian's face changed. This is? The characters engraved on the jade were very small. An ordinary divine vein realm expert wouldn't be able to see them. Because Lin Tian cultivated the Heavenly One Soul secret art, his soul force was tyrannical, so he could see these characters clearly. Looking at these characters, Lin Tian couldn't help but reveal a look of ecstasy. This seemed to be the Azure Thunder Sword Art's incomplete manual. Taking a deep breath, Lin Tian quickly sorted out the words on this piece of jade. Then, he copied them down on a piece of paper. After doing all this, he compared the words he copied with the first 30% of the Azure Thunder Sword art that he had cultivated. He discovered that they actually matched up perfectly with the Azure Thunder Sword art that was broken in the martial house. It really is. Lin Tian was excited. Looking carefully, Lin Tian found that the Azure Thunder Sword art on the jade was at least 30% complete. Calculating it this way, he now controlled 60% of the Azure Thunder Sword art. This made Lin Tian pleasantly surprised. I didn't expect Mo Hai to have such an item. Lin Tian suddenly felt grateful to Mo Hai. This 30% of the Azure Thunder Sword art was more valuable than the 5 million spirit coins and the stone ring combined. Taking another deep breath, Lin Tian calmed down. He took off the stone ring on his right hand and transferred all the useful items into the Mo clan stone ring. After putting away the items in the pavilion, Lin Tian put on the Mo clan stone ring. This 15 cubic meter space was obviously more practical than the 3 cubic meter space of the stone ring. After that, Lin Tian walked down from the pavilion and directly entered the Class 4 demonic beast area of the Greenwind Ridge. Clang! A sword whistled, accompanied by the sound of thunder. In the blink of an eye, a Class 4 demonic beast was killed by Lin Tian under the Azure Thunder Sword Chi. As expected, Lin Tian grasped the origin returning sword tightly. What was engraved on the thin jade was indeed the last 30% of the Azure Thunder Sword art. Lin Tianji only practiced it for a short while and felt that his battle strength had increased by a lot. The power of the Azure Thunder Sword art was even more powerful. Continue. Lin Tian muttered to himself. In the Class 4 Demonic Beast area of the Greenwind Ridge, Lin Tian wielded the origin returning sword to practice the newly acquired 30% of the Azure Thunder Sword art. Every slash of the sword carried with it an ear-piercing sound of thunder, as if there were waves of thunder surging. As for why Mo Hai had the last 30% of the Azure Thunder Sword art, Lin Tian didn't know. He guessed that Mo Hai had collected the thin jade itself and not the Azure Thunder Sword art engraved on it. After all, the words were too small. Even if he practiced the Heavenly One spirit spell, he had to look carefully to see them clearly. Mo Hai definitely wouldn't be able to see them. At the very least, even if Mo Hai could see those words clearly, he wouldn't be able to practice it. After all, without practicing the first 30% of the Azure Thunder Sword art and the general principle, ordinary people wouldn't be able to see what kind of martial technique was recorded in those words. In the sky, the scorching sun was shining brightly. Lin Tian waved the long sword in his hand, and every slash was as shocking as thunder. There were a few inner palace disciples in the Class 4 area who happened to be tempering themselves. When they saw this scene, they couldn't help but be shocked. This is Lin Tian. What a powerful sword intent. No wonder he could destroy the Mo clan alone. Terrifying. These few people muttered to themselves. These few people had just entered the Greenwind Ridge not long ago. It had been a few hours since Lin Tian destroyed the Mo clan, and the news had spread throughout Fengjian City. These few people already knew about it before they entered the Greenwind Ridge. Lin Tian noticed these few people, but he didn't care. In the Class 4 Demonic Beast area, he wantonly wielded the Azure Thunder Sword art. His whole heart was immersed in the sword realm. At this moment, every slash of his sword seemed to have the power to destroy everything. Every move was comparable to a low-level martial skill of the Divine Pulse realm. Time passed quickly. When the sun was about to set, Lin Tian withdrew his sword intent and stopped. Now I have 60% of the Azure Thunder Sword art. I have already cultivated the first 40%. Lin Tian muttered to himself. After a pause, he put away the Sword of Origin and walked towards the martial house. This day passed quickly. The next day, Lin Tian woke up early. After washing up, he went to Lin Shi's room. Xiaoxi, brother has something to discuss with you. Looking at Lin Shi, Lin Tian said softly. After a long pause, Lin Tian told her that he was going to the Imperial City and that he was going to entrust Lin Shi to Sushu. Out of Lin Tian's expectation, Lin Shi nodded obediently without any resistance. This made Lin Tian happy and ashamed. After that, Lin Tian stopped cultivating and didn't do anything else. Instead, he brought Lin Shi out of the Ninyang martial house. Wherever Lin Shi wanted to go, he would bring Lin Shi there. Originally, he wanted to bring Sushu along, but Sushu seemed to be busy with something else. He couldn't find her, so he could only bring Lin Shi out himself. During this time, Lin Tian brought Lin Shi to visit Puxi, Xianxia, Guzheng, and the others. He still trusted these people. After leaving Fengjian City, he hoped that these people could take care of Lin Shi. Of course, he also visited Muqing and Sherdong. The two of them had done him a great favor. Even if it wasn't for Lin Shi, he would still go. Soon, 3 days passed. On this day, Lin Tian packed everything and prepared to leave for the Imperial City. At the city gate, Muqing, Sherdong, Puxi, Xianxia, Guzheng, and other familiar people came to send him off. Of course, Lin Shi was also there. Lin Tian. A voice sounded. Sushu trotted over with a dragon scale horse and handed the reins to Lin Tian. This place is very far from the Imperial City. Ride it. Looking at the dragon scale horse in front of him, Lin Tian was a little surprised. This was a peak 3rd rank monster beast, and its body was shockingly strong. Pausing for a moment, Lin Tian was slightly surprised, and then he was moved. No wonder he couldn't find Sushu for the past 3 days. This little girl actually took the trouble to tame a dragon scale colt for him to use as a means of transportation. Old man Mu, your precious disciple's heart is probably stolen by someone. Sherdong teased. Mu Qing shook his head and smiled faintly. On the other hand, Sushu was embarrassed and angrily stared at Sherdong. Lin Tian looked at Sushu and said, "Thank you, Sushu. To be honest, I owe you too much." Feeling a little embarrassed, Lin Tian paused and a stone ring appeared in his right hand. It was the one he bought from the exchange pavilion. "This is for you. It's very convenient. There are some other things inside." Mu Qing's eyes moved. Isn't it a little expensive?" Mu Qing and Sherdong naturally knew what this thing was. A stone ring was worth at least 1,000,000 spirit coins. Compared to what she has done for me, it's nothing. Lin Tian shook his head. Sushu cultivated with Mu Qing and naturally knew about the stone ring. She immediately took it happily. "You remember the good of a young girl, but have you forgotten your sister?" Xianxia snorted. Lin Tian blushed. "Sister Xian shouldn't lack this thing. I can't take out anything good. If you have any orders in the future, Lin Tianyi will do his best." Xianxia was indeed good to him. Lin Tian naturally remembered this in his heart. Xianxiao's eyes lit up. "This is what you said. You can't go back on your words." "I won't go back on my words." Lin Tian Dao. Xianxiao stared at Lin Tian and said, "Then you should marry your sister." Lin Tian suddenly blushed with shame. He couldn't spit out a word. "Alright, I'm just teasing you." Xianxiao covered her mouth and laughed. Lin Tian was slightly embarrassed. After bidding farewell to everyone, he looked at Lin Shi. He crouched down in front of Lin Shi, his eyes filled with love and gentleness. "Xiaoxi. When I'm not by your side, you must listen to Big Sister Su. I'll definitely come back when I'm successful in my cultivation." Looking at Lin Shi, Lin Tian's eyes were filled with love, but there was also a hint of guilt. Mu Qing and the others looked at Lin Tian and couldn't help but nod. He was really a gentle brother. Yes, Xiaoxi will definitely listen to Big Sister. When Xiaoxi is not around, Big Brother must take good care of himself. Lin Shi said obediently. Lin Tian's nose suddenly turned sour, and he actually felt like crying. He held Lin Shi in his arms for a full 10 breaths before he released Lin Shi and stood up. "Please take care of my sister." Looking at Sushu, Lin Tian said seriously. "Don't worry." Sushu nodded and held Lin Shi's small hand. "I will treat Xiaoxi like my own sister. Leave the little girl in the Ninyang martial house. With us here, you don't have to worry." Mu Qing said. Mu Qing and Sherdong were very satisfied with Lin Tian's character and talent. Elders like them were very happy to help young people like Lin Tian. "Thank you, Senior." Lin Tian bowed to Mu Qing and Sherdong. Then, he nodded to Pushi and the others. Lin Tian mounted the dragon scale stallion and looked deeply at Lin Shi for the last time. Then, he slapped the stallion's back and instantly went far away. Dust swirled up. The dragon scale stallion, a peak rank 3 demonic beast, was extremely fast. It was far from being comparable to an ordinary horse. Soon, it carried Lin Tian and disappeared from everyone's sight. Sushu looked at Lin Tian as he left. Suddenly, she felt that her left hand was a little cold. She looked down with a strange expression. She saw Lin Shi, who had been very obedient and calm, staring at the direction Lin Tian left. Tears dripped down on the back of her hand. Sushu was stunned. Then, she realized something. She squatted down and gently pulled Lin Shi into her arms. Leaning against Sushu, Lin Shi couldn't hold back and burst into tears. "Brother, woo-woo, brother, brother." Lin Shi cried. Ever since their parents went missing, the siblings had been relying on each other and had never been separated. Now that she was suddenly left alone, how could the little girl not be sad? "Xiaoxi, don't cry. Sister is here." Sushu comforted. Gently patting Lin Shi's back, Sushu sighed. Entering the imperial city alone, in order to ensure Lin Shi's safety, Lin Tian reluctantly left his sister in Fengjian City. And Lin Shi, in order not to make things difficult for her brother, in order to let her brother enter the imperial city with peace of mind, she pretended to be obedient. Only when her brother left did she burst into tears. Sushu only felt that these two siblings had a very deep relationship. The distance between Fengjian City and the Imperial City was not short. A normal red blood stallion would need at least 7 days and 7 nights to reach there. However, the dragon scale stallion was different. It was a peak rank 3 demonic beast. Lin Tian estimated that 3 days would be enough. Before leaving, he prepared a lot of things. There were more than 10 sets of clothes in the stone ring. As for spirit coins, he had the Mo clan's gold card, which had a total of 5 million. He didn't need to worry about anything. As for food, he didn't need to worry about it. There were 5 fasting pills in the stone ring. 1 pill a day was enough to support him to reach the Imperial City. In the blink of an eye, 3 days passed. Lin Tian's prediction was right. 3 days later, a huge city appeared in front of him. The city walls were tall and majestic, showing the aura of a king. This is the Imperial City? It is indeed extraordinary. Lin Tian thought to himself. Entering the Imperial City, the streets were filled with people. There was a dazzling array of goods, all of which were extraordinary. Lin Tian paid attention to the crowd and found that there were many powerful martial artists. There were actually many 8th and 9th rank body refinement realm martial artists. This made Lin Tian's heart move. One must know that in Fengjian City, a 9th rank body refinement realm martial artist could enter the inner house of the Nine-Yang martial house. But in the Imperial City, there were many such martial artists. It is indeed the gathering place of the Northern Flame Country. Lin Tian kept praising. Not long after, Lin Tian arrived at a restaurant. This restaurant could only be considered average in the Imperial City, but it was 10 times bigger than the most luxurious restaurant in Fengjian City. The people coming in and out were all well-dressed people. In the restaurant, a waiter came to welcome him. "Guest, are you eating or staying in the restaurant?" The waiter asked politely. "Staying in the restaurant." It was already late and there were still 2 days before the registration day of the Northern Flame Imperial Courtyard. Lin Tian naturally wanted to find a place to settle down. He handed the reins of the dragon scale horse to the waiter and said, "Also, bring my horse to the backyard and feed it with good horse feed. Do you understand?" Seeing Lin Tian's dragon scale horse, the waiter was shocked. This was a 3rd-grade peak demonic beast and it was actually tamed as a mount. "Yes, please be at ease. But guest, your luck is really good. There are many people in the Imperial City and we only have 1 room left. If you go elsewhere, you won't be able to find it." After seeing the dragon scale horse, the waiter was even more respectful. To be able to tame a 3rd-grade peak demonic beast as a mount, in the waiter's opinion, Lin Tian definitely wasn't weak. He estimated that Lin Tian was at least at the 9th level of body refinement. Such a person wasn't someone a mere waiter could offend. Serving Lin Tian as much as possible was the right thing to do. The waiter called the coachman over. After instructing him, the coachman carefully led the dragon scale horse to the backyard. "Guest, the accommodation in the restaurant and your horse is equivalent to 80 spirit coins per day," the waiter said. Lin Tian was slightly astonished. 80 spirit coins in Fengjian City was not a problem to stay in an ordinary restaurant for a month. But in the Imperial City, this restaurant was only enough for a single day. It was truly shocking. However, Lin Tian didn't mind a mere 80 spirit coins. He took out 300 spirit coins and passed it to the waiter and said, "Stay for 2 days. Also, prepare some food and wine for me. This should be enough, right?" "Enough, enough. It's enough," the waiter quickly said. As he spoke, the waiter was prepared to bring Lin Tian to the guest room. Right at this moment, 2 people walked into the restaurant. The person in the lead was dressed in a gorgeous purple robe. He looked to be around 17 years old and his expression was slightly arrogant. Beside the purple-robed young man was another young man. He looked to be around 18 years old, but he had a pointy mouth and ape-like cheeks. The moment he walked into the restaurant, he shouted, "Men, prepare the best room." The waiter was preparing to bring Lin Tian upstairs. When he saw the 2 of them enter, he immediately went up to them politely and said, "My apologies, guest. The last guest room in this restaurant has just been booked by this guest. I'm really sorry. If the 2 of you would like to eat any food or wine, this one can immediately call for them. The dishes will be served very soon. Hearing this, the young man with the pointy mouth and ape-like cheeks instantly darkened his face. My young master wants to stay in the restaurant. Do you dare? Staring at Lin Tian, the young man snorted and said, he hasn't entered a room yet, right? Return the money to him. We will pay twice the amount. The waiter was in a dilemma. Although twice the amount was tempting to the waiter, he had already taken Lin Tian's money. How could he return the money and chase them away? However, looking at the two people in front of him, it was obvious that they were not ordinary people and could not be offended. For a moment, the waiter didn't know what to do and hesitated for a moment. On the other side, the purple-robed young man had a displeased expression and said, Li Huan, hurry up. The young man with the pointy mouth and ape-like cheeks was called Li Huan. When he heard this, he flattered, right away, right away. Young master, please wait a moment. As he spoke, Li Huan glanced at the waiter and took out a pouch of money and threw it at Lin Tian's feet. This is 500 spirit coins. Quickly take it and get lost. If you delay my young master's rest, be careful of your head. Lin Tian indifferently glanced at Li Huan before his eyes landed on the waiter. Where is the room? Lead the way. It was his first time in the imperial city, so he didn't want to cause trouble for the time being. The waiter moved his feet, but when he saw Li Huan's glare, he immediately stopped. Having worked in this restaurant for many years, the waiter knew that Li Huan was the purple-robed young man's follower and was not someone he could afford to offend. With a snort, Li Huan tilted his head and stared at Lin Tian. Brat, you don't know what's good for you. As he spoke, Li Huan placed his right hand on Lin Tian's shoulder and prepared to teach Lin Tian a lesson. Lin Tian tilted his head and his expression immediately turned cold. He raised his hand and grabbed Li Huan's hand and slowly moved it away from his shoulder. Brat, you, Li Huan's expression changed. His wrist was in pain from the person in front of him and he couldn't break free. Get lost. Lin Tianling said and raised his leg to kick Li Huan's abdomen. With a bang, Li Huan screamed and was kicked out of the restaurant by Lin Tian. 1 second. Remember literature building, providing you with interesting novels to read. Lin Tian had tolerated Li Huan once and did not bicker with him. However, this Li Huan wanted a yard after taking an inch. He actually wanted to take him down a notch. How could Lin Tian tolerate this? Tilting his head to look at the servant, Lin Tian said indifferently, lead the way. The servant's face turned pale. These two were obviously not ordinary people. Their clothes were much better than Lin Tian's. Wasn't this asking for trouble? Sure enough, at this moment, a cold snort was heard. The purple-clothed youth's face darkened. He quickly came in front of Lin Tian and said, before beating a dog, you have to look at its owner. Haven't you heard? How dare you touch my Xiaowu's servant? In the restaurant, many people had already noticed this and were watching. At this moment, when they heard the name Xiaowu, many people's faces changed. Xiaowu? Is he from the Xia family in Linchuan City? Someone stared. Linchuan City was the closest city to the imperial city. It was not an exaggeration to say that it was the second largest city in the northern Flame country. There was a powerful martial arts family in Linchuan City, the Xia family. Even many people in the imperial city knew about them. I seem to have heard of them. The Xia family has a genius young master with a 7-star talent. I think his name is Xiaowu. This can't be the person in front of us, right? Is it really that Xiaowu? I heard that he has already reached the 3rd level of the divine range. Staring at the purple-clothed youth, many people's faces changed. Hearing these discussions and seeing the purple-clothed young man staring at Lin Tian without a change in expression, the attendant's face instantly turned pale. He didn't need to think to know that the purple-clothed young man before him was definitely the genius young master of the Xia family of Linchuan City, Xiaowu. Thinking of this, the servant was about to cry. Why did he have to deal with this today? The servant smiled and quickly walked in front of the purple-clothed youth and said, Young Master Xia, please calm down. I will discuss with this guest. I promise to give you a satisfactory ending. After saying that, the servant looked at Lin Tian and pushed the 300 spirit coins that Lin Tian had given to him. Dear guest, this is the money for your room. I'll return it to you now. Then, you injured young Master Xia's follower. Why don't you apologize to young Master Xia and let this matter rest? Lin Tian's face darkened. Refund my room? Apologize to him? Lin Tian naturally heard the words of the other people in the restaurant, but he did not care. So what if he was the young master of the Xia family? He had already booked the guest room, so why should he give it away? As for the apology, that was a joke, it was an insult to him. He's the young master of the Xia family. The manservant said anxiously. So what? Lin Tianling said. The servant was a little angry. How could this person not know what was good for him? Offending the young master of the Xia family would not end well for him. In the restaurant, some of the other people also shook their heads and pointed at Lin Tian. This young man, Sai, is really a hothead. It's a good thing to be hot-blooded, but sometimes you have to know when to advance and when to retreat. Isn't that so? Offending the Xia family is the same as digging his own grave. I guess he's from some small town and hasn't seen much of the world. That's possible. You can tell just by looking at his clothes. Many people whispered to each other. The manservant looked at Lin Tian and wanted to say something, but at this moment, a cold air suddenly spread out from the side, causing the manservant to tremble in fear. Xiao Wu stared at Lin Tian and said coldly, "Before I left, my father told me to keep a low profile after coming to the imperial city. But you're really too arrogant. If I don't teach you a lesson today, where will my Xia family's face go?" Hearing this, Lin Tian laughed out loud. Keep a low profile? Others have already booked the room and paid for it, but you want to rob them. Your father told you to keep a low profile, and this is how you keep a low profile? Lin Tian said sarcastically, if this is the result of keeping a low profile, then what if you don't keep a low profile on a daily basis? Bullying people? Killing people on the street? Wreaking havoc? In the restaurant, hearing Lin Tian's words, many people sucked in a breath of cold air. This young man, he doesn't know what's good for him. He actually dares to talk back at this time. Isn't he looking for death? I'm afraid he knows he can't get anything out of this. Smashing a broken jar, he can still retain some of his so-called backbone. Many people shook their heads. How many people didn't know the Xia family of Linchuan City? This person talked back to the Xia family's young master. Wasn't he looking for death? Xiao Wu's expression became even more gloomy. He stared straight at Lin Tian. You're very good. Since I was young, you're the first person who dares to speak to me like this. As he said this, Xiao Wu directly moved, and a slap flew towards Lin Tian. This slap was aimed at Lin Tian's cheek. Obviously, Xiao Wu wanted to humiliate Lin Tianyi first. Lin Tianling snorted and raised his left hand, directly grabbing Xiao Wu's wrist. You dare to fight back? Xiao Wu's expression became even colder. Idiot, do you think everyone in the world will listen to you? Do you think you're an emperor? Lin Tian was disdainful. He raised his right hand and slapped towards Xiao Wu's cheek. This slap was extremely fast, and it landed firmly on Xiao Wu's face. With a slap, Lin Tian released his grip on Xiao Wu's hand. Suddenly, Xiao Wu flew backwards with a bang and crashed into a pillar in the restaurant, letting out a muffled groan. The Xia family's young master was actually, oh my god. Book reading, staring at this scene, everyone revealed a look of shock. The waiter's face was even paler. He stared at Lin Tian and his expression changed again and again. This person was actually so strong. Xiao Wu stared at Lin Tian, his expression incomparably ugly. You dare hit me? As soon as he finished speaking, an incomparably tyrannical aura spread out from Xiao Wu's body, shocking everyone present. Someone swallowed a mouthful of saliva, third level of the divine vein. As expected, violent fluctuations were emitted from Xiao Wu's body. Staring at Lin Tian, Xiao Wu's eyes were filled with anger. This aura was indeed somewhat terrifying. Many people in the restaurant were frightened, and many of them retreated not far away. The waiter retreated and was so anxious that he was about to cry. If these two people were to fight in the restaurant, who knew how many tables and chairs would be damaged? Today's business would probably be ruined as well. If that happened, the shopkeeper would probably have to kick him out tomorrow. The waiter only felt pain. What kind of sin did he commit to be involved in such a troublesome matter? The violent fluctuations continued to spread. In the restaurant, many people stared straight at the center, their faces somewhat excited. After all, most people like to watch a good show. Your right hand will be left behind today. Staring at Lin Tian, Xiaowu said coldly. I'm afraid you can't afford it. Lin Tianling said indifferently. His figure moved. Stepping on the yin-yang puppet, he instantly moved dozens of feet away and arrived in front of Xiaowu in the blink of an eye. With a clang, the origin-restoring sword suddenly appeared in his right hand and was firmly placed on Xiaowu's neck. Xiaowu's face changed drastically. The powerful aura on his body immediately receded like a tide. At the same time, the other people in the restaurant also had a change of expression. What fast speed? Also, that sword, when did he take it out? This young man is pretending to be a pig to eat a tiger. Many of the onlookers were shocked. Some of the people who were criticizing Lin Tian for not knowing when to back down suddenly became incomparably embarrassed. After being kicked out of the restaurant by Lin Tian, Li Huan struggled for a long time before he stood up and walked back into the restaurant with a sinister expression. Li Huan thought that his young master would definitely teach Lin Tian a lesson. At that time, he would also be able to vent his anger. However, when he walked back into the restaurant, the scene in front of him immediately changed his expression. Young master, you. Staring in front of him, Li Huan was stunned. His young master's neck was actually held by that person's cold sword. After a pause, Li Huan suddenly reacted. Although he was shocked, he still remembered his status. He immediately shouted at Lin Tian, "How dare you? My young master is the legitimate son of the Xia family in Linchuan City. How dare you point a sword at my young master? Do you want to die? Move the sword away." Lin Tian looked at Li Huan and said coldly, "Scram." With a wave of his left hand, a ray of sword chi swept out and landed on Li Huan's body with a bang. Ah! Li Huan screamed as he was sent flying out of the restaurant once more. Seeing this scene, many people swallowed their saliva. They only felt that this young man in front of them was very strong. Lin Tian's gaze fell on Xiaowu. Leave, or die. Xiaowu's face was ashen as he stared viciously at Lin Tian. You're just a little faster. In a fair battle, you're not my match. Xiaowu gritted his teeth. If you say that, can I assume that you only have a good family background? Otherwise, you would have died countless times already. Lin Tian said disdainfully, also, don't think that you're so great just because you're at the 3rd level of the divine range. I've even killed a few people at the 4th level of the divine range. You're nothing. Xiaowu's expression changed slightly. He was angry and shocked. I'll ask you one more time. Scram, or die here. Lin Tian Ondao. Xiaowu stared at Lin Tian. After a long time, he gritted his teeth and said, I'll leave. Although he was arrogant and despotic, he was aware of the situation. With a sword at his neck, retreating was naturally the best choice. That's right. Lin Tian nodded. He suddenly raised his left hand, grabbed Xiaowu's right wrist, and twisted it viciously. With a crack, the sound of bones breaking could be heard. Xiaowu was in so much pain that his face twisted. This is the return gift for keeping my right hand. Now, you can scram. Lin Tiantan said coldly. As he spoke, he raised his leg and kicked Xiaowu's abdomen. With a bang, Xiaowu was kicked out of the restaurant by Lin Tian, just like Li Huan. Such a scene shocked everyone so much that they sucked in a breath of cold air. Many people's eyes were fixed on the scene. That was the young master of the Xia family, a young genius at the 3rd level of the divine range. Now, he was kicked out of the restaurant by this young man. This was too crazy. Does this young man also have an illustrious family background? It's possible. Otherwise, how could he be so strong and dare to treat the young master of the Mo family like this? Staring at Lin Tian, many people shrank their necks. Seeing Lin Tian looking at him, the waiter's face turned pale and he nodded repeatedly. Of course, of course. I'll lead the way. This way please, this way please. With that, the waiter's face was full of respect. This was a ruthless person who could even send young Master Xia flying with a kick. How could a mere waiter like him offend him? Lin Tian did not argue with the waiter and followed him to the second floor. Soon, the waiter brought Lin Tian to a slightly spacious room. The furnishings inside were not bad, but the most important thing was that it was very quiet. "Sir, this is the room. Are you satisfied?" the waiter asked fearfully. "Sure, you can leave now. Send some food up." Lin Tian ondao. Sure. Please wait a moment. I'll be right there." The waiter left hurriedly. About 7 minutes later, the waiter came back again, personally carrying a few dishes and a pot of good wine. "Sir, please enjoy." The waiter bowed and left, carefully closing the door for Lin Tian. By the time Lin Tian finished his meal, the sky had completely darkened. Not long after, a full moon hung high in the night sky. Sitting cross-legged on the big bed in the guest room, Lin Tian began to cultivate. On the path of martial arts, one had to race against time and could not slack off. Wang, a faint silver light flashed as Lin Tian activated 2 spirit-gathering runes. The spirit energy of heaven and earth and the power of the stars surged and surrounded him. With the support of this spirit energy, he continued to temper his physique while connecting his meridians to his meridians. Soon, the night passed. In the morning, Lin Tian opened his eyes, stretched his arms, and got off the bed. After a sleepless night, Lin Tian did not feel tired. Instead, he felt more energetic. Walking down the stairs, Lin Tian went to the backyard to take a look at the dragon scale stallion. The stallion was well taken care of. When it saw him, it even raised its head and neighed twice, as though it was greeting him. "Huh." Lin Tian walked over and stroked the horse. This was the mount that Sushu had given him, and he liked it very much. After standing there for a while, Lin Tian walked out of the restaurant and onto the streets of the Imperial City. 2 days later, they would report to the Northern Flame Imperial Academy. Before that, Lin Tian wanted to pay a visit to someone, old General Ji. After asking around casually, Lin Tian walked in a certain direction. After about 2 hours, Lin Tian arrived in front of a majestic mansion. At the top of the mansion, there were 3 large words engraved, General's Mansion. After glancing around, Lin Tian walked forward. "Halt." There were 2 powerful cultivators guarding the entrance of the General's Mansion. One of them stepped forward and stopped Lin Tian. Lin Tian stopped and said, "I want to see the old general. Please inform him." As he spoke, he took out the Deputy General's order from the stone ring and shook it slightly. The expressions of the 2 powerhouses guarding the general's mansion changed, and their expressions immediately became respectful. "Please wait a moment," one of them said, and walked straight into the mansion. Not long after, a hearty laugh came from the mansion, and an old man with a ruddy complexion walked out. It was the Empire's great general, Ji Yuanshan. Seeing this person, Lin Tian immediately went up to greet him. "Greetings, old general," Lin Tiandao said as he bowed slightly. Ji Yuanshan sized up Lin Tian, and after a while, his smile became even more joyful. His face was full of satisfaction. Good. Very good. Quick, little brother, please come in. This old man has been looking forward to this day. Lin Tian was not wearing a black robe, but he came with the Deputy General's order, so Ji Yuanshan naturally knew who Lin Tian was. "Sorry to trouble you, old general." Lin Tian. As he spoke, Lin Tian followed Ji Yuanshan into the general's mansion. There were many passers-by outside the general's mansion, and when they saw this scene, they couldn't help but be shocked. Heavens, who is that young man? He actually made the old general come out to greet him personally. Even the masters of the big families in the imperial city can't enjoy this kind of honor, right? Many passers-by widened their eyes. Lin Tian followed Ji Yuanshan and soon arrived at the main hall of the general's mansion. The general's mansion was very big, but it was not extravagant. On the contrary, the entire general's mansion was filled with a simple atmosphere, which made Lin Tian feel more comfortable. "Little brother, sit as you please," Ji Yuanshan said. The servant quickly brought tea and snacks, and then retreated. Lin Tian nodded, took out the deputy general's order, and said, "This thing should be returned to old general." Lin Tian's main purpose in coming to the general's mansion was to return the deputy general's order. Ji Yuanshan did not refuse, and took it, and said with a smile, "Speaking of which, this old man has already resigned from the position of great general yesterday, so this thing will soon be meaningless." Resigned from the position of great general? Why is that? Lin Tian's expression changed. Ji Yuanshan said with a smile, "I'm old, and it's time to retire. This old man wants to spend more time with Xiaoyu, and in a few days, I'll find a good husband for Xiaoyu. Who knows, I might even be able to hold a grandson in my lifetime. Old general, you're a martial artist, and your body is still very healthy. You don't have to worry about holding a grandson at all, but to resign from the position of great general is a great loss to the empire." Lin Tian said with a smile, "But, how should I put it, if it were me, I would probably resign earlier than the great general. After all, family is more important." Ji Yuanshan laughed, "Little brother, you're interesting. By the way, little brother, can you tell me your real name?" "Lin Tian." Lin Tian said directly. "Lin Tian, not bad. Not bad." Ji Yuanshan nodded repeatedly. Looking at Lin Tian, Ji Yuanshan's face was full of satisfaction. One had to know that even the heirs of the imperial city's great clans always had a solemn expression in front of him, but Lin Tian appeared very casual, not restrained or rude. This kind of state of mind was really rare. Meeting Ji Yuanshan's scorching gaze, Lin Tian suddenly felt a burst of embarrassment. At this time, a young girl walked in from outside the main hall. "Grandfather, someone from the imperial family has come to invite you," the young girl said softly. Lin Tian tilted his head and saw the young girl dressed in white. She was slender and elegant, and her face could be said to be beautiful. This young girl, wasn't she Ji Yu? Ji Yu met Lin Tian's gaze and was shocked. "It's you." Lin Tian was a bit surprised. Ji Yu knew him? Logically speaking, it was impossible. Although he had saved this young girl, the two of them had never communicated. Moreover, he had only revealed his true identity in front of Ji Yuanshan today. Even if Ji Yuanshan wanted to tell Ji Yu, it was impossible. However, Ji Yu's expression just now clearly showed that she knew him. For a moment, Lin Tian was a bit puzzled. Ji Yuanshan also looked at Ji Yu strangely. "Xiaoyu, you know him?" "No. I don't know him," Ji Yu said with a red face. As she spoke, Ji Yu secretly glanced at Lin Tian. That day in Fengjian City, when Lin Tian was treating her injuries, she had woken up for a moment. Although it was only for a moment, and although her vision was a bit blurry, she had clearly seen Lin Tian's appearance. Of course, only she knew about this. Even Lin Tian didn't know. At that time, Lin Tian had closed his eyes to maintain his composure, so he didn't notice that she had opened her eyes. Thinking about that day, Ji Yu's heartbeat suddenly quickened. Ji Yuanshan looked at Ji Yu suspiciously. "Is that so? Why do I feel like you know him?" "It's not like that. You're overthinking it," Ji Yu said. Ji Yuanshan nodded and pointed at Lin Tian, smiling. "This is the little brother who saved your life that Grandpa mentioned to you before. His name is Lin Tian." As he spoke, Ji Yuanshan looked at Lin Tian and said apologetically, "I'm sorry, little brother, but there are some matters at the palace. This old man might have to make a trip there, so I won't be able to accompany you for the time being." At this moment, Ji Yu suddenly stepped forward and said, "It's fine, Grandpa. I'll entertain him." Ji Yuanshan looked at Ji Yu strangely and said, "Little Yu, you're acting a little strange today. This seems to be the first time you've taken the initiative to entertain a guest, right?" Ji Yu's face reddened. "How can I be impolite when my savior comes to visit?" Yes. Grandpa has become muddle-headed." Ji Yuanshan slapped his forehead, looking enlightened. As he spoke, he looked at Lin Tian and smiled. "Little brother, this isn't the first time you've met this old man's granddaughter Ji Yu. This old man will go to the palace for a while, so I'll let little Yu accompany you around in my place. What do you think?" Lin Tian originally wanted to bid farewell and leave, but Ji Yu took the initiative to entertain a guest, and Ji Yuanshan was like this. If he refused to leave, it would be impolite, so he could only nod. All right, he said. Seeing that Lin Tian agreed, Ji Yuanshan laughed loudly and seemed very happy. Good, good, good. Little brother, you must wait for this old man to come back. Let's have a good drink. After saying that, Ji Yuanshan gave Ji Yu a few more instructions, then left with a big smile. In the blink of an eye, only Lin Tian and Ji Yu were left in the main hall. Facing the beautiful girl in front of him alone, Lin Tian suddenly felt a little awkward. After all, he had seen her naked before. Opposite him, Ji Yu looked at Lin Tian, her face slightly red, and she seemed a little unnatural. The man in front of her had seen her entire body and even touched it with his hands. For a moment, the two of them had their own thoughts, and the atmosphere was very strange. After a while, it was Ji Yu who spoke first. Lin Tian, can I take you out for a walk? Lin Tian happened to not know what to say, so when he heard Ji Yu's question, he immediately nodded. Okay, no problem. Seeing Lin Tian's reaction, Ji Yu couldn't help but cover her mouth and chuckle. What's wrong? Nothing. Ji Yu chuckled. She only felt that the man in front of her was a little dull, and actually a little cute. Then, let's go out. Ji Yu said. Okay. Lin Tian nodded. Together with Ji Yu, the two of them walked side by side around the general's residence, then walked out of the residence. It was Lin Tian's first time in the Imperial City, so he didn't know much about the Imperial City. Ji Yu explained everything to him. During the process, the two of them walked side by side through many places, causing many people to be dumbfounded. Old General Ji's granddaughter is actually with a young man. Who is that young man? He can actually make the #1 prodigy of the Imperial City accompany him. It seems that even the future heirs of the major clans can't enjoy such treatment. This? Oh my god. He can't be one of the princes, right? Nonsense. Rumor has it that even His Highness the Crown Prince was rejected when he invited Miss Ji for a gathering. Many people were shocked, and their jaws almost dropped. P.S. Well, it's the dragon's birthday today, so he's going out to celebrate with his two good buddies tonight. He'll probably be out a little late, so tomorrow's update will probably be a little late. Sorry, brothers and sisters. Remember, literature building, in 1 second. We provide you with wonderful novels to read. The pedestrians on the streets of the Imperial City were stunned. The Empire's #1 prodigy was actually walking with an unknown young man in the city. This was like a super earthquake, and many people's eyes almost popped out of their sockets. Facing the shocked gazes of the people around him, Ji Yu appeared very calm, and did not care at all. This is the famous weapon trading center of the Imperial City. Occasionally, there will be treasures for sale. Right in front is the treasure loft. Oh, the largest auction house in the Imperial City. And over there is the Array Manipulator Guild. Ji Yu introduced Lin Tian one by one. Lin Tian tilted his head and looked at Ji Yu. After a short period of interaction, he realized that besides being a little strange at the beginning, this young girl became very peaceful after she calmed down. Her every movement gave people an extremely elegant and refined feeling. What are you looking at? Ji Yu noticed Lin Tian's gaze. Lin Tian shook his head and smiled. Nothing. Ji Yu replied with an "oh" and smiled sweetly. Then, she continued walking with Lin Tian. The two of them walked side by side in the Imperial City. The impact of this could be said to be shocking. In the blink of an eye, this matter was spread to every corner of the Imperial City. Imperial City, the most extravagant restaurant, Immortal Knowledge Water Tower. In the most luxurious private room in the Immortal Knowledge Water Tower, there was heavenly music. A dozen or so beautiful women were dancing under the cover of a thin veil. Good, good, good. Loud laughter echoed in the private room. A few young men who looked like young masters were toasting each other, staring straight at the dozen or so women. At this moment, a man who looked like a servant bowed and walked in. He whispered something to one of the young masters in luxurious clothes. Instantly, the young master's expression changed. Pa! With a crisp sound, the wine cup in the young man's hand shattered on the ground. Everyone in the room was shocked. The dozen or so beautiful women thought that they had offended this lord. They were so scared that they knelt down, trembling. What's wrong, young Master Lung? A young master at the side asked. There were a total of 5 young men in the room, and they were all reputable young masters in the imperial city. However, the 5 of them were led by the well-dressed young man because his surname was Leng, and he was the young master of the Leng family, one of the 3 great families in the imperial city. The young man's face was gloomy. He didn't say a word and directly walked out. The young men had strange expressions on their faces. After the young man in luxurious clothes left, they called over the attendant that had walked in earlier and questioned him. The attendant naturally didn't dare conceal anything and spoke swiftly. What? That Ji was actually accompanying an unknown youth in the city? Are you happy? A young man was shocked. The young men looked at each other with widened eyes. Let's go and take a look. Another person said. In an instant, all of them rushed out and quickly followed behind the finely dressed youth. On the streets of the imperial city, Lin Tian followed beside Ji Yu. Before they knew it, they had already walked several long roads. Lin Tian felt a little speechless. Everywhere he went, he was always stared at like a rare treasure. What happened? Ji Yu asked. Lin Tiandao said, look around. Do I look like I'm being stared at like a national treasure? Ji Yu glanced around, then covered his mouth and chuckled. After a pause, Ji Yu seemed to have thought of something. He asked again, do you like this feeling? Lin Tianwei was stunned. She said, it's all right. Anyway, I don't hate it. That's good. Ji Yu muttered to himself in a low voice. What did you say? Nothing. Let's go ahead. There's a small market there. It's quite fun. Ji Yu said. Lin Tian looked at Ji Yu strangely, but he didn't ask anything. Small markets were very rare in large cities like the imperial city. Most of them were gathering places for the commoners of the lowest status. Hawkers and peddlers would gather there. All kinds of items were very common. Of course, they were also very cheap. Scallion pancakes. Delicious, crispy, and not greasy. Intestine dumplings. Crispy flour cakes. Fragrant, sweet, and delicious. The market was a little crowded. All kinds of hawking voices could be heard. Hearing these voices and seeing the people walking in and out of the market, Lin Tian felt that it was quite amiable. The 2 of them quickly attracted the attention of many people in the small market. Miss Ji, you're here again? Fresh steamed buns. Miss Ji, do you want some? This old woman has fresh fruits. Miss Ji, if you don't mind, you can take some back. It's free. Miss Ji, who's that young man beside you? Could he be the future one? Haha, this young man is quite handsome. He looks good. Enthusiastic voices came from all around them. In the surroundings, quite a few people revealed smiles towards Ji Yu, all of them appearing extremely respectful. Even their attitudes towards Lin Tian were amiable. Lin Tian could see that the respect on these people's faces came from the bottom of their hearts. It wasn't fear. In the blink of an eye, the 2 of them were surrounded by enthusiastic people. They gave them a lot of things without any explanation. They were all snacks and fruits, but no one asked for money. Thank you, Uncle Li, thank you, Aunt Lu. Ji Yu thanked them one by one. After a long time, he finally broke out of the crowd. Lin Tian was a little speechless. At the same time, he was also a little curious. Do you come here often? Lin Tian asked. Ji Yu nodded. The environment here is very good. Lin Tian looked around. The environment was very good? It didn't seem so. In fact, the environment here wasn't good at all. It was congested and noisy. Of course, he knew what Ji Yu was referring to. He was probably referring to the simple atmosphere. I didn't expect that the granddaughter of the great general, the #1 prodigy of the imperial city, would have such a friendly side. Lin Tian smiled. Ji Yu tilted his head. Why do you look so strange? Do you think that I should be high and mighty, and that I should go in and out of jade palaces? Lin Tian thought for a moment. Well, that's something like that. Ji Yu stared at Lin Tian and couldn't help but chuckle. You're so honest. Girls don't like you. Is that so? I never thought about that. Lin Tian was a little embarrassed. Idiot! Ji said angrily. Lin Tian was even more embarrassed. He scratched the back of his head and continued to walk forward with Ji. Although this market was the gathering place of the lowest class of commoners, it was still in the imperial city. Naturally, it wasn't small. Not only were there delicious food, but there were also fun things, such as catching goldfish, setting rings, throwing darts, and so on. Well, do you want to play? Ji pointed ahead. Lin Tian looked up and saw a small stall in front of him. There were many interesting things that weren't considered precious on the stall. As long as one spent a little money to buy rings from the stall owner and put the rings on the small things, they could take the things in the rings. Lin Tian blushed with shame. We're cultivators. Wouldn't it be too much of a scam to play this? Just treat yourself as an ordinary person. Ji said. Lin Tian was speechless. That didn't seem to be possible, right? Ji seemed to be quite interested. Lin Tian naturally wouldn't stop him. He saw Ji take out 10 rings and throw a set of rings at a ceramic puppy on the stall. In the end, he missed. Lin Tian was a little surprised. Ji's cultivation wasn't weak. Although the rings were very small and were a little far from the ceramic puppy, he shouldn't have missed. Because even a cultivator in the body refinement realm would be able to steadily catch the rings. Lin Tian was a little puzzled. How can an ordinary 16-year-old girl catch the rings on the first try? For ordinary people, this thing is quite difficult. Ji said. Lin Tian stood quietly at the side and watched Ji use 10 rings in succession. Then, he bought dozens more before he finally managed to catch the ceramic puppy. He took it from the stall owner with a little joy and waved it at Lin Tian as if he was presenting a treasure. Staring at Ji, Lin Tian's expression was a little surprised. He had been seriously watching. Ji had thrown the hoop a total of 68 times and had failed 67 times. Of these 67 times, every failure looked very natural. There was nothing deliberate or pretentious about it. This caused Lin Tian to be very shocked. Ji was obviously a cultivator in the divine pulse realm, but the series of movements just now were really no different from an ordinary person's. Logically speaking, this should be impossible. As a cultivator, powerful strength sometimes became a kind of instinct. For example, if a person who was good at swimming deliberately pretended that he couldn't swim and was drowning, it would be very difficult. At least, it would be easy for others to see through it. However, Ji's movements were so natural. Why don't you give it a try? Ji handed the rings in his hand to Lin Tian. No, I can't do it like you. Lin Tian shook his head. If he tried and didn't deliberately pretend to fail, he would definitely succeed. Looking at Ji, he couldn't help but ask, how did you do it just now? It seemed to be very difficult to temporarily become an ordinary person. At least, Lin Tian didn't think that he could do it to this extent now. I don't know. I don't understand. I just wanted to do it. Ji shook his head. Lin Tian was speechless. His words were too hurtful. After helping Ji put away the puppy, Lin Tian temporarily put away some other things in the stone ring. The two of them continued to walk forward. You have such good things? Ji blinked. Lin Tian shook the stone ring in his right hand and rolled his eyes helplessly. You're talking like a country bumpkin carrying a gold brick. Ji burst out laughing. I didn't mean that. The two of them walked side by side and soon walked more than half of the market. At this moment, the crowd behind them seemed to be a little noisy. Get out of the way. A cold shout rang out. The crowd was forcibly pushed aside, and 5 young men walked over. The person in the lead was dressed in luxurious clothes and had a dignified appearance. Xiao. The young man in luxurious clothes called out and quickly walked to Lin Tian and Ji. Leng Yitong? Ji was slightly surprised. Then, he asked, what's the matter? Lin Tian naturally saw the young man in luxurious clothes. A cold light flashed in his eyes. A familiar face. Back then, he had ordered someone to assassinate him in Fengjian City. Now, they met again in the Imperial City. Of course, he wouldn't mention what happened that day. He just stood quietly beside Ji. Leng Yitong didn't know that Lin Tian was the person under the black robe that day. He glanced coldly at Lin Tian. Seeing that Lin Tian's clothes were very ordinary, he turned to Ji Yu and asked gently, "Xiao Yu, what are you doing?" "Who is he?" "A guest," Ji Yu said. "A guest?" Leng Yitong frowned. "Yes." The young men behind Leng Yitong were shocked. They looked at Lin Tian in surprise. Who was this person to be treated as a guest by the Empire's #1 prodigy? He looked like an ordinary person. "What guest? I don't think you've ever received a guest before, right?" Leng Yitong frowned even more. Ji Yu shook his head. "He's different." Leng Yitong was a little unhappy. He paused and looked at Lin Tiandao. "Friend, who are you?" "Who are you?" Lin Tian asked. Leng Yitong's face darkened. Not many people dared to talk to him like this in the imperial city. "I'm Leng Yitong, from the Leng family." "May I know your name?" Leng Yitong asked. The other young men were shocked. They often hung out with Leng Yitong, so they knew that Leng Yitong was angry. Once the young master of the Leng family was angry, the consequences would be severe. "I've never heard of it." Lin Tian looked indifferent. He turned to Ji Yu and asked, "Shall we go back?" Ji Yu was stunned. He smiled and said, "Sure." Ji Yu followed Lin Tianyi and walked back the way they came. Leng Yitong's face turned cold. He blocked the way and stared at Lin Tian. "I'm asking you a question." Staring at Lin Tian, Leng Yitong emitted a cold aura. Lin Tian looked at Leng Yitong and was surprised. He remembered that when they met in Fengjian City, Leng Yitong was only at the 5th firmament of the body refinement realm. But now, he had reached the 2nd firmament of the divine vein realm. This cultivation speed was a little too fast. It was abnormal. What he didn't know was that a big family like the Leng family had countless spiritual pills and elixirs. It wasn't difficult for them to produce a divine vein realm expert. "Leng Yitong, I said that he's my guest. Be more polite." Ji Yu was a little unhappy. "I'm sorry, little Yu. I'll apologize to you later." Leng Yitong looked at Lin Tian coldly. "I'll ask again. What's your name? If possible, let's be friends. After all, you're Xiao Yu's guest." "No need. I'm not interested in becoming friends with you," Lin Tian said calmly. Ji Yu looked at Lin Tian in surprise. Lin Tian had been very calm before. Why was he acting so strange now? Behind him, the few young men sucked in a breath of cold air. Leng Yitong was the young master of the Lin clan, one of the 3 great clans in the imperial city. The force behind him was shocking. In the imperial city, how many people dared to disrespect him? But now, such an ordinary-looking young man was actually speaking to Leng Yitong in such a manner. Leng Yitong's expression turned even uglier. His eyes became incomparably gloomy. "But, I'm very interested in becoming friends with you." As he spoke, he took a step forward and stared coldly at Lin Tian. He said, "Besides that, no one in the imperial city has ever dared to disobey me like this. It's best that you consider carefully before speaking." Ji Yu frowned. Leng Yitong's words were a blatant threat. Looking at Leng Yitong, Ji Yu was about to speak, but Lin Tian was one step ahead of her. "No one has ever dared to disobey you? Then, you're in luck because there's one now," Lin Tian said calmly. The few young men behind Leng Yitong widened their eyes. Who was this young man? How could he be so arrogant? Lin Tian glanced at Leng Yitong and said to Ji Yu, "Let's go." Ji Yu nodded and followed Lin Tian with a strange expression. She was the one who brought Lin Tian here. She was the host. But now, it seemed like Lin Tian had become the host. "Stop right there." Leng Yitong's expression was cold. In a flash, she stood in front of the 2 of them again. Staring at Lin Tian, Leng Yitong emitted a cold aura with a hint of murderous intent. Lin Tian's eyes turned cold. "Now, we're leaving. You can try blocking me again if you dare." After he finished speaking, he walked around Leng Yitong and walked forward. Leng Yitong snorted and stood in front of Lin Tian again. "In the imperial city, there's no one that I, Leng Yitong, can't stop, Ling Yitong opened her mouth coldly. Unfortunately, before she could finish, a slap flew toward her. With a resounding slap, Ling Yitong was sent flying several meters away. A good dog doesn't block the way. Haven't you heard of this saying? Lin Tian retracted his right hand and said coldly. The few young men widened their eyes. They could only feel cold sweat dripping down their backs. Where did this young man come from? He dared to slap the young master of the Ling family, one of the three major families. Did he not know how to spell the word death? Many passers-by nearby were also shocked. They all looked at Lin Tian in shock. Although these people were commoners, they were very clear about many things. Almost all of them knew Ling Yitong's identity. Lin Tian dared to slap the young master of the Ling family. How dare you? How dare you? The few young men reacted and immediately shouted at Lin Tian. These people were with Ling Yitong. Their status was much lower than Ling Yitong's. Ling Yitong was their leader. Now that Ling Yitong was sent flying, they naturally had to stand up for him. Of course, since Lin Tian was standing with Jiyu, the few of them did not dare to go overboard. They only scolded him and did not dare to make a move. Lin Tian tilted his head and glanced coldly at the few of them. Meeting Lin Tian's eyes, the few of them were shocked and could not help but take a step back. Lin Tian was an expert in the second tier of the Divine Pulse realm. Moreover, his hands were stained with blood. He had even wiped out a small martial arts family. The cold aura that he deliberately exuded was not something that a few young masters in the body tempering stage could resist. Staring at Lin Tian, the few of them had a slightly unpleasant expression. At this moment, a strong wave of vital core exploded. It was accompanied by a chilling murderous intent. It was terrifying. Ling Yitong stood up. His face had a clear expression. His eyes were like a venomous snake. He stared at Lin Tian and said, "How dare you hit me? No matter who you are, don't think of leaving here alive today. I want you to die without a burial place." As soon as he finished speaking, Ling Yitong rushed towards Lin Tian like a ghost. His speed was extremely fast. He covered the distance of a few feet in an instant. The soul-chasing puppet of the Ling family. Jiyu was shocked. He wanted to help Ling Yitong, but Lin Tian raised his hand and grabbed Ling Yitong's wrist. This scene made Jiyu's expression change instantly. The few young men were also shocked. How is this possible? The Ling family was one of the three major martial arts families in the imperial city. They had many profound martial arts manuals. Among them, the soul-chasing puppet was the most famous one. Once the soul-chasing puppet was used, it was said that no one could stop it. This was because this martial arts technique was an extremely shocking movement technique. After the Ling family used the soul-chasing puppet, ordinary people would be killed before they could even see the shadow clearly. At this moment, Ling Yitong's soul-chasing puppet was easily broken by someone else. How could he not be shocked? Staring at Lin Tian, Ling Yitong was also shocked. Crack! A crisp sound was heard. Ling Yitong felt pain in his wrist. Lin Tian had broken the bones in his hand. You! Staring at Lin Tian, Ling Yitong's face was ferocious. Lin Tian snorted. He raised his leg and kicked Ling Yitong's abdomen. With a bang, Ling Yitong was sent flying again. This time, Lin Tian did not hold back. Ling Yitong was in so much pain that he broke out in cold sweat. He could not stand up for a long time. Let's go. Lin Tian tilted his head and said to Jiyu. Oh, okay. Jiyu nodded. As the granddaughter of the great general, Jiyu naturally did not care about the power behind Ling Yitong. He only looked at Lin Tian strangely. This person was very calm before. Why did he suddenly become so aggressive? Moreover, he was so powerful. What are you looking at? Lin Tian asked. Nothing. Jiyu shook his head. Lin Tian smiled and did not say anything. He followed Jiyu out of the market. Ling Yitong was lying on the ground. He was in a sorry state. Blood was flowing out of his mouth. Young Master Lung. A few young men were shocked. They hurriedly ran over and helped Ling Yitong up. Ling Yitong's face was extremely gloomy. He stared in the direction where Lin Tian left. His eyes were like a poisonous snake. "Young Master Leng, how are you?" one of them asked cautiously. Leng Yitong straightened his body and pushed the young men away with a cold face. "Investigate. Find out all the information about him within a day. I don't care who he is. I want him dead," Leng Yitong said coldly. "Yes, young Master Leng," one of the young men hurriedly said. Leng Yitong's face was sinister. His eyes were filled with murderous intent. There were many people around. When they saw Leng Yitong's expression, everyone retreated far away, afraid of offending him. At this time, Lin Tian and Ji Yu had already walked out of the market. "Do you want to go somewhere else?" Ji Yu asked. "No, it's late. I want to go back first. I booked a room in a restaurant." Lin Tian ondao. Ji Yu was stunned. "You want to go back?" "Yes, what's wrong?" Lin Tian was curious. "You can't. Grandpa said that he wants you to stay tonight." Ji Yu looked at Lin Tian and said, "There are many guest rooms in the general's residence. Stay the night at the general's residence. If you leave, Grandpa will be angry with me. He will blame me for not treating you well." Lin Tian was speechless. "The old general dotes on you. Why would he be angry with you? In any case, you can't leave," Ji Yu said. "Lin Tian, why did this young girl look a little strange again?" In the end, Lin Tian could not persuade Ji Yu. He followed Ji Yu back to the general's residence. At night, Ji Yuanshan rushed back. He looked much more relaxed, as if a mountain had been lifted off his shoulders. "Little brother, did Xiaoyu treat you well?" Ji Yuanshan smiled. "Very well." Lin Tian nodded. Ji Yuanshan was even happier. He looked at Ji Yu and said, "This old man is most proud of having a granddaughter like her." That night, Lin Tian drank a lot with Ji Yuanshan. They drank until dawn. At almost the same time, in the Leng family, Leng Yitong's room, a secret letter was placed on the table. Lin Tian, 16 years old. Used to be a disciple of Fengjian City's Nanyang martial house. He once saved the great general's granddaughter and held the great general's deputy command. He will be entering the imperial city to cultivate in the Northern Flame Imperial Academy. Leng Yitong's face turned gloomy after reading the letter. He crumpled the letter. "It's him. That bastard from back then." After a pause, Leng Yitong suddenly sneered. "Cultivate in the Northern Flame Imperial Academy? Heh, interesting. There's still one more day before the Northern Flame Imperial Academy officially accepts new disciples. I prepared a surprise for you." Early in the morning, Lin Tian woke up early and went to the courtyard of the general's residence to cultivate. No pop-up window. A few minutes later, with a creak, Ji Yuanshan walked out from a nearby room. Seeing that Lin Tian had actually woken up so early to cultivate, Ji Yuanshan's eyes flashed. "Little brother, you're early." Ji Yuanshan smiled. Lin Tian Dao, "Not at all, I just woke up." Ji Yuanshan smiled and walked to the side to warm up his body. After all, Ji Yuanshan was also a martial arts cultivator. Not long after, Ji Yu walked out from the side. "Grandpa, breakfast is ready." Ji Yuanshan nodded and smiled at Lin Tian. "Little brother, let's go. Xiaoyu cooked personally. It's very good." "Personally?" Lin Tian was a little surprised and looked at Ji Yu strangely. The general's residence definitely did not lack servants, but Ji Yu actually cooked personally? In that case, didn't he wake up earlier than him? Breakfast was very simple. It was thick millet porridge, but the taste was very special. "How is it?" Ji Yuanshan asked. "Not bad." Lin Tian replied honestly. Ji Yuanshan laughed and was very happy. "Then eat more. Speaking of which, in this world, other than this old man, only you can eat something personally cooked by Xiaoyu." Lin Tianwei was stunned. This was really rare. Breakfast was soon over. Lin Tian bid farewell to Ji Yuanshan and prepared to leave. "Why don't I send you there?" Ji Yu suddenly said. Lin Tianyi was stunned. Even Ji Yu looked at Ji Yu in surprise. "Xiaoyu, you've been a little strange these 2 days. You're not usually like this. You seem to be very enthusiastic." To be honest, Ji Yuanshan's words were a little tactful. Usually, Ji Yu would not be so proactive with anyone. Ji Yu blushed and said, "Because you saved my life." "Is that so?" "That's right." Ji Yuanshan did not have too many doubts. "Then send him off." Lin Tian said, "Old general, this is it." It didn't seem appropriate for a young girl to send him back to the restaurant. "It's fine. It's not a big deal." Ji Yuanshan clearly knew what Lin Tian was thinking. He laughed heartily and said, "Little brother, do you still remember what this old man said to you when we parted that day? From the looks of it, the two of you seem to be fated to meet." As he spoke, Ji Yuanshan looked at Ji Yu and said, "Go, little Yu." Ji Yuanshan smiled at the two of them and walked towards the backyard. Lin Tian was rather embarrassed and didn't know what to say. This old general, what was he thinking? "Lin Tian, are you leaving?" Ji Yu asked. "Is there really no problem?" Lin Tian asked. To be honest, Lin Tian wasn't used to walking with Ji Yu. Especially when Ji Yu proposed to send him back to the restaurant and take a look at his current residence, he felt that it was a little strange. However, since Ji Yu had already proposed it, if he directly refused, it would hurt the girl's face. "What problem?" "No problem," Ji Yu said. Lin Tian said helplessly, "Then, all right." The two of them walked out of the general's estate. This time, Lin Tian led the way and walked towards the restaurant. The servants in the general's mansion and the two experts guarding the general's mansion couldn't help but stare at this scene. This young miss actually accompanied that youth for 2 days in a row. Could it be? Everyone was shocked. Many of the servants in the general's estate were old. In recent years, they had watched Ji Yu grow up, but they had never seen their young miss accompany anyone like this. In the past, even a princess of the imperial family couldn't enjoy such treatment when she came to the general's estate. Lin Tian and Ji Yu walked in the imperial city and soon arrived at the restaurant where they were staying. "Are we really going in?" Lin Tian stopped in his tracks. "Yes." Ji Yu nodded. Lin Tian was a little helpless. He could only lead Ji Yu inside. When they entered the restaurant, the waiter happened to pass by. He immediately looked at Lin Tiandao respectfully. "Sir, you're back. You weren't here yesterday, so I thought." As he spoke, the waiter suddenly saw Ji Yu beside Lin Tian. At first, he was stunned, but then his expression changed drastically. "Mississippi Miss G." The waiter trembled and almost knelt on the ground. She was the granddaughter of the imperial general, the #1 prodigy in the imperial city. How many people didn't know her? For a moment, not only the waiter, but everyone in the restaurant was shocked. Lin Tian face-bombed. He knew it would turn out this way. "What's next?" "Let's go to your room." Ji Yu didn't seem to be shy at all. Lin Tian. Lin Tian felt that this young girl was a little strange. Wasn't she a little too friendly with him? All right. Lin Tian didn't know what to say. He could only follow the stairs to the second floor. Ji Yu was very calm. He didn't feel embarrassed at all. He quietly followed behind Lin Tian. It wasn't until the two of them were far away that the restaurant burst into gasps of surprise. "Who is that young man? He's actually walking with that person?" Many people were shocked. The waiter couldn't help but wipe the cold sweat off his forehead. He muttered to himself, no wonder he doesn't care about young Master Xia. He's actually with that Miss G." Lin Tian led Ji Yu to his room. Ji Yu looked left and right. "How was it?" Lin Tian asked. "What?" Ji Yu was a little confused. "My room. Didn't you say you wanted to come up and take a look?" Ji Yu was stunned. He muttered softly, "Idiot." At this time, a neigh sounded. It seemed that the dragon scale horse in the backyard of the restaurant had heard Lin Tian's voice. Lin Tian opened the window and looked out. He couldn't help but smile. Ji Yu followed his gaze. "That dragon scale horse, is it yours?" "Yes, a friend gave it to me. This horse is quite intelligent." Lin Tian smiled. "Friend?" Ji Yu paused. "Is it a man or a woman?" "A woman." Lin Tian Andao. Lin Tian couldn't help but smile when he thought of that girl, Sushu. After leaving Fengjian City for a few days, he missed her. There was also Lin Shi. He didn't know if she was doing well. Thinking of Lin Shi, Lin Tian's eyes couldn't help but become very gentle. Seeing Lin Tian's expression, Ji Yu's face suddenly turned pale. That girl, you, have a girl you like? No, it's just a very, very good friend. She helped me a lot. Lin Tian Andao. Your eyes were so gentle just now. I'm thinking of my sister. Sister? Ji Yu was stunned. You have a sister? Yes, what's wrong? No. Ji Yu shook his head repeatedly. He actually heaved a sigh of relief and said, Can you take me to see her when you have time? Okay. Lin Tian nodded. He felt that this was a little strange. Ji Yu stayed in the restaurant for about an hour and then left. Of course, Lin Tian naturally sent Ji Yu off personally. Then, he walked him all the way to the general's residence. Sorry to trouble you. Ji Yu was a little embarrassed. It's my pleasure. Lin Tian Andao. This time, Lin Tian didn't enter the general's residence. He said goodbye to Ji Yu outside the general's residence and then left. Ji Yu stood in front of the general's residence and stared at Lin Tian's back until Lin Tian disappeared from his sight. He's a little silly. Ji Yu muttered to himself and then turned to enter the general's residence. Lin Tian was already very far away. Thinking about it, Ji Yu sent him back to the restaurant from the general's residence, and he sent Ji Yu back from the restaurant. Both of them were very funny. Shaking his head, Lin Tian's gaze suddenly fell on a very prominent building in the distance. The Imperial City's Array Manipulator Association. Lin Tian muttered to himself. He paused for a moment and then walked in that direction. Soon, Lin Tian arrived in front of the Array Manipulator Association. There was no one standing guard outside the association, so Lin Tian easily walked in. Hello, sir. Is there anything I can help you with? A waitress came up to him with a professional smile on her face. Lin Tian nodded and said, I'm here for the Array Manipulator certification. When he was in Supervisor Feng City, he had been certified as an array manipulator and had reached the 3rd level. Unfortunately, the Array Manipulator Association in Supervisor Feng City could only issue a badge for a 2nd-level array manipulator. Those above the 2nd level could only be issued by the Imperial City. At this moment, Lin Tian happened to pass by the Array Manipulator Association, so he walked in. Array Manipulator certification? The female attendant was shocked. Are you sure? It was no wonder that the female attendant was so surprised. After all, Lin Tian was really too young. I'm sure. Please inform them. Lin Tian Andao. This expression was within his expectations from the very beginning. Although the female attendant didn't believe it, she didn't refuse Lin Tian's request. She bowed slightly and said, Okay, please wait a moment. After saying that, the female attendant walked into the association's backyard. Lin Tian sized up the Array Manipulator Association in the Imperial City. He discovered that the association here was at least 10 times bigger than the one in Supervisor Feng City. The decorations were also very grand. The only similarity was that there was a mission board in the Imperial City's Array Manipulator Association. Many people were gathered under the mission board. At this time, 3 old men walked out of the association's backyard at the same time. The 3 of them looked to be in their 60s, but their complexions were very rosy. Especially the one in the middle, he gave off a strong sense of oppression. Elder Nya, Elder Jean, and Lord Vice President. Heavens, why did the 3 of them come out at the same time? Did something big happen? Many people in the association stared with wide eyes. Under everyone's shocked gaze, the 3 old men quickly walked in front of Lin Tian. Young man, did you come from Supervisor Feng City? The one in the middle asked. This person's name was Qin Feng, the vice president of the Imperial City's Array Manipulator Association. Yes, how did you know? Lin Tianwei was puzzled. As expected. Qin Feng and the 2 old men on his left and right looked at each other. He smiled and said, before this, the Array Manipulator Guild of Feng Administrative City had already sent us your information and the news that you were coming to the Imperial City. Just now, when we three old men heard that there was a 16-year-old boy coming to get his Array Manipulator certification, we guessed it was you. When Supervisor Feng City's Array Manipulator Association reported the news of Lin Tian's arrival to the Imperial City, the whole association was shocked. They had been waiting for Lin Tian's arrival. One had to know that a 16-year-old who had reached the 3rd level of control array was simply a supreme figure in the future. So when they heard the maid report that a 16-year-old young man had come to take the certification, the three of them subconsciously thought that it was the peerless genius of Fengjian City. They were very excited and personally came out to welcome him. So it's like this. Lin Tian understood. Seeing that Lin Tian understood, the three old men smiled. Little brother, this way. Qin Feng said. Okay. Lin Tian Dao. Immediately, Lin Tian followed the three old men to the association's backyard. P.S. I wish brothers and sisters a happy Mid-Autumn festival. Remember to eat the mooncakes. Lin Tian followed the three into the guild's backyard. During this process, he secretly observed the three of them and discovered that Qin Feng was actually a Tier 5 array manipulation master, while the other two elders were both Tier 4 array manipulation masters. No pop-up window, this made Lin Tian somewhat surprised. As expected of the Imperial City's Array Controller Guild, there were actually so many powerful array controllers. However, Lin Tian was only slightly surprised for a moment before returning to normal. Honestly speaking, although the difference between rank 1 and rank 5 array manipulators was huge, their levels were about the same. The true dividing line for array manipulators was rank 6. There was a saying that only after reaching the 6th rank could one be considered to have truly stepped into the sacred hall of array controllers. Little brother, can you show us your array controlling skills? Qin Feng asked. Although he had already received some information about Lin Tian from Fengjian City, but after all, seeing was believing. Of course. Lin Tian did not refuse. The materials of the Imperial City's Array Controller Guild were very complete. Lin Tian thought for a bit and decided to inscribe the solitary lock rune. He currently had a total of 3 3rd-rank runes, Swallow Rain Rune, Gale Rune, and Solitary Lock Rune. The Swallow Rain Rune was a healing rune that required one to use one's body. The Gale Rune required the precious Moondrop Rune. Only the Solitary Lock Rune was relatively simple. After choosing the materials, Lin Tian crushed the materials in front of the three to create the ink. Then, his 5 fingers moved together and lines of runes quickly jumped onto the initial scroll under his will. About 15 minutes later, the Solitary Lock Rune was completed. This, powerful soul force and that method of inscribing runes, it is indeed the legendary 5-Dragon Divine Flash. Supreme Rank Array Controller Genius. The eyes of the three lit up. The 16-year-old Lin Tian indeed had the ability of a 3rd-rank array controller. The most important thing was that the three of them had never seen the Solitary Lock Rune before. At this moment, staring at Lin Tian, the three of them revealed a shocked expression. Around the Solitary Lock Rune, the three of them felt a mysterious ripple that seemed to be able to distort space. Qin Feng took a deep breath and said after a while, "Little brother, this rune is?" Solitary Lock Rune, it can temporarily seal a small space. Lin Tian. Hearing this, the three of them were shocked. What kind of concept was it to temporarily seal off a small space? Qin Feng paused for a moment and said, "Little brother, can you sell this Solitary Lock Rune and the method of carving the 5-Dragon God Flash formation to the guild? The guild will definitely give you a satisfactory price." The 5-Dragon God Flash's method of carving the formation and the Solitary Lock Rune were not simple and were priceless. Lin Tian shook his head and said, "I'm sorry, senior. My master has ordered that without his permission, this disciple is not allowed to spread any formation patterns." Since he had already fabricated that he had a teacher in Fengjian City, Lin Tian decided to continue fabricating. After all, he was a matrix manipulator. It was normal for him to have a teacher. Moreover, fabricating a powerful teacher could sometimes have a deterrent effect. At least it wouldn't be a bad thing. The three of them looked at each other. Obviously, they also knew that it was impossible. They couldn't help but reveal looks of disappointment. Excuse me for asking, but what is your master's name? Qin Feng asked. I'm sorry, senior. Lin Tian doesn't know my master's name. I guess I will only know his real name after I reach the Sea of Consciousness realm. This is also what my master said when he passed down the method of carving the formation. After reaching the Sea of Consciousness realm, my master will appear again and personally teach me martial arts and more advanced methods of carving the formation. Lin Tianandao. He had already experienced this twice, so it was natural for him to deal with it smoothly. Elder Nya and Elder Jean were startled when they heard this. Even Qin Feng was slightly surprised. Your master is really not simple, Qin Feng said in a deep voice. At this moment, Qin Feng and the other two had the same reaction and thought as Mu Qing and the others. Only after reaching the Sea of Consciousness realm would he truly teach his disciples cultivation. How strong was this person? At the very least, he should be an airborne realm expert. This kind of expert, if he wanted to destroy the Northern Flame country, it wouldn't be a big problem. Moreover, he was also a powerful matrix manipulator. Staring at Lin Tian, the three of them couldn't help but have a burning gaze. So, little brother, are you willing to be a guest of the Matrix Manipulator Guild in the Imperial City? Qin Feng stared at Lin Tian and said, your master must be a kind of hidden expert. I heard that you want to enter the Northern Flame Imperial Academy to cultivate. That should be just a part of your experience. You want to reach the Sea of Consciousness realm as soon as possible and truly cultivate with that expert. After a pause, Qin Feng continued, to be honest, there are many conflicts in the Imperial City, and the Northern Flame Imperial Academy is full of scheming. As long as you are willing to become a guest of our guild, the guild can give you a lot of privileges and protection, so that you can walk more smoothly in the Imperial City. What do you think? The Array Manipulator Association was a gigantic and mysterious organization that didn't belong to the Empire. In fact, it might even surpass the Empire. Some of the more powerful array manipulators had extremely shocking rallying power. Hence, Qin Feng had enough confidence to say such words. Lin Tian's heart moved. It sounded like it was worth considering. To become a guest, what do I need to do? Lin Tian asked. There was no free lunch in the world. Lin Tian was very clear about this point. You don't need to do anything special. Little brother, you don't need to hand over your runes to the guild. You only need to engrave a few rune scrolls and hand them over to the guild every month. Of course, at the same time, the guild will give you an appropriate reward. You can even choose some ordinary materials. Qin Feng said. Lin Tian thought for a moment. Engraving a few rune scrolls wasn't a big problem. Even if he engraved a few dozen rune scrolls every month, it would be a very simple matter. After thinking for a moment, Lin Tian nodded and said, okay. Qin Feng and the other two were delighted. Although Lin Tian was only at the third realm, he was still young. He was only 16 years old. To have such achievements at the age of 16, in 2 or 3 years, reaching the 5th realm or even the 6th realm was not impossible. Roping in such a guest was very important. Good. Here, little brother, this is your Array Manipulator's rank badge. Qin Feng took out the 3rd realm Array Manipulator's badge and handed it to Lin Tian. As he spoke, he reached into his chest and took out a dragon mark golden token. This is the pardon token of the royal family of the Northern Flame country. With it, you can pardon anyone once. The Northern Flame Imperial Academy is the highest martial palace in the Imperial City of the Northern Flame country. Entering it to cultivate, this dragon mark golden token may be of some use. Qin Feng had once helped the royal family of the Northern Flame country and obtained this dragon mark golden token by chance. However, this dragon mark golden token was of no use to Qin Feng himself. It should be known that Qin Feng was a 5th realm array manipulator and the vice president of the Imperial City Array Manipulator Guild. His status was extremely high. The Northern Flame country had no right to convict Qin Feng. Lin Tian didn't stand on ceremony. He took it and said, "Thank you, senior." "You're welcome. If little brother needs anything in the future, feel free to ask. As long as it's within the guild's ability, we'll do our best to help little brother," Qin Feng said. Lin Tian nodded, thanking Qin Feng again. After chatting with the three for a while, Lin Tian stood up and bid farewell. The three of them personally escorted Lin Tian to the entrance of the guild. "Little brother, come often." Qin Feng waved his hand. "Definitely," Lin Tian replied. Turning around, Lin Tian's footsteps did not slow down. Soon, he disappeared from the three's sight. When Huang Xiaolong left the Imperial City Array Manipulator Guild, the sky was already dark and it was close to dusk. Soon, Lin Tian returned to the inn where he stayed. Lin Tian went to the backyard to check on the dragon scale stallion. Seeing that the stallion's complexion was not bad, he didn't pay much attention to it. He ordered the waiter to send some food to Huang Xiaolong's room and went up to the second floor. About half an hour later, the waiter delivered the food. Lin Tian ate a simple meal and decided not to cultivate. Instead, he laid on the bed, preparing to have a good rest. After all, tomorrow was the day he had to report to the Imperial Courtyard. It was said that before entering the Northern Flame Imperial Courtyard, there would be a big exam. Only by passing the big exam would he be considered a true Imperial Courtyard disciple. Thus, before that, he had to ensure that he was in peak condition. He had traveled thousands of miles to the Imperial City. If he returned in failure, it would be a huge joke. Lying on the bed, Lin Tian soon fell asleep. In the blink of an eye, the night passed. Early in the morning, Lin Tian woke up very early. After tidying up, he headed to the Northern Flame Imperial Courtyard. As for the dragon scale stallion, he temporarily left it at the inn. He planned to wait until he passed the Imperial Courtyard's entrance exam before coming here to bring the dragon scale stallion to the Imperial Courtyard. Lin Tian already knew the location of the Northern Flame Imperial Courtyard. Soon, he arrived in front of the Northern Flame Imperial Courtyard. As far as the eye could see, the Northern Flame Imperial Courtyard's entrance was shockingly huge. It exuded a majestic aura, as if it was a giant beast lying on the ground. At this time, there was already a sea of people in front of the courtyard. Of course, most of these people were here to watch the bustling scene. After all, today was the Northern Flame Imperial Courtyard's annual enrollment day. As for the actual number of new disciples, Lin Tian learned from the Imperial Courtyard's instructor Su Zhou that there were roughly 200 people. 200 people, all of them are geniuses. Lin Tian muttered to himself. There were hundreds of cities in the Northern Flame country, and there were several hundred large and small martial houses. The number of cultivators in the Northern Flame Imperial Courtyard was hard to estimate. However, the Northern Flame Imperial Courtyard's recruitment criteria were extremely harsh. As long as one was a genius, they could only choose one person from each city. Thus, there were not many young cultivators who could enter the Northern Flame Imperial Courtyard every year. Lin Tian took out the Imperial Courtyard's token and walked to the entrance, passing it to the instructor in charge of recording the new disciples' names. The instructor glanced at it and nodded, "Stand over there." As he spoke, he passed the token back to Lin Tian. Taking back the token, Lin Tian nodded and walked towards the instructor's designated position. At this time, there were already more than 100 youths standing there. Most of them were around 17 years old, and they were full of vigor. They seemed to be extraordinary people. Soon, the registration of the 200 new disciples was completed. At this time, a middle-aged man walked out and stood in front of the 200 youths. He said, "The assessment will begin in 15 minutes. The assessment is very simple. Everyone will enter the demonic beast ridge and survive for half a month within 3,000 feet of the demonic beast ridge. Moreover, everyone will need to kill at least one peak grade 4 demonic beast to pass the assessment." Hearing this, many people's faces changed. It had to be known that the Beast Devil Ridge was filled with demonic beasts and it was extremely dangerous. Especially after 3,000 zhang, the danger level increased. Surviving in this environment for half a month and killing a peak 4th level demonic beast that was comparable to a 3rd level body refinement cultivator, this level of difficulty could be said to be shocking. After a brief pause, the middle-aged man glanced at the group of freshmen and said, "Remember, it's forbidden to kill and compete with each other. During the exam, the Imperial Courtyard will send 5 senior disciples to the Demonic Beast Ridge to supervise your actions. If anyone attacks their companions, they will bear the consequences. In addition, if anyone wants to give up during the assessment, you can take the initiative to say so. Of course, once you give up, you will lose the qualification to enter the imperial courtyard forever. As he spoke, 5 youths walked out from behind the middle-aged man. These 5 youths were all outstanding talents, especially the blue-clothed youth in the middle. His vigor was shockingly strong. That is Lung Feng, the future successor of the Ling family, someone exclaimed. Staring at the blue-clothed youth, many people revealed a look of awe. Rex, Lung Feng? Lin Tian raised his head and looked over, only to see the blue-clothed youth's cold expression, like an unsheathed heavenly blade. He's from the Ling family, Lin Tian thought to himself. At this moment, everyone's attention was on Lung Feng. In comparison, the 4 senior disciples beside Lung Feng paled in comparison. He's so handsome. If only I could marry him. There were many onlookers in front of the imperial courtyard. Some socialites and young ladies were staring at Lung Feng with sparkling eyes. Don't be silly. Not only is he the future heir of the Ling family, but he's also ranked 7th on the imperial city's billboard. You guys are not qualified to touch him. Lin Tian was slightly surprised when he heard those voices. 7th on the imperial city's billboard. He thought to himself. He had been in the imperial city for a few days. Naturally, he had heard about the billboard in the imperial city. The billboard only included the top 10 young cultivators in the imperial city. Those who were on the billboard could only be between the ages of 16 to 20. Lung Feng looked like he was only 18. To be able to rank 7th on the billboard, he must be very powerful. Thump, thump, thump. The sound of horses galloping could be heard from afar. A sedan came from the side and attracted many people's attention. When the curtain of the sedan was pulled open, many people's eyes widened. Old General Ji's granddaughter. The #1 prodigy in the imperial city, ranked 6th on the billboard. She's here too. She's so beautiful. Speaking of which, why is this prodigy here today? Maybe she's here to see the new students of the imperial courtyard. Impossible. This happens every year in the imperial courtyard. I've never seen her here before. Many people's eyes lit up as they stared at Jiyu. At the same time, many people found it strange because the #1 beauty in the imperial city did not belong to the Northern Flame imperial courtyard. She rarely went out and did not care about many things. Why would she be at the entrance of the imperial courtyard today? This caused most people to feel that it was strange. Needless to say, Jiyu's appearance instantly overshadowed Lung Feng's limelight. At this moment, almost everyone's attention was on Jiyu, including some of the imperial city's socialites. Jiyu poked her head out of the sedan chair and looked around as if she was searching for something. Soon, she spotted Lin Tian among the 200 or so new students. She smiled at Lin Tian and waved her hand. Lin Tian instantly became a little embarrassed. Gosh, the #1 genius girl in the imperial city seems to be waving at someone? Who is it? I can't believe he has such an honor. It seems to be one of the new students. Who is it? Many people stared at the 200 freshmen. Beside the middle-aged man, Lung Feng glanced at Jiyu in the distance. His gaze fell on the 200 or so new students, and then he glanced at Lin Tian. Lin Tian suddenly felt an oppressive gaze. He raised his head and saw Lung Feng looking at him indifferently. This made him frown. At this moment, the middle-aged man spoke again. Everyone, form 5 rows and head to Demonic Beast Ridge. Hearing the middle-aged man's voice, the 200 or so new students moved in unison. Soon, they formed 5 rows and headed to Demonic Beast Ridge under the lead of Lung Feng and the other senior disciples. In the crowd, Lin Tian turned his head and looked in Jiyu's direction. Seeing Lin Tian looking over, Jiyu seemed a little happy and waved at Lin Tian. Lin Tian immediately knew that Jiyu came for him. This rhythm is a little strange. Lin Tian mumbled. Even though he had saved Jiyu's life, Jiyu shouldn't have gone to this extent. How could he know that although Jiyu Anshan had never told Jiyu about bearing the array naked, at that time, Jiyu had seen everything with her own eyes. As the #1 prodigy in the imperial city, Jiyu was the center of attention. However, she was a very traditional girl. Since then, that pale face had been imprinted in her heart. Another person in the crowd noticed this scene. It was Leng Yitong. Damn it. Leng Yitong gritted his teeth and stared viciously at Lin Tian. Lin Tian cultivated the Heavenly One Soul technique and had extremely strong senses. He instantly sensed Leng Yitong's gaze. He tilted his head and glanced at Leng Yitong indifferently. Then, he turned his head away again. Leng Yitong was infuriated by Lin Tian's behavior. He felt that Lin Tian was looking down on him. "Little bastard, just you wait." Leng Yitong cursed in a low voice. A cold murderous glint flashed across his eyes. More than 200 new students walked together on the streets of the imperial city. Their steps were slow but powerful, causing a rhythmic sound to be heard. On the streets, countless pedestrians made way for the 200 new students. They stared at the new students with sparkling eyes. That was because these 200 new students were the absolute prodigies of the Northern Flame Country. Lin Tian followed the new students and crossed the streets. Soon, they were out of the imperial city's main gate. The great entrance examination of the Northern Flame Country. These guys, they look so strong. Nonsense. There are hundreds of cities in the Northern Flame Country and countless people. Only these 200 new students are selected. They are all exceptional prodigies. Discussions could be heard all around. Everyone, jog forward. At this moment, the middle-aged man shouted again. They had already walked out of the imperial city. Along the main road, the 200 new students started to jog. All of these people were young experts. When they ran together like this, it caused the ground to tremble, and their impetus could be said to be extremely shocking. After about 2 hours, a vast primeval forest appeared in front of them. Lin Tian looked ahead and saw lush old trees. There was a violent demonic aura emanating from them. It's bigger and more dangerous than the dark forest. Lin Tian muttered to himself. Even though they were still at the edge of the demonic beast ridge, Lin Tian could already sense that this primeval forest was not simple. At this moment, everyone stopped. The middle-aged man looked at the 200 new students with bright eyes and shouted, "Get ready. We will enter the demonic beast ridge in half an hour. You must go 3,000 feet into the demonic beast ridge within a day. Those who do not reach this standard within a day will be disqualified. In the following half a month, if anyone appears beyond 3,000 feet, they will be disqualified. Within half a month, if anyone attacks their companions, they will be disqualified. Do you understand?" "Understood." The new students replied in unison. "Very good." The middle-aged man nodded with satisfaction. The 200 new students stood quietly. Almost all of them were staring at the primeval forest in front of them. Their eyes shone brightly and they were eager to take action. Half an hour passed quickly. "Everyone, enter the forest," the middle-aged man shouted. In an instant, all the new students moved. Most of them rushed into the demonic beast ridge. These people were all geniuses and elites. Naturally, they were not afraid of the primeval forest. Lin Tiansui was among the crowd and he quickly entered the demonic beast ridge. As soon as Lin Tian entered the demonic beast ridge, he felt an even more shocking desolate aura. There was a strong demonic aura lingering in the air, giving people a sense of oppression. Lin Tian did not pay much attention to it. He walked deeper into the demonic beast ridge. The distance of 3,000 feet was neither short nor long. As Lin Tian walked, he could occasionally hear the roars of demonic beasts. From time to time, there would be a hurricane from the depths. Swoosh, not long after, a LV3 demonic beast rushed from the side, waving its black claws to grab Lin Tian. Lin Tian moved to the side to avoid the demonic beast and slapped it. With a bang, the demonic beast was sent flying. It crashed into an old tree and fell to the ground. Lin Tian had reached the second layer of the divine range. It was easy for him to kill a third sky demonic beast. A mere LV3 demonic beast was nothing to him. Soon, an hour passed. In the next hour, Lin Tian was attacked by dozens of demonic beasts. Of course, he killed all of them. At this time, he was within 3,000 feet of the demonic beast ridge. In this place, the roars of demonic beasts were even more shocking. The demonic aura lingering in the air was even more violent. Lin Tian jumped onto an old tree and looked around. There were many demonic beasts moving in front of him. They were all extraordinary. Most of them were LV4 demonic beasts. Swoosh, a LV4 demonic beast noticed him and rushed over. It was a thundercliff monkey. It was agile with chopstick-like claws and a pair of red demonic eyes. Lin Tian didn't expect to be attacked by a LV4 demonic beast as soon as he stepped into this area. Moreover, it was a thundercliff monkey that was comparable to the second sky of the divine range. He couldn't help but sigh. It wasn't easy to survive in such an environment for half a month. It was really difficult to enter the Northern Flame Imperial Academy. Of course, it was just a thought. Lin Tian didn't care about a mere thundercliff monkey. Lin Tianyi turned his body slightly and kicked out. Roar, the thundercliff monkey let out a miserable cry and fell several feet away. The other LV4 demonic beasts noticed the abnormality and looked over. Their eyes were blood red. Lin Tian had a bad premonition and immediately left in a flash. He wasn't afraid of a LV4 demonic beast. Dozens of demonic beasts were nothing. However, if hundreds of demonic beasts pounced on him at once, he could only run even if he was stronger. Phew, after evading the LV4 demonic beasts, Lin Tian let out a long breath. Right at this time, Lin Tian's heart suddenly stirred, feeling over a dozen chills. Humph, a cold snort sounded, and a young man walked out, followed by 11 black-robed men. Leng Yitong. Lin Tian squinted his eyes. Leng Yitong put his hands behind his back and stared coldly at Lin Tian. You're lucky to have survived the last time in Fengjian City. However, you're really stupid. How dare you come to the Imperial City and be so arrogant in front of me? Don't you know that the Imperial City is my territory? You're digging your own grave. Thinking about what happened a few months ago, Leng Yitong's eyes were filled with killing intent. Lin Tian looked at Leng Yitong. He wasn't surprised that Leng Yitong knew his identity. After all, the Leng family was one of the 3 major families in the Imperial City. It wasn't hard for them to find out his identity. His eyes landed on the 11 men behind Leng Yitong and said indifferently, "These people aren't new to the assessment. They shouldn't be here." The 11 men in black were all middle-aged men. So what? I've already said that the Imperial City is my territory. In my territory, I can do whatever I want. I have countless ways to make you unable to survive in the Imperial City. For example, you'll die now. Leng Yitong said. As one of the big families in the Imperial City, the Leng family was undoubtedly powerful. Leng Feng was the supervisor of this assessment, so it was naturally easy for him to let some of the family's experts into the demonic beast ridge for the Imperial Courtyard assessment. When Leng Yitong found out about Lin Tian's true identity and his purpose in coming to the Imperial City, he started to make preparations. You will die today. Leng Yitong said. Die? Lin Tian squinted his eyes. Are you sure that the people you brought can kill me? The 11 black-clothed men weren't weak, but Lin Tian didn't put them in his eyes. It's enough. Leng Yitong sneered. Leng Yitong obviously didn't want to waste any more words with Lin Tian. He waved his right hand and a dozen men rushed out. These men were obviously experts. They were extremely fast and rushed towards Lin Tian in an arc. You can't kill me. Lin Tian said coldly. As soon as he finished speaking, his body flashed and he met one of the men with a punch. With a ping sound, the leader of the group exchanged a punch with him and was forced to retreat several steps. His face immediately revealed a look of shock. Attack together. Don't give him any chance to fight back. Leng Yitong said coldly. Leng Yitong didn't move, but the 11 middle-aged men gathered together and attacked like 11 sharp knives. Among the 11 men, 7 of them were in the 2nd level of the Divine Pulse realm, and 4 of them were in the 3rd level. They were much stronger than ordinary cultivators of the same level, which gave Lin Tianyi some pressure. However, this little bit of pressure was nothing much. Lin Tian stomped on the ground and pounced on the man on his right, throwing out a punch. It was a simple punch, but there wasn't any tyrannical aura. The black-clothed man opposite Lin Tian was at the 2nd level of the Divine Vein realm. At this moment, he raised his fist to meet Lin Tian's attack. Unfortunately, he was one step too late. His fist missed Lin Tian, and Lin Tian's fist landed firmly on his body. Puff. The man spat out a mouthful of blood and was sent flying. He crashed into an old tree and stopped moving. Meteorite shattering fist, killing in one blow. Seeing this scene, the others were shocked. An expert at the second level of the divine vein realm was killed so easily. Leng Yitong stared at Lin Tian with a gloomy expression, and the killing intent in his eyes grew thicker. I said that they shouldn't have come in for 2 reasons. Lin Tian turned to look at Leng Yitong. First, they are not new students who are not qualified to come in. Second, once they came in, they can't leave. Facing so many experts, Lin Tian appeared very calm. Arrogant. Kill them. Yitong shouted. The 10 of them received the order and each of them drew a long saber from their backs. Instantly, the saber light swept out in all directions. The of the sword, sword of the origin, sword of the divine pulse realm clang. The first Z's is S of the divine of this of the life is use swords. Of the Yitong's S Yitong's Lisa S is of Yitong of the Yof the of the many of the of S's words made Leng Yitong's expression even more sinister. Until I kill you. Leng Yitong said. As Leng Yitong's words fell, the remaining 9 men moved again. They all charged at Lin Tian. Suddenly, the cold sword's chi swept across the sky and chopped many old trees into pieces. Lin Tian was calm in the face of the 9 men's attacks. He held the sword of the origin sword in his hand and swept through the crowd. Wherever the sword went, it was unstoppable. Puff. After a few breaths, the 3rd man died under his sword. Come on. He said calmly. The shocking wind sword art was unleashed to the limit by him, like a cold wind winding around his surroundings, every move, every style extremely tyrannical, yet at the same time incomparably ethereal, hard to fathom. Use the soul-chasing puppet. A man in black shouted. The soul-chasing puppet was the Lin family's most famous martial technique. Only the direct descendants of the family were qualified to practice it. The side branches could only practice the incomplete soul-chasing puppet. Even so, the incomplete soul-chasing puppet was still very powerful. Its name was known throughout the imperial city. Whoosh! 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 Suddenly, the 8 men's movements became several times faster. They surrounded Lin Tian like swimming dragons. Lin Tian narrowed his eyes. The pressure suddenly increased. Leng Yitong stared at Lin Tian and said, Yesterday, you were able to break my soul-chasing puppet because I had just started practicing this martial technique. I could only control less than 10% of it. But these people are different. Although they practice the incomplete soul-chasing puppet, they have at least 30% of it. Let's see how you're going to defend yourself against this 30% soul-chasing puppet. Is that so? Then watch carefully. Lin Tian said calmly. As soon as he finished speaking, his body suddenly swayed. He dodged 3 swords chi and appeared in front of a man in black. The man in black's expression changed. He could not help but take a step back. This step was like stepping into the gates of hell. Kill. A cold word floated out. Lin Tian's figure flashed past and a head flew out. Sword of lightning. At this moment, Leng Yitong stared at Lin Tian again. His expression changed. Lin Tian's speed was too fast. He was able to avoid the 7 swords chi and kill another man at the same time. This was far beyond his expectations. How is this possible? Leng Yitong's expression was a little ugly. The Leng family's soul-chasing puppet could be avoided. Soul-chasing puppet? The name is impressive. Unfortunately, it's only nice to hear but useless. Lin Tian mocked. He had mastered the yin-yang puppet. This movement technique was said to be able to cross thousands of miles of mountains and rivers with a single step. It could be said to be the true speed of heaven and earth. How could a mere soul-chasing puppet be compared to the yin-yang puppet? Lin Tian's gaze swept across the surroundings. In this place, out of the 11 black-clothed men, only 7 remained. Kill them! Kill them! Leng Yitong shouted. The remaining 7 men did not dare to hesitate. Leng Yitong was the son of the family leader. He had a very high status. The 7 of them used the soul-chasing puppet while performing powerful martial techniques. Suddenly, a tyrannical true essence spread out like a tidal wave in all directions. Lin Tian was expressionless. The sword of origin shook and the sword momentum changed. A thunderous sound was heard. First sword. A cold voice was heard. He took a step forward and a thunderbolt slashed across. It went into the chest of a man in black. The fifth man was dead. Second sword. The cold voice was heard again. It was like the call of the Grim Reaper. With a puff, an arm of a man in black was chopped off. Then, an iron fist landed on his chest. Bang! The man was sent flying. Blood gushed out of his mouth, mixed with pieces of his heart. His neck tilted and he stopped moving. The sixth man was dead. Third sword. The sound of the sword reverberated. The seventh man's throat was pierced and he fell to the ground. In the blink of an eye, only 4 of the 11 men in black were left. The 4 of them were experts in the 3rd level of the Divine Pulse realm. However, when they stared at Lin Tian, their faces changed slightly. There was some fear in them. In the eyes of the 4 men, the 16-year-old young man in front of them was like a sword god. His sword intent was too terrifying. Trash. The 11 of you attacked together, but you couldn't even kill one of them. Leng Yitong scolded. The remaining 4 men had ugly expressions. This chapter is not finished, please turn the page, but he did not dare to refute a single word. Lin Tiantan smiled coldly. He suddenly turned to Leng Yitong and said, according to the rules of the Imperial Courtyard, freshmen are not allowed to fight and kill each other. However, since you attacked first, it's different. As soon as he finished speaking, Lin Tian flashed like a ghost and appeared in front of Leng Yitong. You, slap, Lin Tian slapped Leng Yitong in the face. Instantly, Leng Yitong was sent flying. Protect the young master. One of the 4 men shouted. The 4 of them rushed toward Lin Tian together. Get lost. Lin Tianling said. He shook his right hand and used the Azure Thunder Sword technique. Boom, as of now, he had already grasped 40% of the Azure Thunder Sword art. This sword attack contained 40% of the Azure Thunder Sword art's essence, and it was comparable to a mid-grade Divine Vein Realm martial skill. This sword attack forced the 4 of them to vomit blood and fly away. Lin Tian tilted his head and stared at Leng Yitong. He walked toward him step by step. A few months ago, you sent someone to assassinate me in Fengjian City. This is the 2nd time. In your words, you're courting death. He raised the origin-restoring sword and slashed at Leng Yitong mercilessly. At this moment, a sword whistled and fell from the sky. Lin Tian's expression changed. He immediately retreated a few feet away. He looked up and saw a giant eagle hovering in the sky above the demonic beast ridge. Leng Feng, who was dressed in blue, was looking at Lin Tian indifferently. In the next moment, Leng Feng jumped down from the giant eagle and landed beside Leng Yitong. Big brother. Leng Yitong shouted in surprise. He then looked at Lin Tian viciously. The 4 black-clothed men in the distance were also delighted. One of them called out, young master. Lin Tian looked at Leng Feng and straightened his body. Heh, the representative of the Imperial Courtyard's supervisor. Lin Tian sneered. Leng Feng was expressionless. He shook the long sword in his hand and slashed at Lin Tian. Lin Tian's expression suddenly changed. This sword strike was really too fast and also too powerful. He hurriedly executed the Azure Lightning Sword technique to meet the attack, yet he was blasted flying with a bang, and a mouthful of blood essence instantly sprayed out. Leng Yitong stood up from the ground and stared at Lin Tian coldly. I told you that you'll die today. Then, Leng Yitong looked at Leng Feng and said, Big brother, just cripple him. I want to torture him. I want him to suffer a fate worse than death. Leng Feng's expression was indifferent. He took a step forward and walked toward Lin Tian casually. Leng Feng swung his sword casually again. Lin Tian performed the Azure Thunder Sword technique to its limit. Unfortunately, he still could not block the attack. He was sent flying again. The young expert ranked 7th on the Windcloud leaderboard is indeed powerful. Lin Tian thought to himself as he stared at Leng Feng. Lin Tian knew very well that he was no match for Leng Feng. Leng Feng was much stronger than him. Little bastard, aren't you very powerful? Come on, try taking another blow from my big brother. Leng Yitong laughed. Lin Tian stood up straight and glanced at Leng Yitong with disdain. Then, his gaze landed on Leng Feng. If we don't fight today, you two brothers and your Leng family won't be able to get away with it. Don't fight today? What a joke. Do you still have a tomorrow? Leng Yitong mocked. Leng Feng was still expressionless. He raised his hand and swung his sword at Lin Tian. Lin Tian smiled. In the next moment, his body faded and disappeared from everyone's sight. Leng Feng's powerful sword slashed through the place where Lin Tian was standing. It passed through the air and cut a huge tree in half. Lin Tian was nowhere to be seen. This is? Where is he? Everyone's expression changed. Even Leng Feng could not help but frown. End of chapter. Lin Tian knew very well that he was no match for Leng Feng. The difference in their combat strength was too great. Therefore, when Leng Feng's third attack came, he decisively took out a Gale rune scroll and hid himself to escape. This, looking at where Lin Tian had been standing, the group of people revealed shocked expressions. How could a person disappear just like that? Leng Feng frowned and looked at Leng Yitong. I'm not sure either. Leng Yitong shook his head. He thought for a while and suddenly said, oh right, that little bastard is a formation manipulator. Is this the work of a formation manipulator? Formation manipulator? Leng Feng's expression changed. You didn't tell me that he's a formation manipulator. He's just a formation manipulator. You're overreacting, brother. Leng Yitong frowned. Leng Feng's expression darkened. He wanted to slap Leng Yitong. Just a formation manipulator? There are a few formation manipulators in our family. Have you seen any formation manipulator that young? What if he has a terrifying teacher behind him? Do you know how big of an impact that will bring to our family? Leng Yitong was shocked. He did not expect the situation to be so serious. However, after a pause, his expression turned vicious again. He gritted his teeth and said, so what if he's a formation manipulator? He's so close to Xiaoyu. He must die. He must die. Xiaoyu. 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 Leng Feng really wanted to slap his useless brother. Do you think you can lay your hands on that woman? Don't think you're so great just because you're the young master of the Leng family. Even the crown prince was rejected. What chance do you have? Go back and take a good look at yourself. Leng Yitong clenched his fists. His face was pale. Not far away, the four men in black did not even dare to breathe. They looked at the two of them carefully. Leng Feng's expression did not look good. He stared at Leng Yitong and said after a while, forget it. It's impossible to reconcile now. As he spoke, a cold glint flashed across Leng Feng's eyes. He looked at one of the four black-robed men and said in a deep voice, go back to your family and bring more men with you. Today's matter must be done flawlessly. Yes, young master. The man in black accepted the order and left quickly. Leng Yitong was elated. You're indeed big brother. Leng Feng glanced at Leng Yitong coldly. I'll deal with you after the imperial courtyard assessment. At this moment, Lin Tian had already fled far away and sat down in a small cave. The cave was about 10 feet high and was about 10 square meters wide. This Leng Feng is probably at the 7th level of the Divine Veins realm. Lin Tian gritted his teeth. After forcefully receiving 2 of Lin Feng's sword strikes, he had suffered heavy injuries, and the blood and qi in his body were surging. Sitting down cross-legged, Lin Tian began to circulate the 4 extremities meridian, drawing in the surrounding spiritual energy to quickly heal his injured body. During this process, he was extremely careful. He only circulated his 4 extremities meridian slowly, not daring to make too much of a commotion. About 4 hours later, he opened his eyes again. His injuries were mostly healed. After a short pause, Lin Tian walked out of the small cave. The roars of demonic beasts could be heard from time to time. The old forest was filled with a violent demonic aura. Lin Tian was very cautious as he walked through the ancient forest. He activated the Heavenly One Soul Art to keep an eye on his surroundings. Clang, about 15 minutes later, a terrifying energy sword fell from the sky. In the blink of an eye, Lin Tiansong had flashed several zhang away. A deep sword mark had been left on the spot where he had stood just now. He looked up and saw a familiar giant eagle circling in the sky. Lung Feng was standing on the eagle's back. How convenient. Lin Tianlun cursed and turned to flee. Instantly, the sound of swords whistling could be heard. Streaks of ear-piercing sword chi fell in all directions. Lin Tian's expression was cold. He stepped on the Yinyang Ho and dodged in all directions with the old forest. He seemed to be in a sorry state. After all, Lung Feng was attacking from the sky. He had an absolute advantage. Lin Tian did not stop running. He was no match for Lung Feng. Kill him. At this moment, a cold shout rang out. Dozens of figures rushed out of the old forest. Each of them exuded an extremely powerful aura. You can't escape, you little bastard. Leng Yitong sneered. Dozens of people rushed forward and surrounded Lin Tian in an instant. These people were all experts from the Lin family. They were the elites of the Lin family who had been summoned after the 11 people. I've said that the imperial city is my territory. You're dead meat. Leng Yitong said coldly. As he spoke, Leng Yitong waved his hand. Instantly, all kinds of martial techniques swept out. Lin Tian was surrounded by dozens of people. He was in a tight spot. After all, these people were all experts. Almost all of them were at the third heaven of the divine range. You've put in a lot of effort to kill me. No wonder you're one of the 3 major martial arts families in the imperial city. Lin Tianling said. He swung the sword of origin restoring. The azure thunder sword swept out in all directions. With a puff, one of the black-clothed men was hit by his sword. He fell into a pool of blood and died on the spot. Be careful. This person is not simple. One of the black-clothed men shouted. The other black-clothed men nodded. They became more cautious when they attacked. At the same time, Lin Tian fought with these dozens of people. He kept dodging the saber lights. Soon, some of his clothes were torn. Clang, an ear-piercing sword energy rang out. It was fast, accurate, and ruthless. It fell from the sky. Lung Feng attacked again. Lin Tian was surrounded by dozens of people. Although he sensed the sword, he was blocked when he tried to dodge. The sword pierced through his arm. Blood splattered everywhere. Kill. One of the black-clothed men seized the opportunity and attacked. Lin Tian retreated in pain. He swung the sword of origin restoring. With a puff, the black-clothed man screamed. His right hand holding the sword was sent flying. Lin Tian tilted his head and looked at Lung Feng in the sky. His eyes were cold. Lung Feng was expressionless, but his eyes were very cold. He swung his sword again. His killing intent surged. Swoosh, Lin Tian stepped on the duality puppet and quickly dodged the attack. After staring at Lung Feng for a while, Lin Tian's figure disappeared again. He faded from the dozens of people's sight. What? The dozens of black-clothed men were shocked. Leng Yitong was moved. He gritted his teeth. Damn it. Lung Feng's expression changed, and his brows furrowed tightly together. Just now, he had been using his sword will to lock onto Lin Tian to prevent Lin Tian from suddenly disappearing. But now, Lin Tian had easily disappeared from right under his nose without any warning. It seems like only a Psyche Ocean Realm powerhouse can see through that trick. Lung Feng muttered to himself. Big brother, what should we do? Leng Yitong looked up. Lung Feng said, there's a limit to how long he can hide. Otherwise, he wouldn't have appeared again. Spread out with them and do a carpet search. I'll ride the ardent hawk in the sky. I'll alert you when I find him. As he spoke, Lung Feng rode the demon hawk higher in the sky. Spread out. We must find that little bastard. Leng Yitong shouted. Yes. Young master. The dozens of black-clothed men quickly spread out. However, they kept a short distance from each other so that they could provide support at any time. Lin Tian had already escaped a few hundred feet away and hid in a pile of rocks. Holding his arm that was pierced by Lung Feng, Lin Tian took out some medicine from his stone ring to stop the bleeding. He only felt better after applying it on the wound. Lung Feng. Looking at the sky through the cracks of the rocks, Lin Tian's face was extremely cold. He wasn't afraid of Ling Yitong or the dozens of black-cloaked men. The key was Lun Feng. This person was too strong. He wasn't someone he could fight against now. This is bad. Lin Tian muttered to himself. He had used up the remaining 2 Gale runes. He couldn't hide anymore. The Northern Flame Imperial Academy's assessment required the freshman to survive for more than half a month. It was difficult for him to avoid Lung Feng and Ling Yitong during this period. After all, he needed to find food and water. He couldn't hide in one place all the time. During this process, Lung Feng would be able to find him easily with his bird-type demonic beast hovering in the sky. For 5 days, Lin Tian stayed in the pile of rocks. On the 5th day, he couldn't take it anymore. After all, he was only in the Divine Pulse realm. He was still immortal. He needed to eat and drink. Otherwise, he would die. After looking around carefully, Lin Tian dashed out like a shadow. Near the pile of rocks, Lin Tian found some wild fruits and finally quenched his thirst. I'll go back and squat. Lin Tian thought to himself. At this moment, a cold sword light flashed in the sky and approached him quickly. Lin Tian dodged quickly. After dodging the sword light, he swept his sword coldly in the air. Clang, what greeted him was Lun Feng's second strike. At the same time, many black figures dashed toward him from all directions. Their weapons were glowing with killing light. Lin Tian cursed inwardly and ran away. Go after him. Whoever can get that bastard's head will be rewarded with 100,000 spirit coins. Ling Yitong shouted. Instantly, the dozens of black-clothed men sped up. Their attacks became more frenzied. Clang, 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 Lin Tian held the sword of origin and fought with the dozens of black-clothed men. He retreated as he fought. High up in the sky, Lung Feng had been staring at Lin Tian the whole time. After continuously slashing his sword dozens of times, he did not see Lin Tian disappear again. Finally, he jumped down and landed in the old forest from the back of the giant eagle. He held his sword and charged at Lin Tian. Like a flash of light, Lung Feng closed in on Lin Tian in an instant. Lin Tian was shocked by Lung Feng's speed. He quickly stepped on the yin and yang rock to dodge. At the same time, he raised the sword of origin to block. Clang, with a crisp sound, the sword of origin was cut in half by Lung Feng. Lin Tian was blown away by the remaining force. Staring at the long sword in Lin Feng's hand, Lin Tian's pupils shrank. Low-grade bejeweled weapon. Is this the Lin family soul-chasing puppet? What do you think? Ling Yitong walked over. Lung Feng did not say a word. He did not give Lin Tian any time to react. He held the low-grade bejeweled weapon and slashed it down. Lin Tian's face darkened. He raised the sword of origin and threw it at Lung Feng. Lung Feng swung his sword to deflect the broken sword of returning origin, but he saw that Lin Tian had already fled. Go after him. Lung Feng shouted. He was the first to chase after Lin Tian. Lung Feng had almost reached the phenomenal realm of the Ling family's soul-chasing puppet. With his powerful cultivation, he was naturally very fast. Lin Tian looked back and could not help but feel a chill in his heart. Lung Feng's speed was not any slower than his. Damn it! Cursing in his heart, Lin Tian quickened his pace again. Gradually, the surroundings became quiet. The roars of the demonic beasts were obviously much weaker. Suddenly, there was a wisp of purple-black fog in the air. It came from the dense forest in front of him. Lin Tian was shocked. He stopped in his tracks. Behind him, Lung Feng also stopped. He stared ahead and said in a low voice, "Rotten poison forest. Remember literature building in 1 second. We provide you with interesting novels to read." The purplish-black mist lingered in the air. Lin Tian stared ahead. The old trees became thinner, and the space became darker. He felt a sense of danger. He turned around and looked at Lung Feng. Lung Feng's eyes flickered. Apparently, he was afraid of this place. This made Lin Tian even more vigilant. Surrender. Lung Feng said. Is that possible? Lin Tianling said coldly. I'm still waiting to deal with you two brothers. Lung Feng's eyes flashed coldly. Without another word, he swung his sword at Lin Tian. A long sword appeared in Lin Tian's hand. It was the Broken Wound Sword, an upper-grade spiritual weapon that he had taken from Su Muyang. Holding the Broken Wound Sword, he performed the Azure Thunder Sword technique to the extreme. He swung his sword, bringing along a blinding thunderbolt. Boom! The two collided, and the violent airflow swept out in all directions. Lin Tian took a few steps back. He felt the blood in his body churning. Lung Feng did not move, but his eyes flickered a few times. Being at the second level of the Holy Range, Lung Feng had such combat strength. He killed more than 10 experts of the Ling family and resisted him until now. He was indeed extraordinary. This made the murderous intent in Ling Feng's heart thicken. Whoosh! 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 At this moment, the sound of something breaking through the air was heard. The other members of the Ling family all rushed over. Leng Yitong looked ahead. His expression froze for a moment. Then, he stared at Lin Tianling and laughed. Run! Why aren't you running? Apparently, Leng Yitong knew Elder Lin very well. Lin Tian held the Broken Wound Sword and stood straight. He scanned the crowd coldly. At this moment, the road ahead was completely blocked. Lung Feng stood in the middle. He could not break out no matter what. There was only one way behind. Looking behind him, there was a purple mist lingering. It seemed like there was an evil spirit in it. Leng Yitong, Lung Feng, pray that I die. Otherwise, your Lung family will never have a day of peace. Lin Tianling sneered. He sheathed his sword and coldly glanced at Leng Yitong and Lung Feng. Then, he stomped his feet on the ground and retreated. In the blink of an eye, he disappeared into the poisonous forest. Lung Feng was stunned for a moment. He frowned but heaved a sigh of relief. Once they entered the corrosive poison forest, even experts at the 9th level of the Divine Vein Realm wouldn't be able to come out alive. They would be poisoned to death by the miasma. As such, today's matter could be considered to have come to an end. Reckless fool, how dare you step into a place like this? Leng Yitong snorted. Lung Feng ordered the dozens of black-robed men to return to the clan. He glanced at Leng Yitong before he turned around and left. Leng Yitong looked into the corrosive poison forest and sneered, this is the result of fighting with me. With that, Leng Yitong turned around and left arrogantly. Inside the poisonous forest, the purplish-black mist was even thicker, like a dense forest. Inside the forest, Lin Tian had only walked a few dozen feet when his body suddenly trembled violently. A heart-wrenching pain came from within his body. At the same time, his vision slowly became blurry. His limbs were numb, and waves of dizziness quickly assaulted his mind. Is this poison? Lin Tian's heart sank to the bottom. He had only entered the corrosive poison forest for a short while, but he had already experienced such a reaction. Lin Tian stopped and sat down cross-legged, circulating his 4 extremities meridian to resist. Faint silvery glossy intertwined within his body. As the spiritual energy surged, it brought along even more purplish-black mist. It surged into his body, causing him to tremble violently. He opened his mouth and coughed out a mouthful of blood. There were actually black strands in the blood. Lin Tian's pupil shrank. He was poisoned. Cursing under his breath, Lin Tian quickly tried to think of a way to neutralize this poison. At this moment, he only felt as if there were numerous flying knives rampaging through his body. The purplish-black mist that entered his body was constantly corroding his internal organs. The heart-wrenching pain continued to surge. Gradually, Lin Tianji felt his consciousness blurring. Buzz. At this moment, a ray of light lit up in the dusky corrosive poison forest. Lin Tian's mind shook. Looking down, he saw the sword pattern in the center of his right hand suddenly light up. Streaks of light spread from his arm to his entire body. Wherever these streaks passed, he could clearly feel the purplish-black mist in his body disappearing bit by bit. It was being refined by a mysterious force. After about half an hour, the sword pattern dimmed and the streaks of light also disappeared. Lin Tian blinked. He felt his entire body suddenly become refreshed. The dizziness and weakness from before had all disappeared. his body became incomparably light. Standing up, Lin Tian tried to take a deep breath. He discovered that the purplish-black mist around him had no effect on him. Good stuff. Looking at the sword pattern in the center of his right hand, Lin Tian's eyes lit up. This thing could actually neutralize poison. At this moment, a gust of wind blew from the front. The purplish-black mist flowed like water. Although Lin Tian had developed an immunity to this kind of poison, he still choked and couldn't help but cough. After a few breaths, Lin Tian stopped coughing. He raised his head and looked into the depths of the forest. He frowned slightly. This thing floated from the depths. Could there be something there? Lin Tian whispered. Standing in place, Lin Tian hesitated for a moment. In the end, he gritted his teeth and braced himself to walk into the depths of the forest. The ground of the corrosive poison forest was obviously much more humid than outside. Lin Tian discovered that not only were there few trees here, but they were also almost all withered. Large yellow leaves fell to the ground, making a chi-chi-chi sound when stepped on. Following the direction of the purple mist, Lin Tian carefully walked forward. Along the way, he discovered many corpses of demonic beasts on the ground. Almost all of them were level 3 and level 2 demonic beasts. Some had just died, while others had died a long time ago. They must have been poisoned to death after accidentally entering the forest. Gradually, the purple mist became thicker and thicker. It was also at this moment that a huge pool appeared in front of him. That is. Lin Tian's pupils shook. Looking around, the pool was about 100 feet wide. A huge demonic beast's corpse was lying in the pool. The demonic beast's blood almost dyed the pool red. Lin Tian couldn't help but suck in a breath of cold air. Level 7 demonic beast, poison fire lizard. Level 7 demonic beast, this was a terrifying existence comparable to the Sea of Knowledge realm. It actually died here. Moreover, Lin Tian finally understood why this forest had such a terrifying poisonous mist. It was because the poison fire lizard was originally highly toxic. After it died, the poison in its body decomposed and formed a mist that floated in this ancient forest. Staring at the poison fire lizard's corpse, Lin Tian's eyes suddenly brightened. With a slight leap, Lin Tian landed on the poison fire lizard's head. The poisonous mist around the poison fire lizard was thicker, but he was no longer afraid of this kind of poisonous mist. He took out a dagger from the stone ring and cut open the poison fire lizard's head. Enduring the rotten smell and the nausea, he put his right hand into the poison fire lizard's head. After feeling around for a while, he suddenly showed a touch of joy. It's still here. Muttering to himself, Lin Tian took back his right hand. There was a fist-sized demonic beast core in his hand. Staring at this demonic beast core, Lin Tian's face was full of surprise. The demonic beast core of the poison fire lizard, a level 7 demonic beast core, was absolutely a good thing. Misfortune and fortune are interdependent. The ancients didn't lie to me. Lin Tian wanted to laugh out loud. A level 7 demonic beast core. After refining this demonic beast core, he could at least enter the third sky of the god range. Lung Feng, Lung Yitong, wait for me. With a sneer, Lin Tian jumped down from the poison fire lizard's head. He came to a dead tree nearby and began to refine the demonic beast core. With a move of his mind, the sword pattern lit up, and a vast amount of spiritual energy suddenly gushed out from the demonic beast core. Lin Tianji felt that his body was instantly submerged in a fountain of spiritual energy. The comfortable feeling made him moan in a low voice. Then, he quickly calmed himself down and operated the 4 extreme meridians to guide the vast spiritual energy in his body to help him build the third god range, connecting his meridians and Dao acupoints. The process went smoothly, and the pain was even much weaker than before. It's indeed a level 7 demonic beast core. Lin Tian thought to himself. A vast amount of spiritual energy could not only make cultivation smoother, but also reduce the pain of cultivation. A level 7 demonic beast core undoubtedly had such an advantage. The spiritual energy it contained was extremely vast. Buzz. It could be seen that outside Lin Tian's body, there were silver light curtains circling around him. His aura was also constantly growing stronger. Lin Tian calmed his heart and calmed his mind, quietly cultivating. In this way, 3 hours passed quickly. 3 hours later, along with a boom, a fierce wind suddenly appeared around Lin Tian. This terrifying aura swept out, blowing away all the dead leaves around him. Third level of the God range. Lin Tian opened his eyes, and 2 beams of light flashed. Taking a deep breath, he closed his eyes again and continued to cultivate. The spiritual energy inside the level 7 demonic beast core was really amazing. After relying on this spiritual energy to reach the 3rd sky of the God range, there was still a steady flow of spiritual energy coming into his body. Regarding this, Lin Tian naturally would not waste it. He continued to operate the 4 extreme meridians and started to build the 4th God range. He chose the part from the head to the right leg for the 4th God range. Time flew, and soon, another 2 hours had passed. 2 hours later, the demonic beast core in Lin Tian's right hand cracked open, and the light outside his body dimmed. Opening his eyes again, Lin Tian took a deep breath and slowly stood up. Clenching his fists, Lin Tianji felt that his strength had become stronger, at least several times stronger than before. 3rd level of the God range, and half of the 4th God range is already built. The corner of Lin Tianyi's mouth curled up slightly. He did not expect such a good thing to happen after entering the poisonous forest. He looked up at the sky. Because of the miasma in the forest, the distance he could see was very limited. It was difficult to see the sky. Lin Tian thought for a while. This place could be considered as a natural barrier. He did not need to worry about being attacked by demonic beasts, nor did he need to worry about being detected by Lung Feng, who was riding a giant eagle. Let's stay here until the end of the assessment, Lin Tian said to himself. After a pause, he took out the broken wound sword and prepared to cultivate the Azure Thunder Sword art. He now had 60% of the Azure Thunder Sword art. He could control 40%, and there was still 20% left. Now was the time to cultivate this set of martial arts. With a clang, the sword whistled, and the thunderous airflow swept out in all directions. In the dim old forest, from time to time, there would be flashes of lightning flashing, making crackling noises non-stop. Lin Tian held the broken wound sword with one hand and remained motionless. He closed his eyes and circulated the Azure Thunder Sword art's specific True Yuan circulation route. Chi. 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 Electric sparks flickered around his body as if lightning was intertwining, making him look like a thunder god. With a whoosh, Lin Tian moved. With a swing of his sword, it swept across the heavens and earth like rolling thunder. With a clang, an old tree in the distance exploded. The broken part was charred black as if it was struck by lightning. Lin Tian opened his eyes and exhaled a mouthful of turbid air. Although it was only a swing of his sword, he revealed a smile as he looked in front of him. He was very satisfied. Continue. With a low roar, Lin Tian displayed his sword aura and moved like a clap of thunder. Lightning intertwined around his body. Every swing of his sword would cause the dim space to brighten slightly. It was like a comet streaking across the sky. The momentum was vast and magnificent. Slash. Holding the sword hilt with both hands, he swung his sword down and the entire old forest seemed to shake. In this corrosive poison forest, Lin Tian did not have the slightest scruple as he wantonly cultivated. When he was full of energy, he would constantly use the Azure Thunder Sword art. When he was hungry, there were plenty of demonic beast corpses in the old forest. It was not difficult to get some roasted meat. When he was tired, he did not even need to worry about being attacked by demonic beasts. Just like that, half a month passed in the blink of an eye. It was early in the morning. At the edge of the demonic beast ridge, the freshmen walked out one after another. The middle-aged man in charge of the Northern Flame Imperial Courtyard's assessment had his hands behind his back. Behind him stood Lung Feng and the other 4 senior disciples. Not bad. The middle-aged man smiled. This middle-aged man was called Han He, an elder of the Northern Flame Imperial Courtyard. At this moment, there were many people gathered at the edge of the demonic beast ridge. Other than Han He, Lung Feng, and the other 4 senior disciples, the others were here to watch the show. At this moment, on the other side of the edge, a sedan stopped there. Jiyu stared at the edge of the demonic beast ridge without blinking. His gaze was calm as if he was waiting for something. Lung Feng, your brother is out. Someone beside Lung Feng said. Lung Feng was expressionless. He looked ahead and nodded at Ling Yitong, who was walking out. Ling Yitong smiled. Suddenly, she saw the sedan chair at the edge and immediately went up to it. Xiao Yu, what are you doing here? Ling Yitong said gently. Waiting for someone. Ji Yu said. Who is it? Ling Yitong's heart turned cold, but she smiled and said, Are you waiting for me? I'm honored. Ji Yu didn't say anything else. He leaned against the sedan chair and stared at the edge of Demon Beast Ridge without blinking. Someone noticed the commotion and looked over. So beautiful. Is that #1 prodigy waiting for the young master of the Ling family? I'm so happy. If only I was born in a big family. I beg the heavens to let me exchange places with young Master Lung. I'm willing to give up 20 years of my life. Scram. Many people stared in the direction of the sedan. Gradually, no one stepped out from the demonic beast ridge. Out of the 239 new students, a total of 221 people walked out alive. Not bad. It's much better than the previous years. Han, he said. Ji Yu kept looking at the edge of the demonic beast ridge. However, even after 2 hours, Lin Tian still didn't appear. Where is he? Ji Yu asked Ling Yitong. Who? Ling Yitong pretended to be confused. Lin Tian. You know him? Ling Yitong was a little unhappy, but she didn't show it on her face. She said casually, a bumpkin from the countryside. I guess he died in the mouth of a demonic beast. He's stronger than you. You came out alive. He can't be dead. Ji Yu said calmly. A cold light flashed in Ling Yitong's eyes. She clenched her fist tightly, but loosened it in the end. Who knows? Maybe he encountered some terrifying demonic beasts. Ling Yitong turned and left. On the other side, Han He was calling the 221 new students back to the Imperial Courtyard. As a new student, Ling Yitong naturally had to listen to his orders. Congratulations on officially becoming a member of my Northern Flame Imperial Courtyard. Next, there will be a new disciple ranking battle that will last for 8 days. I wish you all good luck in getting a good ranking because it will affect your cultivation resources. Han He looked at the group of new students that walked out alive. Most of the new students clenched their fists. Just like when they first entered the demonic beast ridge, all of them were eager to try. Now, run back to the Imperial Courtyard. Han He shouted. Yes. The group of new students replied in unison. In an instant, the sound of footsteps could be heard, and a thick cloud of dust was swept up. These young people are the true pillars of the Empire's future, 221 people, all of them are peerless geniuses. I'm really envious of them. Who said they aren't? Staring at the 200 new students, many people's eyes flickered. Gradually, the crowd started to disperse. Soon, the surroundings became much quieter. At this moment, only Ji Yu was still staring at the edge of the demonic beast ridge. Young lady, are we going back? The coachman asked. The coachman was a powerful old man named Lu Wen. His cultivation was at the 7th level of the Divine Range realm and he was an old servant of the general's residence. No, Uncle Lu, you can go back first. Ji Yu shook her head. In the demonic beast ridge, Lin Tian was still in the poison forest, wantonly brandishing the azure thunder sword art. Clang! The sword roared like thunder, and the ground of the poison forest was scorched. Wholeheartedly immersed in his cultivation, Lin Tian had already forgotten the passage of time. In half a month, he had mastered 55% of the azure thunder sword art. Its power was much stronger than before. Every slash of his sword could bring about a wild lightning radiance, as though he was the ruler of lightning. Just a little bit more, and I can fully master 60% of the azure thunder sword art. Lin Tian muttered to himself. His right hand shook, and the sound of thunder resounded in all directions. It was even more ear-piercing. In the blink of an eye, another 7 days had passed. Early in the morning, Lin Tian finally stopped his cultivation. He had fully mastered 60% of the azure thunder sword art. Moreover, these days, he had been cultivating his body from time to time. He was only one step away from the completion of the fourth holy vein. Putting away the broken wound sword, Lin Tian looked out of the forest. It's time to go. Muttering to himself, Lin Tian stepped out. Walking out of the poison forest, Lin Tian walked along the familiar path. He realized that the forest was filled with the roars of demonic beasts. After walking for a long time, he still couldn't see anyone. Roar. A demonic beast at the peak of the fourth level pounced at Lin Tian. It was 10 meters tall, and it opened its huge mouth to bite him. Lin Tian tilted his head and punched out. The demonic beast at the peak of the fourth level let out a miserable cry and was immediately sent flying. Just in time. The assessment requires me to kill a demonic beast at the peak of the fourth level and obtain its beast core as proof. Lin Tian flashed over. After a dozen breaths, the demonic beast was killed. Lin Tian took its beast core and walked toward the edge of the demonic beast's ridge. Not long after, Lin Tian walked out of the demonic beast's ridge. What he saw was an empty space. I missed the time to come out. Lin Tian muttered to himself. Lin Tian wasn't stupid. He didn't think that he had come out early. After thinking for a while, Lin Tian didn't care. The imperial courtyard only said that one could survive for more than half a month in the demonic beast's ridge, but it didn't say that one would be disqualified if they came out late. Thinking of this, Lin Tian walked toward the imperial city. Lin Tian. A familiar voice rang out. Lin Tian was stunned. He tilted his head and saw a girl sitting on a blue stone not far away. It was Ji Yu. Looking at Ji Yu, Lin Tian was a little surprised. However, in the next moment, he thought of something and felt a little touched. How long have you been waiting? He asked. Not long. Only 7 days. Ji Yu walked over. Lin Tian smiled bitterly. 7 days? Was that not long? If others knew that the #1 prodigy in the imperial city had been waiting for him for 7 days, they would probably swarm over to kill him. After a pause, Lin Tian reacted. So, the assessment has been over for 7 days? Ji nodded and asked again, why did you come out so late? 7 days ago, he called all the imperial courtyard freshmen to return to the Northern Flame imperial courtyard. Ji still believed that Lin Tian was still alive and had been waiting here. When he saw Lin Tian come out, he was a little happy. Of course, he was also a little confused. I encountered some small matters, so I was cultivating in an old forest. In the end, I forgot the time. Lin Tian said awkwardly. Ji was stunned and couldn't help but roll his eyes. How can you be like this? You actually forgot the time while cultivating. Seeing Ji Yu's actions, Lin Tian was a little stunned. He was also a young man. It was impossible for him not to be moved by such a beautiful girl. What are you looking at? Ji Yu blinked. Nothing. Lin Tian hurriedly shifted his gaze. Ji Yu snickered. Idiot. Lin Tian had already walked out of the Beast Demon Ridge. The two of them walked towards the imperial city together. About 4 hours later, the two of them returned to the imperial city. When they passed by the general's mansion, Ji Yu stopped. I won't send you to the imperial courtyard. Be careful. Ji Yu smiled. As the granddaughter of the imperial general, Ji Yu's talent was amazing. Many elders of the imperial courtyard had come to invite Ji Yu to cultivate in the imperial courtyard. Unfortunately, they were all rejected. The reason was that she didn't like noise. Even so, Ji Yu's cultivation was not weak at all. In addition, as the #1 beauty in the imperial city, she was ranked 6th on the billboard. Well, thank you. Lin Tian nodded. Ji Yu waved at Lin Tian before walking into the mansion. The two experts guarding the general's mansion glanced at their young miss and then at Lin Tian. Both of them had an ambiguous expression. Ahem. Lin Tian was a little embarrassed. He coughed twice and walked towards the imperial courtyard. The general's mansion was still some distance away from the Northern Flame imperial courtyard. After about an hour, Lin Tian appeared outside the Northern Flame imperial courtyard. At this moment, the Northern Flame imperial courtyard was very lively. This was because the new students of the imperial courtyard were having a ranking battle. Since it was a ranking battle, it naturally attracted many disciples and mentors of the imperial courtyard. Northern Flame Imperial Courtyard, Lung Feng, Lung Yitong, Lin Tian, am back. Lin Tianlong sneered. Lin Tian took out the imperial courtyard's nameplate and handed it to the experts guarding the imperial courtyard. His expression was calm as he walked into the imperial courtyard. Only his eyes were exceptionally cold, as if cold blades were being nurtured in them. Stepping into the Northern Flame Imperial Courtyard, Lin Tian realized that the interior of the courtyard was even bigger. There were many pavilions and pavilions. It was much bigger than the Nanyang Martial Palace in Feng Administrative City. After entering the imperial courtyard, Lin Tian paused for a moment before following the crowd. Soon, he arrived at the Northern Flame Imperial Courtyard's martial arts field. Looking around, the martial arts field was huge and there were many people gathered there. Du Hongxing, 8-star talent. Peak of the 3rd level of the Divine Pulse realm. No wonder he's the top new disciple of the Northern Flame Imperial Courtyard. It won't be long before he enters the Imperial City's ranking board. Someone said. This Du Hongxing is terrifying. He's only 17 years old and he has such strength. Most importantly, he's an 8-star talent. His potential for growth is huge. That Xiao Wu isn't simple either. He's the young master of the Xia clan in Linchuan City. 7-star talent. It's said that he broke through to the 3rd level of the Divine Pulse realm not long ago. This time, he's the 2nd strongest new disciple. That's right. Speaking of which, this batch of new disciples is really strong. On the martial arts field, many people were talking about it. Lin Tian stood in the crowd and looked ahead indifferently. On the martial arts field, there were 2 figures fighting. Dazzling lights were displayed one after another. Very soon, someone was defeated and fell down from the arena. Suddenly, Lin Tian's eyes moved. A new disciple had stepped onto the martial arts field. It was Leng Yitong. Boom! The tyrannical true core force surged in waves. Leng Yitong was using a long sword. Whether it was his movement speed or his attacking speed, both were very shocking. The spectators below the martial arts arena could not help but exclaim in amazement. The young master of the Leng family, Leng Yitong, is actually so strong. The Leng family is one of the top 3 martial clans in the Imperial City. It's natural for their young master to be strong. Amazing. Many people said. There was a pavilion not far from the martial arts field. There were a few figures standing there. 2 of them were Han He and Leng Feng. There was also an old man named Lu Lan, who was also an elder of the Northern Flame Imperial Courtyard. Leng Feng, your younger brother's recent growth rate is a bit shocking. He has already mastered your Leng family soul chasing puppet and penetrating rainbow sword technique to minor accomplishment. Han He said. Leng Feng said, for the past 7 days, I've had him train non-stop. It's the same for the past 10 days in Demon Beast Ridge. He's made some progress and didn't disappoint me. Looks like your little brother should be able to rank 3rd amongst the freshmen. Lu Lan smiled. I hope so. Leng Feng nodded. Leng Yitong's current opponent was also an expert at the 2nd level of the Divine Vein realm. However, compared to Leng Yitong, his martial skills and movement skills were much weaker. Soon, he was defeated by Leng Yitong's sword and was sent flying off the stage with a kick. Who's next? Leng Yitong held his sword and glanced at the other freshmen. The freshman ranking battle of the Northern Flame Imperial Courtyard was a free-for-all battle. Leng Yitong had been locked up by Leng Feng and the family for several days, which greatly increased his battle strength. At this moment, he stood on the stage and pointed his sword at all the freshmen except for Du Hongxing and Xiao Wu. Leng Feng had told him that he wasn't Du Hongxing and Xiao Wu's opponent yet. How arrogant. So what? He has the capital to be arrogant. The Leng family's martial skills are very powerful. Many people were discussing. There were some hot-blooded freshmen who couldn't stand Leng Yitong's provocation. Several of them went up the stage, but it was a pity that they were all defeated. The Leng family's soul-chasing puppet and penetrating rainbow sword technique are truly unrivaled in the same realm. Too powerful. Many people were shocked. Who else dares to come up? Leng Yitong stood on the stage with an arrogant expression and pointed his sword at everyone. Many freshmen stared at Leng Yitong. Although they were unhappy with Leng Yitong's arrogance, they couldn't help but admit that Leng Yitong was very powerful. The soul-chasing puppet and penetrating rainbow sword technique were almost perfect. "Let me try." Right at this moment, an indifferent voice sounded. Lin Tianyi walked out from the crowd and stepped onto the stage in the blink of an eye. "It's you." Leng Yitong's expression changed. In the pavilion far away, Leng Feng was also shocked. This person clearly entered the corrosive poison forest, how could he still be alive? At the side, Han He and Lu Lan frowned. "Who are you? How dare you interfere with the freshman ranking battle?" Han He said in a deep voice. There were a few hundred freshmen this time. Before entering the Beast Devil Ridge, Han He naturally didn't know everyone. Lin Tian suddenly walked out from the crowd. Han He wasn't too sure about Lin Tian's identity, but of course, Lu Lan was the same. An Imperial Courtyard freshman has completed the first round of assessment and returned. Lin Tian Dao. As he spoke, he took out his Imperial Courtyard nameplate. Seeing the nameplate, Han He and Lu Lan were stunned for a moment before they frowned. "Why did you only appear now? You weren't among the freshmen who came out of the Beast Devil Ridge?" Lu Lan asked. "I encountered some trouble in the Beast Devil Ridge, so I was able to come out today," Lin Tian replied. Hearing this, Lu Lan and Han He nodded. In fact, Lin Tian had the Imperial Courtyard nameplate, which was enough to prove his identity. The two of them were just a little doubtful, so they asked. Among the freshmen, Xiao Wu's face was gloomy as killing intent flashed in his eyes. He didn't expect to see Lin Tian here. "Little bastard." Xiao Wu clenched his fists. He still remembered the day when he was kicked out of the restaurant by Lin Tian. All the spectators were in an uproar. They didn't expect someone to dare to challenge Leng Yitong after witnessing his prowess. "How can you still be alive?" On the stage, Leng Yitong took a step back with an ugly expression. "Make a guess." Lin Tiantan said coldly. After finishing his words, Lin Tian glanced at Leng Feng in the pavilion in the distance. The corners of his mouth curled up slightly, and he closed in on Leng Yitong like the wind. Leng Yitong gritted his teeth. "My soul-chasing puppet and penetrating rainbow sword art have both reached the small completion. I'm not afraid of you now." Saying this, Leng Yitong raised his hand and slashed at Lin Tian with his sword. Swoosh! A black shadow flashed by. Lin Tian closed in on Leng Yitong the moment he raised his hand. He grabbed Leng Yitong's right wrist that was holding the sword and twisted it fiercely. With a crack, the sound of bones breaking could be heard. Leng Yitong's face twisted in pain, and the sword in his hand flew out. At the same time, Leng Yitong felt that Lin Tian's cultivation was at the third sky of the divine range. At this moment, Lin Tian let go of Leng Yitong's wrist and grabbed his neck instead. He pressed Leng Yitong onto the stage. With a bang, the stage shook violently. Leng Yitong screamed and spat out a mouthful of blood. Suddenly, all the spectators stared at him. So strong? So ruthless? Leng Yitong's strength was obvious to all. But now, he was easily defeated by this young man who appeared out of nowhere. Leng Yitong let out a shrill scream, which shocked many people. At the same time, many people were surprised. It was just the ranking battle of the freshmen. Wasn't this young man a little too ruthless? Let go of him. A cold voice was heard. Leng Feng rushed out from the pavilion in the distance and arrived at the edge of the stage in an instant. In the pavilion, Elder Han He and Lu Lan also came to their senses and walked over together. Why are you so ruthless? That's too much. The two of them scolded. Lin Tian let go of Leng Yitong's neck and stood up. However, just when everyone thought that Lin Tian was stunned by the scolding of Han He and the others, Lin Tian suddenly lifted his right leg and stomped on Leng Yitong's chest when Leng Yitong was struggling to stand up. Ah! The sound of bones breaking was heard, and Leng Yitong screamed again. F***ck, this brother is too fierce. But it's just the ranking battle. Why is he doing this? Could it be that he has a deep grudge against him? Many people were surprised. How dare you? Bastard! Han He and Lu Lan's faces darkened. Lin Tian's ruthless attack on their fellow disciple had infuriated them. "Elders, please don't be in a hurry to get angry," Lin Tian said calmly. He then looked at Ling Feng and said, "Elders, why don't you ask the first young master of the Ling family next to you why he only walked out of Demonic Beast Ridge today and why he attacked Ling Yitong?" Many people were puzzled and looked at Ling Feng instinctively. Could there be more to this than met the eye? "Ling Feng, what does he mean?" Han He frowned. Lung Feng's face darkened. Cold light flashed in his eyes as he stared at Lin Tian. "Why? Are you embarrassed to say it?" "Don't worry, I'll help you." Lin Tian stepped on Ling Yitong and said calmly, "Originally, only the freshmen and 5 senior disciples were allowed to enter Demonic Beast Ridge during the Imperial Courtyard examination. However, the first young master of the Ling family is very powerful. He secretly let dozens of family experts enter Demonic Beast Ridge. As the supervisor, he personally killed me with the help of dozens of family experts and Ling Yitong. The reason is that I have a personal grudge with Ling Yitong." "What?" Everyone's face changed when they heard this. When they looked at Ling Feng again, many people had strange expressions on their faces. Some people even pointed at Ling Feng. "Ling Feng, he's telling the truth." Han He frowned. Ling Feng did not say a word. His face darkened. "Let him go." Ling Feng stared at Lin Tian and said in a deep voice. "Is that possible? I almost died when you forced me into the rotten poison forest." Lin Tian smiled and said, "However, thanks to you, I didn't die. I even obtained some good things that increased my cultivation. Don't you think that the heavens have eyes, allowing me to live and giving me opportunities so that I can return the favor to you and your brother?" Many of the senior disciples' jaws dropped at Lin Tian's words. They were shocked that Lin Feng, as the supervisor of the Imperial Courtyard examination, actually colluded with his younger brother Ling Yitong and a group of family experts to force a freshman into the rotten poison forest. They were even more shocked that Lin Tian was able to walk out alive after being forced into the rotten poison forest. Rotten poison forest? Damn, not only did he not die in there, but his cultivation also increased? Where did this guy come from? Isn't he too amazing? I heard that even a 9th-level Divine Vein Realm expert would die in there. Many senior disciples were shocked. Even Han He and Lu Lan were astonished. Remember the literature building in 1 second. We provide you with interesting novels to read. The senior disciples, mentors, and elders of the Northern Flame Imperial Academy were well aware of how dangerous the corrosive poison forest was. Even Sea of Consciousness Realm martial artists did not dare to step into the forest. However, they did not expect the person in front of them to be able to walk out of the forest alive. This was too shocking. Lin Tianling stared coldly at Ling Feng. His gaze was indifferent. "Let him go," Ling Feng said coldly. "Aren't you going to refute?" Lin Tian mocked. Hearing this, everyone turned to look at Ling Feng. Unfortunately, Ling Feng did not say a word. "Let him go." It was still the same 3 words. Then, Ling Feng started to move towards Lin Tian. "Don't move," Lin Tianling said indifferently. With a clang, the broken wound sword appeared in his hand. He pointed it at Ling Yitong's throat. Ling Feng stopped. He clenched his fist and stared coldly at Lin Tian. "What do you want?" Ling Feng said in a deep voice. Ling Yitong was under Lin Tian's feet. Although he was much stronger than Lin Tian, he did not dare to act rashly. He could only deal with Lin Tian after rescuing Ling Yitong. "You guys worked together to kill me and forced me into the corrosive poison forest. What do you think I want?" Lin Tian said coldly. Hearing this, the spectators around the arena sucked in a breath of cold air. At this moment, they could clearly feel the killing intent that Lin Tian was emitting. "How dare you?" Lung Feng's eyes suddenly became extremely cold. His killing intent was overflowing. "Why wouldn't I?" Lin Tianling smiled. The broken wound sword was pressed against Ling Yitong's neck. He exerted a little force and blood immediately flowed out. Ling Yitong was being stepped on by Lin Tian. The bone-piercing coldness on his neck made him tremble violently. He stared at Lin Tian and said sternly, "Stop." Although the imperial courtyard allows disciples to fight each other, it strictly forbids the killing of fellow disciples. If you kill me, you will also die. The imperial courtyard will not let you go. Lin Tian stared at Ling Yitong as he lifted his right leg and stomped down hard. With a cracking sound, the sound of bones breaking could be heard. Ling Yitong immediately cried out in pain. "Who allowed you to speak?" Lin Tianling said coldly. Lin Tian did not hold back at all. He broke a few of Ling Yitong's ribs, causing Ling Yitong to wail in pain. Stepping on the young master of the Ling family, this bro is too arrogant. How ruthless. How arrogant. Many of the onlookers gasped. The Ling family was one of the top 3 martial arts families in the imperial city. They were extremely powerful, and Ling Feng was ranked 7th on the imperial city's ranking list. However, at this moment, there was actually someone who did not care about the Lin family's status in the imperial city and directly stepped on his younger brother in front of Ling Feng. This was a resounding slap to the face. Clang, a treasured sword appeared in Ling Feng's hand. The tip of the sword was emitting divine light as a terrifying murderous aura emanated from it. "Let him go." Staring at Lin Tian, Ling Feng's voice was terrifyingly cold. Low-grade bejeweled weapon, Zen mystical sword. It's Ling Feng's personal weapon. I heard that it has killed a level 6 demonic beast before. It's terrifying. Discussions could be heard. The treasured sword in Ling Feng's hand was very powerful. It could increase the combat power of its wielder by 40%. Many people were envious of it. Lin Tian stared at Ling Feng and smiled coldly. He did not care at all. Get lost. The broken wound sword pressed against Ling Yitong's neck, causing the blood flow to become thicker. Book reading, is he really going to kill him? The elders are still here. He can't be so bold. Damn it, this guy is crazy. Many of the onlookers were horrified. Of course, many of them were excited and stared straight ahead. Ling Feng's face darkened as his murderous aura intensified. Enough, let him go first. You've already taught him a lesson. It's about time. Han He and Lu Lan spoke at this moment. The two of them had already guessed that what Lin Tian said was the truth. However, they could not allow Lin Tian to kill Ling Yitong here. After all, Ling Yitong's identity was not ordinary. Moreover, today was the Northern Flame Imperial Academy's ranking battle. If Lin Tian really killed Ling Yitong here, it would cause a huge commotion. Did you hear that? Let me go. Ling Yitong said coldly. Lin Tianling glanced at Ling Yitong coldly. He lifted his leg and stomped on Ling Yitong again. Ling Yitong screamed in agony. His voice was extremely desolate. You're courting death. Lin Tianling said coldly. Ling Feng gripped the treasured sword in his hand tightly and stared at Lin Tian mercilessly. Only a cold murderous aura was being released. On the other side, Han He and Lu Lan's faces darkened. Bastard! Didn't I tell you to let him go? You're still alive. You've taught him a good lesson. Han He said. Lin Tian tilted his head and looked at Han He. After a while, he shook his head. Good enough? Lin Tian smiled faintly. Just because he didn't succeed in killing me, I should let him go? According to this logic, I can kill whoever I want in Beiyan country. It's great that I killed him, but since he didn't succeed in killing me, he shouldn't have killed me. He should have just taught me a lesson. Elder, is this what you mean? Han He's face darkened, but he didn't know how to refute. Book reading, beside him, Lu Lan said in a low voice, even if you kill him, you won't be able to escape the punishment of the imperial courtyard. What awaits you is also death. I advise you not to be too impulsive. Think twice before you act. Think twice? There's no need for that. There's no need to think about such things. Lin Tian said calmly. In the next moment, there was a faint silver glow in his hand. The broken wound sword became shiny and shiny. He lifted the broken wound sword slightly, and the tip of the sword glowed. You. Stop. Stop. Didn't you hear what the elder said? If you kill me, you'll die too. Ling Yitong said in a trembling voice. Looking at Lin Tian's eyes, Lin Yitong was scared. His eyes were filled with fear. On the other side, Lung Feng stared at Lin Tian. If you dare to kill him, I guarantee that you won't be able to survive today. Stop. Han He and Lu Lan also shouted. Lin Tian glanced at these people and smiled. Suddenly, his eyes turned cold and he lifted the broken wound sword slightly. Puff. Blood splattered. Leng Yitong's neck was cut open. Blood flowed out and he died on the spot. The entire scene fell silent. At this moment, it was so quiet that one could hear a pin drop. He actually killed him. This lunatic. How ruthless. Many of the onlookers muttered to themselves. Bastard. How dare you? Han He and Lu Lan's faces turned cold and gloomy. This was the first time in the history of the Northern Flame Imperial Courtyard to kill a fellow disciple in the ranking battle. Lung Feng's murderous intent was terrifying. He walked toward Lin Tian step by step. His Xianxia sword was overflowing with murderous intent. Lung Feng, stand down. Han He said in a deep voice. As he spoke, he leaped onto the high platform and walked toward Lin Tian. No matter what reason you have, you shouldn't kill a fellow disciple in the Imperial Courtyard. We warned you, but you didn't listen. It's over. This guy has guts. He's a real man. Unfortunately, he's too impulsive. Sigh. Many of the onlookers shook their heads. On the martial arts stage, Lin Tian looked very calm as he watched Han He walk toward him. Stop. He said calmly. As he spoke, he waved his right hand and a golden token appeared in his hand. On the golden token, 9 dragons circled around it. It gave off the aura of an emperor. Han He stopped in his tracks and his expression changed. Dragon mark token? Not only Han He, but Lu Lan was also shocked. He did not expect the person in front of him to have such an item. Many of the onlookers were also shocked. Damn, where did this guy come from? Why does he have such an item? Looks like he's not all brawn and no brains. There were many senior disciples in the Imperial Courtyard. These senior disciples were very knowledgeable and recognized the item that Lin Tian took out. At this moment, the atmosphere changed again. Lin Tian looked indifferent. He looked at Han He and Lu Lan and said, Elders, this should be enough, right? The dragon mark token was given to him by the vice president of the Array Manipulator Guild in the Imperial City. It could exempt anyone from any crime once. After all, the Northern Flame Imperial Courtyard was set up by the Northern Flame country and belonged to the Imperial family. In the Imperial Courtyard, the dragon mark token was naturally useful. Han He and Lu Lan's expressions darkened. They did not look too good. With a clang, the sound of a sword whistling was heard. It was extremely harsh. Lung Feng held the Xianxia sword and walked toward Lin Tian step by step. He did not hide his murderous intent at all. How could he bear to see his own brother killed? Many of the spectators were shocked as they stared at Lin Feng. Lin Tian stared at Lin Feng and said with a smile, as expected of the young master of the Lin family. You're ranked 7th on the honor roll list. As the supervisor of the Imperial Courtyard's freshman assessment, you openly ganged up with dozens of family members and your own brother to kill me. Now, you don't even care about the Imperial family's dragon mark token and want to kill the holder of the token. Impressive. I think that in a few years, the Ling family will overthrow the current Northern Flame Imperial family and become the ruler of the country. Everyone's expression changed when they heard those words. Those were heart-wrenching words. At this moment, a middle-aged man rushed in from outside the martial arts arena. This middle-aged man was one of the instructors of the Northern Flame Imperial Courtyard. His name was Su Zhou, and he was the one who went to the Ninyang martial house to recruit disciples a month ago. Su Zhou ran to the side of the martial arts arena anxiously. He glanced at Lin Tian and quickly said something to Lu Lan. Lu Lan's expression changed as he looked at Lin Tian. Lu Lan jumped onto the martial arts arena and whispered a few words in Han He's ear. What? He's that Lin Tian? Han He's expression changed. After Su Zhou returned to the Imperial Courtyard from the Ninyang martial house, he reported to the elders of the Northern Flame Imperial Courtyard about Lin Tian. A 16-year-old 9-star talent and a third-stage array manipulation master. He had shocked the elders of the Northern Flame Imperial Courtyard, and those two words were still fresh in their minds. One had to know that the Northern Flame Imperial Courtyard had no lack of geniuses, and it wasn't that they didn't have any 9-star talents. However, if a 9-star talent and a third-stage array manipulation master at the same time, it was a little shocking. At this moment, Han He and Lu Lan's expressions changed again and again as they stared at Lin Tian. It was an exciting scene. I was wondering why Lin Tian didn't appear in the limelight until now. I thought that he would wait until the end to amaze everyone. I didn't expect it to be like this. Lu Lan said. He exchanged a glance with Han He, and both of them smiled bitterly. Lin Tian had taken out his Imperial Academy nameplate before, but the nameplate was only a proof of identity for a new student for the time being. There was no information about one's identity recorded in the nameplate, so Han He and Lu Lan did not know Lin Tian's true identity. It was only when Su Zhou heard the news and hurried here, informing them of Lin Tian's identity, that the two of them finally reacted. Both of them smiled bitterly. Was this the peerless genius from Fengjian City? This was not easy to deal with a king's sound, killing intent interweaved, the cold peak pressing towards Lin Tian. Lung Feng, stop. Han He said. Lung Feng's face darkened. His eyes were as sharp as blades, and the veins on his forehead were throbbing. He killed my younger brother. Leng Yitong was not very talented, and he did not do much. Even so, he was still his younger brother. When his younger brother was killed in front of him, the murderous intent in his eyes surged like a fountain. It was terrifying. He has the dragon mark token. Lu Lan said. Lu Lan's words stunned many of the onlookers. Didn't that mean that Lin Tian was innocent? However, many people felt relieved after thinking about it. Lin Tian took out the dragon mark medallion, which represented the imperial clan. He could pardon anyone once, including themselves. Even the elders of the Northern Flame Imperial Academy had to give some face to the imperial clan. Of course, these people did not know that what shook Han He and Lu Lan the most was Lin Tian himself. A 16-year-old with a 9-star talent and a third-stage array manipulator. How could they kill such a freak? If they killed him, it would be a great loss to them. Lung Feng held on to his treasured sword tightly, but he was stunned. He stared at Lin Tian with a murderous look. He knew about the dragon mark token. It was a symbol of the imperial family's authority. Although he did not know how Lin Tian obtained it, if he killed Lin Tian now, it would cause a lot of controversy. It would embarrass the imperial family, and it would also bring bad influence to the Lin family. After all, it would be considered as openly disobeying the imperial family's authority. Seeing that Lin Feng stopped, Han He and Lu Lan nodded. Han He looked at Lin Tian and said, "Since you have the dragon mark token, we'll let it go. However, don't do it again." "What about him?" Lin Tian looked coldly at Lung Feng. "What do you mean?" Han He was slightly puzzled. Lin Tiandao said, as the supervisor of the new student assessment, the senior disciple of the Imperial Courtyard openly joined forces with the masters of his family to enter the Beast Demon Ridge to assassinate the new students of the Imperial Courtyard. What kind of punishment should the Imperial Courtyard give him? Didn't you already kill Leng Yitong? Lu Lan frowned. Yes, I killed Leng Yitong. Therefore, I used the dragon mark token to take the blame. Lung Feng is also one of the sinners. He openly assassinated a fellow disciple. What should he do? Lin Tianling said coldly. Hearing this, many of the onlookers could not help but gasp. This brother is really awesome. Kill Leng Yitong, take out the dragon mark token to take the blame, and then ask the Imperial Courtyard to punish Lung Feng? How domineering. Many senior disciples were dumbfounded. Quite a number of new students widened their eyes. There was actually such a crazy person in the same batch of new students. Arrogant bastard. Xiao Wu's face darkened. Not far away, Du Hongxing harumphed coldly as he stared at Lin Tian unhappily. With Lin Tianyi's arrival, his limelight was immediately overshadowed. Han He and Lu Lan frowned and were at a loss for words. Logically speaking, if what Lin Tian said was true, the Northern Flame Imperial Courtyard should punish Lung Feng. However, Lung Feng was the young master of the Lung family, ranked 7th on the honor roll board, and a rare expert in the imperial courtyard. Moreover, Lung Yitong had just been killed. If they were to punish Lung Feng now, it would be difficult for them. On the martial arts stage, Lung Feng stared at Lin Tian with killing intent. Let's have a battle of life and death, one-on-one. Are you satisfied? Lung Feng said coldly. Lin Tian's face was filled with disdain as he said coldly, battle of life and death? Why? We're both students of the imperial courtyard. You failed to assassinate me, and now you have the cheek to propose a battle of life and death to settle this matter? Are all the people of the Lung family so shameless? Lung Feng's face turned even colder as killing intent surged. Enough! Han He shouted. He looked at Lin Tian and said, how about this, we can't just listen to your words. The imperial courtyard will investigate this matter thoroughly before making a decision. Are you trying to stall for time? Lin Tian smiled. You, Han He's face turned green with anger. This brat is really a thorn in my side. He doesn't give me any face at all. Just as Han He was about to say something, Lin Tian shook his head. Forget it. It doesn't matter whether the imperial courtyard punishes him or not. I, Lin Tian, have always liked to solve my own problems. As he spoke, Lin Tianling looked at Lung Feng coldly. I'll let you know the consequences of messing with me. Today, Lung Yitong is lying on the ground. Soon, it will be your turn. Everyone around the martial arts stage was stunned. He's called Lin Tian? This brat, could he be a prince hiding his identity and coming to the imperial courtyard to play? He's too arrogant. Not only did he not kill Lung Yitong, he even threatened Lung Feng in public. It was obvious that he wanted to kill Lung Feng. This was too crazy. The onlookers around the martial arts stage were dumbfounded. They were so shocked that their jaws almost dropped. Lung Feng's face was extremely ugly. A strong sense of humiliation rose within him. He had never been so humiliated in his life. He only felt that Lin Tian had slapped him a few times. At this moment, if Lin Tian had not taken out the dragon mark token, he would have rushed over and torn Lin Tian into pieces without caring about anything else. Han He and Lu Lan looked at each other and smiled bitterly. Sure enough, this brat was a super thorn in their side. Elders, am I officially admitted into the imperial courtyard? Lin Tian asked. At this moment, Lin Tian did not care about Lung Feng at all. If he was stronger, he would have swung his knife at Lung Feng. Unfortunately, he still felt that there was a huge gap between him and Lung Feng. He was definitely not a match for him in a direct confrontation. Yes. Why not? Han He said with a straight face. How could such a brat be pushed out of the courtyard? Then, what about the ranking battle? There's no need to fight anymore. The ranking battle ends here. You're ranked 3rd among the freshmen. Lu Lan also had a straight face. After he finished speaking, he looked at Su Zhou, who was below the martial arts arena, and said, you'll be in charge of the person you recruited for the time being. Bring him to choose a place to stay and tell him some things about the imperial courtyard. Do you understand? Lung Yitong's death was not a small matter. It had to be dealt with properly. Yes. 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 Su Zhou nodded repeatedly. Han He looked at Lin Tian and said, all right, go with Su Zhou. Lin Tian nodded and glanced coldly at Lung Feng. He leaped down and came to Su Zhou's side. Thank you, senior. He said. Su Zhou shook his head and quickly left with Lin Tian. There was dead silence around the martial arts arena. Staring at Lin Tian's back, Lung Feng's eyes were full of murderous intent. He clenched his fists tightly and wished he could devour Lin Tian bit by bit. Beside him, Han He and Lu Lan looked at Lin Feng's expression and glanced at Lin Yitong's body. They could not help but smile bitterly. It seemed that this matter was not over yet. He's that, Lin Tian? He's so handsome, so cool. Some female disciples were infatuated. Many people also stared in the direction Lin Tian left. The scene just now was still replaying in their minds. Killing the young master of the Lung family, taking out the dragon mark token, and intimidating Lung Feng. This series of actions was too shocking, At this time, Lin Tian had already walked far away with Su Zhou. Little ancestor, you're really good at causing trouble. You've just entered the imperial courtyard and you've already caused such a big incident. Su Zhou's face was bitter. The young master of the Ling family, Ling Yitong, was killed by Lin Tian in front of everyone in the freshman ranking battle. This matter was really big. I had no choice. He wanted to kill me, so I could only fight back. Lin Tian shook his head. Su Zhou said, that's true, but this is the imperial city. As the saying goes, even a strong dragon cannot defeat a snake in its own territory. Moreover, the Ling family's power is astonishing. They can be considered as a fierce dragon in the imperial city. When it's necessary to back down, we should still back down a little. They're already here to kill me. How can I back down? If I back down this time, there will be a next time and a next time. Am I going to let them take the initiative and continue to hunt me down? I'm not going to do such a boring thing. Lin Tian Andao. Su Zhou was stunned. He smiled bitterly and nodded. You're right. Shaking his head, Su Zhou said, forget it. Mu Qingshi and Sherdong are not worried about you at all. I guess they must know something. I won't worry about it anymore. Come this way, I'll take you to choose a residence first, then I'll introduce you to the imperial courtyard. Okay, I'll have to trouble Senior. What trouble? Recruiting a peerless genius like you, I've gained a lot of benefits. Su Zhou laughed. The Northern Flame Imperial Courtyard was the highest martial palace in the Northern Flame country. There were many buildings inside, covering a large area. Lin Tian followed Su Zhou and soon arrived at the residence of the Imperial Courtyard's disciples. Each house was large, and the environment was quiet. Worthy of the Imperial Courtyard. Lin Tian said with a smile. In this place, any random house was much better than the 9 young martial houses' inner palace disciples' residences. Moreover, the distance between the houses was not short. The concealment was done very well, so there was no need to worry about being spied on. Most of the Imperial Courtyard's disciples' residences are here. You can choose one first. Su Zhou said. Okay. Lin Tian nodded. Looking around, Lin Tian finally chose a house next to a huge old tree. After choosing his residence, Lin Tian invited Su Zhou into the house. He looked at Su Zhou and asked, Senior, you said that most of the Imperial Courtyard's disciples' residences are here. What does that mean? Are there other residences? Su Zhou secretly praised Lin Tian's sensitivity. That's right. The Northern Flame Imperial Courtyard has a long history. From bottom to top, it is roughly divided into the outer courtyard, inner courtyard, and king's courtyard. The residences and conditions of the disciples of each courtyard are different. This is the outer courtyard's residence. The inner courtyard and king's courtyard are in other places. Outer courtyard, inner courtyard, king's courtyard. I see. Lin Tian nodded. He thought for a while and asked, then, Senior Su, how do the new disciples enter the inner courtyard from the outer courtyard, and how do they enter the king's courtyard from the inner courtyard? Lin Tian had cultivated in the Nanyang Martial Palace before. He knew that the higher the level, the more cultivation resources one would receive. Therefore, he naturally had to ask about this. P.S. National Day, I wish you all a good time. The reason Lin Tian joined the Northern Flame Imperial Courtyard was because of the various resources. Reading, therefore, he naturally had to find out more about the problems related to cultivation resources. This is what I'm going to tell you next. I'll start from the basics, listen carefully. Su Zhou said. Okay. Lin Tian nodded. Su Zhou nodded and said, first of all, you new disciples have just entered the academy, and after the ranking battle, the academy will give out some rewards to the top 10 new disciples. After that, all of you will be allowed to temporarily temper yourselves in the academy for a month, allowing you to roughly familiarize yourselves with the imperial courtyard. Su Zhou paused, then continued, next, the academy will hold a grand competition. The competition will be held in the illusory killing hall of the imperial courtyard. Then, the ranking stone outside the illusory killing hall will record the rankings of all the disciples. Generally speaking, the top 30 disciples will be assigned to the king courtyard, the 80th to 31st place will be in the inner courtyard, and those below 81st place will be in the outer courtyard. This is the basic relationship between the three courtyards and the ranking stone. You mean, 1 month later, as long as I reach the 80th place in the illusory killing hall, I can enter the inner courtyard, and if I reach the top 30, I can enter the king courtyard? Lin Tian asked. No, it's not that simple. I haven't finished yet. The ranking on the ranking stone is only the basic condition. Suzhou shook his head, saying, let me give you an example. For example, 1 month later, if your ranking in the illusory killing hall is 81st place, then you will be directly assigned to the outer courtyard, the same as now, an outer courtyard disciple. If you're ranked 79th, then you'll have the qualifications to enter the inner courtyard. After that, you'll have to choose one of the current inner courtyard disciples to challenge. If you win, you'll enter the inner courtyard, and the loser will retreat to the outer courtyard. If you lose, then I'm sorry, but you'll still be in the outer courtyard. Similarly, it's the same for the king courtyard. Lin Tian suddenly understood, saying, so, in the Northern Flame Academy, the king courtyard disciples will always be 30, the inner courtyard disciples will always be 50, and the outer courtyard disciples will always be indefinite. Then, the inner courtyard and king courtyard disciples will be replaced by an elimination system? That's roughly it. Suzhou nodded. Lin Tian asked again, after the recent unification competition, will the next competition be held next year? No, the All-Academy competition is held once every 2 months. Once every 2 months? So often? Lin Tian was a little surprised. Naturally, this is also to encourage the disciples to work hard in their cultivation. Suzhou continued, however, although the grand competition is held frequently, the positions on the ranking stone generally do not change much. It is even more impossible for the disciples of the Inner Academy and King's Academy to be pushed down so easily. After all, those who are able to enter the Inner Academy and King's Academy are all geniuses amongst geniuses. Oh, that's true. Lin Tian nodded. Next, Suzhou explained the main structure of the Northern Flame Imperial Courtyard. It was divided into the Disciple Pavilion, the Elder Courtyard, the Scripture Depository, and the Cultivation Area. The Disciple Pavilion, the Elder Courtyard, and the Scripture Depository were all a single structure, while the Cultivation Area consisted of many different structures, such as the Wild Sand World, the Rapid Current, the Mirage Cave, and the Vein Condensation Cave. The Wild Sand World was a small space that was filled with yellow sand. Within this space, those with weak strength wouldn't even be able to open their eyes. But at the same time, this small space also contained an illusionary killing array. From time to time, some powerful monster beasts would appear and attack the disciples that entered, using this to temper the perception of a martial artist. The Rapid Current was a huge river that cut across the Mirage Cave. The water current was shockingly fast, and if one wasn't careful, they would be swept away. Moreover, this long river was reinforced by some kind of array that made the water current extremely cold, so cold that it penetrated the bones. Ordinary people would find it hard to endure, using this to train the cultivators' physical strength and endurance. The Mirage Cave was a place where cultivators would enter, and there would be a phantom with the same strength as them. Other than the ability to speak and facial expressions, their cultivation, speed, and martial skills would be the same as the real body. After cultivators entered the Mirage Cave, they would battle with their own phantoms, allowing them to grasp their own weaknesses and shortcomings. At the same time, they could also increase their own battle strength. It could be said that this was very significant. The Vein Condensation Cave was said to have more than 10 tyrannical spirit veins gathered underground. The spirit energy was extremely dense, and after cultivators entered, they could absorb spirit energy that far surpassed the outside world, greatly increasing the speed of forming divine veins. Their cultivation could increase by a lot in a short period of time. The significance of this was self-evident. Of these 4 places, the Slaughter World and the Rapid Current could accommodate at least 100 people at a time, so there was no restriction on the cultivation time. Freshmen who had just entered the college could cultivate there unconditionally. However, the Mirage Cave and the Vein Condensation Cave were different. Only Inner Courtyard disciples and King's Courtyard disciples had the qualifications to enter these 2 places. Moreover, the disciples would be allocated time according to their ranking on the ranking stone. the higher the ranking, the more cultivation time they would receive. Also, the Imperial Courtyard Scripture Depository is a little different from your Ninyang martial house. The Imperial Courtyard disciples can only choose one cultivation technique and one martial skill from the Scripture Depository for each realm. Of course, the cultivation techniques and martial skills inside are all top-notch. Suzhou said. Forget about the cultivation technique, but can only choose one martial skill for each realm? Isn't that a little too little? Lin Tian was astonished. Maybe, but it's not true that you can only cultivate one martial skill for each realm. Suzhou smiled and said, if you want to cultivate more martial skills, you can exchange for new martial skills by accumulating Academy contribution points. When the Academy contribution points reach level 1, you can exchange for one additional Divine Vein Realm martial skill. When the Academy contribution points reach level 2, you can exchange for 2 additional Divine Vein Realm martial skills. As for Spiritual Sea Realm martial skills, you need to reach level 3 at least. Lin Tianwei was stunned and asked, how do I accumulate Academy contribution points? This is simple. Go to the Disciple Pavilion and hand in Demonic Beasts cores, Demonic Beasts fur, Demonic Beasts blood essence, rare herbs, spirit tools, elixirs, and so on. You can even directly exchange spirit coins for Academy contribution points. Suzhou said. Spirit coins are fine too? Sure. Lin Tian thought for a moment and asked, how many spirit coins do I need to reach level 1 contribution points? In terms of spirit coins, he still had a lot. Level 1 contribution points require 3 million spirit coins. Level 2 contribution points require 7 million spirit coins. Level 3, stop. Lin Tian's forehead was full of black lines. He might as well rob. Suzhou obviously knew what Lin Tian was thinking and said with a smile, a few million spirit coins is indeed an astronomical figure for ordinary cultivators. However, for some wealthy merchant families in the Imperial City, a few million spirit coins are nothing at all. It can be said that spirit coins are prepared for those wealthy young masters of wealthy merchant families. The Imperial Courtyard also needs to make some money. Lin Tian. It was the first time he heard that the Imperial Courtyard also needed to make money. Then, how do you calculate using beast cores? Lin Tian asked. Suzhou said, in terms of beast cores, level 4 demonic beasts cores need about 3,000 pieces to reach level 1 contribution points. Level 5 demonic beasts cores need about 1,500 pieces. Level 6 demonic beasts cores need about 1,000 pieces. Lin Tian was speechless. Beast cores also needed so many. There's no other way. The Imperial Courtyard has too many great formations. It needs a lot of beast cores to operate. Suzhou said. So, the Imperial Courtyard uses extra martial arts as a lure to make the Imperial Courtyard's disciples do their best to obtain beast cores. Since the martial arts are there, there's nothing to lose by letting the Imperial Courtyard's disciples practice it. They can also get a lot of beast cores, so why not? If there's a wealthy young master, that's even better. It's a waste not to take advantage of them, is that right? Lin Tian Ondao. Cough cough, it's good that you know, it's good that you know. We can't let the teachers and elders get beast cores and spirit coins, right? Suzhou said. Maybe it was because he had a good impression of Lin Tian. Suzhou didn't deliberately hide anything. Lin Tian, this is too deceptive. He chatted with Suzhou for a while and had a general understanding of the Northern Flame Imperial Courtyard. Around night time, Suzhou stood up and said goodbye. Sorry to trouble you, senior. Take care. Lin Tian sent Suzhou to the door. Little guy, don't be so polite. If there's anything you don't understand in the future, you can ask me. Suzhou said and then quickly left. Lin Tian returned to his room and tidied it up. He then lay on the bed and prepared to have a good sleep. In the past half a month, the environment in the poison forest was a little too harsh. He didn't have a good rest at all. Around midnight, Lin Tian woke up. After pausing for a while, he opened the 2 spirit-gathering runes and started to cultivate. To him who controlled the 4 extreme scriptures, the effect of cultivating at night was much better than in the day. It was because the 4 extreme scriptures could not only attract the spirit chi of heaven and earth, but also the astral force. Buzz, dense spirit chi of heaven and earth gathered outside his body. The silver astral force also intertwined, making him look sacred and dignified. Under such dense spirit chi of heaven and earth and astral force, he constructed the fourth divine vein bit by bit, connecting the acupoints and meridians on the fourth divine vein. Just like that, the night passed quickly. The next morning, Lin Tian stopped cultivating. He stood up and stretched his arms. He felt that his essence, chi, and spirit had become stronger. When he walked out of the room, the surroundings were very quiet. Many outer courtyard disciples were still sleeping soundly. Lin Tian, as usual, faced the morning sun and breathed. He continued for half an hour before stopping. At noon, Suzhou came again. He brought the reward of the ranking battle from the imperial courtyard. It was a meridian shield elixir. It could allow divine vein experts to construct their divine veins faster. It was needless to say how valuable it was. That night, Lin Tian swallowed the elixir without hesitation. After a night of cultivation, his cultivation directly reached the fourth sky of the divine vein realm. The reason why he was able to break through so quickly was because he had refined a Class 7 demonic beast core in the corrosive poison forest. After that, he had cultivated bitterly for half a month. Originally, his cultivation was about to reach the fourth layer of the divine vein layer. Now, after consuming the channel shielding pill, breaking through to a new level was naturally a matter of course. Humph. Feeling the power of the fourth sky of the divine vein realm, Lin Tian couldn't help but sneer. Now, he wasn't far from Ling Feng's cultivation level. For the next 2 days, Lin Tian didn't step out of his room. He had been consolidating his cultivation level. After all, he had broken through too quickly during this period of time. He had to stabilize his foundation. Soon, another day passed. In the afternoon, Lin Tian walked out of his room and prepared to go to the imperial courtyard's cultivation area to take a look. Just as he opened the door, a yellow-clothed youth jumped out from the side and shouted, "Brother-in-law!" Lin Tian was about to kick him, but when he heard the young man's name, he staggered. "Brother-in-law? What the hell?" The young man looked very young, his skin was very white, and he looked to be about 16 years old. He rushed forward with a familiar face, and directly gave Lin Tian a warm hug, happily saying, "Brother-in-law, I've finally found you." Lin Tian felt a chill down his spine and quickly pushed the young man away. "Who are you?" Lin Tian asked. Someone suddenly called him brother-in-law. How could he be kidding? Most importantly, he didn't know this person at all. The young man straightened his clothes and said, "My name is Xianxia. I just turned 16 last month. I'm now a member of Beiyan Imperial Courtyard." Xianxia approached Lin Tian and said excitedly, "By the way, brother-in-law, I heard that you killed the young master of the Ling family in front of everyone. That was so domineering. My sister said that you should protect me in the future." Staring at the young man, Lin Tian was slightly stunned. "Your sister? Xianxia?" He thought about it. Among the people he knew, only Xianxia had the surname Xian. Xianxia nodded repeatedly. "Yes, that's right." Lin Tian was speechless. "I'm very close to your sister, but how did I become your brother-in-law? My sister's tone was strange when she mentioned you." "We're siblings." "I know my sister. You must be my brother-in-law. Even if you're not now, you'll definitely be in the future." Xianxia said seriously. "Yes, that's right." Lin Tian, this guy's imagination was really wild. After a pause, Lin Tian thought about what Xianxia said and asked curiously, "You're now a disciple of the Imperial Courtyard?" Lin Tian glanced at Xianxia and found that he was only at the 7th level of the physique refinement realm. Although his cultivation was not bad, how could a 7th level of the physique refinement realm enter the Imperial Courtyard to cultivate? Yes. Xianxia had a proud expression. Does the Imperial Courtyard also accept disciples below the Divine Pulse realm? No. Then you? My family is rich. Lin Tian. He suddenly recalled what Suzhou had told him about exchanging spirit coins for academy contribution points. Now, it seemed that it wasn't just academy contribution points. As long as one had enough wealth, they could directly smash open the doors of the imperial courtyard with spirit coins. Rubbing his forehead, Lin Tian walked outside. "Hey, brother-in-law, wait for me." Xian Qingyun followed him eagerly. Lin Tian was speechless. "Don't call me brother-in-law." "Yes, brother-in-law." Lin Tian couldn't be bothered to say anything else. He walked in a certain direction and headed towards the cultivation area of the Northern Flame Imperial Academy. After staying in his residence for a few days, his cultivation had reached the 4th layer of the Divine Vein realm. He wanted to experience the violent sand world and the rapids torrent. "Brother-in-law, how do you know my elder sister?" "Brother-in-law, what realm are you at now?" "Brother-in-law, can I treat you to dinner tonight?" "Hey, brother-in-law, say something." Along the way, Xian Qingyun didn't rest. Lin Tian felt his ears buzzing. He secretly thought that Xian Yao's younger brother was really a chatterbox. The Northern Flame Imperial Courtyard was extremely huge, and the outer courtyard disciples' residences were quite a distance away from the cultivation area. Along the way, many Imperial Courtyard disciples were shocked when they saw Heavenly Queen Lin. They were all pointing at her and whispering to each other. A few days ago, Lin Tian killed the young master of the Ling family in front of everyone. Many Imperial Courtyard disciples were shocked. Xian Qingyun looked around and his eyes lit up. He said excitedly, brother-in-law, these guys seem to be in awe of you. You are so handsome. Let's make a deal, you have to protect me in the future." Lin Tian. Not long later, Lin Tian arrived at the cultivation area. The cultivation area of the Northern Flame Imperial Academy was very big. There were many Imperial Courtyard disciples coming and going. Lin Tian stopped for a while and then walked toward the Wild Sand World. The Wild Sand World was the basic cultivation resource of the Imperial Courtyard. There were no restrictions. When Lin Tian arrived, he didn't hesitate and directly walked in. However, after taking a few steps, he stopped. "Are you okay?" he asked Xian Qingyun. The Wild Sand World was designed for Divine Vein realm experts. However, Xian Qingyun was only in the body refinement realm. Moreover, he was only at the 7th layer of the body refinement realm. Lin Tian thought that Xian Qingyun might not be able to withstand the pressure inside. "Brother-in-law, aren't you here?" Xian Qingyun said. Lin Tian was speechless. "After we go in, stay by my side." Xian Yao was very good to him. Since this guy was Xian Yao's younger brother, he naturally had to take care of him. "Okay, brother-in-law." Xian Qingyun nodded. Lin Tian didn't say anything else. He took Xian Qingyun and stepped into the Wild Sand World. As soon as they stepped into the Wild Sand World, violent astral winds rushed toward them. The wind carried golden yellow sand and it actually hurt when it hit their faces. The wind continued to howl in his ears. Even with Lin Tian's cultivation, he was still surprised when he first entered this place. Looking around, he could only see up to 2 zhang in front of him. He could not see anything beyond that. "Ouch!" Xian Qingyun held. A faint voice entered Lin Tian's ears through the wind. Lin Tian tilted his head and saw Xian Qingyun covering his face with one hand and grabbing the corner of his clothes with the other. Xian Qingyun's body kept shaking as if he was going to be flipped over in the next moment. Lin Tian immediately released his true origin force and formed a true origin wall. It supported a small area with a diameter of about 10 feet. Only then did Xian Qingyun feel better. How terrifying. Xian Qingyun swallowed his saliva. At this moment, a ferocious roar sounded. A white-boned demonic beast suddenly appeared beside Xian Qingyun. Xian Qingyun's expression changed. His eyes almost popped out. Clang! A sword whistled. The broken wound sword appeared in Lin Tian's hand and he slashed at the demonic beast. The white-boned demonic beast was cut in half and disappeared like starlight. Lin Tian wasn't surprised. He knew from Suzhou that the demonic beasts in this wild sand world were evolved from the illusory killing array. They didn't have the real killing power. When the disciples of the college were killed by the demonic beasts in the wild sand world, they would be thrown out by the array. So powerful. Xian Qingyun's face was full of admiration. Don't just stand there. I will support this small area. You will be less affected by the wild sand. Now, rely on your own cultivation and martial arts to sense the surroundings and fight with the demonic beasts. Don't worry. No matter what, these demonic beasts can't kill you. You can treat them as illusions and fight with them to improve yourself. Lin Tian said. Since he was here, he couldn't waste his time. He wanted to help this guy. After all, he was Xianxia's brother. Okay, brother-in-law. Xianxia nodded. Taking a deep breath, Xianxia became serious and immediately got into a fighting stance. In the next moment, in the wild sand, the sound of air breaking was heard. Demonic beasts rushed over one after another. Clang! The sword whistled. Lin Tian waved the broken wound sword and killed many demonic beasts in the air. Do it! He yelled at Xianxia. These demonic beasts weren't too strong. There were some second-level and third-level demonic beasts. He stopped the stronger ones and left the weaker ones for Xianxia. He believed that with Xianxia's current strength, it shouldn't be a problem to deal with some second-level and third-level demonic beasts. Xianxia was a little scared at first. But after hearing Lin Tian's voice, he gritted his teeth and started to fight. Boom! Pulling out a long sword, Xianxia slashed out streaks of crazy sword light. Lin Tian was a little surprised. Although Xianxia was only at the 7th level of body refinement, the martial arts he used seemed to belong to the divine vein level. The power was extraordinary. However, he was only surprised for a moment. The Xian family could even break open the imperial courtyard's door with money. It shouldn't be too difficult for them to get some divine vein level martial arts. Not bad, continue. He encouraged. Yes, brother-in-law. Xianxia said excitedly. The wild sand world was very unusual. The wind was very strong, and demonic beasts were constantly rushing over. It was impossible to guard against them. Lin Tian forcibly supported a small area with his huge vital essence to help Xianxia block the wind and sand. His vital essence was also very consumed. After about 2 hours, he asked Xianxia to leave. Walking out of the wild sand world, Xianxia let out a long breath. It's so comfortable outside. The path of cultivation is originally not comfortable. Lin Tian Dao. I know. Xianxia nodded and stared at Lin Tian with some excitement and adoration. He said, but brother-in-law, you are so powerful. You can actually use your Jin Yuan to forcefully separate the sand and wind, and at the same time guide me in battle. I feel that my battle ability seems to have improved a lot, and my sword skills are also much more proficient. Although he only stayed in the wild sand world for 2 hours, Xianxia felt that his strength had improved a lot. If there's a chance in the future, I'll bring you here again. Lin Tian said with a smile. Staying in the wild sand world for 2 hours didn't help him much. It was designed to enhance a warrior's perception. However, he cultivated the Heavenly One Soul spell, and his perception was already very strong. He could easily sense the demonic beasts rushing over from the wild sand world. As for the wind and sand, it wasn't too strong. With his current strength, he could easily resist it. After all, the wind and sand were originally only for interference. Okay. Hearing Lin Tian say that he'll come again in the future, Xianxia nodded excitedly. Then, Xianxia looked at Lin Tian and said, by the way, brother-in-law, where are we going now? Why don't I bring you to the Immortal Knowledge Water Tower? No, I have to bring my mount here. Lin Tian Dao. Now that he had settled down in the Northern Flame Imperial Courtyard, it was time to bring the dragon scale horse over. Even though he didn't need a mount right now, Su Shu had spent a few days taming this precious steed as a gift for him. Furthermore, the steed itself was quite intelligent. Naturally, he wouldn't leave it outside. Mount? Okay, let's go together. Xianxia said. Lin Tian was speechless. Did this guy really think of him as his brother-in-law? Why did it feel like he was sticking to him? Shaking his head, Lin Tian didn't care. He immediately walked out of the imperial courtyard. Lin Tian. At this moment, a sinister voice sounded. Remember the literature building in a second. We provide you with wonderful novels to read. Lin Tian looked in the direction of the voice and saw a young man in purple walking towards him. It was Xiao Wu. Wu Xing, what's the matter? He said indifferently. Xiao Wu's face darkened as he sneered, I didn't expect you to be a new student of the Imperial Courtyard. Lin Tian narrowed his eyes, you stopped me just to say this nonsense? As he spoke, he shook his head and beckoned Xian and Qingyun to walk out. Stop. Xiao Wu shouted coldly. This place was close to the cultivation area and there were many disciples coming and going. When they saw this scene, they all looked over. Lin Tian and Xiao Wu were both famous among the new students. Lin Tian didn't want to talk to Xiao Wu, but Xian and Qingyun was a little unhappy, who are you to speak so rudely? As he spoke, he looked at Lin Tian and said, brother-in-law, is this someone you know? I guess so. When I first came to the Imperial City, we had some small dealings. Lin Tian smiled. Small dealings? Why do I feel like he hates you? Xian and Qingyun was slightly stunned. If I didn't know your sister and kicked you out of the restaurant, you would hate me too. Lin Tian Dao. Xian and Qingyun stared and then gave him a thumbs up, brother-in-law, you're so domineering. The two of them spoke to each other, completely ignoring the surroundings. This caused Xiao Wu's face to flicker between green and red. In particular, when Lin Tian mentioned what had happened in the restaurant that day, he immediately felt rather embarrassed. At this moment, quite a few students in the surroundings looked at him in surprise. There's actually such a thing. As expected of the ruthless person who dared to kill Ling Yitong. I didn't expect him to kick the young master of Linchuan City's Xia family when he just came to the Imperial City. Really, awesome. Around them, many people were discussing. Xiao Wu only felt like his face was on fire. With a clang, he pulled out his sword and pointed it at Lin Tian. That day, if you didn't sneak attack me while I was fast, how could I be controlled by you? In terms of combat strength, you're far inferior to me. And then? Lin Tian looked at Xiao Wu indifferently. Xiao Wu's face turned cold as he said coldly, do you dare to fight to the death? That day, he was kicked out of the restaurant by Lin Tian in front of so many people. This made Xiao Wu really hate Lin Tian. He believed that his battle strength was stronger than Lin Tian, so he wanted to wash away his humiliation. Whoosh, when they heard the words battle of life and death, the surrounding Imperial Courtyard disciples were in an uproar. It was a life and death battle. Moreover, it was a life and death battle between two powerful new students. Many people's eyes lit up with anticipation. Boring. Lin Tian shook his head. As he spoke, he called out to Xian and Qingyun and walked out of the academy. You don't dare? Xiao Wu sneered and pointed his sword at Lin Tian. You're not worthy. Lin Tian said calmly. After he finished speaking, he didn't care about the expressions of the people around him. He walked straight out of the academy, leaving Xiao Wu standing there with an ashen face. He gripped the sword in his hand so tightly that his knuckles turned white. His eyes were filled with malice. Lin Tian and Xian and Qingyun walked out of the Northern Flame Imperial Courtyard together. Brother-in-law, why did you kick that guy when you first came to the Imperial City? Xian and Qingyun asked Lin Tian. He wanted to snatch the room that I had already booked. Lin Tian said. Xian and Qingyun glared. A room is like a woman. That bastard actually dared to snatch brother-in-law's room? He's courting death. Lin Tian, where did this guy get this weird theory from? The Imperial City was very luxurious. People came and went. Xian and Qingyun pointed at this and that for a while. He dragged Lin Tian and said that he wanted to take Lin Tian to the Immortal Wisdom Water Tower to welcome him. However, he was rejected. Brother-in-law, why aren't we at your restaurant yet? How much longer do we have to walk? 2 hours later, Xian and Qingyun complained. He felt that his legs were a little sore. I didn't ask you to follow me. Lin Tian was speechless. He then said, oh right, don't call me brother-in-law anymore. Okay, brother-in-law. Xian and Qingyun nodded. Black lines appeared on Lin Tian's forehead. He really wanted to give this guy a slap. Not long later, Lin Tian finally arrived at the restaurant from before. When he arrived at the backyard of the restaurant, the dragon scale stallion suddenly neighed and shook its head. It seemed to be a little excited. Heh. Lin Tian walked over and touched the dragon scale stallion's head. This guy really understood human nature. He looked at the dragon scale stallion. It seemed to have strengthened a lot in the past few days. This made him very satisfied. Peak rank 3 demonic beast? Brother-in-law, you're so domineering. Using this thing as a mount. Xianxia's eyes lit up. A good friend gave it to me as a gift. Lin Tian smiled. After paying some spirit coins to the restaurant's waiter, Lin Tian led the dragon scale stallion out. Walking on the street, many passers-by couldn't help but stare at the dragon scale stallion and point at it. One had to know that the dragon scale stallion was a peak rank 3 demonic beast. It was comparable to a 9th layer body refinement realm cultivator. Ordinary people wouldn't be able to tame it. To be able to use the dragon scale stallion as a mount, it was enough to show that the owner was very strong. Brother-in-law, let me ride it? Xianxia's eyes lit up. Sure. Lin Tian. No matter what, he was still Xianyao's younger brother. He wouldn't be stingy. Book read, Xianxia was overjoyed. He quickly ran to the side of the dragon scale stallion and jumped on it. However, just as he stepped on the dragon scale stallion's back, the dragon scale stallion suddenly neighed angrily and threw him off. With a bang, Xianxia fell to the ground. He grimaced in pain. Brother-in-law, Xianxia pointed at the dragon scale stallion, trembling in anger. Lin Tian looked at the dragon scale stallion and suddenly laughed. It seems that only he was allowed to ride the dragon scale stallion. Good fellow. Stroking the dragon scale stallion's soft mane, he liked this guy even more. Xianxia stared at the dragon scale stallion. After a while, he could only helplessly shake his head. The two of them walked towards the Northern Flame Imperial Courtyard. Along the way, Xianxia was still chatty. By the way, brother-in-law, the Northern Flame Imperial Courtyard will be very lively this time because there are more geniuses than previous years. Moreover, it is said that a certain prince will be coming to the Imperial Courtyard to cultivate soon. Xianxia said. Lin Tianwei was stunned. A prince is coming to the Imperial Courtyard to cultivate? As far as he knew, there were many experts in the Imperial Palace. There were experts who were responsible for teaching the princes. Under normal circumstances, there is no need. However, who knows what a prince is interested in? Maybe he feels that cultivating alone in the Imperial Palace is too boring and wants to have some fun in the outside world. Xianxia said. Lin Tian nodded and didn't pay too much attention to it. Soon, the two of them returned to the Imperial Courtyard. There were many geniuses in the Imperial Courtyard. Naturally, Lin Tianyi wasn't the only one who had a mount. Therefore, there was a special stable. Lin Tian brought the dragon scale horse to the Imperial Courtyard stable. After tying up the reins, he patted the horse and left. In the corrosive poison forest, he had already mastered 60% of the Azure Thundersword skill. Now, he was preparing to head to the Imperial Courtyard Scripture Depository to choose a new Divine Vein Realm martial technique to cultivate. After all, it was never a bad thing to learn more martial techniques. Do you want to come along? Lin Tian asked Xianxia. If brother-in-law is going, I will go. Xianxia nodded. Lin Tian was speechless. It seemed like this guy was really going to stick to him. The Northern Flame Imperial Courtyard was huge, but Lin Tian was more or less familiar with it. Soon, they arrived in front of a very tall building. It was the Scripture Depository. As far as the eye could see, the Scripture Depository was divided into 4 floors. It emitted a majestic aura. When they arrived at the Scripture Depository, Lin Tian and Xianxia passed their Imperial Courtyard nameplates to the Scripture Depository's deacon. The deacon glanced at them and said indifferently, "Go to the 2nd floor. You can choose any cultivation technique or martial technique. Time limit, 2 hours." After the ranking battle, all the disciples' nameplates had been refreshed. Now, different nameplates represented different individuals. The deacon of the Hidden Scriptures Pavilion only needed to scan the nameplates with his Jin Yuan to find out who had received the martial skills. Lin Tian took back his imperial courtyard nameplate and headed to the second floor. "Brother-in-law, wait for me." Xian Qingyun called out from behind. The two of them went to the second floor and saw that it was filled with all kinds of cultivation techniques and martial techniques. Pure yang art. Skywater art. Floating frost scripture. Lin Tian casually flipped through a few cultivation techniques and found that they were exquisite. They were all at the upper divine pulse level. The divine pulse level cultivation techniques in the Nine Suns martial house could not be compared to them. Of course, the cultivation techniques here were far inferior to the four extreme scripture that he cultivated. Bypassing the cultivation techniques, Lin Tian's gaze landed on the martial techniques. Nine claws. Green flame sword. Luo Ri fist. Lin Tianyi glanced at them and couldn't help but shake his head. He had mastered the Azure Thunder sword art. This sword art was very strong. 60% of the sword outline was already comparable to a divine pulse level martial technique. Therefore, he didn't need any sword-type martial techniques for the time being. Now that he had come here, he wanted to choose a martial skill that was similar to the Sword of Lightning, which had an instant burst of power. After all, the Sword of Lightning was only one of the mid-level martial skills in body refinement. In his current realm, it was slightly weak, so he wanted to find a stronger martial skill to replace it. Boomerang saber. Cloud collapse. Raging flame arrow. Lin Tian kept shaking his head as he scanned through the list. Suddenly, his gaze landed on a martial technique manual. It was called Nirvana Fist. Nirvana Fist, a upper divine pulse level martial technique. There is only one move, which is to gather true origin at the tip of the fist and compress it to the maximum. Then, it will materialize into a fist aura. It can be used to kill enemies from a distance. This martial technique consumes a lot of true origin and is very difficult to cultivate. Moreover, the cultivator needs to have a very strong physical body. Otherwise, the body will not be able to withstand the compressed fist aura. Lin Tian's eyes lit up when he read it. It seemed that this Nirvana Fist was not bad. After taking a deep breath, Lin Tian thought about it and chose it. "Have you chosen?" After choosing the Nirvana Fist, Lin Tian asked Xian Qingyun. "Yes." Xian Qingyun replied. Lin Tian scanned through the list and found that Xian Qingyun had chosen the Pure Yang Art and the 100 Phantom Shadows. Not bad. The Pure Yang Art can make true origin pure and more condensed. The 100 Phantom Shadows can increase your speed and reflexes. Together with the divine pulse level sword technique that you have cultivated, it should be good. Lin Tian said. Xian Qingyun was proud of himself. "Hee, brother-in-law, you think I have good taste too?" Lin Tian rolled his eyes. This fellow was really like opening a dye house when given a little bit of color. After the deacon of the scripture pavilion recorded it, the two of them walked out. "Brother-in-law, where are we going now?" Xian Qingyun asked. "Nonsense, of course we are going to cultivate." It was still early in the evening, so Lin Tian came to the cultivation area again. This time, he chose to take a look at the turbulent torrent. "Full text to read, I'll go too," Xian Qingyun said. Lin Tian didn't say anything, so Xian Qingyun followed him into the turbulent torrent space. Rumble, as soon as they entered, there was a sudden roar, and the earth seemed to be shaking. In front of them, a wide river ran from north to south. The water was reddish-green, and the current was frighteningly fast, splashing waves. "It seems that I can't help you in this place. Do you want to go down?" Lin Tian asked. Xian Qingyun swallowed his saliva. Not only was the scarlet-green water current astonishingly fast, but when it approached, one could feel a terrifying chill. This caused Xian Qingyun to involuntarily tremble. He said, I suddenly remembered that there are still some things I need to take care of. I think I need to go home immediately." "Lin Tian, brother-in-law, you can do it," Xian Qingyun said, waved at Lin Tian, and then ran out. Lin Tian smiled and shook his head. To be honest, this place was really difficult for Xian Qingyun, who was in the body refining realm, to withstand. Looking at the front again, the water was majestic like 10,000 horses galloping. Occasionally, there would be huge waves of water that were nearly 10 feet high, and the rumbling sound was like the vibration of thunder. Lin Tian casually glanced around and saw that there were many disciples of the academy cultivating in the turbulent torrent, fighting against the turbulent current. It's really spectacular, Lin Tian said to himself. After a pause, Lin Tian didn't hesitate and immediately stepped in. This torrent looked fierce, but it wasn't deep. After stepping in, the water level was only about his abdomen. But even so, this torrent was extremely cold. Even the current Lin Tian couldn't help but feel cold. There was a bone-piercing chill that enveloped him, as if it was going to penetrate his bone marrow. This turbulent torrent is really good to train a martial artist's courage and endurance, Lin Tian thought. Even Lin Tian felt some pain when the torrent of water hit his body, and the bone-piercing cold was not something an ordinary person could endure. He could not help but shiver a few times. Moreover, according to his understanding, this torrent was over 1 kilometer in length, and the higher it went, the faster the flow of water and the colder it was. Judging from this situation, if you want to stand firmly in this torrent, even at the end, you have to be at least at the early stage of the divine pulse. And if you want to stand firmly at the source, I'm afraid you have to be at the sea of consciousness realm. After a while, Lin Tian shook his head and stopped thinking about it. He took a deep breath and began to circulate the 4 extreme meridians, using his tyrannical true essence to support his body and resist the rushing torrent. At the same time, he also used it to resist the bone-piercing chill contained within the torrent. After that, he began to adjust the flow of true essence in his body and began to cultivate the Nirvana fist that he had just obtained from the scripture depository. Nirvana fist. Compress True Yuan and send out a light beam-shaped fist aura, destroying everything in its path, Lin Tian muttered to himself. According to the records of the Nirvana fist art, Lin Tian constantly adjusted the true essence in his body and gathered it at his right fist. Then, like cotton, he kept compressing it. Soon, he felt an intense pain. He felt as if his right fist had turned into a balloon, and the air inside was recklessly blowing up his fist. This caused Lin Tian's expression to change, and he quickly stopped. My current physical body is comparable to an expert at the 7th level of the divine pulse realm, but it is still difficult to cultivate this Nirvana fist art. It is hard to withstand the true essence compressed at the tip of my fist, and I can't blast out a fist aura. Lin Tian muttered to himself and shook his head. It seems like I have to quickly increase my physical body's strength. After thinking about it, Lin Tian temporarily gave up on cultivating the Nirvana fist art and started to focus on tempering his body. The 4 extreme meridians quickly circulated, and a faint true essence condensed on the surface of his body. He faced the torrential waves and started to move upstream. Soon, he walked from the end of the torrent to the middle of the torrent. Rumble, when he reached the middle of the torrent was even more shocking. Occasionally, there would be waves as high as 15 meters, and the water was even colder. Lin Tian took a deep breath and circulated the 4 extreme meridians even faster. He continued to move forward. There were many people in the torrent, and almost all of them were senior disciples. When they saw this scene, they couldn't help but be astonished. Who is that guy? He has actually crossed half of this turbulent current and is still going up. He looks unfamiliar. I have never seen him before. Could he be a new student? A new student? There is actually such a strong person among the new students? His physical body is abnormal. Many people stared with wide eyes. One had to know that in order to cross the middle of the torrent, one would need to be at least at the 5th level of the divine pulse realm. Lin Tian didn't care about these people's discussions. He gritted his teeth and continued to move forward. When he was about 120 meters away from the source of the torrent, he felt an unparalleled obstruction and finally couldn't move forward anymore. This place will do, Lin Tian muttered to himself. His 4 extreme meridians circulated quickly. Then, he did something that made all the senior disciples behind him tremble. He actually buried his head and submerged his entire body into the torrent. Damn! What is this guy doing? Could it be that he fainted? Bullsh*T. No matter how I look at it, he is the one who shrunk into the water. Many of the older disciples were stunned. They even forgot that they were cultivating and stared straight ahead. Just like this, time passed minute by minute. Soon, 15 minutes had passed. Could it be that he really fainted? It has only been 15 minutes. What's the rush? Divine Pulse Realm cultivators can hold their breath for at least an hour. But this is a torrent. How can it be compared to the outside world? Moreover, that guy is standing so close to the source of the torrent. Many people were discussing spiritedly. Another 15 minutes passed. Just when most people thought that Lin Tian had fainted, finally, there was a splash of water in front of them. Lin Tian stood up with a whoosh, shocking many senior disciples. Half an hour. In such a place, his entire body was submerged in the torrent, and he actually lasted for half an hour. Is he really a freshman? He is a freak. His physique is probably comparable to an expert at the 7th level of the Divine Vein realm. Many people were flabbergasted. Lin Tian didn't care about these people's voices. He only felt a tearing pain coming from his body. His legs that were submerged in the torrent were faintly trembling. It seems like I have reached my limit, he muttered to himself. He held his breath as his entire body sank into the torrent. The rapid torrent wantonly scoured every part of his body, and a bone-piercing chill endlessly surged into his body like numerous ice blades slicing his body. Under such circumstances, he persisted for 30 minutes, which was comparable to standing in the torrent normally for 6 hours. He took a deep breath, squatted slightly, and suddenly jumped up. Swish! He rushed out from the torrent and landed steadily on the shore. Damn, he still has the strength to jump. This chapter is not finished, please turn the page, really. What a monster. This scene caused many people's hearts to palpitate. After walking out from the torrent, Lin Tian instantly felt much better. His body was no longer cold, and his breathing became smoother. He paused for a moment and walked out from the small space in the torrent. He felt that his body was much tougher. Not long later, Lin Tian returned to his residence. It was already night time. He washed his body and changed into a clean set of clothes. He then sat cross-legged on the bed, pulled out 2 spirit-gathering runes, and started cultivating. Buzz. Faint silver light lingered on the surface of his body, making him look extremely elegant. It was as though an immortal had descended to the mortal world. Soon, the night passed. Time passed. For the next few days, Lin Tian went to the torrent to cultivate almost every day, constantly tempering his physical body. Gradually, Lin Tian discovered the benefits of the torrent. Not only could it strengthen a martial artist's physique, but the cold air in the torrent could also penetrate through the acupoints time after time, making it easier to construct the divine pulse in the future. In the blink of an eye, 5 days passed. On this day, Lin Tian walked out of his residence and prepared to head to the torrent to cultivate as usual. These few days, he felt that his physical body had become much stronger. It would not be long before he could start cultivating the Nirvana fist art for real. He was looking forward to compressing his quintessential essence to the extreme and brandishing the materialized full aura to kill enemies from a distance. Brother-in-law. Something bad happened, brother-in-law. At this moment, Xianxia, who he had not seen for a few days, hurriedly ran over from afar, panting heavily. What's wrong? Lin Tian was a little puzzled. Xianxia's expression was a little ugly. He said carefully, brother-in-law, the dragon scale horse, Lin Tian frowned. He had a bad feeling. Without asking Xianxia what happened, he walked straight to the imperial courtyard stable. Soon, he arrived at the stable and saw a group of people in front of him. They were discussing something softly, and it happened to be the dragon scale horse's position. He walked up and pushed the crowd aside. Suddenly, his expression changed. In front of him, the dragon scale horse was lying on the ground. Its originally smooth mane was completely dyed red with blood. Its body was covered with dense sword wounds. Its limbs were all cut off, and it was on the verge of death. Lin Tian quickly walked to the dragon scale horse's side. The dragon scale horse seemed to have sensed its master's arrival. It struggled slightly, but it could not stand up. Lin Tian squatted down and placed his right hand on the dragon scale horse's body. He felt that the dragon scale horse's life force was quickly draining away. It could not survive. He looked around and realized that not only were the dragon scale horse's limbs cut off, but its abdomen was also cut open. Blood flowed out without any regard for its life, dyeing the ground completely red. The dragon scale horse opened its mouth and seemed to want to cry out, but blood continued to gush out. Lin Tian clenched his fist tightly. A terrifying killing intent appeared in his eyes. "Rest in peace," he said. Then, he took out a dagger from the stone ring. After trembling a few times, he finally endured the pain and cut open the dragon scale horse's throat. He personally ended the dragon scale horse's last breath. With its limbs cut off and its abdomen cut open, the dragon scale horse could not survive. He did not want it to continue suffering. Standing up, Lin Tian swept his gaze around. A terrifying killing intent seeped out of his body. "Who did this?" Staring at the crowd, his voice was low and his eyes were even more terrifying. Facing such a gaze, the crowd was startled, and many people began to retreat. Lin Tian stepped forward and almost instantly arrived in front of one of the people. He grabbed the person's collar and asked, "Who did this?" Seeing Lin Tian's terrifying eyes at such a close distance, the person's face turned pale and he almost fainted. Xia Wu. This person was also a new Imperial Courtyard student and recognized Xia Wu. End of chapter. Lin Tian grabbed the new student, and the shattering sword puppet appeared, emitting a loud clang. "Now, where is he?" he sneered. I think he went back to his residence." The new student trembled in fear. Lin Tian threw the student away and strode towards the outer courtyard residence with a murderous look on his face. The surrounding Imperial Courtyard disciples were shocked when they saw this. "Oh my god, what is he going to do? Don't tell me he's going to kill someone? This is the Imperial Courtyard." Staring at Lin Tian's back, many people sucked in a breath of cold air. "Let's follow him and see," someone said. Instantly, a large group of people walked towards the outer courtyard residence. Of course, none of them dared to get close to Lin Tian. All of them stayed 10 feet away from Lin Tian. Even Xianxia was no exception. He had never seen Lin Tian with such a terrifying gaze before. The Imperial Courtyard was connected to all directions. Lin Tian held the shattering wound sword as he made his way to his residence in the outer courtyard. Along the way, it was unknown how many people were stunned. However, all the Imperial Courtyard disciples who saw his current appearance were all shocked by the terrifying killing intent emitted from his body. Isn't that Lin Tian?" "What, Lin Tian?" "The Lin Tian who killed the Ling family's young master." "It's him." What's wrong with him? This murderous aura, this." Someone recognized Lin Tian and couldn't help but suck in a few breaths of cold air. During the ranking competition, he killed the Ling family's young master, Ling Yitong, in front of 2 elders. This caused the name Lin Tian to spread across the entire Northern Flame Imperial Courtyard. Now, seeing Lin Tian in such a state, many people couldn't help but tremble violently. Instantly, more people cautiously followed behind Lin Tian. Following closely behind Lin Tian, they arrived at the residential area of the Outer Yard disciples. Many people didn't even dare to breathe loudly. Lin Tian held the sundering wound sword. The Heavenly One Soul technique made his perception extremely strong, far surpassing those of the same realm. After arriving at this place, he did not need anyone to tell him where to go. He directly stared at a house 10 zhang away. Within that house, he could feel Xia Wu's aura, as well as a trace of the dragon scale stallion's blood. Clang, with an ear-piercing whistle, a thunderous sword energy shot out and landed on the roof of a house 100 feet away. With a boom, the house was instantly torn apart, and debris flew everywhere. "Who is it?" With an angry roar, Xia Wu jumped out from the debris of the destroyed house. Then, Xia Wu saw Lin Tian. "It's you?" "Heh, looks like you know everything." Staring at Lin Tian, Xia Wu sneered and said, "That beast is really an eyesore. Coincidentally, when I was passing by, I suddenly wanted to practice my swordsmanship, so I could only use it as a target." "Strange, you seem to be very angry." "It's just a beast. Is there a need for that? This young master will gift you a few." Xia Wu was very unhappy with Lin Tian. When he knew that Lin Tian had brought back a mount, he immediately wanted to vent his anger on this mount. After all, it was just a demonic beast. Even if he killed the dragon-scale stallion, the Imperial Yard would not care at all. However, this could embarrass Lin Tian. After all, a mount was also the face of its master. Bastard! Xianxia cursed. He knew that the dragon-scale stallion was a gift from Lin Tian's very good friend. Xiao Wu's actions and words made even him angry. Lin Tian stared at Xiao Wu. The cyan vein in his hand that was holding the sword was throbbing. Clang, another azure thunder sword energy. Instantly, the thunderous sword energy resounded in all directions. A long rainbow rushed towards Xiao Wu. Xiao Wu's expression changed. He did not expect that Lin Tian would dare to directly attack him in the Imperial Yard. However, his cultivation was also very strong. With a sway of his body, he dodged the lightning sword energy, barely dodging it. He had dodged, but the house behind him was in trouble. It was brushed by this sword intent, and with a boom, it exploded into pieces. Heavens, this destructive power, is he really a new student this year? Super godly. Many senior disciples were dumbfounded. The power of a single sword strike was already so strong. What kind of battle prowess was this? Xiao Wu was also shocked by Lin Tian's sword strike. His face turned slightly pale. However, he immediately roared at Lin Tian, "You impudent brat! How dare you? This is the Imperial Yard. I did not ask for a battle of life and death with you. You dare to attack me like this? This is openly defying the Imperial Yard's rules." Clang, what answered Xiao Wu was another lightning sword energy. Xiao Wu dodged the sword with difficulty. His expression instantly became very ugly and incomparably ashen. That day, the two elders of the Imperial Yard already warned you that you are not allowed to attack your fellow disciples. Even if you still have the dragon mark token, the Imperial Yard will definitely not let you go. Now, you actually dare to do this. You are courting death. Xiao Wu shouted angrily. Xiao Wu originally thought that Lin Tianji was just a little faster. Even if Lin Tian killed Ling Yitong, he did not think that Lin Tian was stronger than him. After all, his strength was far from what Ling Yitong could compare to. Therefore, a few days ago, he dared to directly challenge Lin Tian to a battle of life and death. He wanted to kill Lin Tianyi in a battle of life and death to wash away his humiliation. However, at this moment, when he saw Lin Tian slash out twice in a row, his heart palpitated. This sword energy was too terrifying. If it was him, he would definitely not be able to slash out. Moreover, Lin Tian's battle prowess seemed to be much stronger than his. Hearing Xiao Wu's words, the expressions of the surrounding onlookers changed. This is against the rules of the Imperial Yard. Attacking fellow disciples is the biggest taboo of the Imperial Yard. This is a matter of life and death. Many people swallowed their saliva. Xianxin's face paled slightly as he looked at Lin Tiandao. "Brother-in-law, calm down first, don't do anything rash." Xianxin naturally knew how strict the rules of the Imperial Yard were. Not long ago, Lin Tianxia had been killed by Ling Yitong. At that time, with the dragon mark token, the elders of the Imperial Yard were able to watch, but now, it was impossible. Even if Lin Tian still had the dragon mark token, the Imperial Yard would not forgive him. After all, at that time, Han He and Lu Lan had clearly said this. Lin Tian glared at Xiao Wu with a cruel expression. Imperial Yard? Rules? His expression was ice-cold as he raised his hand and slashed out again. This slash was extremely fast and shockingly powerful. Even though Xiao Wu had executed his family's inherited movement technique, he was still slightly grazed by the slash. In an instant, one of his arms was sent flying, and dazzling blood splattered everywhere. "Ah!" Xiao Wu screamed. One of his arms was chopped off, and the pain was bone-piercing. Such a scene caused everyone else to suck in a breath of cold air. He really dares to kill him. Oh my god, this lunatic. This is the Imperial Yard, how dare he be so bold? Many people felt a chill run down their spines. Lin Tian held the broken wound sword and closed in on Xiao Wu step by step. The killing intent on his body was not concealed at all. Xiaowu was frightened and angry. A treasured sword appeared in his remaining right hand, shining brightly under the sun. That sword is. It seems to be a low-grade treasured weapon. That's right. It really is. Staring at the treasured sword in Xiaowu's hand, many disciples were shocked. A low-grade treasured weapon could increase the combat power of the wielder by 40%. It was extremely terrifying and priceless. Stop! Xiaowu roared. His remaining right hand held the low-grade treasured sword, but his face was full of fear and he was actually retreating. Lin Tian's eyes were cold and filled with cruelty. The sword whistled as he appeared in front of Xiaowu in a flash, and the broken wound sword mercilessly slashed down. Damn it! Go to hell! Xiaowu roared. Holding the low-grade treasured sword, Xiaowu used his family's unique skill, the falling death sword, and slashed out a violent sword ray. The two different sword rays collided, exploding into a sky full of multicolored light, so dazzling that many people could not open their eyes. What a powerful sword chi! Many people were shocked. In the next moment, when the smoke and dust dispersed, Lin Tian appeared in front of Xiaowu, and the broken wound sword in his hand slashed down again. You, pooh! Blood sputtered as Xiaowu's right arm was cut off. The treasured sword fell to the ground with a crisp clang. Ah! Xiaowu screamed. In the next moment, Lin Tianyi kicked him in the chest. With a bang, Xiaowu stuck to the ground and flew more than 10 zhang away in a sorry state. Lin Tian's eyes were cold as he pressed forward step by step. Stop! You, stop! Xiaowu shouted. Seeing Lin Tianyi walking over step by step and facing Lin Tian's cold eyes, Xiaowu's face was suddenly filled with fear. Now that his arms were crippled, he could only rub his back against the ground and continuously retreat. Lin Tian's expression was cruel as he raised his hand and slashed down. With a puff, Xiaowu's left leg was cut off, and blood flowed out. Xiaowu screamed miserably, twitching in pain as he rolled on the ground. Lin Tian's pace did not change as he stepped forward step by step, and the broken wound sword was raised again. Stop, stop! Spare me this time, spare me! Xiaowu shouted in fear. At this moment, Xiaowu no longer wanted to threaten Lin Tian with the so-called imperial courtyard's taboo. His eyes were completely filled with fear. Spare you? Lin Tian's eyes were cold with a terrifying murderous aura. The dragon scale stallion was a gift that Sushu spent a few days painstakingly taming and gave to him as a means of transportation. Furthermore, the dragon scale stallion understood human nature and got along well with him. He liked it very much. But now, the dragon scale stallion was cruelly killed by Xiaowu. Its limbs were cut off and its abdomen was cut open. This filled his heart with murderous intent. Ever since he saw Lin Shi being bullied by the two dogs of the Mo clan, he had never been so angry. Trash! Staring at Xiaowu, his eyes were filled with murderous aura as he slashed down with the broken wound sword. With a puff, Xiaowu's last leg was cut off. Ah! Xiaowu screamed miserably, his voice sorrowful, causing many onlookers in the outer courtyard to feel their scalps go numb. This, so ruthless! How dare, how dare! Staring at the scene in front of them, many disciples felt a chill down their spines. Lin Tian looked down at Xiaowu on the ground, his eyes cruel. You cut off its limbs, I will cut off your arms and legs. You cut open its abdomen, I will cut you in half. With that, he raised the broken wound sword again. With such words and such actions, Xiaowu was so shocked that his face turned pale. Stop! I apologize, I was wrong, please don't kill me. Staring at the current Lin Tian, Xiaowu's eyes were filled with fear, as if he was looking at a malicious spirit. If apologizing can make it come back to life, I will not kill you. Your apology, will it have that effect? Lin Tian said coldly. Xiaowu trembled, his face even paler. Lin Tian's eyes flashed with a hint of ruthlessness. In his right hand, the broken wound sword slashed down mercilessly. No! Stop! Puff! Blood splattered as the broken wound sword slashed across, cutting Xiaowu in half. Blood flowed on the ground, and the surroundings suddenly became deathly silent. He really killed him. This, so ruthless. Many people trembled and couldn't help but swallow their saliva. Many people stared at Lin Tian with fear in their eyes. They thought to themselves, this is really a crazy and ruthless person. A few days ago, he killed the young master of the Ling family in the freshman ranking battle. In the blink of an eye, only a few days have passed, and he actually killed another person in the imperial courtyard. Lin Tian glanced at Xiao Wu's body expressionlessly, then turned to look outside the residence. Facing Lin Tian's gaze, many people trembled and involuntarily stepped back. Brother-in-law, that, Xian Qingyun moved closer, looking a little cautious. Lin Tian paused for a moment, then said, is there anyone who can deal with horses? I want to bury the dragon scale horse. Su Shu was his best friend. Knowing that he was going to the imperial city, she subdued a dragon scale horse and gave it to him. He had always cherished it, but he didn't expect that the dragon scale horse would be killed in the Northern Flame imperial courtyard shortly after arriving at the imperial city. Yes, brother-in-law, don't worry, leave this to me. Xian Qingyun promised. Lin Tian nodded and walked towards the stable with Xian Qingyun. Outside the residence, seeing Lin Tian walk out, everyone's expression changed, and they all made way for him. Soon, Lin Tian and Xian Qingyun walked away and disappeared from everyone's sight. Many people stared in front of him. Xiao Wu's body was lying on the ground, and his blood dyed the ground red. It was a ghastly sight, and some female disciples couldn't help but retch. This ruthless person. I'm afraid this matter is going to blow up. This time, I wonder how the imperial courtyard will deal with it. Last time, Elder Han also said that if someone kills a fellow disciple in the imperial courtyard, even the imperial family's dragon mark order won't be able to do anything. Someone whispered. Lin Tian naturally couldn't hear these voices. At this moment, he and Xian Qingyun had already arrived at the stable again. Staring at the dragon scale horse's body, Lin Tian seemed to be a little silent. Brother-in-law, I'll arrange it immediately. Xian Qingyun said. Xian Qingyun was very familiar with the imperial city. After he gave the order, a few people quickly came over. They were the servants of the Yima village. Under Xian Qingyun's instructions, the workers took the dragon scale stallion's corpse away and promised to bury it properly. Lin Tian looked at Xian Qingyun and said, thank you. Brother-in-law, you don't have to be so courteous with me. My sister said that you'll take care of me in the imperial courtyard, but outside, if you need anything, I'll do my best. Xian Qingyun said. Lin Tian smiled. The Xian siblings seemed to be very interesting. In the future, I will thank your sister in person. That's even more unnecessary. In any case, we'll be a family in the future, so there's no need to thank me, no need to thank me. Xian Qingyun said casually. Lin Tian, it had to be said that after chatting with Xian Qingyun for a while, his mood became much better. He stood there for a while, shook his head, and walked towards the residential area. It was still early, but he was not in the mood to cultivate for a while. Xian Qingyun followed behind, looking worried. He stared at Lin Tian, wanting to say something, but hesitated. What's wrong? Lin Tian asked. Xian Qingyun hesitated for a while, then said, that, brother-in-law, you killed another imperial courtyard disciple. Although that guy deserved to die, now, the imperial courtyard might. Xian Qingyun did not say it clearly, but Lin Tian understood. At that time, I couldn't care so much. Let's take one step at a time. Lin Tian Ondao. In fact, Lin Tian wasn't too worried. Even without the Dragon Mark medallion, he was still a guest elder of the Imperial City's Array Manipulator Guild. If he had no other choice, he could bring out this identity. Even the Northern Flame Imperial Academy would have to be wary of him. After all, the Array Manipulator Guild's power was extremely terrifying. Take one step at a time? Xian Qingyun was stunned. Lin Tian smiled and said, don't worry, I'm not that easy to kill. That's true. Xian Qingyun seemed to have thought of something, and he said excitedly, when my sister talked about brother-in-law, she talked as if you were omnipotent. I believe in my sister's judgment. She won't be wrong. Lin Tian, he smiled, but his footsteps did not change as he walked toward the residence. Xian Qingyun had nothing to do. He followed behind Lin Tian, saying that he wanted to learn everything about life from Lin Tian. He wanted to learn every bit of it. At this time, a purple sedan stopped at the entrance of the Northern Flame Imperial Courtyard. The sedan was luxurious. It was pure gold, and there were flying dragons on it. It was extremely majestic. An old servant and a young man in luxurious clothes walked out of the sedan and stretched their arms. Imperial Courtyard, I'm here. The young man said. The old servant ordered someone to settle the sedan down. He carried some things and stood quietly beside the young man. Oldly, that bro really came to the Imperial Courtyard, right? The young man asked. The information we received is correct. That little bro really came to the Imperial City. He's in the Northern Flame Imperial Courtyard. The old servant said. The young man's eyes lit up. Let's go. It's been a long time. I miss you. In the outer courtyard, Lin Tian had returned to his room, and Xianxia was naturally there too. Brother-in-law, what realm are you at now? Xiaowu is said to be at the third sky of the Divine Pulse, but he couldn't even resist you. Have you reached the fourth sky of the Divine Pulse? Xianxia said. Yes, you can say that. Lin Tian Dao. Although Xianxia had guessed it, he was still surprised when he heard Lin Tian admit it. Then, Xianxia became dispirited again. What's wrong? Lin Tian Dao. Xianxia curled his lips and said, why is the gap between people so big? I'm not much younger than you, but I'm only at the seventh sky of the body refinement realm. You're at the fourth sky of the Divine Pulse. That's a gap of 6 small realms. Lin Tianwei was stunned and then smiled. Don't worry about cultivation. To be honest, you've reached the 7th sky of the body refinement realm at the age of 16. You're already very strong. When I was 16, I didn't know how to cultivate. He said. Really? Xianxia was delighted. Of course it's true. Lin Tian Dao. Hearing Lin Tian's affirmative answer, Xianxia was happy. But gradually, he felt something was wrong. After thinking for a while, his face fell. Brother-in-law, you're bullying me. According to what you said, you've reached the 4th sky of the Divine Pulse from an ordinary person in a few months. You can't be so discouraging. Lin Tian suddenly blushed with shame and didn't know what to say. Dong dong dong. At this moment, there was a knock on the door. Xianxia jumped up. Is it the Imperial Dean's elders? What should I do? What should I do? It's okay. Lin Tian signaled Xianxia to calm down. He then walked up and opened the door. Looking outside the door, Lin Tian was stunned. Hey, brother, we meet again. An old servant and a young man in luxurious clothes stood outside the door. The young man in luxurious clothes didn't say anything and gave Lin Tian a bear hug. Lin Tian was surprised. It's you. You're also here to cultivate? This old servant and young man were none other than the people he had met in the dark forest of Fengjian City. At that time, in order to cultivate the Azure Thunder Sword technique, he had saved the two of them once. After that, when he was chased by the Mo clan, the two of them had also helped him a lot. The young man in luxurious clothes was called Zhu. As for the old servant, Lin Tianji knew that his surname was Liu. Zhu smiled. Yes, that's right. Zhu and the old servant surnamed Liu were the two people who came out of the carriage outside the Northern Flame Imperial Dean. They asked around and found out Lin Tian's residence. Little brother, are you not going to let us in? The old servant asked with a smile. Lin Tian was stunned. He then moved aside and said with a smile, sorry, I was surprised and forgot. Come in. He then led the two into the house and closed the door. Brother-in-law, aren't they the elders of the Imperial Dean? Xianxia walked out. When his eyes fell on the young man in luxurious clothes, his expression changed as if he had seen a ghost. He said with his eyes wide open, 9. Ninth Prince. Hearing this, Lin Tian was moved. Ninth Prince? He looked at Xianxia, then at the young man in luxurious clothes. Xianxia whispered, the youngest prince in the Northern Flame Imperial family. Brother-in-law, you don't know his identity? Lin Tianyi was stunned. He really didn't know. After a short pause, he suddenly remembered something. When they walked out of the dark forest in Fengjian City, a middle-aged man beside Zhu Yi took out a token, which made the Mo clan's person in charge of guarding the dark forest treat Zhu Yi and the others with respect. Now that he thought about it, it was because of this. Is he really a prince? He looked at the young man in luxurious clothes. Zhu Yi nodded and smiled awkwardly. I had no choice but to hide my identity last time. I don't mean anything else. That's fine. Lin Tian shook his head and said, well, I don't have to salute you, right? Zhu Yi was stunned and said, brother, you're treating me like an outsider. We'll treat each other the same way we treated each other before. Prince is just a title. It's no big deal. That's fine. Lin Tian said with a smile. Honestly speaking, if he had to bow to Zhu Yi, he would really feel very awkward. Xianxia came forward, Ninth Prince, this is my brother-in-law. In the end, he added, by blood. Brother-in-law? By blood? Zhu Yi was surprised. When did your sister Xianxia get married? As he said this, Zhu Yi gave Lin Tian a thumbs up and said seriously, brother, you're amazing. You actually managed to subdue that hot girl from the Xian family. This isn't something an ordinary person can do. But then again, when did you get married? There's no news about this in the Imperial City. There were 3 major martial arts clans in the Imperial City. They were the Duan clan, the Jiang clan, and the Lin clan. Next was the wealthy merchant clan, the Xian clan. Rumor had it that the Xian clan was extremely wealthy. They were so wealthy that they could rival a country. As the 9th Prince of Beiyan, Zhu Yi naturally knew the Xian clan well. He knew Xianyao and her brother. Lin Tian glanced at Xianxia and said helplessly, no, this is a misunderstanding. Zhu Yi looked at Xianxia curiously. We're not married yet, but we definitely will be in the future. Xianxia said with his chest puffed out. Lin Tian then briefly told Zhu Yi about what had happened between him and Xianyao. I see. Zhu Yi finally understood. He paused and looked at Lin Tian Dao, right, I heard that you killed Ling Yitong from the Lin clan in the ranking battle. Then, when we were asking about your residence in the Imperial Courtyard, we heard some new rumors about you. Did you really kill someone in the Imperial Courtyard? End of chapter. Memorize literature building in a second, providing you with wonderful novels to read. Lin Tian did not hide anything, simply nodding his head in response to Zhu Yi's question. Why? Zhu Yi asked. That bastard was courting death. Xianxia said, when brother-in-law came to the Imperial City, a good friend spent a few days subduing a dragon-scaled colt and gave it to brother-in-law as a gift. That dragon-scaled colt was also very human-like. When I wanted to ride it, that fellow refused and only acknowledged brother-in-law. However, it was cruelly killed by that bastard today. At that moment, Xianxia briefly explained the ins and outs of the matter. Zhu Yi was shocked, and also seemed a little angry. How despicable. Old servant Li stared at Lin Tian, slightly surprised. Little brother, to go to such an extent for a mount, you are indeed affectionate and righteous. This old man admires you. Old servant Li said. Lin Tian shook his head, not wanting to say anything more on this matter. Sushu was his best friend, and she had helped him a lot. Even now, he had entrusted his only sister to Sushu. However, he did not properly protect the gift Sushu gave him, which made him feel very sorry for Sushu. Creak, at this moment, the door was suddenly pushed open, and someone walked in angrily. Lin Tian. 2 middle-aged men walked in, Han He and Lu Lan. These 2 were angry and furious. A few days ago, Lin Tian killed the Ling family's young master in front of everyone in the new student ranking competition. At that time, because Lin Tian had the dragon mark token, and also because of Lin Tian's amazing talent and aptitude, they went online to check on him. Unexpectedly, only a few days later, Lin Tian actually killed another person in the Imperial Courtyard. Since the founding of the Imperial Courtyard, no one had ever been so bold. The 2 walked into the room, their faces ashen, but in the next moment, their expressions changed slightly, and their eyes fell on Zhu Yi, 9th Prince. Zhu Yi nodded and bowed slightly. Elder Han, Elder Lu. Although Zhui was a prince, the elders of the Northern Flame Imperial Academy all had astonishing cultivations. Almost all of them were in the Sea of Consciousness realm. Even emperors would have to show respect to experts of this level. It was also because of this that Han He and the others had the qualifications to say that even if Lin Tian obtained the Dragon Mark medallion in the future, they would not spare him. Han He and Lu Lan cupped their hands in greeting. Then, the two of them looked at Lin Tian with ashen faces. Lin Tian, you are too bold. Staring at Lin Tian, both of them emitted a cold aura. Lin Tian's aptitude was indeed astonishing. He was 16 years old, 9-star talent, and a level 3 formation manipulation master. He was definitely a super freak. However, this freak seemed to have gone a little too far. He completely disregarded the taboos of the imperial courtyard as if they were nothing. Elders, what happened today? Lin Tian has a clear conscience. Lin Tian said with a straight face. Facing Han He and Lu Lan's cold gaze, Lin Tian appeared very calm. Han He and Lu Lan were enraged. Killing a fellow disciple, and you dare say you have a clear conscience? Clear conscience. Lin Tian nodded. Lin Tian's expression infuriated Han He and Lu Lan even more. At this moment, Zhui took a step forward and said, Elder Han, Elder Lu, I've already heard many rumors when I came to the imperial courtyard earlier. I've also asked about the cause of this matter in detail. This friend of mine isn't at fault. That's right. That bastard was courting death. Xian Qingyun said. Book reading. At once, Xian Qingyun recounted the whole story in detail. Han He and Lu Lan frowned and looked at Lin Tian. Even if that's the case, you shouldn't kill him. Although your dragon scale horse has an extraordinary meaning, it's still only a monstrous beast. To kill a fellow disciple for a monstrous beast, isn't it a bit too much? Lu Lan said solemnly. Just a demonic beast? Lin Tian calmly looked at Lu Lan. Dare I ask, Elder, if you were in Lin Tian's position, and the imperial courtyard happened to have no rule against killing fellow disciples, what would Elder do if the mount your best friend spent so much effort and time to give you was cruelly killed? I would kill that person. Lu Lan said, unfortunately, your assumption is not valid. The imperial courtyard has always had such a rule. Lin Tianyi smiled. So, in the end, what you care about is not the killing of a fellow disciple, nor the reason. What you care about is only the rules. Lu Lan's face darkened, becoming somewhat unsightly. The dragon scale horse was a gift from my best friend. She has always helped me a lot. Now that the dragon scale horse was cruelly killed, for the sake of the so-called rules, I should swallow this insult and do nothing? If that's the case, how can I face my good friend in the future? Does the imperial courtyard want to nurture such a person who disregards friendship in order to protect himself? Lin Tian calmly stared at Lu Lan and Han He. Han He and Lu Lan's expressions changed. They did not expect Lin Tian's words to be so sharp that they could not refute him. On the side, Xian Qingyun stared at Lin Tian with his eyes wide open. As expected of brother-in-law, even the imperial courtyard's elders are left speechless. Xian Qingyun muttered in a low voice. Han He and Lu Lan's faces were ashen, not knowing what to say for a moment. At this time, Zhui took a step forward, saying, Elder Han, Elder Lu, this matter is indeed not my friend's fault. Moreover, my friend is right. The imperial courtyard is not meant to nurture people who disregard friendship for the sake of rules. Elders, please, for Zhuyi's sake, forgive my friend one more time, is that all right? Zhui was very polite to Han He and Lu Lan. Han He and Lu Lan stared at Lin Tian with unsightly expressions. A long while later, they exchanged a look and involuntarily sighed. Lu Lan said, since there is a reason for this matter and the 9th prince is pleading for leniency, we will let this matter go. Han He looked at Lin Tian and said, young man, we admit that your words are very reasonable. Disregarding friendship for the sake of rules, this kind of person is indeed not an elite that the imperial courtyard wants to nurture. However, the imperial courtyard is filled with competition, and this rule was set up for the sake of restraining the extreme competition of the various disciples. Just think about it, if disciples could kill each other for the sake of competition or some other matters, then wouldn't the imperial courtyard be in complete chaos? Therefore, you must remember not to violate this rule in the future. If you do, no matter how outstanding your talent is, we will mercilessly take action. Han He stared at Lin Tian with a solemn expression. Thank you, Elder. Lin Tianwei bowed slightly and said, this disciple can guarantee that I will not take the initiative to cause trouble. However, if someone comes looking for trouble, this disciple cannot guarantee that this disciple will not violate the rules. At the very least, this disciple will definitely kill Lung Feng. As for him, he will definitely think of a way to kill me. You. Han He pointed at Lin Tian in anger, while Lu Lan could not help but smile bitterly. After patting Han He, Lu Lan said to Lin Tian Dao, you and the Ling family's matter, deal with it yourself. Han He glanced at Lu Lan and finally sighed. In fact, after the freshman ranking battle, Han He and Lu Lan had investigated in detail. Lung Feng had indeed mobilized his family's power to assassinate Lin Tian during the freshman assessment. This matter had already violated the Imperial Courtyard's rules. Moreover, Lin Tian was telling the truth. Lin Xianxia had killed Ling Yitong, and the Ling family would definitely not let Lin Tian go. The two of them could not stop the entire Ling family, so what right and reason did they have to stop Lin Tian? Thank you for your understanding, Elder Lu. Lin Tian bowed. Lu Lan nodded and looked at Zhu Yi, saying, Ninth Prince, do you need us to make some arrangements for you to cultivate in the Imperial Courtyard? Lu Lan and Han He's cultivation were shocking, and even the members of the Imperial family had to treat them with respect. However, the Northern Flame Imperial Courtyard was established by the Northern Flame country, so the two of them still had to show respect to the princes of the Imperial family. There is no need to trouble the two elders. In fact, I'm only here to cultivate occasionally. Zhu Yi said. Alright, if you need anything, just tell us. Lu Lan said. With that, Lu Lan and Han He took one last look at Lin Tian before walking out. Lin Tian did not dare to be careless and personally saw the two of them out. At this time, the outer courtyard residential area was already crowded with people. The two elders of the Imperial Courtyard came to the outer courtyard residential area, and they even brought along a dozen of the Imperial Courtyard's enforcement deacons. These people naturally knew the purpose of the two elders' visit. They were here because of Lin Tianxia's death and Xiao Wu's death. Therefore, everyone was waiting to see how the matter would be handled. They're out. Eh? Why wasn't Lin Tian taken away? Why did the two elders leave just like that? The enforcement deacons also left. Aren't they going to pursue Lin Tian's crime? This, seeing Han He and Lu Lan leave Lin Tian's residence, all the onlookers widened their eyes. Xiao Wu's corpse had already been taken away by the Imperial Courtyard's enforcement deacons. At this moment, all the onlookers were staring at Han He and Lu Lan as they left the outer courtyard residential area. Seeing that Han He and Lu Lan were far away, Lin Tian returned to his room and closed the door behind him. Finally, it's over. Xian and Qingyun heaved a sigh of relief. In truth, he was extremely nervous when facing the two elders. Lin Tian looked at Zhu Yi and said, Thank you, Ninth Prince, for pleading on my behalf. Zhu Yi shook his head and said, Don't mention it. Moreover, I didn't do anything. Bro, you were the one in the right. If it weren't for that, even if I'm a prince, Lu Lan and Han He wouldn't have needed to give me face. Xian and Qingyun rolled his eyes, Brother-in-law, there's also me. I also spoke up for you. Didn't you say we're a family and you don't need to thank me? Lin Tian teased. That's true, I forgot about that. Xian and Qingyun's eyes lit up, then he chuckled and said, I knew brother-in-law had an affair with my sister. You were too embarrassed to admit it, but now you've exposed it. Lin Tian, was this guy really Xian Yao's biological brother? He actually dared to say that his sister had an affair with someone else without any hesitation. Feeling somewhat speechless, Lin Tian glanced at Zhu Yi and asked, By the way, will the Ninth Prince stay in the Imperial Courtyard, or will he only cultivate in the Imperial Courtyard? And I'll only come here occasionally to cultivate. I won't be staying here. Zhu Yi smiled. Lin Tian did not hide anything. He simply nodded in response to Zhu Yi's question. For more information, www. Why? Zhu Yi asked. That bastard had a death wish. Xianxia said, when brother-in-law came to the imperial city, a good friend spent a few days taming a dragon-scale colt as a gift for brother-in-law. That dragon-scale colt was also very human. When I wanted to ride it, it refused and only acknowledged brother-in-law. But today, it was cruelly killed by that bastard. At that moment, Xianxia briefly explained the ins and outs of the matter. Zhui was shocked and seemed a little angry. How despicable. Old servant Li stared at Lin Tian, slightly surprised. Little brother, you're really loyal to your friends to do so much for a mount. This old man admires you. Old servant Li said. Lin Tian shook his head. He did not want to say anything more about this matter. Sushu was his best friend. She had helped him a lot all this time. He had even entrusted his only sister to Sushu. However, he did not protect the gift Sushu gave him. This made him feel very sorry for Sushu. Creak, at this moment, the door was suddenly pushed open, and someone walked in angrily. Lin Tian. Two middle-aged men walked in. They were Han He and Lu Lan. Both of them were furious. A few days ago, Lin Tian had killed the young master of the Ling family in front of everyone in the freshman ranking competition. At that time, both of them saw Lin Tian's dragon mark medallion and remembered Lin Tian's amazing talent and aptitude. Unexpectedly, only a few days later, Lin Tian had killed another person in the imperial courtyard. Since the founding of the imperial courtyard, no one had ever been so bold. Both of them walked into the room with ashen faces. However, in the next moment, both of them were slightly moved. Their eyes fell on Zhui. Ninth Prince? Zhui nodded and bowed slightly. Elder Han, Elder Lu. Although Zhui was a prince, the elders of the Northern Flame Imperial Courtyard all had astonishing cultivation levels. Almost all of them were in the Sea of Consciousness realm. Even emperors would have to show respect to experts of this level. It was also because of this that Han He and the others were qualified to say that even if Lin Tian had the dragon mark medallion in the future, they would not forgive him. Han He and Lu Lan cupped their hands in greeting. Then, the two of them looked at Lin Tian with ashen faces. Lin Tian, you are too bold. Staring at Lin Tian, both of them emitted a cold aura. Lin Tian's aptitude was indeed astonishing. 16 years old, 9-star talent, and a level 3 formation manipulation master. He was definitely a super freakish genius. However, this freakish genius seemed to be a little too excessive. He completely disregarded the imperial courtyard's taboos as if they were nothing. Elders, Lin Tian has a clear conscience regarding today's matter. Lin Tian said solemnly. Facing Han He and Lu Lan's cold gazes, Lin Tian appeared very calm. Han He and Lu Lan were furious. You dare to say that you have a clear conscience after killing your fellow disciple? Clear conscience. Lin Tian nodded. Lin Tian's expression infuriated Han He and Lu Lan even more. At this time, Zhui took a step forward and said, Elder Han, Elder Lu, when I came to the imperial courtyard just now, I heard many rumors. I also asked about the cause of this matter in detail. My friend did not do anything wrong in this matter. That's right. That bastard was the one who sought death. Xianxia said. Then, Xianxia explained the ins and outs of the matter in detail. Han He and Lu Lan frowned and looked at Lin Tian. Even if that's the case, you still shouldn't ruthlessly kill him. Although your dragon scale horse possesses extraordinary significance, it is after all only a monstrous beast. To kill a fellow disciple for a monstrous beast, isn't it a bit too excessive? Lu Lan said in a low voice. Only a demonic beast? Lin Tian looked at Lu Lan calmly. If I may ask, Elder, if you were in Lin Tian's position, and the imperial courtyard happened to have no rule against killing fellow disciples, what would you do if the mount that your best friend spent so much effort and time to give you was cruelly killed? I would kill that person. Lu Lan said, unfortunately, your assumption is not valid. The imperial courtyard has always had such a rule. Lin Tianyi smiled and said, so, in the end, what you care about is not the killing of your fellow disciple, nor the cause of the matter. You only care about the rules. Lu Lan's expression darkened, and he did not look too good. The dragon scale horse was a gift from my best friend. She has always helped me a lot. Now that the dragon scale horse was cruelly killed, for the sake of the so-called rules, I should swallow the insult and do nothing? If that's really the case, how can I face my good friend in the future? Does the imperial courtyard want to nurture someone who would disregard friendship to protect himself? Lin Tian stared calmly at Lu Lan and Han He. Han He and Lu Lan's expressions changed. They did not expect Lin Tian's words to be so sharp that they could not refute him. On the side, Xi and Qingyun stared at Lin Tian with wide eyes. As expected of my brother-in-law. He actually made the elders of the imperial courtyard speechless. Xi and Qingyun muttered in a low voice. Han He and Lu Lan's faces were ashen. For a moment, they did not know what to say. At this moment, Zhu Yi took a step forward and said, "Elder Han, Elder Lu, this matter really isn't my friend's fault. Moreover, my friend is right. The imperial courtyard isn't meant to nurture people who disregard their relationships for the sake of rules. Elders, please give Zhu Yi face and forgive my friend once more, alright?" Zhu Yi was very polite to Han He and Lu Lan. Han He and Lu Lan stared at Lin Tian with unsightly expressions. After a long while, they looked at each other and could not help but sigh. Lu Lan said, "Since there's a reason for this matter and the ninth prince has pleaded for leniency, we'll let this matter go." Han He looked at Lin Tian and said, "Young man, we admit that your words are very reasonable. People who disregard friendship for the sake of rules are indeed not the elites that the imperial courtyard wants to nurture. However, the imperial courtyard is filled with competition, and this rule was set up for the sake of restraining the extreme competition of the various disciples. Just think about it, if disciples could kill each other for the sake of competition or other matters, then wouldn't the imperial courtyard fall into complete chaos? Therefore, you must remember not to violate this rule in the future. If you violate it again, no matter how outstanding your talent is, we'll mercilessly attack you." Han He stared at Lin Tian with a solemn expression. "Thank you, Elder." Lin Tianwei bowed slightly and said, "This disciple can guarantee that I won't take the initiative to cause trouble. However, if someone comes looking for someone, I can't guarantee that I won't violate the rules. At the very least, this disciple will definitely kill Lung Feng. As for him, he'll definitely think of a way to kill me." "You." Han He pointed at Lin Tian angrily. On the other hand, Lu Lan could not help but smile wryly. Lu Lan patted Han He's shoulder and said to Lin Tian Dao, "You'll have to deal with the matter between you and the Ling family." Han He looked at Lu Lan and sighed in the end. In fact, after the freshman ranking battle, Han He and Lu Lan had investigated in detail. Lung Feng had indeed mobilized the power of his family to assassinate Lin Tian during the freshman assessment. This matter had already violated the imperial courtyard's rules. Moreover, Lin Tian was telling the truth. Lin Tianxia had killed Ling Yitong, and the Ling family would definitely not let Lin Tian go. The two of them could not stop the entire Ling family, so what right and reason did they have to stop Lin Tian? "Thank you for your understanding, Elder Lu." Lin Tian bowed. Lu Lan nodded and looked at Zhu Yi, saying, "Ninth Prince, do you need us to make some arrangements for your cultivation in the imperial courtyard?" Lu Lan and Han He's cultivation were shocking, and even the members of the imperial family had to show respect to them. However, the Northern Flame imperial courtyard was established by the Northern Flame country, so the two of them still had to show respect to the princes of the imperial family. "There's no need to trouble the two elders. In fact, I'm only here to cultivate occasionally," Zhu Yi said. "Alright, if there's anything you need, just say it," Lu Lan said. With that, Lu Lan and Han He took one last look at Lin Tian before walking out. Lin Tian did not dare to be careless and personally saw the two of them out. At this time, the outer courtyard residential area was already crowded with people. The two elders of the imperial courtyard came to the outer courtyard residential area, and they even brought along a dozen of the imperial courtyard's enforcement deacons. These people naturally knew the purpose of the two elders' visit. They were here because of Lin Tianxia's death and Xiao Wu's death. Therefore, everyone was waiting to see how the matter would be handled. "They're out. Eh? Why wasn't Lin Tian taken away? Why did the two elders leave just like that?" The enforcement deacons also left. "Aren't they going to pursue Lin Tian's crime?" Seeing Han He and Lu Lan leave Lin Tian's residence, all the onlookers widened their eyes. Xiaowu's body had already been taken away by the imperial courtyard's deacons. At this moment, all the onlookers were staring at Han He and Lu Lan leaving the outer courtyard residential area. After seeing Han He and Lu Lan leave, Lin Tian walked back into the house and closed the door. It's finally over. Xianxia sighed. He was actually very nervous when facing the two elders of the imperial courtyard just now. Lin Tian looked at Zhui and said, "Thank you, Ninth Prince, for pleading on my behalf just now." Zhui shook his head and said, "You're welcome. Moreover, I didn't do anything. The most important thing is that you're in the right. If not for that, even if I'm a prince, Lu Lan and Han He wouldn't have to give me face." Xianxia rolled his eyes. "Brother-in-law, there's still me. I also spoke up for you. Didn't you say that we're family and there's no need to thank me?" Lin Tian teased. "That's true. I forgot about that." Xianxia's eyes lit up, then he chuckled and said, "I knew that you and my sister were having an affair. You were too embarrassed to admit it, but now you've exposed it." Lin Tian, was this guy really Xianxia's biological brother? He actually dared to say that his sister was having an affair with someone else without any hesitation. Somewhat speechless, Lin Tian looked at Zhui and asked, "By the way, Ninth Prince, are you going to stay in the imperial courtyard or just cultivate here?" "Yes, I'm only here to cultivate occasionally. I won't be staying here." Zhui smiled. Lin Tian nodded. This was more or less what he had guessed. After all, Xianxia was not staying in the imperial courtyard. Zhui went back not long after he came to the imperial courtyard. In his own words, the reason why he came to the imperial courtyard today was, firstly, to report his arrival, and secondly, because he heard that Lin Tian was here, so he wanted to come and have a chat with Lin Tian. Read the whole article. More information, www. Originally, Zhui wanted to have a meal with Lin Tian, but he knew that Lin Tian was not in a good mood, so he did not mention it. "Brother-in-law, when did you know the Ninth Prince? It seems that you just came to the imperial city not long ago." Xianxia was a little confused. "When we were in Fengjian City, I helped him, and he helped me, so we know each other." Lin Tian Dao. There was nothing to hide about this matter, not to mention that it was Xianxia's brother. Xianxia nodded and said, "So that's how it is. I remember that the Ninth Prince went to the border before. Presumably, he passed by Fengjian City at that time and went to the Dark Forest to gain experience. The Ninth Prince is usually quite active." "Maybe." Lin Tian nodded. When it was almost evening, Xianxia blinked and asked, "Brother-in-law, do you want to go to dinner?" "No, I don't want to move." Lin Tian shook his head. Now, he was not in the mood. "Well, then I'll go and buy some," Xianxia said. With that, Xianxia ran out without waiting for Lin Tian's refusal. Seeing Xianxia run out, Lin Tian smiled and shook his head. This guy was quite interesting. Not long after, Xianxia came back with a lot of very luxurious food. Just looking at the color of the food was enough to arouse one's appetite. Lin Tian was not hungry and did not want to eat anything, but since Xianxia brought back the food, he could not waste his good intentions, so he had to accompany Xianxia. "By the way, it's already dark. Don't you go back?" Lin Tian asked. "No, your beloved horse died. I think you must be very sad. Today, I'll spend a sad night with you," Xianxia said with a straight face. Lin Tian didn't know whether to laugh or cry at Xianxia's words, but he was also touched. "Then I'll stay here," Lin Tian said. After a pause, he asked Xianxia, "That's right, let me ask you something. The Ninth Prince is 17 years old this year. Why is his cultivation only at the 8th level of the refinement realm? He's a prince, so he shouldn't be lacking in treasures, right? If Lang Yitong could use pills to reach the divine vein realm, it shouldn't be a problem for Zhui." "Brother-in-law, you don't know about this. The imperial family is very strict. The princes are absolutely not allowed to use pills and other things to increase their cultivation. If it is found out, they will be severely punished," Xianxia said. Lin Tian suddenly understood. He had never thought about this. Advertisement. Looking at Xianxia, he suddenly asked, "What about you? Since you're able to break open the Imperial Courtyard's gate, if you use this wealth to purchase pills, it should be enough for you to reach the Divine Vein Realm, right? Why are you like this? Is your family strict too?" Xianxia was a little embarrassed. "Well, that's true." "Hmm?" Lin Tianyi was stunned. Did he guess correctly? Xianxia wiped the oil at the corner of his mouth, wiped his hands, and said, "Our Xian family has been passed down for a long time, and it has always been the women in power. In this generation, the Xian family has 3 candidates for the patriarch. My sister is one of them, and she was sent to Fengjian City to gain experience. I am my sister's biological brother. For the sake of fairness, the family naturally doesn't allow me to directly use pills to increase my cultivation to the Divine Vein Realm. After all, a Divine Vein Realm expert is not weak, and can change many things at critical times. Using spirit coins to break open the Imperial Courtyard's gate, and my sister even paid for it herself. It's the lowest price the family can accept. After all, even if I enter the Imperial Courtyard, I'll still have to rely on my own strength to improve my cultivation base." "I see." Lin Tian nodded. Thinking about it, he was a little surprised that the Xian family was actually controlled by a woman. Then he looked at Xianxia and said, "Then you have to work hard. Don't let your sister down." "Of course I will work hard, but..." Xianxia moved closer to Lin Tian and said with a smile, "But I still have you, brother-in-law." "Brother-in-law, you definitely won't leave my sister alone. With your support, everything will be fine." Lin Tian, this guy made him feel helpless and amused. However, if Xianxia really needed his help with something, he naturally wouldn't refuse. At night, the stars twinkled, and Xianxia fell asleep on his stomach. Lin Tian stood by the window and looked up at the stars in the sky. The moon was very round tonight, and the stars were very bright. However, he was not in the mood to cultivate, not to mention that Xianxia was still here. A few minutes later, he stretched his arms and lay on the bed to rest. The bed in this room was very spacious. It was no problem for 2 people to lie down. The next day, when the sky was bright, Lin Tian got up early, walked out of the room, and breathed in the morning sun. This had always been his habit. Breathing in and out for about a quarter of an hour in the morning was extremely beneficial to his body, mind, and spirit. About 2 hours later, when the sun was high in the sky, Xianxia finally got up. "Good morning, brother-in-law." Xianxia rubbed his sleepy eyes. Lin Tian was speechless. "It was still early? I'm going to cultivate. Are you coming?" he asked. Hearing Lin Tian's words, Xianxia's eyes suddenly lit up, and he hurriedly said, "Yes, yes, yes. Right away." Since Lin Tian said so, it was obvious that he wanted to take him to the wild sand world. He could understand this point. "Hurry up." Lin Tian ondao. "Okay." Xianxia quickly got up and finished washing up in 10 breaths. Lin Tian nodded, walked out of the room, and walked toward the cultivation area. After a night, he had adjusted his mood. Walking out of the outer court residence, the 2 of them walked in the Imperial Courtyard. Along the way, they met many Imperial Courtyard disciples. When these disciples saw Lin Tian, they were all shocked, fearful, and respectful. Within 10 days, he had killed 2 students from the Imperial Courtyard, yet nothing had happened to him. He was still perfectly fine, so how could they not be shocked? Soon, Lin Tian arrived at the cultivation area. Seeing Lin Tian walking over, most of the disciples in the cultivation area were shocked. This year's new student, that Lin Tian. The ruthless person who killed the young master of the Ling family in Xiaowu. Yes. He's so domineering. He killed 2 people in a row and nothing happened. This has never happened in the Imperial Courtyard's history. Many people stared at Lin Tian in awe. At this time, another voice sounded, "You've just arrived in the Northern Flame Imperial Courtyard, but you don't follow the rules. You've violated the Imperial Courtyard's taboo twice, and you're still so respectful? You don't know what you're talking about. If someone like him succeeds in his cultivation in the future, won't he be afraid of bringing disaster to the world?" Everyone looked toward the source of the voice and saw a man in a green robe standing not far away. He was dressed like a scholar and had a serious expression. Mu Zixiang from the inner court. This guy is here again. He thinks he's educated for a few years and his cultivation is strong, so he likes to teach others a lesson. He's just a self-righteous and poor scholar. Someone whispered. Lin Tian looked at the man in green robe. This person's cultivation was not weak. He seemed to be at the 5th level of the divine range realm. Of course, he only glanced at him and didn't pay attention to what he said. So what if you're looking at me? Did I say something wrong? Mu Zixiang snorted coldly. The imperial courtyard clearly forbids the killing of fellow disciples, but you've committed the same crime again and again. Just because you have some connections, you don't abide by the rules and kill the innocent. With such behavior, do you think you'll be able to contribute anything to this country in the future? Lin Tian frowned. Did this guy take the wrong medicine? Beside him, Xian Qingyun looked at Mu Zixiang unhappily and said, do you know that it was Ling Yitong and his brother Lung Feng who tried to assassinate my brother-in-law, Lin Tian, during the new student assessment? My brother-in-law only fought back. Do you know that Xiao Wu cruelly killed the mount my brother-in-law's good friend gave him? Who's at fault for these two things? Mu Zixiang coldly snorted and said, Ling Yitong and Lung Feng chased after him, but he is still alive and well. As for Ling Yitong, he was actually killed by him. As for that new student Xiao Wu, he only killed his mount. How can a mount be compared to a human life? However, he killed Xiao Wu directly. How cruel. Your theory is really crooked. What benefits did the Lin family give you to slander my brother-in-law like this? Xian Qingyun's face darkened. Lin Tianxia killed Ling Yitong and Xiao Wu. Even the imperial courtyard's elder Han He and elder Lu Lan admitted that Lin Tian was right. But Mu Zixiang's words made it seem as if all the fault was on Lin Tian's side, as if Lin Tian was the evil one. This made him very unhappy. Mu Zixiang's face darkened and said, don't think of me as such. I just can't stand those evil people who don't follow the rules. When have I ever received any benefits from the Lin family? Don't insult me. Who knows? Would you admit that you've taken the benefits? I think you're not a good person. Xian Qingyun snorted. Presumptuous. Mu Zixiang was angry. He stepped in front of Xian Qingyun and said, I've been reading books since I was a child. Although I left the academy because my family couldn't support me, I relied on myself to walk the path of martial arts. Then I achieved what I have today and became a member of the imperial courtyard's inner courtyard. But even so, I've always been strict with myself and have never done anything wrong. I've never let down the heavens or the earth. You slandered and ridiculed me like this. Apologize to me immediately. People like you who can't distinguish right from wrong have the nerve to say that you've been reading books since you were a child? Bah. Xian Qingyun sneered, you think it's great to become a member of the inner courtyard on your own? My brother-in-law only spent a few months to reach the 4th level of the divine pulse from the early stage of the body refining realm. I didn't see him showing off anything. What are you showing off for? You think too highly of yourself. Mu Zixiang's cultivation was very strong, much stronger than Xian Qingyun's. But Xian Qingyun was also a young master of the richest merchant family in Beiyin. Naturally, he wouldn't be afraid of Mu Zixiang. You. Mu Zixiang's face turned green and white. In the imperial courtyard, he had reprimanded many people verbally, but no one had ever refuted and ridiculed him like this. You're so young. You look like you've just reached 16, but you dare to talk back to your senior brother like this. You don't know how to present a gift. It seems that I have to teach you a lesson on behalf of your parents and teachers. As he spoke, Mu Zixiang raised his hand and grabbed at Xian Qingyun. Lin Tian's face turned cold. He flashed in front of Xian Qingyun and grabbed Mu Zixiang's wrist. What are you doing? Mu Zixiang shouted. Get lost. Lin Tian's eyes were cold as he kicked at Mu Zixiang. If this Mu Zixiang only thought that he was in the wrong, he wouldn't really care. He didn't even want to bother with him. However, this Mu Zixiang attacked Xian Qingyun and said that he wanted to teach Xian Qingyun a lesson on behalf of Xian Qingyun's parents and teachers. This made him angry. One of Mu Zixiang's hands was held by Lin Tian, so he stretched out his other hand to block it. His hand collided with Lin Tian's right leg. Suddenly, a strong force swept over, and with a bang, he was pushed back several feet. Read the full article. 79xs. Such a scene caused everyone's expression to change. This, Mu Zixiang is ranked in the top 20 in the inner yard. This Lin Tian can actually push Mu Zixiang back? What a strong body. That's amazing. But it feels good. This poor scholar always thinks he's right to teach others a lesson. I've long found him an eyesore. Many people were discussing. Mu Zixiang's face was livid. He stared at Lin Tian and shouted, "You actually attacked me. So what? Didn't you read the books of the saints for a few years? Who was the one who attacked first? Whose fault was it?" Lin Tianling said. Mu Zixiang glanced at Xianxia and said, "In ancient times, the scribes taught their disciples with a ruler. As a new student, he didn't respect me, his senior brother. That's rude, and I should teach him a lesson. What did I do wrong? You, on the other hand, are also a new student, but you attacked me even more than him. Why don't you admit your fault?" Lin Tian really wanted to laugh, but his face was full of disdain. "Are you retarded, or have you become stupid from reading too much?" he asked. "What did you say?" Mu Zixiang's face darkened. Lin Tian took a step forward and said coldly, "Even the elders didn't say anything about what I did. Who do you think you are? What right do you have to tell me what to do? Besides, my friend is right. Someone like you doesn't deserve to say that you've been reading books since you were a child. Don't insult books. At most, you're just being unreasonable and opinionated." Xianxia took over and scolded, "Retarded. Idiot. Opinionated." Mu Zixiang's face was livid. Since entering the inner yard, he had reprimanded many people, but he had never been bullied like today. "Good, good, good. You two are very good. Today, I will teach the two of you a good lesson. I will make you understand that one must abide by the rules and know etiquette." Mu Zixiang berated. Lin Tianling laughed. "Idiot." He clenched his right hand and took a step forward. "Sword will immediately spread out." "What are you doing?" At this moment, a loud shout was heard. In the distance, some of the deacons of the imperial courtyard came over after noticing the commotion. Many of the onlookers were shocked and immediately dispersed. Lin Tiantan indifferently glanced at Mu Zixiang, then turned around and walked towards the wild sand world. "Let's go," he said to Xianxia. Xianxia nodded. He looked at Mu Zixiang and scolded, "Idiot." Lung Feng was a disciple of the King Courtyard of the Northern Flame Imperial Courtyard. He was one of the top 3 disciples in the King Courtyard. He was at the 7th level of the Divine Range realm. Full text, read the full text. For more information, www. Lung Feng was here today for Lin Tian. He wanted to see what ranking Lin Tian could achieve in the competition. Since Lin Tianxia had killed his younger brother, he had to kill Lin Tian. "This guy's eyes are so cold," Xianxia muttered. Lin Tian looked in the direction that Xianxia was pointing at and saw Lung Feng in blue standing under an old bamboo tree. Lung Feng was looking at him with a cold gaze. "Humph." Lin Tianling snorted. His eyes were equally cold as he looked at Lung Feng with a sneer. He would definitely kill this guy. At this moment, a commotion broke out again. It was much louder than when Lung Feng came. "Gu." This young prodigy came to the imperial courtyard. Many people looked at her fervently. Lin Tian tilted his head. Not far away, a young girl in white walked over and stopped beside a blue stone. It was Gu. The Northern Flame Imperial Courtyard usually forbade outsiders from entering, but Gu was an exception. In fact, the Imperial Courtyard even hoped that Gu would come every day. One should know that some elders of the Imperial Courtyard personally went to invite her, but they failed to invite her. Standing beside the green rock, Gu looked around as if she was looking for something. Soon, she saw Lin Tian. She smiled and waved at Lin Tian from afar. Gu knew that today was the day of the Northern Flame Imperial Courtyard's grand competition, so she came personally. She wanted to see what kind of result Lin Tian could achieve. Lin Tian blinked. You seem to have come specially for him again. Why do I feel that something is wrong? He muttered to himself. Lin Tian didn't think that his character and charisma were enough to make this #1 prodigy in the imperial city bow down to him. But why? He couldn't figure it out. Jiyu obviously treated him differently, and he found it strange. Suddenly, Xianxia said excitedly, brother-in-law, brother-in-law. She, the granddaughter of the general, she seems to be looking at me. She even waved at me. Do you think I've become more handsome recently? Lin Tian, sigh, brother-in-law, are you listening to me? Look, she's looking at me again. Do you think she's interested in me? Could this be the legendary love at first sight? Xianxia was so excited that his face turned red. Lin Tian was speechless. You're just a kid. What are you thinking about all day? Love at first sight? Should I give you a mirror? Xianxia was a little dissatisfied. Brother-in-law, you're wrong. You're only a few months older than me. How can you call me a kid? I have almost all the books I want to read. It's much more stable than the average website, and the updates are faster. It's all text with no ads. Also, I'm very confident in my looks. I don't need a mirror. I'm handsome no matter where you look. That's what all the girls in Jishan Water Tower say. Lin Tian, get lost. Under the old bamboo in the distance, Lung Feng glanced at Jiyu, and his eyes became even colder. It was because of this woman that his younger brother, Lin Yitong, had become enemies with Lin Tian. That was why he had chased after Lin Tian and died in Lin Tian's hands. Lin Tian. Lung Feng gritted his teeth, and his eyes were cold. At this moment, the crowd around the illusory killing palace stirred again. Look, Mu Zixiang, Zhao Qixi, Deng Xing, and Lu Gaoyan. The 4 inner court experts are here. They're all in the top 20 of the inner court, and they're all in the top 50 on the ranking stone. They're the real experts. Many people were discussing. Lin Tian and Xianxia raised their heads and looked over, only to see 4 people appear there. One of them was Mu Zixiang, but the other 3 maintained a certain distance from Mu Zixiang. The other senior disciples were also pointing at Mu Zixiang. Looks like this idiot has already provoked the wrath of both humans and gods. No one is willing to befriend him. Xianxia was gloating. Lin Tian nodded. Mu Zixiang was a person with a problem in his head. Only an idiot would want to be friends with him. At this moment, a deacon of the imperial court stood up in front of the illusory killing palace. The deacon was a middle-aged man, and his cultivation was at the 6th level of the divine range. He glanced at the crowd and said, the competition begins now. 20 people can enter the illusory killing palace at the same time. Those who want to be tested, prepare to enter the tower. As soon as the middle-aged man finished speaking, someone walked up. Mu Zixiang was among them. This scholar is so enthusiastic every time. I don't know who he's putting on a show for. However, he has improved every time. His strength is really good. Many senior disciples were discussing. Lin Tian and Xianxia looked at each other and shook their heads. Mu Zixiang was really notorious. This didn't mean that Mu Zixiang was a bad person, but he was too self-righteous and liked to teach others a lesson. As time passed, he made others feel disgusted and disgusted. All right, let the competition begin. The deacon shouted. Immediately, Mu Zixiang and the other 19 people entered the illusory killing palace. There was a huge illusory killing array in the illusory killing palace. There were other arrays as well. After the imperial court disciples entered the illusory killing palace, a special space would appear around them. This space was filled with demonic beasts ranging from level 1 to level 6. The disciples who entered the illusory killing palace would fight with the demonic beasts. In the end, the ranking stone would rank the disciples according to the number and level of the demonic beasts they killed. It could be said that the illusory killing palace tested each disciple's combat strength, speed, reflexes, physique, true inner force, and perception. Outside the illusory killing palace, the disciples were thrown out of the illusory killing palace. These people were either sent out because they had exhausted their true inner force or because they were killed by demonic beasts. In the end, these people didn't stay in the illusory killing palace for long. Their rankings were very low and didn't cause much of a stir. After all, they're all freshmen. Not bad. A senior disciple said. In the first round, other than Mu Zixiang, who was a senior disciple of the inner court, the rest were freshmen. After about 15 minutes, all 19 freshmen were thrown out of the illusory killing palace. Finally, there was a flash of light outside the illusory killing palace. Mu Zixiang flashed out with a pale face. Mu Zixiang looked at the ranking tablet and saw that his name had risen from the 46th place to the 42nd place. He couldn't help but nod his head and reveal a satisfied expression. Another 4 places. Although this scholar is annoying, his strength is not bad at all. Many senior disciples said. The test continued. This time, Zhao Qixi, Deng Xing, and Lu Gaoyan entered the illusory killing palace together in the second round. Not long after, the second round of the test ended. The 3 of them didn't rise in the rankings. Zhao Qixi even fell from the 45th place to the 46th place. He sighed slightly. Not far away, Mu Zixiang shook his head. Laziness is a part of your nature. You don't know how to work hard. It's inevitable that you'll fall behind. What did you say? Zhao Qixi's cultivation was not weak. He wasn't far from Mu Zixiang, so he naturally heard Mu Zixiang's voice. Mu Zixiang snorted and said, I said that you're complacent because you have some strength and don't know how to work hard. Am I wrong? You've been going to some restaurants recently and slacking off on your cultivation. That's why you fell behind and was surpassed by me. I'm just reminding you out of goodwill. Don't be ungrateful. Cultivation is like studying, you can't slack off. You. Zhao Qixi was furious and wanted to draw his sword. Fortunately, Deng Xing and Lu Gaoyan stopped him. These 2 were ranked 48th and 49th respectively on the ranking stone and had a good relationship with Zhao Qixi. Ignore him. Let's go. Zhao Qixi glared at Mu Zixiang and was pulled away by Deng Xing and Lu Gaoyan. Looking at Zhao Qixi leaving, Mu Zixiang shook his head. You don't know how to appreciate good intentions and don't listen to my advice. You'll be like this for the rest of your life. Beside him, some senior disciples stepped forward and quickly distanced themselves from Mu Zixiang. Brother-in-law, this guy is one of a kind. Xianxia glared. Lin Tian also blushed with shame. Mu Zixiang's brain must have been caught by a door. The third round, those who want to take the test, come up quickly. The middle-aged deacon's voice sounded. Lin Tian thought for a while and stood up without hesitation. Wait for me here. He said to Xianxia. Yes, brother-in-law. Xianxia quickly nodded. After a few days of interaction, Lin Tian was already used to the way Xianxia addressed him and didn't ask Xianxia to correct him. He walked towards the illusory killing hall. After a few steps, he paused and looked in the direction of Jiyu. When Jiyu saw Lin Tian looking over, he waved his hand with a smile and moved his lips. Lin Tian was now at the 4th level of the Divine Pulse realm and could recognize some simple lip movements. Jiyu was telling him to do your best. Lin Tian blinked and scratched the back of his head before walking to the platform in front of the illusory killing hall. Mu Zixiang was about to leave, but when he saw Lin Tian enter the 3rd round, he stopped. So arrogant and disrespectful. I want to see what kind of result you can achieve. Begin. As the middle-aged deacon spoke, Lin Tian and the other 19 people stepped into the illusory killing hall. As soon as they stepped into the illusory killing hall, their surroundings changed. At this moment, Lin Tian found himself in a wasteland. The wasteland was filled with demonic beasts and they were all glaring at him. Roar! A demonic beast roared. Instantly, dozens of demonic beasts pounced at him, causing the ground to shake. It's so real. Lin Tian was surprised. As he muttered to himself, Lin Tian held the long sword in his hand and slashed at the demonic beasts. The long sword was very sharp, but it was just an ordinary weapon. Because today was the grand competition of the whole academy, fairness had to be guaranteed. Therefore, the martial techniques used by the disciples in the competition were all ordinary weapons. Moreover, these ordinary weapons were all prepared by the imperial courtyard to prevent the disciples from tampering with their weapons. Pfft. Blood splattered. An oncoming demonic beast had its throat slit and fell to the ground. However, this did not cause the other demonic beasts to retreat. They continued to pounce on Lin Tian. These demonic beasts were evolved from the illusory killing formation. Their strength was almost the same as real demonic beasts. However, they did not have any emotions. They did not know fear, anger, or happiness. They were no different from puppets. Lin Tian wielded his longsword and charged through the dozens of beasts. Lightning energy swords slashed out one after another, rumbling loudly. Blue color book asterisk, roar. A class 3 beast roared and charged at Lin Tian. Lin Tian flipped his hand, slashing out with his sword, cutting off this demonic beast's head. Most of these beasts are ordinary. It's not worth killing them, Lin Tian muttered. After thinking for a while, he looked around and activated the Tianyi soul art. He stared at the class 4 beasts. Kill. With a swing of his sword, Lin Tian rushed out like lightning and pierced through a class 4 beast's forehead. Soon, half an hour passed. On the platform in front of the illusory killing palace, candidates were sent out one after another. Their faces were pale. Not long after, the 19 people who entered with Lin Tianyi were all sent out of the illusory killing palace. They were all trembling as they walked away. I wonder how long this Lin Tian can last. He killed Leng Yitong and Xiao Wu. Lin Tian is very strong. He should be able to last for half an hour. Not bad. He should be able to rank around 100. Outside the illusory killing palace, many people were discussing. Lin Tian had just arrived at the Northern Flame Imperial Courtyard, but he had already killed Leng Yitong from the Ling family and Xiao Wu in the freshman ranking battle. His name had spread throughout the Northern Flame Imperial Courtyard. There were not many people who did not know him. Within the crowd, a youth's expression was ugly. It was Du Hongxing. Originally, he was the number 1 in this year's ranking battle, so he should be the one receiving the most attention. However, Lin Tian's appearance had stolen all of his limelight. Now, everyone only remembered Lin Tian. His title as the number 1 new student had been completely overshadowed by Lin Tian's brilliance. He's obviously someone who doesn't follow the rules, but he's receiving so much attention. I really don't know what he's doing. Mu Zixiang shook his head. Beside him, some of the older disciples immediately distanced themselves from Mu Zixiang. They did not want to have anything to do with this person. Inside the illusory killing palace, Lin Tian wielded a long sword and killed one with each strike. Almost all of the beasts were class 4 demonic beasts. He activated the Azure Thunder Sword Force to its limit and used the Heavenly One Soul Art to quickly sense the level of the demonic beasts around him. As he ran across the wasteland, he searched for class 4 demonic beasts and waited for an opportunity to strike. Pooh! Another class 4 demonic beast died under his sword. Soon, 15 minutes had passed. Lin Tian had killed more than 100 demonic beasts, and more than 90% of them were grade 4 demonic beasts. Gradually, as time passed, Lin Tian felt that his true essence could not support him any longer. At most, I can hold on for a little while longer, Lin Tian muttered to himself. Taking a deep breath, Lin Tian's eyes gleamed as he swung his sword to the left. With a clang, a thunderous sword ray streaked across the sky and beheaded a class 4 demonic beast. There was already some sweat on Lin Tian's forehead. He raised his hand to wipe it off, but his eyes were still looking around. The long sword in his hand vibrated and flashed with electric arcs. He rushed out again and swung his sword. As he killed a class 4 demonic beast, he also killed a few class 2 demonic beasts nearby. Gradually, a quarter of an hour had passed. At this moment, a shocking roar resounded. In the distance, a savage beast that was close to 15 meters tall appeared. Its demonic eyes were red and green, and its body was covered in black scales. It gave off an extremely cold feeling. Middle class 5 demonic beast, 9 scales jackal. Lin Tian narrowed his eyes. Slightly sensing the true essence in his body, Lin Tian took a deep breath and the long sword in his hand suddenly vibrated violently. He gathered all of his true essence into the long sword and jumped up. Using the sword of lightning, he rushed towards the nine-scales jackal. Pooh! With a flash of blood, Lin Tian used up all of his true essence and pierced through the nine-scales jackal's throat. At the same time, the nine-scales jackal's claws landed on his body. Coupled with the fact that his true essence was completely depleted, his body started to fade and a strange force appeared beside him. "It's time to end it," Lin Tian whispered. In the next moment, a light flashed and he disappeared from the wasteland. He was transported out of the illusory killing palace. Seeing Lin Tian appear, many people around the illusory killing palace looked over. Almost half an hour. Not bad. He should be able to rank in the 100th place. This result is truly heaven-defying. Not bad. For a freshman, it's really amazing. The crowd was discussing. Mu Zixiang shook his head. He only lasted half an hour in the illusory killing palace. What's so amazing about that? Ridiculous. In the first round, he lasted 3 hours in the illusory killing palace, which was 3 times longer than Lin Tian. Look, Lin Tian's name is about to appear on the ranking monument. Yes, 59th. It's about what we expected. Eh? 59th? Everyone's eyes widened as they stared at the ranking. How is this possible? He didn't even last half an hour. How did he get to 59th? A freshman who just entered the imperial courtyard, surpassed half of the inner courtyard disciples? Everyone was stunned. Xianxia stared at Lin Tian with admiration in his eyes. As expected, a brother-in-law. He's amazing. Very strong. In the distance, by the bluestone, Jiyu blinked, her beautiful eyes shining. Jiyu didn't cultivate in the Northern Flame Imperial Courtyard, but she knew many things about the Northern Flame Imperial Courtyard. As far as she knew, there had never been anyone who could rank 59th in the first round of the competition after entering the Northern Flame Imperial Courtyard. On the other side, Lung Feng's expression was dark. Deacon Elder. A voice sounded. Mu Zixiang stepped forward and glanced at Lin Tian. He then said to the deacon, "The ranking monument is probably broken. He only lasted half an hour in the illusory killing palace. It's impossible for him to rank 59th. To be fair, please cancel his result and retest." Many people turned to look at Mu Zixiang. That poor scholar is at it again. But this time, what he said makes sense. After all, he only lasted half an hour. That's true. Let's see what the Lord Deacon has to say. Many people stared at Mu Zixiang. After glancing at Lin Tian, Mu Zixiang spoke again, "Deacon Elder, please order him to retest." In the distance, Xianxia was furious. That bastard. Lin Tian had such a heaven-defying result, but Mu Zixiang jumped out and said that the ranking monument was broken. He wanted the Deacon Elder to retest Lin Tian. This made him very angry. In front of the illusory killing palace, the Deacon Elder glanced at Mu Zixiang and said, "Don't worry, the ranking monument is normal." Mu Zixiang frowned. Impossible. If it's normal, he'll only rank 100th at most. There's no hope for him to enter the top 80. As he spoke, Mu Zixiang's expression became very solemn. "Deacon Elder, please be fair. Don't let others take advantage of you." "Shut up." The middle-aged deacon coldly glanced at Mu Zixiang and said, although he only lasted for less than an hour in the illusory killing palace, in this hour, he practically killed all of the Class 4 demonic beasts. After accumulating the total number of Class 4 demonic beasts killed, his overall score is naturally high. It is normal for him to be ranked 59th. The illusory killing palace of the Northern Flame Imperial Courtyard was not ordinary. The deacon had a special method to observe the situation of the Imperial Courtyard disciples in the illusory killing palace. Although Lin Tian had not been in the Imperial Courtyard for long, he was quite famous in the Imperial Courtyard. The deacon naturally paid attention to him. What? He only killed Class 4 demonic beasts? Everyone's expression changed when they heard the deacon's words. Many people looked at Lin Tian and could not help but widen their eyes. In the illusory killing palace, demonic beasts covered the sky and covered the earth. The disciples who entered the illusory killing palace would kill any demonic beast that came. Among the demonic beasts, there were not many Class 4 demonic beasts. Most of them were Class 2 and Class 3 demonic beasts. Because the situation the examinees faced was basically the same, people usually judged the examinees' results based on how long they lasted in the Hall of Illusionary Death. However, these people did not expect that Lin Tian would specifically look for Class 4 demonic beasts to kill while facing the demonic beasts in the illusory killing palace. One had to know that this was an extremely exhausting task. Ordinary people would not choose this method. There was no benefit to it at all. Furthermore, Class 4 demonic beasts were very strong and not easy to kill. However, Lin Tian relied on this method to reach the 59th rank on the ranking tablet. This shocked many people to the point that their jaws almost dropped to the ground. Freak! Someone gasped. If he can achieve such a result when he just entered the imperial courtyard, he will have no problem entering the Qing courtyard in another year. Super freak! At this rate, it is very likely that he will enter the imperial city billboard in a year's time. Many people were shocked. The deacon looked at Lin Tian with admiration in his eyes and said, "Lin Tian, you are in the top 80 on the ranking tablet. According to the rules of the academy, you can challenge an inner courtyard disciple. If you win, you can replace that person and become an inner courtyard disciple. Of course, if you lose, you will not lose anything." Lin Tian nodded and looked at the ranking tablet. "You have 2 hours to choose," the deacon said. As soon as the deacon finished speaking, Lin Tian turned his head and said, "I have chosen." "So fast?" The deacon was surprised, but then he understood and shook his head with a smile. "I was shocked by your results and almost forgot. Of course, I don't need to think too much about this. If the disciples in the top 80 wanted to challenge an inner court disciple, then they would naturally choose the person at the end of the inner court. There was no need to hesitate or think about it. After all, challenging the person at the end of the inner court was the easiest and easiest." Quite a number of disciples looked towards the ranking tablet. All of them stared at the 80th ranked name. Lu Qing'er, this lady is usually quite diligent in her training. 6 months ago, she had barely charged into the inner academy. However, this time around, it is likely that she will be in danger. In the imperial courtyard, strength is king. This is something that can't be helped. Someone shook his head. In the crowd, Lu Qing'er also came. After all, she was the last one. Although she knew that she could not be on the ranking tablet for the time being and did not participate in the competition for 2 consecutive times, she still came to watch the competition. She was afraid that someone would surpass her in the top 80. At this moment, staring at Lin Tian, her face became very pale. She knew that she would definitely fall out of the inner courtyard. After all, Lin Tian's name had spread throughout the imperial courtyard. Moreover, Lin Tian was ranked 59th on the ranking tablet, so his combat strength must be much stronger than hers. "It's over," Lu Qing'er murmured, looking a little sad and pitiful. At this moment, on the platform in front of the illusion-killing palace, Lin Tian's voice sounded, "I choose Mu Zixiang." Mu Zixiang, everyone was stunned when they heard Lin Tian's voice. Why would he choose Mu Zixiang? This, many people had strange expressions on their faces. Normally, anyone would choose Lu Qing'er, who was ranked 80th. However, Lin Tian chose Mu Zixiang, who was ranked 42nd. Basket. Color. Book. Even Xian Qingyun, who was watching from afar, widened his eyes in shock. Why would he choose Mu Zixiang? He's not a good person. That's right. Although he doesn't like Mu Zixiang, he's really strong. Could it be that there's a grudge between the two of them? Well, based on that scholar's personality, that's possible. However, even if there's a grudge between them, this is too irrational. Many people shook their heads. Lu Qing'er stared at Lin Tian unblinkingly. She blinked her eyes, thinking that she had misheard. After being reprimanded by the middle-aged deacon, Mu Zixiang's expression turned ugly. He was already preparing to leave, but when he heard Lin Tian's words, he immediately stopped. His face turned ashen. Lin Tian did not choose Lu Qing'er, who was ranked last in the inner yard. Instead, he chose him, who was ranked first in the inner yard. This made him furious. The middle-aged deacon was surprised. Are you sure you want to choose Mu Zixiang? I'm sure. Lin Tian nodded. Then, he looked at Mu Zixiang. How dare you? Mu Zixiang glared at Lin Tian. He was furious. He felt that he had been humiliated by Lin Tian. Lin Tian glanced at Mu Zixiang coldly. This person was not evil, but he really did not like him. At this moment, everyone's expression was very interesting. Interesting. This guy chose Mu Zixiang. Awesome. Even if he loses, I'll cheer for him. Count me in. Me too. Some of the older disciples from the outer yard laughed. Mu Zixiang's face turned green when he heard these voices. He was so angry that he trembled. The middle-aged deacon looked at Lin Tian and asked, "Are you sure you don't want to change?" No. Lin Tian shook his head. The deacon shrugged his shoulders and said, "All right, I'll give you 2 hours to recover your Jinyuan. After 2 hours, we'll battle on this platform. If you win, you'll enter the inner courtyard and Mu Zixiang will enter the outer courtyard. If you lose, Mu Zixiang will remain in the inner courtyard and you will remain in the outer courtyard." Understood. Lin Tian nodded. All right, go ahead. The middle-aged deacon said. Lin Tian nodded and walked to the side alone. Sitting down cross-legged, he took out a true elemental pill and began to restore his true essence. Mu Zixiang froze in place and clenched his fists. He was ranked 42nd on the ranking tablet, but he was challenged by a new disciple ranked 59th. This really made him lose face, impudent. You don't know the rules. Hearing Mu Zixiang's voice, many people around him took a few steps back and looked at him with disdain. In the distance, Jiyu stared in Lin Tian's direction and blinked. How interesting. After saying that, Jiyu patted the dust off the bluestone and sat down on her own. There were many Imperial Courtyard spectators around the illusory killing palace. Even though Lin Tian's results were heaven-defying, and even though Lin Tian wanted to challenge Mu Zixiang, many people's eyes were still on Jiyu, unwilling to leave for even a moment. So beautiful. If I could sit next to her for a while, I'd be willing to die tomorrow. Someone murmured. Under the old bamboo, Lung Feng stared straight at Lin Tian, his eyes cold. Everyone, quiet. We'll start the 4th round now. Those who want to take the test, come forward. The deacon said. Lin Tian needed 2 hours to recover his true essence. During this time, the deacon couldn't let everyone wait for Lin Tian to recover his true essence. At least he could take 1 or 2 more rounds. As soon as the deacon finished his words, someone immediately walked up. This round of 20 people, Du Hongxing was one of them. I won't be worse than him. Du Hongxing gritted his teeth. With a flash of brilliance, all the people in the 4th round entered the illusory killing palace. Soon, the 4th round of assessment ended. Almost all the freshmen in this round were ranked at the bottom. Only Du Hongxing's results weren't bad, ranking 103rd on the ranking tablet. For a freshman, this result is not bad. He's indeed an 8-star talent. It's amazing. Not bad. Some senior disciples discussed. This was a very pertinent evaluation, and it was obvious that there was admiration and surprise in it. However, it was a little harsh to Du Hongxing's ears. He was ranked 1st in the freshman ranking battle, but now, he was ranked 103rd, while Lin Tian was ranked 59th. The gap between the two was too big. Damn it. Du Hongxing was secretly angry and left the place directly. This round of assessment went on for more than half an hour. The deacon glanced at Lin Tianyi and saw that Lin Tian was still recovering his true essence, so he called for another round. When the 5th round of assessment ended, Lin Tian finally opened his eyes and stood up. Done? The deacon asked. Done. Lin Tian nodded. Saying so, he walked to the platform in front of the illusory killing palace and glanced at Mu Zixiang. Mu Zixiang, come up. The deacon said. Mu Zixiang snorted and stared at Lin Tian. His face was ashen as he stepped onto the platform in front of the illusory killing palace. This platform was about 10 square meters, and it was very suitable for 2 people to battle. You don't know the rules. Staring at Lin Tian, Mu Zixiang snorted. Lin Tianyi was stunned, then he smiled. This Mu Zixiang was too self-centered. He couldn't help but think that all the scholars in this world were like this. His IQ was a little worrying. Looking at Mu Zixiang, Lin Tian smiled and said, "Senior brother Mu, a simple battle is a little boring. Why don't we make a bet?" Hearing this, many people were stunned. Bet? What do you mean? Mu Zixiang said. Lin Tian said, "How about this, the loser of this battle will not be allowed to participate in the grand tournament for the next 2 years. In other words, no matter how strong you are, you will not be able to enter the inner courtyard or king courtyard for 2 years. What do you think?" Hearing this, many of the onlookers were shocked. Many people were shocked. No matter how strong you are, you will not be able to enter the inner courtyard or king courtyard for 2 years. This bet was too extreme. Mu Zixiang stared at Lin Tian, his face ashen. "Why? You don't dare?" Lin Tian narrowed his eyes. Mu Zixiang snorted, "Why wouldn't I dare? I just feel that it's a pity for you. However, for someone like you who doesn't know the rules, even though you're quite strong, you'll only bring trouble to the inner courtyard and the imperial courtyard. Today, I'll imprison you in the outer courtyard for the sake of the Northern Flame Imperial Courtyard. Even though it's only for 2 years, it's enough. If you agree, then agree. Why do you have to say so much nonsense?" Lin Tiandao said. Mu Zixiang's face turned ashen. He could only stare coldly at Lin Tian. The middle-aged deacon frowned at Lin Tian's so-called bet. However, since Mu Zixiang did not have any objections, he naturally would not say anything. "Begin," the deacon said. As soon as the deacon finished speaking, many people around the platform started to get excited. "Junior Lin Tian, do your best. Kick that poor scholar down. Brother Lin, we will cheer for you. Don't be polite, beat him up. Kill him. Kick him down." The crowd shouted. Hearing these voices, Lin Tian could not help but smile. Mu Zixiang, on the other hand, was ashen. "Now, you know how annoying you are," Lin Tian said calmly. Mu Zixiang's expression was cold. He flicked his sleeves and said, "They are the ones who are ignorant." "Ignorant? What a joke, who is the ignorant one?" Lin Tian said sarcastically. "Don't talk nonsense." Mu Zixiang clasped his hands behind his back and said with an ashen face, "I am your senior brother, so I will let you make one move first. After that, I will teach you a lesson and let you understand that you have to follow the rules step by step." Lin Tianyi was stunned. "Let me make one move first? Are you sure?" Mu Zixiang snorted and stood in place with his hands behind his back. Obviously, he wanted Lin Tian to make the first move. "Junior Lin Tian, there is no need to be polite with this scholar. Attack." "Yes, he said he would let us make one move first. Give him some face and let us make one move first." "Yes. Give him some face." Many people cheered. To be honest, although these people did not like Mu Zixiang, they knew that Mu Zixiang was really strong. After all, he was a 5th heavenly layer divine vein expert. Many people did not even think that Lin Tian could defeat Mu Zixiang. However, they did not like Mu Zixiang. Although most people thought that Lin Tian would lose, they still cheered for Lin Tian. When Lin Tian heard these voices, he could not help but laugh in his heart. "Listen to everyone. I will give you some face." Lin Tian looked at Mu Zixiang and said. Mu Zixiang's face sank and became extremely ugly. He only felt his cheeks burning. He was the one who wanted Lin Tianyi to make one move, but from these people's mouths, it was Lin Tian giving him face. This made him feel very angry. Lin Tian stared at Mu Zixiang. He clenched his right fist and took a deep breath. Nirvana fist. He muttered to himself in his heart. He had never practiced the Nirvana fist art, a high-grade divine vein martial art. However, he was already familiar with the circulation and compression of true energy. At this moment, he clenched his right fist. The true energy in his body surged and quickly gathered at the tip of his right fist. "I will ask again. Do you really want to let me make one move first?" He looked at Mu Zixiang. "Humph. Mu Zixiang snorted and stood in place with his hands behind his back. Lin Tian raised the corner of his mouth. He also stood in place. However, he raised his right fist and directly punched out. Suddenly, a dazzling light burst out from the tip of his fist and rushed towards Mu Zixiang like lightning. This is? Everyone's expression changed. At this moment, the dazzling light had already reached Mu Zixiang's side. It was shockingly fast. Mu Zixiang's expression changed, and he hurriedly raised his arms to block. Unfortunately, the fist light was too fast and too fierce, and the terrifying force directly tore apart most of his clothes. With a bang, he was sent flying out of the platform. Such a scene shocked almost everyone to the point that their eyes widened. He won? With just one punch, he actually blasted that scholar out of the battle platform. Oh my god, everyone was dumbfounded by what they saw. One punch, just one punch and nothing more, had actually sent Mu Zixiang flying out of the stage. This caused everyone's eyes to widen in disbelief. Blue color book, please. So powerful. In the distance, even Jiyu was moved and revealed a look of astonishment. After all, Lin Tian was only at the 4th level of the Divine Vein realm. He was an entire level lower than Mu Zixiang. It was truly shocking that Lin Tian was able to achieve such a feat beside Old Bamboo. Lin Feng's eyes were cold. He glanced at Lin Tianyi, then left. He had only come here to see the results of Lin Tian's competition. Now that the results were out, there was no need for him to stay, nor did he want to stay. Whoosh, suddenly, there was an uproar at the side of the battle platform. Junior brother Lin Tian, you're amazing. Cool. Well done. Many people were excited. These people were shocked by Lin Tian's tyrannical battle prowess, but they were even more delighted when Lin Tianyi sent Mu Zixiang flying with a single punch. The middle-aged deacon guarding the illusion-killing hall stared at Lin Tian in shock. Was that the Nirvana fist technique? His fleshly body has actually attained the level of being able to cultivate the Nirvana fist arts? The middle-aged deacon had been in the Northern Flame Imperial Academy for many years, so he was naturally very familiar with some of the martial skills in the academy. The Nirvana fist art was a terrifying martial skill with explosive power. However, there were too few moves in this martial skill, and the requirement to cultivate this martial skill was too harsh. Thus, almost no one had chosen it. The middle-aged deacon didn't expect Lin Tian to be able to cultivate the Nirvana fist art when he was only at the 4th level of the Divine Veins realm. What a little monster. The deacon smiled bitterly. At this moment, an angry voice sounded, I refuse to accept this. Mu Zixiang glared at Lin Tian angrily. The middle-aged deacon frowned. What is it? I gave him a chance, but he used such a despicable method to sneak attack me. I want to start over. Mu Zixiang said. As soon as these words came out, it immediately drew a wave of disdainful voices. How can you say that? How thick-skinned. Scholar, you'd better go back to your residence and change your clothes. It's disgraceful to look like this. The crowd burst into laughter. Mu Zixiang was sent flying by Lin Tian's Nirvana fist technique. His clothes were tattered, and he looked like a beggar. Hearing these voices, Mu Zixiang's face turned ashen. Deacon, please let us start over. Mu Zixiang said. Losing this battle meant that he would fall out of the inner yard and enter the outer yard to cultivate. In the future, he would no longer be able to enjoy the resources of the inner yard. What awaited him was an earth-shattering change, which made him panic. The middle-aged deacon glanced at Mu Zixiang and said, the result is out. It is fair and just. There is no need to redo it. As he spoke, the deacon continued, from now on, you are an outer court disciple. Go back to the inner court and pack your things. Move to the outer court. Lord Deacon, no, enough. The middle-aged deacon was getting impatient. Mu Zixiang's face turned pale, and he trembled. Originally, he was one of the top disciples in the inner yard. But now, he was going to be kicked out of the inner yard and sent back to the outer yard. This made him feel a sense of fear. Oh right, don't forget our bet. You can't participate in any competition for 2 years. Lin Tian's voice rang out. Mu Zixiang trembled again, and his face was extremely pale. 2 years of not being able to participate in any competition. 2 years. In 2 years, he would have to leave the Northern Flame Imperial Courtyard. In other words, he would have no future in the Northern Flame Imperial Courtyard. Scholar, welcome to the Outer Yard. Don't worry, it's only 2 years. We'll spend it with you. Ha 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 ha. We'll wait for you to come to the Outer Yard to teach us. The crowd burst into an uproar again. Hearing these voices, Mu Zixiang felt his cheeks burning as a sense of shame swept over him. With a pu sound, he coughed out a mouthful of blood. He seemed to have aged 10 years in an instant, and he left with a dazed expression. That felt good. That scholar, I didn't think that he would have such a day. How satisfying. Let's see how he'll scold others in the future. Being kicked from the inner yard to the outer yard will make him feel ashamed for a while. The crowd laughed. Many people stared at Lin Tian and cheered for Lin Tian. Lin Tian had helped many people vent their frustrations. The middle-aged deacon looked at Lin Tian and smiled. Lin Tian, you're now a member of the inner yard. I'll ask the elders later. You'll go to the disciple pavilion to complete your nameplate in a day. Then, you'll move from the outer yard to the inner yard. All the resources of the inner yard disciples will be open to you. Hearing the middle-aged deacon's words, most of the surrounding disciples looked over with envy. Congratulations, junior brother Lin Tian. Junior brother Lin Tian, enter the king yard as soon as possible. We have high hopes for you. Yes. Someone congratulated him. Lin Tian nodded at the crowd. Thinking about it, his reputation wasn't that fierce after all. He looked at the middle-aged deacon and said, Senior, can I not move? The middle-aged deacon was stunned. He said, You can indeed not move. After all, you're already an inner yard disciple. The academy won't force inner yard disciples to move from the outer yard to the inner yard. However, the living conditions in the inner yard are much better than the outer yard. Don't you want to move there? I'm used to living in one place. It's too troublesome to move. Lin Tian said with a smile. The middle-aged deacon was stunned again, then smiled. That's a good habit. You're loyal. Lin Tian was speechless. Loyal? He really thought that it was too troublesome to move here and there. Junior brother Lin Tian is really good. An outer yard disciple said. Beside him, many people nodded. If it were anyone else who had suddenly been promoted from an outer court disciple to an inner court disciple, they would probably immediately move from the outer court residence area to the inner court residence area. However, Lin Tian was not like that. He was even willing to continue living in the outer court residence area. This caused some outer court disciples to have a good impression of Lin Tian. Lin Tian looked at the middle-aged deacon and said, Senior, Lin Tian will take his leave first. Okay, go ahead. The middle-aged deacon said with a smile. Lin Tian's strength was obvious, but he was neither arrogant nor impatient. The middle-aged deacon naturally found him pleasing to the eye. Lin Tian nodded, then jumped off the platform and walked to the side. So cool. Xianxia ran over. Of course. Lin Tian said with a smile. He was already very familiar with Xianxia, so he would not be too reserved. He raised his head and looked at the blue stone. Jiyu was still sitting there, smiling at him. Brother-in-law, look, she's looking at me again. Xianxia said excitedly. Lin Tian, he could not be bothered with this narcissistic guy. He paused for a moment and walked toward Jiyu. Hey, brother-in-law, what are you doing? Xianxia was curious. Lin Tian did not bother with this fellow and continued walking forward. The platform was quite far away from Jiyu. After dozens of breaths, Lin Tian came to Jiyu. Well, are you here to watch my competition? He said. What do you think? Jiyu blinked. Lin Tian suddenly felt a little embarrassed. He scratched his head and said, I guess so. Idiot. Jiyu said angrily. Many people had been staring in Jiyu's direction. At this moment, when they saw Lin Tian walking over and chatting with Jiyu very familiarly, they could even see the smile on Jiyu's face. This group of people was stunned and almost petrified on the spot. This. Why is he talking to the great general's granddaughter? Do they know each other? I was wondering why that young prodigy suddenly came to the imperial courtyard. Now, it seems could it be that she came for Lin Tian? It seems very similar. Oh right, during the freshman assessment, this person also came and waved at the freshmen. After the assessment ended, he also came to the Beast Devil Ridge to wait. At that time, I thought it was because of the Lin clan's young master, but now it seems like that wasn't the case. It seems like it was also because of Lin Tian. Oh my god, this is crazy. The old disciples and the new disciples all widened their eyes. Even the middle-aged deacon guarding the illusory killing palace was shocked. He stared at the scene in front of him in disbelief. Who was Ji Yu? She was the granddaughter of the old General Ji, the #1 prodigy in the imperial city and ranked 6th on the wind cloud list. The elders of the Northern Flame Imperial Courtyard had invited Ji Yu to cultivate in the Imperial Courtyard several times. This honor made the people of the Imperial City know everything about Ji Yu. To many people, Ji Yu was like a star in the sky. However, at this moment, Lin Tian was actually close to this star. This was even more shocking than when Lin Tianyi sent Mu Zixiang flying with a punch. In the crowd, Lu Qing'er originally wanted to thank Lin Tiandao for not challenging Lin Tian. However, at this moment, when she saw Lin Tian and Ji Yu standing together, she stopped in her tracks. She was actually quite beautiful, but compared to Ji Yu, she was too inferior. She did not have the courage to walk over. Xianxia's eyes widened as he jumped to Lin Tian's side. Brother-in-law, you know each other? Xianxia asked in surprise. Lin Tian walked over and chatted with Ji Yu. The atmosphere was very good. Even the dumbest person would know that this was not the first time they met. Otherwise, how could they behave like this? Lin Tian nodded. Yes. Ji Yu's expression changed slightly. He looked at Xianxia and then at Lin Tian. He called you brother-in-law? He called me that randomly. I have a good relationship with his sister. She's a very good friend of mine in Fengjian City. Lin Tian explained. For some reason, he felt that Ji Yu's expression suddenly became strange. Oh, is that so? Ji Yu blinked and a smile appeared on his face again. Yes, that's right. Lin Tiandao. Xianxia was a little dissatisfied. Brother-in-law, you can't cut ties like this. I'm very sad. Black lines appeared on Lin Tian's forehead. Go to the side and wait. Seeing this, Ji Yu covered his mouth and chuckled. After a pause, Ji Yu looked at Lin Tian and said, well, do you want to go out for a walk? Xianxia's eyes widened. Ji Yu actually took the initiative to invite a man to go out for a walk. Lin Tianwei was a little surprised, but then he nodded and said, okay. Since Ji Yu had invited him like this, how could he refuse? Then let's go. Ji Yu said. Lin Tian nodded. The two of them walked side by side out of the imperial courtyard, leaving Xianxia standing there in a daze. At the same time, all the imperial courtyard disciples around them were dumbfounded. Damn it, that guy left together with the female genius? What's going on? I suddenly have the urge to beat him up. That's strange. Me too. Sorry, I have the same feeling. Many people widened their eyes. Lin Tian and Ji Yu gradually left the illusory killing palace under everyone's stares. Blue color book asterisk, the two walked together. When they passed by some corners of the imperial courtyard, exclamations could be heard from time to time. That's Ji Yu? She's walking together with a man? Is this an illusion? Illusion my ass. It's real. But how can this be? Exclamations of surprise could be heard. As Lin Tian and Ji Yu walked out of the imperial courtyard, the exclamations never stopped. It's so stressful to walk with you. Lin Tian blushed with shame. You don't like it? Ji Yu blinked. Lin Tian scratched his head and said, it's not that I don't like it. Then you like it. Lin Tian was a little embarrassed. Okay, I like it. He was a normal young man. It would be a lie to say that he didn't like it when he walked with such a beautiful girl. Ji Yu smiled faintly. Okay then. Soon, the two walked out of the imperial courtyard and walked on the street. You've reached the 4th level of the Divine Pulse realm. Your cultivation speed is really fast. She remembered that when Lin Tian had just arrived at the royal capital, he was only at the 2nd heavenly layer of the Divine Vein realm. But now, after a little more than a month, he had already reached the 4th heavenly layer of the Divine Vein realm. This cultivation speed caused her to be extremely shocked. I'm just lucky. Lin Tian smiled. Ji Yu shook his head. You can't just rely on luck when it comes to cultivation. It's not that simple. I don't believe that you don't work hard on your daily cultivation. Well, it's considered hard work. Lin Tian Dao. In terms of cultivation, he did work very hard on his daily cultivation. The two walked on the street. The man was handsome and the woman was beautiful. They attracted a lot of attention. To celebrate your entry into the inner courtyard, I'll treat you to something to eat. What do you like to eat? Ji Yu smiled. Anything is fine. I'm not picky. Lin Tian Dao. Ji Yu smiled. Then let's go to the usual place. At that moment, Ji Yu brought Lin Tian to the small market again. In Ji Yu's words, she felt more at ease here. Miss Ji, you're here? Miss Ji, what do you need? And that young man over there, nice one. Miss Ji, do you want some of the newly released sugar bars? On both sides of the market, the crowd was as enthusiastic as ever. In the end, Ji Yu brought Lin Tian to a decent restaurant in the small market. Standing on the 2nd floor, they could see very far. Feel free to order whatever you want. It's all on me. Ji Yu blinked. Lin Tian suddenly felt that Ji Yu was a little cute. Not long after, the food was served. It was quite simple and delicious. The celebratory lunch quickly passed. The two of them walked out of the restaurant and strolled on the street. They strolled leisurely. Because it was still early, just past noon, Lin Tian was not in a hurry to return to the imperial courtyard. Ji Yu was not in a hurry to return to the general's residence either. Then, Ji Yu asked Lin Tian to accompany her for a walk. But speaking of which, Lin Tian felt that Ji Yu was the one accompanying her. On both sides of the street, the shocked gazes of the passers-by fell on him. Many people pointed at him, and even more people talked about him. Lin Tian was already used to this and did not care much. Occasionally, he would tilt his head to look at Ji Yu. He felt a little strange. Wasn't this prodigy girl a little too nice to him? What are you looking at? Ji Yu tilted her head and looked at him. That, Lin Tian scratched his head, a little embarrassed. He could not say that he was looking at him, right? You're not being honest. Ji Yu covered her mouth and snickered, but she seemed a little happy. Lin Tian was even more confused. He could only rub his nose embarrassedly. Have you heard? It's said that the treasure loft is auctioning a supreme treasure today. Supreme treasure? Are you sure? Of course, how can it be fake? The two of them walked near the treasure loft, and the sounds of discussion could be heard. Lin Tian was stunned. Supreme treasure? The treasure loft could auction a weapon of this level. It was an existence that was more powerful than a treasure. It could more or less double the battle power of the owner. At least, it would cost more than 1,000,000 spirit coins. Oh right, I heard that there will be a strange flower auction today. It can slow down aging and make one's appearance permanent. Flower? You're a big man. Why are you talking about this? TSK, you don't even know this? When the news gets out, some of the socialites in the Imperial City will be there. Then, we can also squeeze into the auction house and see the beauty of the socialites. Those socialites are very beautiful. Eh? Now that you mention it, it makes sense. It's good that you know. Let's go. Go, go, go. Let's go now. Not far away, a few martial artists were discussing and quickly rushed toward the treasure loft. Ji Yu was about to leave, but she stopped and glanced in the direction of the treasure loft. Shall we go and have a look? Lin Tian asked. He was not stupid. He could basically guess what Ji Yu was thinking. Being able to slow down aging and maintain one's appearance for a long time was extremely tempting to any young girl. Even a prodigious young girl like Jiyu was somewhat tempted by it. Can I? Jiyu asked, but her eyes were shining. Of course, I have nothing to do anyway. Lin Tian smiled. Looking at Jiyu's current appearance, Lin Tian found it very interesting. Then let's go. Jiyu nodded vigorously. Immediately, the two of them followed a direction and soon arrived at the treasure loft. The interior of the treasure loft was extremely luxurious, and the interior was shockingly spacious. After Lin Tian and Jiyu arrived, they looked around and summoned a waitress. Excuse me, are there any VIP rooms left? He and Jiyu naturally wanted to find a quiet place here. After all, Jiyu was too eye-catching. Yes, sir. We have the most luxurious VIP room left, but you need to bid for it. The waitress nodded and said respectfully, our auction will officially start in about an hour. If you are interested, sir, you can go to the bidding area over there to take a look. As she spoke, the waitress pointed to the side where many people were already gathered. They were all dressed very well. I don't need a VIP room. A normal seat will do. Jiyu said. Lin Tian shook his head and smiled. No matter what, you are traveling with the #1 genius girl in the Imperial City. How can I let you be wronged? Jiyu stared at Lin Tian and blinked. Your mouth has become sweeter. You know how to please girls. I'm telling the truth. Lin Tian said awkwardly. Under the guidance of the waitress, Lin Tian quickly arrived at the bidding area. 3,000 spirit coins. I bid 4,000. 4,300. I bid 5,000. 5,100. In this place, people called out prices from time to time. Lin Tian shook his head. This treasure loft was indeed the largest auction house in the Imperial City. A VIP room was actually worth so much money. 10,000 spirit coins. Lin Tian called out. Suddenly, everyone fell silent. 10,000 spirit coins, he directly called out 10,000 spirit coins. This was a little shocking. Even Jiyu looked at Lin Tian in surprise. Why did you call out such a high price? Are you very rich? You can say that I have some spare cash. Lin Tian touched his nose and smiled. He still had several million spirit coins in his stone ring. At this moment, almost everyone in this place subconsciously looked over. Then, these people were shocked again. Miss Ji? That Miss Ji is actually with a man, many people were surprised. Even the middle-aged man in charge of this place, young Luo, was surprised. The #1 genius girl in the Imperial City was walking together with a young man. This really surprised him. Most importantly, young Luo looked at Lin Tian from head to toe, but he had never heard of such a person in the Imperial City. This made him even more surprised. After a pause, young Luo reacted. Is there anyone else who wants to raise the price? The crowd was very quiet. Many people stared at Jiyu, but no one raised the price. Most of these people were just rich merchants. Although they had a lot of money, they didn't have much power. Now, since Lin Tian came with Jiyu, these people naturally had to give him some face. Moreover, Lin Tian's price was shockingly high. 20,000 spirit coins. Suddenly, a voice sounded from afar. A man in purple walked over. Beside him was a beautiful woman. She looked very charming. Lord Su. Yang Luo was slightly surprised. Beside him, the others were also shocked. Lord Su Huarong, a rank 3 array manipulator. He deserves to be called a genius in controlling arrays. Someone whispered. The man in purple was called Su Huarong. He was about 35 years old. After glancing at Lin Tian, he smiled at Jiyu. I didn't expect Miss Ji to have time to come to the treasure loft. This is really surprising. Thinking about it, ordinary auction seats are definitely not good enough for Miss Ji. However, the best VIP room in the treasure loft is really good. I come here often, so I will reserve this VIP room. Miss Ji, would you like to join us? Not only was Su Huarong a rank 3 array manipulator, but he was also a guest of the Ling family, one of the 3 major families in the Imperial City. His status was very high. Even when facing Jiyu, he was very calm. As for Lin Tian, who was beside Jiyu, Su Huarong directly ignored her. With his status, he knew all the people in the imperial city who had some power. However, Lin Tian was not in this list. He had never even heard of such a person, so he did not care at all. Not interested. Jiyu said. After saying that, Jiyu took a small step back and stood behind Lin Tian. This action was very small, but it made Lin Tian's heart warm. This prodigy girl had a lot of power, but she took the initiative to stand behind him at this time. Obviously, she saw him as her pillar of support. For a man, this small action undoubtedly had a great meaning. Lin Tianwei touched his nose and smiled. He had to get the VIP room today. 30,000. He said. Yang Luo was shocked as he stared at Lin Tian in astonishment. He kept wondering which great family's young master this was, to actually be so extravagant. However, in the end, he just could not recall such a figure in the imperial city. Lord Su, what do you think? Yang Luo looked at Su Huarong. Su Huarong was a rank 3 array manipulator and a guest of the Ling family. Even in the imperial city, he was a big shot. Yang Luo was very careful around Su Huarong. 40,000. Su Huarong said lightly. After saying that, he glanced at Lin Tian and said, "Young man, you have to keep a low profile. You have to know who you can compete with and who you can't compete with, do you understand?" Although Lin Tian was with Jiyu, Su Huarong still did not take Lin Tian seriously. Lin Tianyi was stunned, then smiled. "I'll return those words back to you. Originally, I wanted to compete fairly with you. But now, forget it." As Lin Tian spoke, a silver token suddenly appeared in his hand. He casually tossed it to the middle-aged man in charge of this place, Yang Luo. "Today, the most luxurious VIP room is not open to the public. I want it." Yang Luo frowned and looked at Lin Tian, then lowered his head to look at the silver token in his hand. "This is?" Yang Luo's expression immediately changed. "P.S. Thank you to Brother Mu Ge for your support. Thank you. Memorize the literature building. We provide you with interesting novels to read." The silver token was not big. It was delicate and looked like a girl's accessory. However, Yang Luo's expression changed. As one of the people in charge of the treasure loft, Yang Luo recognized the silver token. It was the symbol of the Xian family's future clan leader. It represented the direct line of descent of the Xian family. Needless to say, it was powerful enough to command the treasure loft. After all, the treasure loft belonged to the Xian family, and Yang Luo was just a worker. "My apologies." Yang Luo returned the silver token to Lin Tian with both hands. Lin Tian calmly took it and kept it into his stone ring in the blink of an eye. "Lead the way," he said. "Yes, yes, yes." Yang Luo nodded repeatedly. He summoned a maid and asked her to lead Lin Tian to the most luxurious VIP room. At the same time, Yang Luo said something to the other maid. The latter nodded and ran to the backyard of the treasure loft. Lin Tian and Jiyu followed the maid to the second floor. "Stop right there." A cold voice sounded. Su Huarong stared at Yang Luo. "What's going on?" "Lord Su, I'm sorry. The VIP room is not open to the public today." Yang Luo smiled bitterly when he met Su Huarong's gaze. He said, "Lord Su, please forgive us. We can prepare a quiet and elegant area for you in the auction hall, and the fee will be waived. What do you think?" "What do you think? I'm going to get the VIP room today," Su Huarong said coldly. As he spoke, Su Huarong pushed Yang Luo aside and headed straight for Lin Tian. "Mr. Su, please don't mess around in the treasure loft." A voice sounded at this time. A middle-aged man in a long robe walked over from the other side. He exuded a powerful aura. Yang Luo heaved a sigh of relief when he saw the middle-aged man. The middle-aged man was the chief deacon of the treasure loft. His name was Xianxia, and he was from the Xian family. He was the one who had asked the other maid to report Su Huarong's arrival. After all, he knew that Su Huarong was not easy to deal with. Su Huarong stared at Xianxia and furrowed his brows. Xianxia walked over and stopped. He looked in Lin Tian's direction and nodded with a smile. Lin Tian naturally wouldn't be arrogant and nodded at Xianxia in return. Send this little brother to the VIP room. Xianxia said to the waitress beside Lin Tian. Yes, Deacon. The female attendant bowed and led Lin Tian to the second floor. Soon, the three of them disappeared from the second floor. Su Huarong's expression suddenly turned ugly. His eyes flashed coldly, but he didn't say anything because Xianxia from the Xian clan had arrived. At this time, Xianxia looked at Su Huarong and said, Mr. Su, I'm really sorry for what happened today. Su Huarong frowned. When facing Xianxia, he was no longer as domineering as he was in front of Yang Luo. Looking at Xianxia, Su Huarong asked in a low voice, why? The treasure loft belonged to the Xian clan, and the Xian clan was the most powerful merchant clan in the Northern Flame country. Even though Su Huarong was a third-stage array manipulator, he didn't dare to act recklessly here. Especially when Xianxia appeared, he restrained himself. He knew that Xianxia wasn't a simple person. Yang Luo made it clear just now. I can't tell you the specific reason now. Xianxia smiled faintly and said, Mr. Su is a frequent customer. To express my apologies, the treasure loft has prepared a private area in the auction hall for Mr. Su. All fees will be waived. Next time, Mr. Su can use the most luxurious VIP room in the treasure loft for free. If you buy any treasures, the treasure loft will give you a 20% discount. What do you think, Mr. Su? Su Huarong glanced at the direction Lin Tian left. After a moment of silence, he looked at Xianxia and said, okay. Although the Xian clan wasn't a martial arts clan, there were many powerful warriors in the clan. Su Huarong wouldn't dare to act recklessly in the treasure loft. Moreover, Xianxia had given him enough face by promising him a bunch of benefits. Thank you, Mr. Su, for giving me this face. Xianxia smiled and looked at a maid beside him. Bring Mr. Su and his female companion to the private area of the auction hall. Brew a pot of the best Yuqing tea and send it to them. Wuxi. Yes, Lord Deacon. The maid replied. Su Huarong cupped his hands at Xianxia and followed the maid with the charming woman beside him. Xianxia watched Su Huarong leave and then looked at the second floor. Lord Deacon, that, Yang Luo also looked at the second floor in shock. The third miss actually gave the symbol of the clan leader candidate to a young man. How interesting. Xianxia smiled faintly. On the second floor, Lin Tian and Ji Yu followed the maid to the VIP room for the auction. The VIP room was close to 50 square meters. It was luxuriously decorated. There was a soft bed, a tea table, and a crystal window that looked out onto the auction hall. The entire room was filled with a faint scent of incense. This is really, Lin Tian was speechless. This VIP room was a little too extravagant. The maid bowed to Lin Tian and Ji Yu and then left. Lin Tian and Ji Yu were the only ones left in the room. Lin Tian scanned the room. There was a soft bed. Soft bed, immediately, he felt a little awkward. This was really a little, something. Ji Yu stared at Lin Tian and blinked. Well, I didn't know this room would be like this. Lin Tian was speechless. You're not being honest. Ji Yu smiled and sat down by the crystal window. He looked at Lin Tiandao and asked, speaking of which, what happened just now? What was that silver token you threw out? Why did you snatch this room? A good friend of Fengjian City gave it to me. I heard from her younger brother that she's one of the candidates for the clan leader of this generation. With the thing she gave me, there are some things in the treasure loft that I can barely make decisions for. Lin Tiandao. A candidate for the clan leader of the Xian clan? Ji Yu was surprised. He grew up in the imperial city and naturally knew about the Xian clan. He didn't expect Lin Tian to be good friends with a candidate for the clan leader of the Xian clan. Ji Yu stared at Lin Tian and curled his lips. You're quite close. You even have the support of a candidate for the clan leader of the Xian clan. I heard that the candidates are all beautiful women. Lin Tian was speechless. Well, we're just friends. At this moment, a commotion broke out. Lin Tian and Ji Yu looked in the direction of the noise and saw that the auction had begun. Looking through the crystal window, the treasure loft's auction hall was shockingly huge. It was packed with people. At this moment, a charming woman walked up to the auction stage. "Thank you for coming to the treasure loft's auction hall. Now, the auction begins." As she said this, someone brought out one treasure after another. The woman's figure was enchanting, and her voice was also sweet. This caused the auction to become very lively. The sounds of bidding rose and fell. However, compared to the number of people in the auction, the number of people bidding was not much. The ratio was not high. Her ability is not bad, but she's still lacking compared to Xianxia. Lin Tian thought to himself. He had seen Xianxia host the auction before. Comparing this woman to Xianxia was like comparing heaven and earth. One had to know that Xianxia had the ability to mobilize more than 90% of the people in the auction hall to bid. The scene was shocking. Soon, an hour passed. Several treasures were auctioned off in succession and the transaction prices were not low. At this moment, the woman on the auction stage smiled charmingly and said, "I'm sure everyone has heard of the next treasure." As she spoke, the woman lifted the cloth covering the treasure. Below was a glass cabinet. Inside the cabinet was a pot of colorless flowers. They looked extremely beautiful and immediately attracted many gazes. Seeing this flower, the auction hall was filled with exclamations. "This is the thing that can make one's face permanent? I want it. I must get it. It's mine." In the auction hall, excited voices were heard. The owners of these voices were all beautiful women. They were all outstanding young ladies from the imperial city. Today, they were here for this strange flower. In the elegant section of the auction hall, the eyes of the woman beside Su Huarong also lit up. "Why, do you want it?" Su Huarong smiled faintly. "Yes." The woman nodded and pressed her beautiful body against Su Huarong's body. "Sir, you see, buying it is a piece of cake." Su Huarong laughed. As he spoke, Su Huarong's hands wandered around the woman's body. "Sir, you're so annoying. There are so many people here." The woman pouted coquettishly but did not refuse at all. On the auction stage, the charming woman in charge of the auction looked at the crowd and said, "This treasure is called the cloud star flower. It is said that it grows from bathing in starlight. As for its effect, you should already know. Yes, it can delay aging and make people stay young. It is effective for both men and women. Now, the auction officially begins. The starting price is 50,000 spirit coins." As soon as the woman finished speaking, the entire auction hall was in an uproar. 51,000. 52,000. 53,000. The voices of people calling out bids kept ringing. The people who were calling out bids were all young ladies from noble families. These young ladies' eyes lit up as they stared at the treasure flower. They were all determined to get their hands on it. In almost a moment, the price of the treasure flower had reached 180,000 spirit coins. In the VIP room where Lin Tian was, Jiyu was also staring at the treasure flower on the auction stage. However, after hearing the voices of people calling out bids, Jiyu felt a little disappointed. Although she was the granddaughter of the empire's great general, Jiyu Anshan had fought in wars all his life. He was honest and upright and did not have much money. Moreover, she often stayed in the general's mansion and rarely went out. When people gave her gifts, she would politely decline them. 180,000 spirit coins was a sky-high price for her. Lin Tian naturally saw Jiyu's expression. He was slightly stunned at first, but then he smiled. At this moment, many young ladies in the auction hall went crazy and kept raising the price. After a while, the price of the treasure flower had reached 270,000 spirit coins. 300,000. In the elegance district, a voice rang out. Everyone looked in the direction of the voice and was instantly shocked. The guest elder of the Ling family, Su Huarong. That's the stage 3 array manipulator. This lord wants to compete for this treasure flower? Many people were shocked. Some of the socialites naturally knew who Su Huarong was, and almost all of them looked disappointed. These young ladies might be rich, but compared to a stage 3 array manipulator, they were obviously not enough. Moreover, Su Huarong's status was obvious. He was both a stage 3 array manipulator and a guest elder of the Ling family. Who would dare to offend him? This treasure flower must be Lord Su's. Someone whispered. In fact, after Su Huarong called out 300,000 spirit coins, no one else in the auction hall increased the price. In the elegance district, Su Huarong smiled faintly and looked very calm. He believed that no one here had the capital to compete with him for this treasure flower. Of course, very few people would dare to compete with him. Su Huarong wantonly touched the charming woman beside him and said, "Go and get that cloudstar flower. It's yours." "Thank you, my lord." The charming woman cheered, stood up, and ran to the auction stage. The person who bid was naturally Lin Tian. Lin Tian knew that Ji wanted this cloudstar flower, so he wanted to get it. Carrot lollipops, right? Why are you bidding? Ji was surprised. For you. Lin Tian said with a smile. Although Ji had guessed it, he still blushed when he heard Lin Tian say it personally. I'm very happy, but this thing is too expensive. It's a waste. Ji said. Lin Tian shook his head. A good flower deserves a good man. The person beside Su Huarong is not worthy of this treasure flower. Lin Tian smiled at Ji. Moreover, have you forgotten that I'm an array controller? Money is at my fingertips. At this moment, the entire auction house was silent. Everyone followed the voice and looked towards the second floor. They were all shocked. Who was this person? He actually dared to bid against Su Huarong, a tier 3 array controller. Moreover, he bid 500,000 spirit coins, which was 200,000 spirit coins higher than Su Huarong's bid. Many people were surprised. Su Huarong looked towards the source of the sound, and his expression instantly became gloomy. He remembered that it was the most luxurious VIP room in the treasure-gathering loft, and he'd just competed with someone for this room. At this moment, Su Huarong instantly knew who was in the room, and this caused his eyes to become extremely cold. Sir, the charming woman who followed Su Huarong stared at the cloudstar flower with a sobbing expression. This made Su Huarong's eyes turn even colder. 510,000. Su Huarong's voice sounded. 550,000, Lin Tian said. 560,000. Su Huarong's face was gloomy. 600,000, Lin Tian's voice sounded again. Hearing the two of them calling out bids, everyone in the auction house was extremely shocked. Who was in the VIP room? Could it be the young master of some big family? He actually dares to bid against a tier 3 array controller and is so generous. Amazing. Many people stared at the VIP room on the second floor. In the VIP room, Ji looked at Lin Tian and whispered, "It's too expensive, Lin Tian. Don't fight over it." "It's not expensive." Lin Tian smiled and shook his head. He didn't care at all. Now, money was just a worldly possession to him. If he wanted to, he could earn back hundreds of thousands of spirit coins in one day. 650,000. At this time, Su Huarong's voice sounded again. 700,000, Lin Tian calmly shouted. In the auction house, everyone was shocked. Even the charming woman in charge of the auction was astonished. Originally, the treasure loft had estimated that the highest transaction price for this cloudstar flower would be 500,000 spirit coins. However, in such a short time, the price of this cloudstar flower had been raised to 700,000 spirit coins. This was too shocking. Who is this person? He sounds very young. Could he really be the young master of some big family? The charming woman whispered. It could be said that the young voice was the main reason why the cloudstar flower was raised to 700,000 spirit coins. At this moment, almost everyone's eyes fell on the VIP room where Lin Tian was. Su Huarong's face was cold. He said, 710,000. 800,000, Lin Tian's voice was heard. Hearing this voice, everyone in the auction house widened their eyes. Wasn't this increase in price a little too exaggerated? 850,000. Su Huarong's face was gloomy. As soon as he finished speaking, the auction house was filled with gasps. The price had reached 850,000. In the VIP room, Ji tugged at the corner of Lin Tian's clothes and whispered, "Don't raise the price anymore. It's not worth it." Why would I? It's worth it. Lin Tian smiled. He could feel that Ji Yu was good to him. Although he didn't know the reason, he wanted to be good to others. If Ji Yu liked this cloudstar flower, then he would do his best to get it. Looking at the auction house, he shouted, 1 million. Wow. As soon as he said that, the entire auction house was in an uproar. 1 million, it was just a cloudstar flower, but the price was raised to 1 million. Oh my god, which rich young master is this from? He's so rich. 1 million, just for a flower. Damn, this rich man deserves to be struck by lightning. Many people were dumbfounded. On the auction stage, the charming woman looked at Su Huarong and said, Master Su, the guest in VIP room 0 has bid 1 million spirit coins. Are you going to raise the price? VIP room 0 was the most luxurious VIP room in the treasure loft. It was also the VIP room where Lin Tian was at the moment. Master. The charming woman next to Su Huarong called out sweetly and made a sobbing expression. However, this time, Su Huarong didn't even look at her. He just stared coldly at the VIP room where Lin Tian was. Master, I want that, shut up. Su Huarong scolded coldly. The charming woman was so scared that her face suddenly changed. She lowered her head and didn't dare to say anything. At this time, the charming woman on the auction stage spoke again, Master Su, are you going to raise the price? Su Huarong snorted and sat in his seat without saying a word. Although he was a rank 3 array manipulator, ever since he became the Ling family's guest elder, he rarely engraved array patterns for auctions. Today, he came to this auction house with only a total of 1 million spirit coins. How could he compete with Lin Tian at this moment? 1 million spirit coins. Is there anyone who wants to raise the price? 1 million spirit coins, once. 1 million spirit coins, twice. 1 million spirit coins, thrice. The charming woman spoke 3 times in a row. She faced everyone in the auction house and asked if anyone wanted to raise the price, but the response was dead silence. Who would be willing to spend 1 million spirit coins for a cloudstar flower? Even if you were rich, you shouldn't waste money like this. The cloudstar flower is sold for 1 million spirit coins. Congratulations to the gentleman in VIP room 0. Thank you for supporting the treasure loft. As she spoke, the charming woman bowed to VIP room 0. Immediately, a waitress brought the cloudstar flower to VIP room 0. In the auction house, everyone was stunned. At this moment, the whole place was dead silent. Someone actually spent 1 million spirit coins to buy the cloudstar flower and competed with Su Huarong, a guest of the Ling family. Many people were shocked. In the Xianxia district, Su Huarong's face was gloomy and murderous. Lin Tian first competed with him for the most luxurious VIP room in the treasure loft. Now, he competed with him for the cloudstar flower. It was really humiliating. You're courting death. Su Huarong snorted coldly, stood up, and walked out of the auction house. Originally, Su Huarong wanted to see the treasures in the treasure loft, but now, he was not in the mood. At this time, a waitress brought the cloudstar flower to VIP room 0. The middle-aged man, Yang Luo, was accompanying her. Little brother, this is the item you bid for. Yang Luo personally handed the cloudstar flower to Lin Tian. Lin Tian nodded and took it. This is for you. He smiled and handed the cloudstar flower to Ji Yu. Ji Yu blinked her eyes and took it. Her beautiful face blushed as she said, thank you. Ji Yu was very happy to receive the gift from Lin Tian. It was as if he had received a treasure. Yang Luo said, Lord Deacon said that since you have the silver token, you can have the cloudstar flower at a 30% discount. The total price is 700,000 spirit coins. Huh? Lin Tianwei was stunned. Not only him, but Ji Yu was also surprised. In this case, you won't get any commission, right? Lin Tian asked. The cloudstar flower was given to the treasure loft to auction by someone else. In the end, the treasure loft would get 70% of the auction price. The treasure loft would get 30%. Now that the treasure loft was giving it to him at a 30% discount, it meant that the treasure loft would not make any profit in this auction. Lord Deacon said that you are qualified. Yang Luo said. Lin Tian was stunned. When he thought about it, he realized that the silver token given to him by Xianxia was really powerful. In that case, thank you very much. Lin Tian said to Yang Luo. You're too courteous, little brother. If little brother needs anything in the future, feel free to come to the treasure loft. We'll sell everything that belongs to the treasure loft to little brother at cost price. If you buy treasures from the auction house, the treasure loft will sell them to little brother at a 30% discount. Yang Luo said. Lin Tian nodded. Okay, thank you. After chatting with Yang Luo for a while, Lin Tian said goodbye and left with Jiyu. He came to the treasure loft only for the Cloudstar flower. As for the treasure, he knew very well that he could not buy it with his current financial resources. A treasure would cost at least 10 million spirit coins. When Lin Tian and Jiyu left, Yang Luo personally sent them to the entrance of the treasure loft. Little brother, Miss Ji, welcome again. Yang Luo said respectfully. Lin Tian nodded and walked out of the treasure loft with Jiyu. Walking on the street, Jiyu held the Cloudstar flower and turned to look at Lin Tian from time to time. What are you looking at? Lin Tian looked at Jiyu. Nothing. Jiyu turned his head. His face was slightly red, and he looked very happy. Lin Tian blinked. His expression was a little strange. At this moment, a cold aura suddenly came from the front, causing him and Jiyu to stop. The two of them looked up and saw a man and a woman walking out, blocking their path. The man was none other than Su Huarong. Su Huarong, what are you doing? Jiyu frowned. Su Huarong's face was cold. He glanced at Lin Tian, and his eyes were full of coldness. Miss Ji, your friend is too arrogant. First, he fought with me for the VIP room. Then, he fought with me for the Cloudstar flower. He made me lose face. I have to teach him a lesson. Please step aside for now, Su Huarong said. Although Jiyu's identity was not ordinary, he was not weak either. He was not too afraid. Jiyu's face darkened. Don't be too presumptuous. She was very happy that Lin Tian gave her the Cloudstar flower. However, Su Huarong stood in front of her. Not only did he ruin the atmosphere between them, but he also said that he would teach Lin Tian a lesson. This made Jiyu very unhappy. Suddenly, a powerful aura spread out from her body. Lin Tian was shocked when he saw the aura. 8th level of the divine range. Lin Tianyi stared at Jiyu in surprise. Lin Tian was shocked. The number one prodigy in the imperial city was not only beautiful, but her cultivation was also terrifying. However, after thinking about it, Lin Tian was relieved. After all, she was General Ji's granddaughter. Moreover, the elders of the Northern Flame Imperial Academy had personally invited Jiyu to the Imperial Academy several times. It was normal for Jiyu to have such a high cultivation level. Su Huarong's expression also darkened. As expected of the 6th on the honor roll list. You're indeed terrifying. However, don't underestimate a formation controller. Su Huarong raised his hand as he spoke. Instantly, a formation scroll appeared in his hand. With a flash of light, strands of light emerged from the array pattern scroll, flickering with a strange light. At the same time, an aura that was not inferior to Jiyu spread out and intertwined in the air. The confrontation between the two quickly alarmed everyone in the surroundings. That's General Ji's granddaughter and Lord Su Huarong. These two, why are they fighting each other? What happened? Many people were surprised. Both Jiyu and Su Huarong were famous figures in the imperial city. At this moment, the two of them were confronting each other in the middle of the imperial city. How could the crowd not be surprised? Su Huarong stared at Jiyu and said, Miss Ji, you'd better step back. Otherwise, if I accidentally hurt you, I'm afraid I'll incur the wrath of the crowd. Su Huarong's expression was indifferent. As soon as he finished speaking, another formation scroll appeared. Instantly, a terrifying aura spread out. It was very frightening. Martial Fusion Formation Scroll. Then try and see if you can hurt me. Jiyu said. Jiyu was very unhappy. She hugged the Cloudstar flower and took a step forward. An even stronger aura was released. This, Miss Ji is so powerful. She's so powerful. I'm afraid she's at the peak of the 8th level of the Divine Vein realm. Many people were shocked. Lin Tian was also surprised. However, even though he was surprised, he didn't think too much about it at this moment. He reached out and placed his hand on Ji Yu's shoulder. He pulled Ji Yu back. "I'll do it," he said. Ji Yu's aura immediately weakened. He looked at Lin Tian and whispered, "This person is very strong. Although he is only at the 3rd firmament of the Divine Vein realm, he is a 3rd-tier array manipulator. He has many terrifying techniques and is not easy to deal with." Ji Yu was afraid that Lin Tian would be at a disadvantage. Lin Tian blinked and said with a smile, "You forgot, I'm also a formation manipulator, and my cultivation is higher than his." The two of them were very close at this moment. Lin Tian put her hand on Ji Yu's shoulder and smiled. Ji Yu didn't seem to feel uncomfortable. Instead, he whispered something to Lin Tian. This scene seemed very intimate in the eyes of others. Thus, the pedestrians on the street were suddenly stunned. What did I just see? That guy, he's actually so close to Miss G. Could it be that many people's eyes almost popped out of their sockets? Ji Yu was recognized as the most beautiful girl in the Imperial City. She rarely went out. She had even declined the Crown Prince's invitation to a gathering. But now, this most beautiful girl in the Imperial City was walking together with an unknown young man. Their words and actions were very intimate. This made the people here almost petrified. Su Huarong stared at the two of them, his expression turning colder. "Gigolo." Su Huarong sneered as he stared at Lin Tian. Hearing this, Ji Yu became even angrier, but Lin Tian pulled him behind. Lin Tian stepped forward and looked at Su Huarong with a smile. "I'm quite happy to hear you say that. After all, a gigolo at least has a face to look at, unlike you. You're so ugly and mischievous. You're already so old, yet you're still so shameless." "Who are you calling old?" Su Huarong's expression darkened. "I'm 16 this year." "How old are you?" Lin Tian Dao. Su Huarong's words suddenly stopped, and his face turned ashen. Speaking of which, he was not very old. He was only in his 30s, which was the golden age of a man. However, compared to Lin Tianyi, he was indeed a little old. The difference between a man in his 30s and a man in his 60s was more than a year's age. Ji Yu covered his mouth and snickered. He muttered to himself, "I didn't expect this guy to have such a humorous side." The passers-by on both sides were dumbfounded. Who is this young man? How dare he tease Lord Su Huarong like that? If he's walking together with Miss G, he has to be at least the young master of some large family. But which family does he belong to? Come to think of it, I don't think there's such a famous person in the Imperial City. I really don't remember such a person. That's strange. Many people were curious. How dare he talk to Lord Su like that? He's too much. He's courting death. The charming woman next to Su Huarong said. Lin Tian glanced at her indifferently. He did not care at all. He could not be bothered to look at such a vulgar woman. His gaze fell on Su Huarong. "You want to teach me a lesson?" He narrowed his eyes and took another step forward. This action undoubtedly made Su Huarong's expression even colder. "You're just a nameless nobody. You think you're a big shot just because you're standing next to a big shot? You've forgotten your own weight." Lin Tian smiled. "You're quite self-righteous. I'm a guest elder of the Ling family, a 3rd-order array master. What are you? What do you have?" Su Huarong said. Su Huarong put his hands behind his back with 2 square formation scrolls circling around him, his face full of arrogance. "A guest elder of the Ling family? What a coincidence. The Ling family and I happen to be enemies." Lin Tianling smiled. "As for your so-called 3rd-order array master, there's nothing for you to be proud of. You have no right to be proud in front of me." As he spoke, Lin Tian raised his hand. Wisps of silver light flashed. Divine One Soul Art, Qi, in front of Su Huarong, the runes on the 2 floating scrolls quickly dimmed and dissipated like smoke. With 2 bangs, the 2 scrolls fell to the ground one after another. Su Huarong's expression changed. Soul Force? What did you do? Aren't you a third-order array master? Can't you tell? Lin Tian mocked. Su Huarong stared at the two scrolls on the ground. His expression turned ugly. You erased my martial fusion rune. You're also an array master? No, you're only 16. How is that possible? Moreover, even if you're an array master, you can't erase my martial fusion rune so easily. This is impossible. Hearing Su Huarong's words, everyone on the street was shocked. What? He's also an array master? How is that possible? He's only 16. How can there be a 16-year-old array master? This is too exaggerated. But Lord Su Huarong already said so? Everyone was stunned. Staring at Lin Tian, everyone was aghast. This young man in front of them was actually an array master. At this time, Su Huarong's expression became extremely gloomy. Buzz. Light flickered. Beside Su Huarong, a few more scrolls flew up. Instantly, killing intent intertwined and terrifying true essence spread out. Lin Tianlong sneered. In his right hand, strands of silver soul light flickered. Suddenly, the scrolls that Su Huarong took out lost their effect. After a series of chi-chi-chi sounds, the scrolls fell to the ground one after another. Su Huarong had a face of disbelief. 2 times in a row, someone could easily erase the runes he engraved. Third-order array master, sir, do you see the difference? Lin Tianlong said indifferently. He enunciated the word sir extremely loudly. Anyone could hear the sarcasm in his tone. Su Huarong's expression suddenly became extremely ugly. Lin Tian did display soul power, and it was a very pure soul power. It was much stronger than his soul power. There was no doubt that he was an array master. And Lin Tian could erase his runes so easily. His array mastery was naturally much stronger than his. He found it hard to imagine that this person in front of him was so terrifying. He was only 16 years old, but his array mastery actually surpassed him, the Imperial City's array mastery genius. Fine. Today, I admit defeat. Su Huarong gritted his teeth. Saying this, Su Huarong turned around and left. He knew that he couldn't do anything to Lin Tian. Want to leave? Lin Tianlong smiled and appeared in front of Su Huarong in a flash. What do you want to do? I'm a guest of the Ling family. Slap. Lin Tianyi slapped Su Huarong's face. Suddenly, Su Huarong flew backward in a sorry state. Ah. You dare to hit Sir Su. The flirtatious woman who followed Su Huarong pointed at Lin Tian and screamed. Lin Tian's eyes were cold. A violent aura spread out and swept coldly at the flirtatious woman. Facing his gaze, the flirtatious woman suddenly trembled. She stepped back and sat on the ground. She was so scared that her face turned white. Su Huarong stood up from the side. Blood flowed out from the corner of his mouth. His expression was extremely ugly. You dare to hit me? Su Huarong's face was extremely gloomy. Lin Tianlong smiled. His figure moved and appeared in front of Su Huarong again. Slap. Another slap landed on Su Huarong's face. This time, it was the right side of his face. But this time, Su Huarong wasn't sent flying because Lin Tian reached out his left hand and grabbed Su Huarong's collar. Then, Lin Tian raised his right hand and started slapping Su Huarong's face. The sound of slapping continued. Ah! Stop! Su Huarong screamed. Blood and saliva splattered everywhere. At this moment, the injury to his soul was more serious than the injury to his body. He was a third-stage array manipulator and a guest of the Ling family. But now, he was being slapped by a young man in the middle of the street. He didn't even have the slightest chance to fight back. What kind of humiliation was this? If you tell me to stop, then I'll lose face. Lin Tianlong smiled. Not only did he not stop, he was even more ruthless. Suddenly, Su Huarong's screams became even more sorrowful. Teeth mixed with blood fell out of his mouth. All the onlookers sucked in a breath of cold air. They felt their scalps go numb. The young man in front of them was too ruthless. After an unknown amount of time, Lin Tian stopped. Su Huarong had already fainted from the slaps. His face was swollen like a pig's head. It was almost impossible to recognize his original appearance. Lin Tian snorted and let go of Su Huarong's collar. Immediately, Su Huarong fell to the ground like a dead pig. Genius 1 second remember, providing you with wonderful novels to read. Su Huarong fell at Lin Tian's feet, blood dripping from his mouth and nose. He looked like he was barely breathing. Literature building, Lin Tian looked down with a disgusted expression. He raised his leg and kicked. With a bang, Su Huarong was kicked in the abdomen and flew out like a scarecrow. "Sir!" The charming woman who was with Su Huarong screamed and ran in the direction where Su Huarong was flying. Lin Tian didn't even bother to look at her. He turned around and walked toward Jiyu. "All right." He smiled. Jiyu blinked and stared at Lin Tian in surprise. "You sent Su Huarong flying so easily. He's a rank 3 array manipulator. Even I have to put in some effort to fight him. You're quite proud of yourself." Lin Tian teased. Jiyu blushed. "No, I'm just a little surprised." Lin Tian smiled and said, "He's a rank 3 array manipulator. However, my level is higher than his." "Higher than rank 3? Jiyu was surprised. Although he knew that Lin Tian was an array manipulator, Jiyu didn't know Lin Tian's specific level. Hearing Lin Tian's words, Jiyu was shocked. He was only 16 years old, but he had such a terrifying level of array manipulation. "He's really outstanding," Jiyu muttered. "What did you say?" Lin Tian tilted his head. Jiyu quickly shook his head and smiled. "Nothing. Send me back. It's getting late." "Okay." Lin Tian smiled. The general's mansion was still a little far from here. He and Jiyu didn't care about other people's reactions and walked in a direction. It wasn't until the two of them were far away that the crowd burst into exclamations. "My God, that young man actually made Lord Su Huarong, 16 years old? Is he really an array manipulator? He's even more powerful than Lord Su Huarong. I've never heard of such a person in the Imperial City. That's right, it's too strange. Where did this monster come from?" Many people felt their hearts palpitate. Literature building, in the distance, Su Huarong was helped up by the charming woman. At this moment, his consciousness had become slightly clearer. "Bastard!" Staring at the direction Lin Tian left, Su Huarong's eyes were filled with a sinister light. About 2 hours later, Lin Tian escorted Jiyu to the general's mansion. "I won't send you in," Lin Tian said. Jiyu looked at the cloud star flower in his arms and then looked up at Lin Tian. He blinked and said, "Well, thank you for the gift. I will cherish it." "It's nothing. You're welcome." Lin Tian scratched his head. This thing only cost a few spirit coins, so it was not a big deal. Jiyu nodded and waved at Lin Tian. Then, he walked towards the inner courtyard of the general's mansion. Lin Tian smiled and turned to walk back. "Future son-in-law, take care. Also, come and visit Miss often." In front of the general's mansion, the two powerhouses guarding the gate joked. Lin Tian touched his nose and felt a little embarrassed. However, he did not refute them and turned to walk towards the imperial courtyard. Not long after, he walked very far away. At this moment, it was almost dusk. There were fewer people on the streets of the imperial city. Of course, although there were fewer people than at noon, there were still people coming and going. Most of the shops on both sides of the street were still open. Some restaurants were even open. This was because this was the largest city in the northern Flame country. Lin Tian returned to the northern Flame Imperial courtyard on the same path he came from. After walking for a short while, Lin Tian suddenly stopped. There were people coming and going on both sides of the street. However, at this moment, he clearly felt that something was wrong. There was a chill in the air, as if there were pairs of cold eyes staring at him. Whoosh, the sound of something breaking through the air was heard. A sharp arrow was flying towards him. Lin Tian took a step to the left. He reached out his right hand and caught the arrow. Then, his eyes turned cold. He flipped his right hand and threw the arrow in the direction where it came from. "Ah!" A scream came from a restaurant. Instantly, the expressions of the passers-by changed. At this moment, the sound of something breaking through the air became louder. Lin Tian looked up and saw arrows flying out from several restaurants around him. He was almost completely trapped in the middle. Lin Tian's eyes turned cold. He moved quickly and changed his position in the dense rain of arrows. He avoided the cold arrows one by one. Suddenly, Lin Tian frowned. There was a drunkard not far away. 3 arrows were flying towards the drunkard. Swoosh, he used the yin-yang puppet and appeared in front of the drunkard. He raised his hand and blocked the 3 arrows. At this moment, almost all the arrows had disappeared. Many shops on both sides of the street were full of holes. Fortunately, there were no casualties. Good spiritual sense. A cold voice sounded. On both sides of the street, people in black walked out from several restaurants. The person in the lead was dressed in blue. It was Leng Feng. Beside Leng Feng was a middle-aged man. It was Su Huarong, who was beaten up by Lin Tian more than 2 hours ago. Su Huarong returned to the Leng family to mobilize the experts. He did not want Leng Feng to find out. When Leng Feng found out who injured Su Huarong, he personally led the experts from his family over. He wanted to take revenge on Lin Tian and kill Lin Tian. I didn't expect you to be the one who killed young Master Leng. You're really audacious. Su Huarong stared coldly at Lin Tian. At this moment, Su Huarong's injuries were much better. As a stage 3 array manipulator, he had many elixirs. Lin Tian did not even look at Su Huarong. His gaze fell on Leng Feng. This is the second time. Lin Tian's eyes were cruel as he said, in the past, there was also a martial arts family that hunted me down. Later on, I completely annihilated that martial arts family. Your Leng clan will not have a good ending either. Leng Feng's face darkened when he heard this. Don't compare the Leng family with some random cats and dogs. Leng Feng said coldly. Even so, Leng Feng was still somewhat fearful. Lin Tian had single-handedly destroyed a martial arts family. No matter how small the family was, it was enough to show how terrifying Lin Tian was. Moreover, Lin Tian was able to defeat Su Huarong. His array manipulation skills were even better than Su Huarong's. This made Leng Feng want to kill Lin Tian even more. Such a person must not be allowed to live. Otherwise, there would be endless trouble. Kill. Leng Feng said coldly. All of a sudden, the black-cloaked men charged towards Lin Tian. Dodge. They're from the Leng family. Run. Why do you care about the stall? The passers-by on both sides of the street changed their expressions. Behind Lin Tian, the drunkard grabbed the corner of Lin Tian's clothes and struggled to stand up. He reeked of alcohol. Do you have any more wine? He was a middle-aged man who looked as sloppy as a beggar. His hair was unkempt. No. Lin Tian said indifferently. At this moment, another man in black rushed toward him and slashed at him with his saber. This was a Divine Pulse expert. His cultivation was at the 3rd level of the Divine Pulse realm. He was very powerful. However, in front of Lin Tian, who was at the 4th level of the Divine Pulse realm, this man in black was too weak. He was kicked away by Lin Tian and coughed up blood in the air. Kill. 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 The men in black shouted and rushed toward Lin Tian. Stay away. Lin Tiandao said. With a shake of his left hand, he pushed the drunkard into a nearby shop. The Leng family was here to kill him. He didn't want to implicate others because of him. The Leng family is really bold to come to the capital of the imperial city and under the feet of the emperor. Lin Tianlong smiled. With a shake of his right hand, the broken wound sword was drawn. The ear-piercing sound of the sword echoed in all directions. Clang! The sound of the sword clanged. Suddenly, there was a flash of blood. The men in black at the front were penetrated and screamed in pain. Su Huarong was slightly surprised. He didn't expect Lin Tian to be so powerful. Clang! 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 Lin Tian faced the Leng family experts alone. The broken wound sword clashed with the other weapons, creating a series of ear-piercing metallic sounds. There were even sparks intertwining. Ah! Someone screamed. Lin Tianyi chopped off an arm. Blood splattered. Another man was hit. His throat was slit by the sword. Shocking wind sword. Lin Tian murmured. He raised the broken wound sword in his hand slightly. Instantly, the sky was filled with sword chi. Pft. 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 Blood splattered. 5 men were penetrated by the shocking wind sword chi and fell into a pool of blood. Such a scene shocked many of the men in black. Further away, some of the onlookers were shocked. Who is this? He's so powerful. Someone was shocked. Not only these people, but even the surrounding black-clothed men also revealed looks of dread. For a moment, no one dared to step forward. The longsword in Lin Tian's hand was stained with traces of blood. He did not care about the men in black surrounding him at all. Instead, he looked at Lung Feng indifferently. Do you think that you can take my life with these pieces of trash? Or is it that the Ling family has too many divine pulse experts? So, you purposely sent them to their deaths to reduce the family's expenses? Lin Tian's words were calm, but there was a strong sense of sarcasm in them. Lung Feng's eyes were cold. I just want to see if you're qualified for me to take action. As he spoke, Lung Feng started to step forward and closed in on Lin Tian. Qualified? Lin Tianling sneered and said disdainfully, you think you can talk about qualifications with me? You're almost 20 and you're only at the 7th level of the Divine Pulse realm. Do you think you're so great? If I only had this level of cultivation when I reached your age, I would have directly committed suicide. I wouldn't have stood in front of others with an arrogant appearance. Lung Feng stopped in his tracks. His eyes were even more vicious. Without saying anything else, Lung Feng made his move. He slashed his sword at Lin Tian. Lin Tian coldly snorted. This time, he did not act like he did in Demon Beast Ridge. This time, he did not retreat at all. Instead, he faced Lung Feng head-on and slashed down with his sword, creating a lightning sword aura. Rumble, the sound of thunder was ear-piercing. Under the pressure of the sword, which was about 10 feet long, Lung Feng's sword gleam was shattered. Lung Feng's expression changed slightly. He slashed his sword again. With a crisp sound, Lin Tian's azure thunder sword gleam was shattered by Lung Feng's second slash. You're just SOSO. Lung Feng said. You're the same. You're 3 levels higher than me, but you're nothing special. Lin Tiantan said coldly. As he spoke, his sword vibrated. The entire injury-breaking sword was covered in lightning arcs, crackling loudly. With a clang, an even stronger azure thunder sword gleam appeared and charged straight at Lung Feng. Lin Tian had already mastered 60% of the Sky Thunder sword art. Right now, the Sky Thunder sword art that he casually executed was comparable to a peak stage Divine Vein Realm martial skill. When he slashed out with his sword, the thunder and lightning couldn't help but crackle. It was extremely ear-piercing. Child's play, Lung Feng said. With a clang, the Zen sword in Lung Feng's hand emitted a dazzling light as he slashed out. The 2 swords collided with a loud rumble. It was shocking. Boom, gusts of wind swept out, surprising the Lung family experts who were surrounding them. Clang, 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 the shattering sword and Zen sword collided continuously, giving off ear-piercing metallic sounds. How is this possible? He can actually contend with the future heir of the Lung family for a short period of time. Su Huarong was shocked. Lung Feng was at the 7th level of the Divine Pulse realm and ranked 7th on the Imperial City's reputation list. Su Huarong found it hard to believe that Lin Tian could resist Lung Feng for such a long time with his 4th level Divine Pulse realm cultivation. How monstrous was he? Moreover, Su Huarong suddenly thought of something else. This person in front of him was even better at controlling formations than he was. He did not expect such a terrifying person to come to the Imperial City. He's only 16 years old. Su Huarong's heart skipped a beat. Clang, another crisp sound rang out as Lin Tian's injury-breaking sword clashed with Lung Feng's Zen sword once more. Streaks of sword light exploded and shot out in all directions, riddling many shops with holes. It was a complete mess. All around, the Lung clan's black-clothed experts were dumbfounded. However, someone soon came to his senses. What are you waiting for? Hurry up and help young master. Someone shouted. Immediately, this person ran toward Lin Tian. Lin Tian was fighting with Lung Feng, but he was paying attention to the movements of the men in black around them. At this moment, when he saw someone rushing toward him, he swung his sword without mercy. A dazzling thunder sword force rushed toward the person. With a puff, blood splattered. The person who rushed toward him was pierced through the chest and died on the spot. Don't come over. Guard the surroundings. Don't let him leave. Lung Feng said solemnly. The group of black-robed men nodded and quickly formed a large circle, completely blocking all the paths in all directions. Lin Tian glanced at it, his face expressionless. If I want to leave, do you think these pieces of trash can stop me? He sneered. His words were very direct, and the disdain in them was very obvious. It immediately caused the faces of the group of black-clothed people to turn livid. Lung Feng snorted coldly. Without saying a word, he directly pressed down on Lin Tian. Lin Tian's expression didn't change. With a twist and turn of his sword, he also pressed forward. Clang! The two swords collided once again, and dazzling sparks flew everywhere. Gradually, Lin Tian began to lose ground as they clashed again and again. He was forced back by Lung Feng. With another sword strike, the two clashed, and Lin Tian was forced to retreat 3 steps. Again. Lin Tianling said. He pushed the Azure Thunder Sword technique to its limits, and an even more ear-piercing sound of thunder rang out. Streaks of lightning continuously descended. I'll kill you. Lung Feng said coldly. The two clashed again, sword against sword, fist against fist. Pfft. Lin Tian's right shoulder was hit, and blood immediately splashed out. However, at the same time, his right fist landed on Lung Feng's chest, and with a bang, Lung Feng was forced back. The heir of the Lung family, ranked 7th on the wind cloud list, is just SOSO. Lin Tianling laughed. Lung Feng's face was cold, and his eyes were full of murderous intent. He didn't expect Lin Tian's combat strength to be so strong in just over a month. More than a month ago, Lin Tian could only run away when facing him, and couldn't even block a single attack. But now, he could already contend with him and hurt him. I'll kill you today. Lung Feng said coldly. As he said that, he directly rushed over. In just over a month's time, Lin Tian had grown so much stronger. If Lin Tian was allowed to continue growing, Lung Feng felt that it would be an extremely dangerous matter. Penetrating rainbow. Lung Feng shouted. He stepped on the soul-chasing puppet, and at the same time, he used the family's heirloom, penetrating rainbow swordsmanship. At this moment, Lung Feng's aura suddenly soared, and his strength reached a peak. Lin Tian's face turned serious. He didn't dare to be careless, and immediately used the yin-yang avatar. At the same time, he activated the Azure Thunder swordsmanship to the limit. The entire broken sword was completely covered by the light of thunder, as if it had turned into a sword of the thunder god. Kill! With a low shout, Lin Tianyi strode over. The two powerful sword forces collided, and immediately set off a more violent hurricane. Clang! 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 The sound of swords colliding with each other was extremely ear-piercing. The experts of the Lung clan were stunned. They didn't expect that a 16-year-old unknown youth, who had no reputation in the imperial city, would be able to contend with the future successor of the Lin clan for so long with his cultivation at the 4th heavenly layer of the divine veins. No, this person must be killed. Su Huarong's eyes were sinister. While Lin Tian and Lung Feng were fighting, Su Huarong secretly took out a martial fusion inscription scroll. In an instant, an aura that was not inferior to Lung Feng spread out. 3 terrifying sword forces quickly formed and shot toward Lin Tian. These were the Ling family's penetrating rainbow sword force. It was infused into Su Huarong by the current head of the Ling family. Young Master Lung, back off! Su Huarong shouted. These 3 sword forces were comparable to a peak divine range expert's attack. Lung Feng was shocked, and he quickly retreated. Die! Su Huarong shouted coldly. After seeing Lung Feng back off, he activated the 3 sword forces and quickly slashed toward Lin Tian. The moment the 3 sword forces appeared, the air screamed involuntarily. Lin Tian's expression changed slightly. After glancing at Su Huarong coldly, he flashed and instantly appeared beside Lung Feng. Lung Feng's face darkened. He did not expect Lin Tian to appear beside him at this moment. It was obvious that Lin Tian wanted to drag him down together. The three sword forces were also closing in on him, and they were no longer under Su Huarong's control. This is the Lung family sword technique. Either you try to break it, or you bear it together with me. Lin Tianling said coldly. These three sword forces were definitely infused into the martial fusion inscription by a peak divine range expert. Although they would not kill him directly, he would definitely suffer heavy injuries if he took them head-on. It was naturally a good thing to drag someone along with him. Moreover, Lung Feng was the future heir of the Lung family. He was very familiar with the family sword technique, and he would definitely be able to minimize the risk. Damn it! Su Huarong could not help but curse when he saw Lin Tian's actions. He did not expect Lin Tian to make such a judgment. He also did not expect Lin Tian to be so fast that he caught up with Lung Feng in an instant. Lung Feng's expression was extremely gloomy, and his eyes flashed coldly. Lin Tian was expressionless. The broken wound sword in his hand vibrated and swept out several sword forces. At this moment, the three terrifying sword forces closed in on Lung Feng. Lung Feng's eyes were cold as he slashed out with his Zen sword. He charged towards Lin Tian instead of trying to break through the three sword forces. I'll kill you today, Lung Feng said in a deep voice. Finally, the three sword forces pressed down and drowned the two of them. Bam, bam, a bloody mist lingered in the air as the two figures retreated. Lin Tian was covered in blood. His clothes were torn, and his sword-wielding arm was trembling. On the other side, Lung Feng was not in a better state. His chest was a bloody mess. It was obvious that he was severely injured by the three sword forces. It's about time, Lin Tian muttered to himself. Although he had dragged Lung Feng along to bear the brunt of the three terrifying sword forces, he was still severely injured. At this point, his combat strength was still inferior to Lung Feng's. He was no match for Lung Feng in a head-on clash. He had already reached his limit to be able to fight Lung Feng until now. Moreover, the broken wound sword would not be able to withstand another clash. After all, Lung Feng was wielding a low-grade bejeweled weapon, which was much more powerful than the broken wound sword. Clang, the long sword in his hand vibrated, and a thunderous sword ray appeared. It was extremely domineering as it pressed down on Lung Feng. That's all for today. Goodbye, Lin Tianling said. Trying to leave? Stop him, Su Huarong shouted. Su Huarong was a visiting elder of the Lin family. His status was extraordinary. When he shouted, the black-clad experts in the surroundings immediately moved and charged toward Lin Tian. Lin Tian was expressionless. He glanced at Su Huarong coldly. Be prepared to die the next time we meet. Next time? What a joke. There won't be a next time, Su Huarong said coldly. More black-clad experts charged at Lin Tian as he spoke. Lin Tian did not seem to care at all. He stomped on the ground and leaped into the air. Leaping into the air? Kill him, you idiot, Su Huarong shouted. The group of black-clad experts raised their weapons as they received the order, waiting for Lin Tian to land on the ground. However, Lin Tian did not land on the ground at the very next moment. Instead, he stomped hard in the air and leaped into the air again. Lin Tian then stepped on the air again and again, moving directly in the air. What the hell? He's actually walking in the air? How is this possible? The expressions of the crowd in the distance changed. That middle-aged drunkard, who was in a shop nearby, looked at the sky with his mouth wide open and mumbled, "He can fly." At that moment, Lin Tian landed on the roof of a restaurant in the distance. Su Huarong stared at Lin Tian, and his expression changed again. Walking in the air? How is this possible? That seems to be something that only airborne realm cultivators can do. Lin Tian stood on the roof of the restaurant. Despite being covered in blood, his eyes were extremely cold. He looked down at everyone from the Ling family on the street below like a god of swords. Staring at Lin Feng and Su Huarong, he smirked coldly and leaped toward the other side of the restaurant, disappearing from everyone's sight in an instant. Damn it! Lung Feng clenched his Zen sword tightly. His eyes were extremely gloomy. The second time, Lin Tian escaped again. About an hour later, Lin Tian returned to the Northern Flame Imperial Courtyard. The blood all over his body made the faces of many students of the Imperial Courtyard pale. What the hell, what happened? Why is that ruthless guy injured so badly? Many people were shocked. Xian Qingyun had been watching the competition of the students of the Imperial Courtyard at the Phantom Kill Hall. He was about to leave the Phantom Kill Hall and was just about to go home when he happened to see what happened. His expression changed drastically as he quickly went up to Lin Tian and asked, "Brother-in-law, what happened to you?" Lin Tian heaved a sigh of relief when he saw Xian Qingyun coming over. "Blue color book star. Let me lean on you for a while," he said weakly. To be honest, he had fought Lin Feng, who was at the 7th level of the divine range, with his cultivation at the 4th level of the divine range. Moreover, he had withstood 3 energy swords from Lin Feng, who was at the peak of the divine range. He felt dizzy. Xian Qingyun was shocked. He quickly supported Lin Tian and asked, "What's wrong, brother-in-law?" "I'm fine. Take me back to my residence." Lin Tian shook his head. Xian Qingyun nodded. He supported Lin Tian and quickly returned to the residence in the outer court. After returning to his residence, Lin Tian immediately crouched down and circulated the meridian of 4 extremities to heal his injuries. Xian Qingyun looked around cautiously with a vigilant face. Lin Tian did not open his eyes until night fell. "Brother-in-law." Xian Qingyun walked over. "How do you feel?" "I'm almost done." Lin Tian Dao. Lin Tian stood up. He washed up and changed into a new set of clothes. Only then did he look better. At this time, the sky had completely darkened. "Sorry to trouble you again." Lin Tian looked at Xian Qingyun and said. "Of course not. You're my brother-in-law. It's my duty to protect you. It's the same as protecting my sister." Xian Qingyun shook his head. Then, he leaned closer to Lin Tian and whispered, "By the way, what's going on, brother-in-law?" "We met some people from the Lung family. Lung Feng led them here. Then, you know what happened." Lin Tian Dao. Xian Qingyun was shocked. Then, he said angrily, "Lung Feng, that bastard. How dare he attack us in public?" Lin Tian smiled and didn't say anything. He would deal with the Lung family, Lung Feng, and Su Huarong one by one. "By the way, did you watch the whole day at the illusory killing hall?" He looked at Xian Qingyun and asked. "Brother-in-law, you dumped me." "I can't help it. It's good to watch the competition." Xian Qingyun rolled his eyes. Lin Tianyi smiled. "And then?" "After that, I felt that the difference between me and those fellows was too great. The divine vein realm, I yearned for it." Xian Qingyun curled his lips. Lin Tian smiled and said, "Don't mind them, most of them are older than you." After pausing for a moment, he said, "Why don't you just stay at my place for the time being? I'll inscribe spirit-gathering runes for you. It can increase your cultivation speed by 2 folds. "Really? Really?" Xian Qingyun was overjoyed. "That's great. Thank you, brother-in-law. Brother-in-law, you're the best." A rune like the spirit-gathering rune would cost at least a few thousand spirit coins in the market. Moreover, most of the time, one couldn't buy it even if one had the money. Right now, an array controller had specially inscribed spirit-gathering runes for him. This treatment was truly indescribable. Even the future successors of the 3 great clans didn't have such benefits. Lin Tian, the last sentence of "brother-in-law, you're the best," made his scalp tingle. There were still quite a number of materials in the stone ring. Lin Tian's injuries had basically healed. He immediately took out the materials and quickly inscribed dozens of spirit-gathering runes. He then casually tossed 10 of them to Xian Qingyun. Right now, with his array controller skills that were close to the 4th level standard, it was naturally very easy for him to inscribe 2nd level spirit-gathering runes. "Lin Tian Dao, with your current realm, it's fine to use 1 rune each time." "Okay, brother-in-law," Xian Qingyun said. Lin Tian nodded and said, "Don't think about going to the cultivation area to train for the next few days. To the current you, there isn't much use for you to go there. Right now, you should raise your cultivation level to the 9th level of the refinement realm first." "Okay." Xianxia said. It was already midnight. Immediately, Xianxia circulated his cultivation technique and activated a spirit-gathering rune to cultivate. Lin Tian watched Xianxia cultivate. After a while, he nodded. After a pause, he walked to the other side and activated 2 spirit-gathering runes. Instantly, the spiritual energy of heaven and earth and the power of the stars gushed over continuously. "Lung family, Lung Feng." Lin Tianling smiled. He didn't put Su Huarong in his eyes at all. To him, Su Huarong was merely a jumping clown. The so-called rank 3 array manipulation master didn't have the slightest bit of deterrence to him. After all, his array manipulation technique was even stronger than Su Huarong's. Right now, he only cared about the Lung family and Lung Feng. With a slightly cold expression, Lin Tian closed his eyes and used the condensed spiritual energy to construct the 5th divine meridian. The night passed very quickly. The next day, Lin Tian stood up and felt much better. The 5th divine meridian was almost half completed. For the 5th divine meridian, he chose the part from the head to the lungs. Now that the 5th divine meridian was half completed, he felt that his breathing was much smoother. Walking out of his residence, Lin Tian faced the morning sun and breathed. After about half an hour, he stopped. Glancing around his residence, Lin Tian saw that Xianxia was still cultivating. He could not help but nod slightly. He was very satisfied with Xianxia's diligence. It seemed that this guy would have great achievements in the future. On this day, Lin Tian went to the disciples' pavilion to refresh his Imperial Courtyard nameplate. Then, he walked to the Imperial Courtyard's cultivation area. He had already been to the Wild Sand World and the Rapid Torrent. Now, he planned to go to the Pulse Condensation Cave to take a look. The Pulse Condensation Cave was a place that only the disciples of the Inner Yard and the King's Yard were qualified to enter. It was said that there were several spirit meridians gathered under it. The spiritual energy there was shocking. Cultivating in it could greatly increase the speed of one's divine meridian construction. Lin Tian defeated Mu Zixiang and became an Inner Yard disciple. Now, he could cultivate in the Pulse Condensation Cave for 5 days every month. After about an hour, Lin Tian arrived at the entrance of the Pulse Condensation Cave. "I want to go in and cultivate." Lin Tian handed over his Imperial Courtyard nameplate to the deacon guarding the entrance of the Pulse Condensation Cave. The Pulse Condensation Cave was different from the Wild Sand World and the Rapid Torrent. There were special Imperial Courtyard powerhouses guarding the Pulse Condensation Cave. If an Inner Yard disciple or King's Yard disciple wanted to enter to cultivate, they had to first greet the deacon. The deacon glanced at Lin Tian's nameplate and nodded. "Go in, there is a spot available." Lin Tian took back his nameplate and stepped into the Pulse Condensation Cave. As soon as Lin Tian stepped into the Pulse Condensation Cave, he immediately felt the difference between this place and the outside world. The spiritual energy inside was too dense, about 5 to 6 times stronger than the outside world. Suppressing his surprise, Lin Tian looked around and found that the Pulse Condensation Cave was not big. It was about 100 square meters and there were 10 small caves inside. The Pulse Condensation Cave can accommodate up to 10 people at the same time. So that's how it is. Lin Tian muttered to himself. Without paying too much attention, Lin Tian quickly arrived at the spacious small cave. This small cave was about 10 square meters and had a wooden door. After Lin Tian entered the small cave, he closed the wooden door. After taking a deep breath, he sat down cross-legged. The 4 extreme scripture started to circulate. Instantly, waves of spiritual energy surged from the ground. What powerful spiritual energy! Lin Tian was surprised. The intensity of spiritual energy in the Pulse Condensation Cave was even more shocking than when he used the 2 spirit-gathering runes in the outside world. After a pause, Lin Tian took out the 2 spirit-gathering runes from the stone ring and started to inscribe them beside him. In an instant, even more shocking spiritual energy swept over. The density of spiritual energy had increased by more than 2 times compared to before, causing Lin Tian's eyes to light up. I can actually use the spirit gathering runes in here. This is great. Lin Tian was secretly delighted. The spiritual energy in the pulse condensation cave was already very shocking. After using the spirit gathering runes to amplify it, it had increased by 2 times. This way, the speed of his divine meridian's construction would increase even more. How could he not be surprised? Immediately, Lin Tian took a deep breath and quickly circulated the 4 extreme scripture to construct the 5th divine meridian. At this moment, the spiritual energy gathered around him was extremely dense. It was much easier for him to construct the divine meridian compared to usual. Moreover, the pain he felt was greatly reduced. Regarding this, Lin Tian naturally wouldn't waste a single second. As he circulated the 4 extreme scripture, he quickly connected the meridians on the 5th divine meridian with his Dao acupoint. Buzz, a faint glow lingered around him, bringing with it a hint of blood-red color. It was slowly becoming stronger. For the next few days, Lin Tian immersed himself in cultivation. As the spiritual energy in the pulse condensation cave was too dense, after he activated the spirit gathering runes, the construction of the divine meridian became much easier and faster. Of course, while cultivating in the pulse condensation cave, he also started to truly cultivate the Nirvana fist art. This explosive martial skill suited his taste very well. Unknowingly, a month passed by quickly. On this day, a tyrannical wave spread out in the pulse condensation cave and didn't dissipate for a long time. Huff, in a small cave, Lin Tian let out a long breath. His eyes were shining brightly. That tyrannical wave naturally spread out from his body. After a month of cultivation, he finally broke through to the 5th firmament of the divine meridian after spending 4 days and 11 hours cultivating in the pulse condensation cave. Standing up, Lin Tian clenched his fists and took another deep breath. Immediately, Lin Tian felt the true essence in his body become denser. His breathing also became more distant and long. Very good. Clenching his fists, Lin Tian was pleasantly surprised. He felt that his combat strength and physique had improved by a lot. After this, he used up the last 2 hours of cultivation time in the pulse condensation cave. With the support of such a high level of spiritual energy, he consolidated his cultivation at the 5th firmament of the divine meridian. Only then did he walk out of the pulse condensation cave and return to his residence. When he returned to his residence, Xianxia had just finished cultivating. Brother-in-law, it's too boring to cultivate non-stop for a month. Why don't we go to the Beast Devil Ridge to train? There's a lot of good stuff in there. Xianxia said. 3 days ago, with the help of the spirit gathering rune, Xianxia stepped into the 9th firmament of the body refinement realm. He wanted to go to the Beast Devil Ridge to give it a try. Lin Tian thought about it and said, alright. To be honest, after cultivating in the Imperial Courtyard for an entire month, he also felt that it was a bit boring. On this night, Lin Tian woke Xianxia up. He then left the Imperial Courtyard and headed to the Beast Devil Ridge. The reason why they went at night was because Lin Tian didn't want to be found out by the Ling family and cause trouble for him. He wasn't afraid of them, but with Xianxia, he had to be more careful. Not long after, the two arrived at the Beast Devil Ridge. The Beast Devil Ridge covered a large area. It was even larger than the dark forest in Fengjian City. It was the most popular place for many martial artists to train. Moreover, there were many treasures in the Beast Devil Ridge. There was once an expert who found a kind of spiritual plant. Later, that spiritual plant was auctioned at the treasure loft for a high price of millions of spirit coins. There are real demonic beasts inside. They are different from the demonic beasts created by the illusionary killing array. After we go in, follow me closely. Lin Tian said to Xianxia. Yes, brother-in-law. Xianxia nodded repeatedly. He stared at the Beast Devil Ridge with an excited expression. Remember the literature building in a second, providing you with wonderful novels to read. The demonic beast's ridge was already a little dim, and now that it was nighttime, only a little starlight shone through the gaps in the forest, making the demonic beast's ridge seem even darker. Lin Tian and Xianxia entered, and suddenly, a burst of beast roars entered their ears, and the demonic aura in the air was shockingly dense. The periphery is filled with level 1 and level 2 demonic beasts, let's go deeper. Lin Tiandao. Understood. Xian Qingyu nodded. The demonic beasts in the periphery of the demonic beasts ridge were very weak, and even Xian Qingyun could easily defeat them, so it was meaningless for them to move around. Immediately, Lin Tian led Xian Qingyun into the depths of the demonic beasts ridge, and soon they were about 1,000 feet deep. Roar! Following a loud roar, a demonic beast rushed from the side. It was a level 3 peak demonic beast, with red hair all over its body, and a ferocious look in its eyes. I'll leave it to you, Lin Tian said to Xian Qingyun. A level 3 peak demonic beast was comparable to a human at the 9th sky of body refinement, so it was best for Xian Qingyun to practice on. Okay, brother-in-law, Xian Qingyun said, and immediately went forward. Suddenly, sword light flashed, and after a quarter of an hour, Xian Qingyun killed the demonic beast on the spot. Lin Tian went forward and took out the beast core of the demonic beast, and casually threw it to Xian Qingyun, saying, "There are too many moves in a battle, flashy but useless, and a waste of true essence. Remember, during a battle, the most important thing is to defeat the opponent. If you can kill the opponent in one blow, don't use a second move. Too many moves will only consume your essence, qi, and spirit. Other than that, they are useless." Xian Qingyun nodded, and said seriously, "I'll remember, brother-in-law." Good, continue. Lin Tiandao. This place was about 1,000 feet away from the edge of the demonic beasts ridge, and almost all of them were level 3 demonic beasts. Lin Tian took Xian Qingyun together, searching for demonic beasts to fight in this area, and a night quickly passed. In this night, Xian Qingyun killed a total of 6 peak level 3 demonic beasts, and he was so tired that he was panting. "Brother-in-law, I'll take a rest." After saying that, Xian Qingyun sat down on the ground. Lin Tian jumped down from the thick branches of an old tree and smiled faintly. Speaking of which, Xian Qingyun's battle prowess was not bad compared to other warriors of the same level. He was very strong. Glancing at Xian Qingyun, Lin Tian took a deep breath and began to circulate the true essence in his body into his right fist, cultivating the Nirvana fist art. After his cultivation had reached the 5th heavenly layer of the divine vein, Lin Tian felt that his body was almost comparable to a 9th heavenly layer divine vein expert. He was much stronger than before. At this time, he could truly begin to cultivate the Nirvana fist art. He didn't need to worry that his body couldn't withstand the violent Xinyuan after it was compressed. As the true essence in his body gradually gathered at the tip of his fist faintly glowed. A terrifying aura spread out, making a buzzing sound. "Brother-in-law. You are..." Xian Qingyun was shocked. "Training in fist techniques," Lin Tian said. After saying that, Lin Tian shook his head in his heart. Compared to the battle with Mu Zixiang, although he had gathered more true essence at the tip of his fist, he couldn't completely suppress the violent power. Even Xian Qingyun could feel it. In this way, the so-called explosive power lost its meaning because the enemy could feel it. "It seems that I need to spend more time training," Lin Tian muttered to himself. The sky was getting brighter and brighter. When Xian Qingyun had completely adjusted his true essence, the scorching sun was already hanging high in the sky. "It's noon," Xian Qingyun muttered. Lin Tian nodded, "Let's continue." After saying that, he withdrew his fist force and led Xian Qingyun to the other side to continue to search for peak class 3 demonic beasts. After noon, the demonic beast ridge gradually became lively. Many warriors poured in one after another. Some of these people were purely here to gain experience, while others were here to search for treasures. After all, the demonic beast ridge was not only a paradise for demonic beasts, but it also had countless treasures of heaven and earth. After an hour, Xian Qingyun had killed a few more class 3 demonic beasts. At this moment, a gust of wind blew. A demonic beast covered in black scales charged over from not far away. It had a pair of dark green eyes and emitted an oppressive aura of blood. It opened its bloody mouth and pounced towards Xian Qingyun ferociously. A class 5 demonic beast, black elephant. "Retreat," Lin Tian said in a deep voice. After saying that, his figure flashed and appeared in front of Xian Qingyun in an instant. He threw a punch forward. With a bang, the punch landed on Black Elephant's body. The Black Elephant was forced to retreat a few steps, but it didn't seem to be injured. The Black Elephant is comparable to an expert in the 5th level of the divine range. It has thick skin and thick flesh. The black scales covering the surface of its body are like a defensive armor. An ordinary expert in the peak of the divine range can hardly hurt it. How can such a Class 5 demonic beast appear in this place? Xianxia was surprised. Some experts in the 9th level of the divine range would have a headache if they encountered the Class 5 demonic beast, Black Elephant. It wasn't that the demonic beast was a threat to the 9th level of the divine range, but the 9th level of the divine range would have a hard time killing it. Brother-in-law, should we retreat? Xianxia asked. No need. Lin Tian shook his head. He asked Xianxia to retreat to the side and took a step forward. When he punched the Black Elephant just now, he knew that the demonic beast's physique was very strong. After all, his current physique was comparable to an expert in the 9th level of the divine range. However, his punch only forced the Black Elephant to retreat a few steps. Such a physique was perfect for him to practice. He wanted to use the Black Elephant to practice the Nirvana fist art. Roar! With a roar, the Black Elephant stared at Lin Tian with its gloomy green eyes and charged at him violently. Lin Tian didn't dodge and directly faced the demonic beast. He unsheathed the long sword in his right hand and performed the shocking wind sword art. He slashed out streaks of sword radiance which fell on the Black Elephant. Clang! 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 Lin Tian wasn't surprised by this. He used the shocking wind sword art to resist the Black Elephant while silently gathering the genuine vitality in his body into his left fist. After about 100 breaths, Lin Tian stepped back and punched out with his left fist. Boom! An intense beam of light shot out from his left fist. It was like a thick bolt of lightning, powerful and fast. This attack landed firmly on Black Elephant's body. It actually sent Black Elephant flying and its black scales fell to the ground. Oh my god! Behind him, Xianxia opened his eyes wide in shock. This was the second time Lin Tian had blasted out such a fist light beam, and it was also the second time Xianxia had seen it. However, even so, Xianxia was still very surprised, because using a fist to blast out a fist light beam to attack the enemy from a distance was indeed very shocking, and impossible to guard against. Moreover, Xianxia noticed that Lin Tian's attack this time was obviously much stronger than the previous one. It actually shattered some of the black scales on the Black Elephant's body. Lin Tian stared at the Black Elephant, clenched his fist, and charged again. Come on, he said indifferently. The Black Elephant was furious. Its gloomy green eyes turned blood red as it madly pounced on Lin Tian. A new round of great battles began once again. Xianxia leaped onto an old tree. He observed his surroundings while watching Lin Tian's battle. Clang! 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 Lin Tian's sword slashed at the Black Elephant again and again, sputtering sparks. However, Lin Tian did not intend to kill the Black Elephant with his sword. He was only temporarily restraining the Black Elephant. After a few breaths, another fist light flew out. The Black Elephant screamed. This time, it was even more miserable than the previous one. More black scales fell, and blood flowed continuously. This made the Black Elephant even more ferocious. Its gloomy green eyes turned even redder as it madly charged at Lin Tian. Lin Tian's expression was calm as he dealt with it with ease. In the next 15 minutes, Lin Tian blasted out several fist lights of Nirvana, each stronger than the last. Gradually, the Black Elephant began to show fear. At this moment, most of the black scales on the Black Elephant's body had been blasted off by Lin Tian. Its body was covered in blood. Oh my god! Xianxia swallowed his saliva. The Black Elephant, known for its defense, had been injured to such an extent by Lin Tian. In the center of the field, Lin Tian's expression was calm as he slashed his sword again and again. Finally, the fear in the Black Elephant's eyes grew stronger and stronger. With a loud roar, the Black Elephant jumped back and fled into the distance, stirring up waves of sand and dust. Lin Tian didn't pursue him, and 2 strands of dazzling bright light flashed in his eyes. He raised his left fist and punched at the fleeing black elephant follows elephant. Boom! An extremely dazzling light beam with a diameter of about an inch flew out. This fist light was fast and powerful. With a puff, the black elephant was directly penetrated by this fist light 30 meters away. With a bang, it fell into a pool of blood. Xianxia stared into the distance with his eyes wide open. This? Staring at the black elephant's corpse in the pool of blood, Xianxia swallowed his saliva hard again. Unexpectedly, Lin Tian had punched through the black elephant, destroying the black scales on the surface of the black elephant's body. How terrifying was this attack? It was too terrifying. Lin Tian clenched his left fist and showed some satisfaction. This fist technique can be considered as a small success. The Nirvana fist aura that he could unleash now was already very strong. However, when he compressed his true yuan, he was still unable to completely suppress that berserk aura. He still needed to temper himself through continuous battles before he could control it with ease. After that, he could unleash this explosive fist technique without any ripples. Walking forward, he took out the black elephant's beast core. The beast core of a 5th-grade demonic beast was very valuable. Brother-in-law, you're really abnormal. Xianxia walked forward. Just so. Lin Tian smiled. Xianxia glanced around and said, Brother-in-law, let's go deeper. This place seems to be filled with 3rd-grade demonic beasts. The black elephant's escape should be an accident. Let's go deeper and see. Okay. Lin Tian nodded. Immediately, Lin Tian led Xianxia into the depths of the demonic beast's ridge. Soon, they were 2,000 feet deep. After arriving here, the demonic aura in the air was obviously denser and the roars of the beasts were even more shocking. Follow me carefully, understand? Lin Tian said to Xianxia. There were already many 4th-grade demonic beasts here. Xianxia was only in the 9th grade of body refinement realm, so it was more or less dangerous. Yes, I understand. Xianxia said. Lin Tian nodded and continued to lead Xianxia forward. Lin Tian followed the voice and saw a young man fighting with an amethyst wolf. The amethyst wolf was a level 5 middle demonic beast. Although it was slightly weaker than the black elephant, it was still extremely terrifying and difficult to deal with. The young man was already in a sorry state with many bloodstains on his body. It was obvious that he was at the end of his rope. Judging from his clothes, he should be a disciple of the Northern Flame Imperial Academy. Xianxia said. Lin Tian naturally noticed that the young man was about 18 years old and his cultivation was at the 4th sky of the divine range. At this moment, the young man also noticed Lin Tian and Xianxia. He immediately roared, Brothers, help me. Do you want to help? Xianxia asked. Lin Tian thought for a moment and said, Let's help. After all, we are disciples of the same academy. As he spoke, Lin Tian walked out. The broken wound sword appeared in his hand and he slashed at the amethyst wolf. With a clang, the sword was powerful and forceful, forcing the amethyst wolf to retreat. The amethyst wolf was in pain. It roared and changed its direction. Instead of attacking the young man, it pounced at Lin Tian. Clang! In Lin Tian's hand, the broken wound sword vibrated. Instantly, dozens of sword force attacked the amethyst wolf. Shocking wind sword, the amethyst wolf screamed as the sword radiance pierced through its body. It immediately tried to escape. You still want to escape? Humph. Xianxia stood up, holding his sword with both hands and slashed down. Although he was only at the 9th level of the body refinement realm, the amethyst wolf was severely injured and was forced to take a step back. However, it was only one step back. Immediately after, the amethyst wolf was enraged and pounced towards Xianxia. Oh my God! Brother-in-law, help! Xianxia shouted. Lin Tian was speechless. Why did this guy suddenly jump out? It was a level 5 demonic beast. Even if it was severely injured, it was not something that a martial artist at the 9th sky of the body refinement realm could withstand. Thinking of this, he had already arrived beside Xianxia and slashed at him with the broken wound sword. Puff! This sword carried with it traces of lightning. It was both fast and powerful, and with a pu sound, it chopped off the amethyst wolf's head. Xianxia heaved a sigh of relief and patted his chest. Not far away, the young man was shocked. He was no match for a 5th-grade amethyst wolf, but he did not expect the man in front of him to kill the amethyst wolf in an instant. His strength shocked him. He walked up to Lin Tian and smiled. "Hello brother, my name is Gretchen, I'm a student of the Northern Flame Imperial Courtyard. My name is Lin Tian, and his name is Xianxia. We are also students of the Northern Flame Imperial Academy." Lin Tian Dao. You're also students of the Imperial Courtyard? I don't think I've seen you guys before. Gretchen was a little surprised. Lin Tian Dao, it's like this, we're freshmen. Gretchen smiled, so that's how it is. Speaking of which, after the Beast Devil Ridge assessment, I entered this place to train. I haven't returned to the Imperial Courtyard until now, so I'm not too sure. However, junior brother Lin Tian, you're really strong. You've only just entered the Imperial Courtyard, but your battle strength is already so strong. Of course, my brother-in-law is already an inner courtyard disciple. Xianxia said proudly. What? Inner courtyard disciple? So fast. Gretchen was shocked again. I passed by luck. Lin Tian Dao. Gretchen looked at Lin Tian in shock. This isn't something that can be passed by luck. In the past, I spent a lot of effort to enter the inner courtyard, and my ranking was very low. You actually entered the inner courtyard so quickly. Lin Tian smiled, but did not say much about this matter. The danger is gone, let's part ways here. He was prepared to go deeper into the Beast Devil Ridge with Xianxia to broaden his horizons. Wait. Gretchen stopped Lin Tian. You two are here to train? Yes. Lin Tian nodded. Gretchen said, I'm also here to train. Why don't we go together? We can take care of each other. Lin Tian pondered for a moment. There was no harm in having more people with them. Furthermore, since Gretchen had suggested it, he would appear too arrogant if he were to reject her. Thus, he nodded his head and said, all right. Okay. Wait for me. Gretchen said. Gretchen took out her blade, took out the amethyst wolf's beast core, and walked forward. Thus, the three of them went deeper into the Beast Devil Ridge. As they went deeper into the Beast Devil Ridge, more and more demonic beasts appeared, and they were all very strong. At this time, Xianxia was almost unable to make a move, and could only watch from the side with excitement. Gretchen also found it difficult to make a move because Lin Tian was too strong. The demonic beasts they encountered were all 4th-grade demonic beasts, and they were no match for Lin Tian. Junior brother Lin Tian, you're really strong. Gretchen smiled. Not bad. Lin Tian nodded. He had killed dozens of demonic beasts and obtained quite a number of beast cores. Because Gretchen was walking together with him, he gave some beast cores to her. Although these beast cores couldn't be refined by cultivators, they could be sold for a good price. Moreover, they could also be used to exchange for Imperial Courtyard points, which could be used to exchange for martial skills and medicinal pills. Soon, the three of them went deeper into the Beast Devil Ridge. At this time, a strange fragrance suddenly floated in the air, attracting Lin Tian's attention. What's wrong, brother-in-law? Xianxia asked. He had cultivated with Lin Tianyi for a long time, so he understood Lin Tian better. There's a fragrance. Lin Tian Dao. Fragrance? Xianxia and Gretchen sniffed. I don't smell anything. Their senses were not as good as Lin Tian's, so they couldn't distinguish the subtle fragrance. Lin Tian glanced around. The Heavenly One soul incantation gave him a strong sense of perception. Whether it was sight, hearing, or smell, they were all stronger than ordinary people. His nose twitched slightly, and he quickly moved in a direction. Xianxia was curious, so he followed carefully. Not long after, Lin Tian pushed aside the tangled branches and saw a medium-sized canyon in front of him. The canyon wasn't deep, and he could see the bottom at a glance. In the depths of the canyon, 3 stalks of green grass fluttered in the wind, looking very conspicuous. Blue spirit root. Xianxia exclaimed. Lin Tian frowned. Blue spirit root? Xianxia was surprised. Brother-in-law, you don't know? I don't know. Lin Tian shook his head. Xianxia took a deep breath, but his eyes were full of excitement. He said excitedly, "It is said that the blue spiritual root is the amalgamation of the earth's spiritual energy. It has an amazing miraculous effect on the formation of divine veins. Back then, someone found such a thing in the demonic beast ridge. Just one stalk was sold at the treasure loft for millions of spirit coins." When Xianxia said this, Gretchen, who was beside him, also stared ahead, her eyes full of excitement. Lin Tian was shocked when he heard this. This thing was actually so valuable? "Quick, brother-in-law, go and pick it," Xianxia said excitedly. He couldn't wait to rush out, but just as he was about to move, Lin Tian pulled him back. "Don't move," Lin Tian said in a low voice. Xianxia didn't understand, and then he saw Lin Tian pointing at a place not far from the blue spirit root. He looked in that direction and couldn't help but gasp. There was a huge sunken hole, and a black python was coiled in it. Its monster body was intertwined with blood-red patterns. Peak level 5 demonic beast, black demon python. Gretchen's face changed. The black demon python was not only a demonic beast comparable to the sixth sky of the divine veins, but also contained amazing toxins. Its strength was terrifying. Some powerful martial artists at the peak level 6 sky of the divine veins were not willing to face the black demon python because it was too dangerous. "This guy, has it been guarding the 3 blue spirit roots?" Xianxia smiled bitterly. "It should be so," Gretchen said. Both of them had an unlucky expression on their faces because the black demon python was too terrifying. With such a demonic beast guarding the blue spirit root, even a 6th firmament divine vein expert would not dare to approach it rashly. It would be very easy for the black demon python to devour them. Now, they could only stare at the 3 blue spirit roots, feeling extremely depressed. At this time, Lin Tian stood up. "You guys wait here," he said. Xianxia was anxious and immediately pulled Lin Tian. "Don't, brother-in-law. Although the blue spirit root is precious, your life is more important." Although Xianxia had never seen the black demon python, he had heard of the horror of such a fierce beast. "It's okay." Lin Tian shook his head. He pushed aside the messy branches and walked out, which immediately attracted the black demon python's attention. The black demon python coiled its body, but its head was held high at this moment. A pair of blood-red demonic eyes stared at Lin Tian with a threatening evil spirit. Lin Tian squinted his eyes. "It's worthy of being a peak level 5 demonic beast. Its spiritual sense is not bad." While talking to himself, Lin Tian did not pay much attention to it and walked forward step by step. Seeing Lin Tian coming, the black demon python's huge demonic body suddenly stood up. The snake flicked its forked tongue and stared at Lin Tian fiercely. Obviously, it was warning Lin Tian. Lin Tian did not care at all. Step by step, he approached the black demon python. The broken wound sword appeared in his hand, with traces of electric arcs twining around it. He looked very calm at this moment, but he was very cautious. After all, this was a terrifying demonic beast comparable to an expert at the peak level 6 sky of the divine veins. Its name was already well known, so he could not be careless. Roar! Seeing Lin Tian advancing instead of retreating, the black demon python suddenly roared angrily and rushed out from its original place. With a whoosh, its huge tail suddenly whipped toward Lin Tian. Lin Tian was not in a hurry. He waved the broken wound sword, and a sword essence flew out directly. However, when the sword essence fell on the black demon python's huge tail, it had no effect at all. This made Lin Tian a little surprised. "Not bad," Lin Tian muttered. This time, he changed the sword essence into a fist and smashed it fiercely. With a bang, his fist collided with the black demon python's tail. Suddenly, a strong force gushed out, shaking the black demon python and causing it to roar fiercely. Obviously, it was hurt by this punch. After all, Lin Tian's current physique was comparable to an expert at the 9th sky of the divine veins. The power of that punch was not small. With a roar, the black demon python opened its bloody mouth and spat out a mouthful of black poison toward Lin Tian. "Brother-in-law, be careful. Retreat quickly." Xian Qingyun shouted. The black demon python's poison was extremely terrifying. Even an expert at the seventh sky of the divine veins might not be able to resist it. Xian Qingyun was startled. Lin Tian dashed toward the poisonous fog, which made his face pale. Brother-in-law! Xian Qingyun couldn't help but shout. At this moment, an ear-piercing sound of a sword rang out, along with the miserable shriek of the black demon python. The black poisonous fog quickly dispersed. In front of them, there was a deep wound on the black demon python's vital point. However, nothing happened to Lin Tian. Although the poisonous fog drifted into his nose, it had no effect at all. That poison didn't have any effect on brother-in-law? Xian Qingyun's eyes widened. The black demon python's poison was so strong that even an expert at the seventh sky of the divine range couldn't bear it. However, Lin Tian was fine after inhaling a lot of the black fog. Not only Xian Qingyun, but Gretchen was also shocked. Lin Tian held the broken wound sword and walked toward the black demon python step by step. Your skin is quite hard. I can't even cut it. The black demon python stared at Lin Tian with its blood-red eyes. It seemed to be surprised that nothing happened to the human in front of it after he absorbed its deadly poisonous fog. Seeing Lin Tian coming toward it, the black demon python roared again. The bloodlines on its back lit up, and more poisonous fog was sprayed toward Lin Tian. Lin Tian narrowed his eyes. He still didn't retreat but rushed toward the black demon python. When he was in the corrosive poison forest, he was able to withstand the poison of the level 7 poisonous fire lizard. His body had already developed a resistance to poison. How could the poison of a level 5 demonic beast compare to the poison of a level 7 demonic beast? It couldn't do anything to him. Clang! The sound of the sword rang again. Lin Tian gently swung the sword. Suddenly, a thunder sword essence fell toward the black demon python. The black demon python whipped its tail toward Lin Tian. For a moment, the wind seemed to be hissing in the air. Lin Tian switched the sword to his left hand. This time, he clenched his right fist and smashed it down. With a bang, his fist collided with the black demon python's tail. Although there was no visible wound on the snake's tail, the black demon python let out a miserable shriek. Crushing fist, come again. Lin Tian whispered. The skin of the black demon python was very flexible and hard to cut. Therefore, he changed his tactic and used the meteorite shattering fist. This was an inferior divine pulse fist technique. Through the fusion of true essence and physique to a certain frequency, a fist would be blasted out. In this way, after the fist was blasted out, the enemy's internal organs would be completely smashed into pieces. The black demon python was furious. It raised its head and dived toward Lin Tian. It was also at this moment that Lin Tian's eyes flashed. This time, he transferred the broken wound sword from his left hand to his right hand. Then, he clenched his left hand into a fist and swung it at the black demon python's vital point. Boom! An intense beam of light flew out from the tip of his fist, and pierced through the black demon python 7 inches away from its body, bringing out a large amount of blood. Nirvana fist, bang! The head of the black demon python fell down from the sky. It twitched a few times, and then stopped moving. Xian Qingyun stared ahead with wide eyes. The black demon python, which is comparable to the peak of the 6th level of the divine vein realm, was killed so easily? Gretchen was also shocked. At the edge of the canyon, Lin Tian looked in the direction of the two and nodded, indicating that they could come out now. Xian Qingyun immediately pushed aside the messy branches and trotted out, with a face full of excitement. Brother-in-law, you are so cool. Just so. Lin Tian smiled. After taking out the beast core of the black demon python, Lin Tian came to the 3 blue spiritual roots in the depths of the canyon. At this moment, looking at the 3 blue spiritual roots at a close distance, Lin Tianji felt that the leaves of the clear spiritual root were green and transparent, and the fragrance in the air was stronger. So wonderful, just like the body fragrance of a young girl. Xian Qingyun was intoxicated. Lin Tian twitched the corner of his mouth and directly gave this guy a slap. Even the body fragrance of a young girl was brought out. Xian Qingyun scratched his head awkwardly. After laughing dryly, he said, the main point of the blue spiritual root is the roots under the soil. Judging from the color of their leaves, these 3 blue spiritual roots should not be fully mature yet. Let me think. We will probably have to wait for more than 2 hours before we can harvest them. Lin Tian looked at Xianxia with a little surprise. I didn't expect you to know so much. Of course, of course. Xianxia had a proud expression. Lin Tian directly ignored Xianxia's proud look. There was a big rock at the side. He walked over and sat down on the big rock. There were still more than 2 hours before the blue spiritual roots matured. He definitely had to keep guard here. 3 blue spiritual roots, 1 for each of us. We have made a fortune this time. Gretu said excitedly. Xianxia frowned but did not say anything. He looked at Lin Tiandao and said, Brother-in-law, you can take these blue spiritual roots and refine them. The people of that branch will definitely continue to find trouble with you. You should improve your cultivation first. After refining these 3 blue spiritual roots, you can at least reach the 6th sky of the divine range. Lin Tianwei was silent. Indeed, he really needed these things to improve his cultivation. Gretchen looked at Xianxia and said, What do you mean? You want him to refine all of them? I am about to reach the 5th sky of the divine range. I also need these things. You can give away your share, but at least give me my share. Xianxia was a little unhappy. What did she mean by my share? The blue spiritual roots were discovered by Lin Tian. The black demon python was also killed by Lin Tianyi with his own strength. Gretchen did nothing. How could she have the nerve to say that he should get his share? Looking at Gretchen, Xianxia said, Senior Brother Guan, I just said that my brother-in-law is facing a great enemy. These 3 blue spiritual roots are very important to him. Can you stop fighting? Besides, you didn't do anything along the way, but brother-in-law still gave you a lot of beast cores. He has done his best. You didn't do anything either. You only reached the 9th sky of the body refining realm. He also gave you beast cores. What's the big deal? These blue spiritual roots were discovered together. Everyone has a share. We each get one. Shouldn't we? What do you mean by discovered together? What do you mean everyone has a share? These things were found by my brother-in-law alone. Xianxia was very unhappy. At this time, Lin Tian waved his hand and said, Okay, stop fighting. Since we are in the same boat, we each get one. Xianxia was very unhappy, but since Lin Tian said so, he did not say anything more. Sure enough, junior brother Lin Tian is reasonable. Gretchen smiled and glanced at Xianxia. Unlike some people who can sneak into the Northern Flame Imperial Courtyard with a mere body refining realm cultivation, they must have used some dishonorable methods. Xianxia was angry. How I got into the Imperial Courtyard is none of your business. Lin Tian also frowned and looked at Gretchen indifferently. Senior brother Guan's words are a bit too much. I think you better apologize to my friend. Hearing Lin Tian's words, Gretchen's face suddenly turned ugly. Why should I? Because you said something you shouldn't have. Lin Tiandao. Xianxia was Xianyao's younger brother. These days, Xianxia was very good to him. He was one of his 2 best friends in the Imperial City. Gretchen's words were obviously humiliating Xianxia. He could not tolerate this kind of thing. What if I don't apologize? Gretchen's face darkened. I'll give you a blue spirit root. Similarly, that's another matter. You better apologize immediately. Lin Tianling said indifferently. Gretchen's face turned extremely ugly and livid. I get it. One of you is playing the good cop, the other is playing the bad cop. Now you're acting like this because of a small matter. You're just purposely excluding me and don't want to give me a share of the blue spirit root. I don't want this blue spirit root. Gretchen's face was stiff and ugly. She stood up, flicked her sleeves and walked away. Lin Tian frowned and then just shook his head. When the forest is big, there are all kinds of birds. Xianxia was in a bad mood. It was obvious that the blue spirit root was discovered by Lin Tian, who then dealt with the black demon python alone. Because the Lin clan had always looked down on Lin Tian, Xi and Qingyun felt that it was most appropriate for Lin Tian to refine 3 blue spirit roots first. However, Gretchen insisted on taking one of them. She even thought that she deserved it. Her thick skin really made him unhappy. Forget it. Everyone is different. Lin Tian shook his head. It's best that guy left. Why should we give him a share? It's so strange. Xi and Qingyun snorted and then looked at Lin Tian Dao. When they mature, we'll pick them and return to the imperial courtyard. Brother-in-law, you can refine them together. At that time, with brother-in-law's combat strength, you'll be able to fight Lin Feng head-on. I'll leave one for you. You can use it to break through to the Divine Pulse realm. Lin Tian Dao. No need. Brother-in-law, listen to me. I'm not in a hurry to break through to the Divine Pulse realm. Instead, it's you who needs to improve your cultivation. I don't want to see brother-in-law suppressed by that bastard Lin Feng. Xi and Qingyun shook his head and then laughed. Moreover, brother-in-law, when you become stronger, you'll be able to protect me better. But, stop it, brother-in-law. If you continue, you'll treat me as an outsider. Xi and Qingyun said seriously. Lin Tian smiled and said, all right, I'll listen to you. Looking at Xi and Qingyun, Lin Tian was touched. This guy was really loyal. The two of them waited here. Soon, 2 hours had passed. During these 2 hours, there were no wild beasts that came to cause trouble. All right, brother-in-law. We'll be able to pick them soon. Xi and Qingyun said. Lin Tian nodded and stood up from the big rock. At this moment, not far away, the disheveled branches shook. 3 figures walked out from behind. Oh? It's indeed the green spirit plant. One of the skinny men said. His eyes flashed with a bright light. There was another person beside the skinny man. He was dressed in green and had a cold smile on his face. Lin Tian looked at the third person. His eyes turned cold. It was Gretchen who had left not long ago. At this moment, he didn't need to ask anything. He already knew what was going on. After Gretchen left, she led the others to this place. Brother Susu, Brother Li Lan, I didn't lie to you, right? Gretchen said. The skinny man was called Susu. The other person was called Li Lan. Both of them nodded in satisfaction. Gretchen, we saved your life and gave you beast cores along the way. How dare you betray us? Has your conscience been eaten by dogs? Xi and Qingyun scolded. Lin Tian stared at Gretchen coldly. He did not expect that after saving her life, she would repay his kindness with evil and bring others to snatch the blue spirit root. I should have let the amethyst wolf kill this bee *starred. Xi and Qingyun scolded. Gretchen snorted and did not care. Whatever you say. Alright, I don't want to hear about your trivial matters. The skinny man, Susu, stepped forward and stared at Lin Tian Tan. You're Lin Tian, right? You're quite famous in the imperial courtyard recently. Now, we want these 3 blue spirit roots. If you two leave obediently, we won't make things difficult for you. You want it? This is what I found. Lin Tian was expressionless. Gretchen saw it too. She has a share too. Susu said, Gretchen told us about this place and gave the blue spirit root to young Master Jiang. You better know your place. No one dares to snatch young Master Jiang's things. Xi and Qingyun's face changed slightly. Young Master Jiang? Jiang Renwen? Good that you know. Susu said. After getting a positive answer, Xi and Qingyun's face turned ugly. Alright, get out of here. Li Lan said impatiently. As he spoke, Li Lan walked toward the 3 blue spirit roots, completely ignoring Lin Tian and Susu. Clang! The sword whistled and a sword light landed beside Li Lan's feet, creating a deep trench on the ground. Who asked you to step forward? Lin Tianling said calmly. Li Lan's face darkened, and a sinister light flashed in his eyes. How dare you? You're here to snatch my things. Should I stand still? Lin Tian retorted. Xi and Qingyun was shocked. He quickly pulled Lin Tian and whispered, Brother-in-law, forget it. Let them have the blue spirit roots. We'll leave now. Lin Tian frowned. Xianxin's expression was obviously not right. As a young master of the Xian family in the imperial city, he would not be too afraid even when facing Lin Feng. However, at this moment, he looked like he was very afraid. Xianxin lowered his voice and said, "They are Jiang Renwen's people. We can't afford to offend that person." Can't afford to offend him? Lin Tian frowned. Xianxin looked at Li Lan and Susu with fear. He leaned on Lin Tiandao and said, "Jiang Renwen, the young master of the Jiang clan, one of the 3 great clans in the imperial city. He is 18 years old this year and has a 9-star talent. He is already at the peak of the Divine Pulse realm and ranked first in the imperial city's Fengyun list. And that's not the most important thing. The most important thing is his other identity." Another identity? What is it? Lin Tian asked. Exactly, Xianxin was about to say something when he was interrupted by Li Lan and Susu. Enough. Li Lan stared at the two coldly. Then, he glanced at Lin Tian viciously and said, "My patience is limited. I will give you 3 breaths to get out of here immediately. If you don't leave, I will take it that you want to be young Master Zhang's enemy." Xianxin's expression changed slightly. He pulled Lin Tiandao and said, "Brother-in-law, let's go first. I will tell you more later." "Stop." Lin Tiandao said and broke free from Xianxin's grip. "This thing is ours," he said to Xianxin. Xianxin was anxious. At this moment, a burst of laughter sounded. "Interesting, really interesting. I didn't expect that there would be someone in the imperial city who dares to go against young Master Jiang. Interesting." Susu stared at Lin Tian and said with a smile, "Lin Tian, oh Lin Tian, we heard about what you did in the Northern Flame Imperial Academy. We know that you are not easy to deal with. However, we didn't expect you to be so bold as to steal young Master Zhang's things." "You are courting death," Guan Yu whispered. Lin Tian was expressionless. He didn't care about Susu's laughter at all. He said indifferently, "Were your eyes eaten by a dog? Or was your head caught by a door? Or did your mother lose her when she gave birth to you and raised the placenta? What did you say?" Susu's face darkened. "If you have a brain, you should know that this thing is mine. Now, you are the ones who are stealing it from me," Lin Tianling said indifferently. Susu and Li Lan's eyes turned vicious. "You are the first person who dares to go against young Master Jiang in the imperial city." Susu sneered. Li Lan's eyes were especially gloomy. A strong aura spread out. "Teach him a lesson." As they spoke, the two of them approached Lin Tian. Seeing this, Xianxin's expression changed. On the other side, Guan Yu sneered and took a few steps back. "How dare you talk back to young Master Zhang's men? You are courting death." Guan Yu knew how terrifying Jiang Renwen was. Even some of the elders in the imperial courtyard were afraid of him. Moreover, Susu and Li Lan weren't weak either. They were both disciples of the Northern Flame Imperial Courtyard and their cultivation was at the 6th level of the Divine Vein Realm. Seeing Susu and Li Lan closing in, Xianxin's expression turned uglier. "Please forgive us, we will leave now," Xianxin said and dragged Lin Tian away. He said in a low voice, "Brother-in-law, let's go. They are Jiang Renwen's men and they are not weak. Most importantly, we can't offend Jiang Renwen." Lin Tian shook his head. "They are just 2 dogs. Don't worry about them." Hearing Lin Tian's words, Susu and Li Lan's expression darkened. Lin Tian actually dared to scold them. Li Lan's expression turned sinister. Courting death. Li Lan took a step forward and arrived in front of Lin Tian in an instant. He slapped his palm down. "Get lost," Lin Tian said coldly, his leg shot out like lightning, kicking Li Lan's stomach. Li Lan screamed and flew backward with a bang. He hit an old tree not far away and coughed out a mouthful of blood. Susu was shocked. He did not expect Li Lan to be sent flying by Lin Tian with just one kick. At this moment, Lin Tian pushed Xianxin's hand away. The broken wound sword in his hand vibrated. Suddenly, a sword force rushed toward Susu. It was so fast that Susu did not even have time to react before he was slashed by the sword. Blood splashed out. Xianxia's eyes widened. He stared at the scene in disbelief. He could feel the strength of Li Lan and Susu. It was definitely not something that Gretchen could compare with. However, these two powerful people were sent flying by Lin Tianyi's kick and slashed by his sword. How powerful was his combat strength? Li Lan struggled to stand up. He clutched his stomach and stared at Lin Tian viciously. How dare you? Lin Tian swept a glance at Li Lan and appeared in front of him in a flash. You're a dog for others. What else can you say when you're being beaten? As he spoke, he slapped Li Lan with lightning speed. With a bang, Li Lan was sent flying again. His teeth mixed with blood fell out. Li Lan spat out blood. His face was full of shock. What did I do? Lin Tian quickly took a few steps forward and arrived in front of Li Lan once again. His foot viciously landed on Li Lan's chest as he said, I remember that you said you would teach me a lesson. Now, I'll return those words to you. As he spoke, Lin Tian attacked once more, and he grabbed Li Lan's arm and twisted it fiercely. With a crack, Li Lan's entire arm was instantly broken by him. Ah! Li Lan screamed. He was in so much pain that cold sweat ran down his forehead. At the same time, Li Lan was shocked. He was at the sixth sky of divine pulse, but he could not see Lin Tian's movements clearly. Moreover, Lin Tian's strength was too terrifying. Li Lan? On the other side, Susu's expression changed. He called out subconsciously. Lin Tianlin glanced at him coldly. Oh right, and you? With a clang, he performed the Azure Thunder Sword technique. A sword light slashed out and pierced through Susu's right leg. Susu immediately let out a blood-curdling scream, which made one's scalp go numb. How dare you attack us and steal young Master Jiang's things? Just you wait. Young Master Jiang will kill you. Susu said fiercely. How dare you say I'm stealing from him? Lin Tian's eyes turned cold. He waved the injury-breaking sword in his hand. Another Azure Thunder Sword aura pierced through Susu's right arm. Then, he came in front of Susu and kicked him to the ground. I'll give you one more chance. Who's stealing from whom? The injury-breaking sword flashed with electric arcs. It hovered above Susu's eyes. The tip of the sword was less than half an inch away from his eyes. Such a scene made Susu's expression change. Yes, we're the ones who stole from you. Susu said in a trembling voice. If his right leg and arm were pierced, he could still recover. But if his eyes were pierced, there would be no way to recover. Susu didn't dare to bet that Lin Tian wouldn't attack him. Lin Tianling snorted. He moved his foot away from Susu's chest and kicked Susun's waist. With a bang, Susu was immediately sent flying, crashing into an old tree not far away. Oh my god! Xianxia was stunned. On the other side, Gretchen was even more shocked. She didn't expect that Susu and Li Lan, who were in the sixth tier of the divine pulse, would be defeated so easily. She couldn't help but tremble. In the next moment, her expression changed again because Lin Tian was walking toward her. What are you doing? Gretchen couldn't help but take a step back. With a clang, a sword aura slashed at her. It was as fast as lightning. Puff! With a flash of blood, one of Gretchen's arms flew out diagonally. Blood splattered into the air, and even splashed onto Gretchen's face. In that instant, Gretchen's face was contorted, and her other hand was clutching her broken arm. She knelt on the ground and screamed crazily. I saved your life, but you repaid my kindness with ingratitude. Now that I've cut off one of your arms, you should be content. Lin Tianling said. As he spoke, he slashed out with his sword and completely crushed Gretchen's broken arm. After doing all this, he didn't even look at Gretchen. Instead, he went to the 3 blue spirit roots. At this time, the aroma of the 3 blue spirit roots had reached its peak. Obviously, it was time to pick them. Without hesitation, he used his true essence to loosen the soil and slowly pulled out the 3 blue spirit roots. After that, an even more shocking spiritual aura rushed toward them. Lin Tian couldn't help but be surprised. The concentration of spiritual aura was really shocking. Let's go. After putting away the 3 blue spirit roots into the stone ring, Lin Tian turned around and said to Xianxia. After that, he didn't care about Su Su and the other 2 and left in a direction. Xianxia numbly nodded his head and followed behind Lin Tian as they left. Lin Tian and Xianxia left the canyon and came to a spacious grassland. Seeing Xianxia's sluggish expression, Lin Tian couldn't help but stop. "What's wrong?" he asked. Xianxia said with a sad face, "Brother-in-law, we are in big trouble this time." "Because of that Jiang Renwen?" Lin Tiandao asked. "Yes, it's Jiang Renwen." Xianxia nodded. Lin Tian looked at Xianxia and paused. He walked to the side and sat down. "Tell me, why are you so afraid of that Jiang Renwen? A 9-star talent is nothing special. Reaching the peak of the divine range at the age of 18 is nothing special. The number 1 on the billboard doesn't mean much. It shouldn't make you so afraid." "Why?" Hearing Lin Tian's words, Xianxia was speechless. A 9-star talent is nothing special? Reaching the peak of the divine range at the age of 18 is nothing special? The number 1 on the billboard doesn't mean much? Thinking about it, Xianxia couldn't help but roll his eyes. Only this person in front of him could say these words so calmly. Sighing, Xianxia squatted down and said, "Didn't I mention to you before? That guy has another identity, one that even the royal family of Beiyan and the elders of the Imperial College are afraid of." "What identity?" Lin Tian asked. He had indeed heard Xianxia mention this before, but at that time, Xianxia's words were interrupted. Xianxia stared at Lin Tian, took a deep breath and said seriously, "It is said that the guy has been chosen by a sect." Lin Tian was a little confused. "Sect?" Looking at Lin Tian, Xianxia was a little surprised. "Brother-in-law, you don't know about sects?" Lin Tian shook his head. This was the first time he heard of these 2 words. "I thought brother-in-law knew about it. However, it's normal that you don't know. After all, only the imperial family and a few big families in the imperial city know about the sections. The rest might have heard some rumors." Xianxia stared at Lin Tian and said in a serious tone, "Sects and clans do not appear in the secular world, but they are absolute existences that surpass imperial power and empires. It is said that there are not many people in those sects and clans, but each and every one of them is a mighty one, and there are even airborne realm beings in charge. It can be said that if a sect wants to destroy a big country, it's as easy as eating and drinking." Lin Tianwei was shocked. So strong? There was actually an airborne realm cultivator in the sect. He knew that even the guardian of the royal family of Beiyan was only at the 7th level of the Sea of Consciousness, and he was still worshipped as a god. However, there were airborne realm cultivators in the sect. Very strong. It was terrifying. Anyway, it's beyond the knowledge of ordinary people like us. Xianxin's face was sad. It is said that a year ago, Jiang Renwen was chosen by an elder of a sect who was wandering outside. When he was 19 years old, he would leave Beiyan and go to that sect to cultivate and become a member of the sect. Once he becomes a member of the sect, he is on a different level from us. Even the imperial family has to be respectful to him. It is because of this that that guy is feared by everyone in the imperial city." Lin Tianwei was silent for a moment. So that was the case. No wonder Xianxin was so afraid when he heard the name Jiang Renwen. "Do you know how many sects there are in this world, and which one of them chose Jiang Renwen?" he asked. "I don't know about this. In short, there is more than one sect. As for which sect Jiang Renwen was chosen by, I don't know. Those are all secrets. I guess only the imperial family and the masters of a few big families know about it." Xianxin said. "I see." Lin Tian nodded. "That's right." Xianxin had an aggrieved look on his face. "See, brother-in-law, I already told you to leave. The blue spirit root should have been given to those 2 people. Look, that guy Jiang Renwen is very arrogant and overbearing. He definitely won't let you go." Lin Tian was speechless. This guy actually looked aggrieved. "Okay, don't worry about it. It's not a big deal," he said. he also knew that Xianxia was worried about him. Xianxia rolled his eyes. It's not a big deal? Of course, think about it. If I came to the imperial city earlier, Jiang Renwen would have nothing to do with me. Maybe, after a few days, when the so-called elder of that sect jumps out again, he will take a fancy to me instead. Lin Tian joked. Xianxia's eyes lit up. That sounds reasonable. After a pause, he stared at Lin Tian and said, Brother-in-law, why do I feel that you are very narcissistic? It's confidence. Lin Tian corrected. Okay, confidence. But, no matter how confident you are, it's useless. You are now several small realms lower than him. Xianxia poured cold water on him, which was rare. Lin Tian Dao, so, now I have to work harder to gain experience. Gain experience? Not going back for now? Xianxia said. It's been less than 2 days. What's the hurry? At least stay for half a month. Lin Tian said. As he said, Lin Tian stood up, looked around a little, and then walked in a certain direction. Wait for my brother-in-law. Xianxia hurried to follow him. In the next few days, Lin Tianyi kept gaining experience in the Beast Demon Ridge, while Xianxia completely became a bystander. Because Lin Tian almost always looked for 5th-level demonic beasts to fight, and sometimes he even looked for 6th-level demonic beasts to practice. In the end, Xianxia completely became the person who harvested demonic beasts' cores. On the 7th day, the two found a medium-sized cave in front of them. Let's go in and have a rest. Lin Tian Dao. Xianxia was naturally looking forward to this. In these 7 days, watching Lin Tian fight with the ferocious demonic beasts made his little heart beat wildly. Being able to relax and rest for a while was definitely something he was happy to see. The cave was a little damp. After entering, Lin Tian sat down on a gray stone. Glancing around, he took out a blue spirit root from the stone ring. Brother-in-law, what are you doing? Xianxia was puzzled. Refining it for cultivation. Lin Tian Dao. Xianxia panicked and hurriedly grabbed Lin Tian's hand. Don't, brother-in-law. Keep it for now. When the time comes, we might be able to use this thing to reconcile with Jiang Renwen. If you refine it now, then there's really no way out. Lin Tian stared at Xianxia and said, Do you think I am the kind of person who will compromise? No. Xianxia shook his head without hesitation. Then it's settled. Lin Tian Dao. Not to mention Jiang Renwen, even if the people from the real sect came and asked him to hand over what should belong to him, he would absolutely not do it. Perhaps in life, one had to know when to advance and when to retreat. But Lin Tian didn't want to be like this. After being reborn, he wanted to live freely and freely. Most importantly, he hated being bullied. But, okay, don't worry. It's just Jiang Renwen. Give me some time and I will completely destroy him. Xianxia still wanted to say something, but he was interrupted by Lin Tian. Xianxia had no choice but to roll his eyes. Brother-in-law, your words are so domineering. My sister must like you very much. Lin Tian, letting Xianxia help to look around, he began to operate the 4 extreme scriptures. Suddenly, the spirit of heaven and earth rolled in. After about half an hour, his essence, qi, and spirit reached the peak. At this time, he put the blue spirit root into his mouth and chewed. Mixed with the amazing aroma, he swallowed it little by little into his stomach. After about 10 breaths, Lin Tian's body shook. He clearly felt that his body was full of spirit energy, as if it was drowned by a flood. Moreover, this spirit energy seemed to have a mind of its own and actually rushed into his meridians. It passed through the meridians on its own and guided the meridians to the nearby Dao meridians. This, Lin Tian was a little surprised. This was a precious medicine that was worth millions of spirit coins? It was indeed extraordinary. Putting aside his shock, Lin Tian quickly took a deep breath. Then, he used his own strength to guide the meridians in his body, and under this vast amount of spiritual energy, he approached the nearby Taoyin. Now, he started to build the 6th meridian of the human body. This meridian was from the head to the spleen of the 5 internal organs. Buzz. A faint light surrounded the surface of Lin Tian's body. His aura was rapidly becoming stronger. Xianxia stood aside and felt the aura from Lin Tian's body. He couldn't help but be surprised. So strong. Xianxia's eyes widened. As far as he knew, this aura was comparable to an expert of the 6th level of the divine range. Outside Lin Tian's body, the light was getting stronger. Soon, more than half of the 6th meridian was built. His aura had become much stronger. At this time, the first blue spirit root was used up. He took out the second blue spirit root. Just like before, he operated the 4 extreme scripture while chewing and swallowing the blue spirit root. Suddenly, the spirit energy surged again. At this time, the light outside Lin Tian's body was getting stronger and stronger. Just a little more. Lin Tian muttered to himself. When building the meridians, the body would feel intense pain. However, at this time, Lin Tian completely ignored the pain. At this time, he had already built about 90% of the 6th meridian. There was only 10% left to complete. "Brother-in-law, do your best," Xianxia said. He could feel that Lin Tian's aura was about to break through a critical point. Once this critical point was broken, it would be the 6th level of the divine range. Lin Tian closed his eyes. His spirit, energy, and spirit were highly concentrated. He was especially focused at the last moment. Soon, an hour passed. Boom! At this moment, a strong surge of true origin rushed out of Lin Tian's body. Suddenly, the surrounding area was stirred up. Xianxia was not far away. His clothes and hair were fluttering in the wind. He had to cover his face with his hand. After a few breaths, the wind finally subsided. Lin Tian opened his eyes and stood up from the gray stone platform. He clenched his fists as a smile appeared on his face. "How is it, brother-in-law?" Xianxia jumped over. 6th level of the divine range. Lin Tian smiled. Xianxia was delighted. "That's great. In this case, with your combat strength, you don't have to worry about Lin Feng anymore." Lin Tian nodded. Now, he was strong enough to fight Lin Feng head-on. Moreover, he was confident of winning. However, Jiang Renwen is still a big problem. Xianxia pulled a long face again. Jiang Renwen was too strong. He was perfect in every aspect. Most importantly, he was valued by sects that didn't show themselves in the secular world, which made his image extremely lofty. When Xianxia thought that Lin Tian had offended Jiang Renwen, he couldn't feel happy, even if Lin Tian had reached the 6th sky of the divine range. "Don't worry, trust me." Lin Tian Dao. "I trust you, brother-in-law, just like how I trust my sister. But that Jiang Renwen is really scary," Xianxia said. Lin Tian shook his head, but he didn't care. Taking out the last blue spirit root from the stone ring, Lin Tian handed it to Xianxia. "There is one left. If you refine it now, it should be enough for you to reach the divine range realm." Xianxia glanced at it and immediately shook his head. "What's wrong?" Lin Tian was surprised. Xianxia said, "It's a good thing that there is one left. Brother-in-law, keep it. Even if there is only one, it may reduce Jiang Renwen's anger. That guy is really scary. Even the elders of the Imperial College are afraid of him." "It's okay, I don't care." Lin Tian Dao. "I care. My sister will definitely care. If I can leave a glimmer of hope, a glimmer of hope. If I swallow the last glimmer of hope now, my sister will definitely beat me when she knows. My sister is actually very powerful." Xianxia cried with a long face. Lin Tian was speechless and didn't know what to say. In the end, he didn't force Xianxia and kept the last blue spirit root. "Brother-in-law, are we going back now?" Xianxia asked. Lin Tian shook his head. "No hurry. Let's wait for a few more days. I want to consolidate my realm first." In the past 2 months, he felt that his cultivation had broken through too fast. "Okay." Xianxia nodded. To be honest, Xianxia really didn't want to go back to the college now. He always felt that nothing good would come out of it. Lin Tian seemed to know what Xianxia was thinking. He patted Xianxia's shoulder and said, "Don't think too much." After leaving the cave, he and Xianxia walked out and looked around before heading deeper into the Demon Beast Ridge. This forest had existed for a very long time. The deeper one went, the stronger the demonic beasts were. "Brother-in-law, take it easy," Xianxia muttered. In the past 7 days, Lin Tian had been looking for 5th-level demonic beasts to fight, which made him both shocked and scared. "No problem, Lin Tian Dao." About 2 hours later, boom, in an old forest, Lin Tiansun encountered a Class 6 demonic beast. He immediately charged forward and engaged it in battle. Xianxia hid behind an old tree. The demonic aura in the surrounding space was extremely shocking. When he saw the scene of Lin Tian fighting the level 6 demonic beast in front of him, his forehead broke out in cold sweat. That was a demonic beast that was comparable to the peak of the 7th firmament of the Divine Vein realm. A moment later, a blood-curdling scream rang out, causing the ground to tremble. "Collect the beast cores," Lin Tian shouted. After a fierce battle with the level 6 lightning ant, Lin Tian killed it with the Nirvana fist. "Brother-in-law, didn't you say you would take it easy? Why are you looking for a level 6 demonic beast again?" Xianxia pulled a long face. Lin Tian spread out his hands and said, "I'm already at the 6th firmament of the Divine Vein realm. Isn't it normal to find a level 6 demonic beast that is comparable to the 7th firmament of the Divine Vein realm to practice? This is already very suppressive." "Well, I'm taking it easy." Xianxia, after a pause, Xianxia was too lazy to argue and said, "Brother-in-law, you're getting more and more skilled in this fist art." These days, Xianxia had seen Lin Tian perform the Nirvana fist many times, so he had some understanding of this fist art. "Nirvana fist art, I've mastered about 70%. Lin Tian smiled. "Already 70%? So fast?" "This is a martial technique at the peak of the Divine Vein realm." Xianxia was shocked. Lin Tian smiled, "It's okay." Now, when he executed the Nirvana fist arts, he could even conceal the fluctuations of true essence. Of course, this was only to a certain extent. After all, he hadn't completely grasped this fist art, and only grasped 70% of it. Moreover, when too much true yuan was compressed to the end of the fist, his body would feel intense pain. Next, Lin Tian began to go deeper into the demonic beast ridge. Boom! Soon, the battle started again. In order to consolidate his realm and train his battle awareness, Lin Tian mostly fought with level 6 demonic beasts. After every battle, he felt that his spiritual sense had become stronger, and the Heavenly One spirit art was running smoother. Soon, half a month passed. On this day, at the edge of the demonic beast ridge, Lin Tian and Xianxia finally walked out. "We're finally out." Xianxia patted his chest and let out a long sigh. He had been training with Lin Tian in the demonic beast's ridge for half a month. It could be said that Xianxia was excited and scared at the same time, excited and uncomfortable at the same time. It was because the demonic beasts that Lin Tian had fought with were all abnormally powerful. Not to mention the level 5 demonic beasts and level 6 demonic beasts. There was one time when Lin Tian had even provoked a level 6 peak demonic beast, which was a tyrannical existence comparable to a 9th heavenly layer divine vein. At that time, Xianxia was so scared that his heart almost jumped out of his chest. Lin Tian smiled, "Let's go back to the college." After half a month of training, his aura became more condensed, and his cultivation at the 6th sky of the divine vein realm was completely consolidated. Moreover, at the same time, he had mastered 80% of the Nirvana fist art, and could perform it with greater ease. Soon, both of them returned to the imperial courtyard. After returning to the imperial courtyard, Lin Tian noticed that many people were looking at him strangely, and some were even pointing at him and whispering, "That Lin Tian, he's finally back. This guy is going to be unlucky this time." Alas, it said that he offended that person. Many disciples of the imperial courtyard were whispering. Lin Tian's cultivation was now very strong. Although the disciples of the imperial courtyard were whispering, he could still hear them clearly, and immediately frowned. "What's wrong, brother-in-law?" Xi and Qingyun asked. Nothing. Lin Tian shook his head. Xi and Qingyun scanned the surroundings. After a pause, he leaned closer to Lin Tian and whispered, speaking of which, brother-in-law, I have a very bad premonition. Moreover, why do I feel that the way these fellows look at you is, very sympathetic? You're right. Lin Tian smiled. Soon, Lin Tian brought Xi and Qingyun back to his residence. Just as he opened the door and walked in, his butt had not even warmed up from sitting down when Suzhou rushed over. You little guy, how did you offend Jiang Renwen? This was Suzhou's first sentence. Lin Tian didn't pay much attention to it, but Xi and Qingyun was surprised. Instructor Su, how did you know? Nonsense, how could I not know? More than 10 days ago, Jiang Renwen asked Lin Tian to go to see him and return the thing to him. Suzhou looked at Lin Tian anxiously. You robbed Jiang Renwen's thing? Lin Tian smiled, but his face was full of disdain. His thing? Return it to him? What's going on? Seeing Lin Tian's expression, Suzhou was a little confused. It's like this, Xi and Qingyun opened his mouth and briefly told him what happened. Hearing this, Suzhou suddenly fell silent. Is the blue spiritual root still there? Suzhou asked Lin Tian. There's one left. Lin Tian Dao. Suzhou patted Lin Tian's shoulder and said, Little guy, although this will make you unhappy, you'd better hand over the last blue spiritual root. In this way, Jiang Renwen may let you go. Lin Tian frowned. That's mine. I know, but he's Jiang Renwen. Suzhou said helplessly. So what? He's the king of heaven. There's no reason for me to hand over my own thing. Lin Tian Dao. Suzhou smiled bitterly. I know you're like this. It seems that I've come here for nothing. Suit yourself. After that, Suzhou shook his head and walked out. Not long after Suzhou left, the two elders, Han He and Lu Lan, came in person. Lin Tian, what's going on? How did you offend Jiang Renwen? The two went straight to the point. Seeing that the two elders actually came here, Lin Tian couldn't help but smile. Jiang Renwen, you're really powerful. Han He and Lu Lan's voice deepened as they repeated, what's going on? This time, Lin Tian opened his mouth and gave a simple account of the events that had occurred. Han He and Lu Lan frowned at the same time, just like Suzhou. Then, the two elders' words were actually the same as Suzhou's. Lin Tian, there are still blue spiritual roots left, right? If there are, hand them over to Jiang Renwen. The two of us can go with you. I believe Jiang Renwen won't make things difficult for you. The two of them had great expectations for Lin Tian. Naturally, they didn't want anything to happen to Lin Tian. Lin Tian stared at the two elders. He knew that the two elders had good intentions, but he shook his head. If he were to hand over his belongings, he would have to go over himself. He would never do that. Han He stared at Lin Tian and said solemnly, since the establishment of the Northern Flame Imperial Courtyard, there has always been a taboo rule in order to restrain the disciples. That is, no one is allowed to kill fellow disciples. Those who violate this rule will be killed without mercy. You've killed 2 people in the Imperial Courtyard. Due to the dragon mark token in your possession and the 9th prince's pleading on your behalf, we decided to forgive you. Otherwise, you'd already be dead. In the end, you're still within the rules. After saying this, Han He paused for a second before continuing, as for Jiang Renwen, the rules of the Imperial Courtyard can't restrict him at all. He dares to kill anyone in the Imperial Courtyard, and we can't do anything to him, nor do we have the ability to do anything to him. Even the royal family can only remain silent. Do you understand what I'm saying? You mean even if Jiang Renwen kills me in the Imperial Courtyard, you won't say anything? Even if you see him trying to kill me, you won't stop him? Lin Tian asked calmly. Han He and Lu Lan didn't evade this question and nodded. After receiving their answer, Lin Tianji smiled faintly. I don't want to say that it's unfair, because there is no such thing as fairness in this world. I won't say that the Northern Flame Imperial Courtyard is Jiang Renwen's back garden. I only want to ask. Lin Tian stared at Han He and Lu Lan, if I kill him, what will you do? Hearing Lin Tian's words, Han He and Lu Lan's expressions changed slightly. Baidu search for which God era plus read this book #latest chapters After a pause, the two shook their heads, thinking that Lin Tian was just speaking out of anger. After all, with Lin Tian's current cultivation, how could he be Jiang Renwen's opponent? I don't want to say much about this matter. We're here for your own good. You should know that. Han He sighed. I know, and I thank the two elders for their kindness. Lin Tiandao. Lu Lan glanced at Xianxia, then looked at Lin Tiandao. You might already know Jiang Renwen's identity. I'll repeat it here. Jiang Renwen, 18 years old, 9-star talent, 9th level divine vein, first on the wind cloud list. Moreover, he's chosen by a terrifying sect. You should know this very well, right? Yes. Lin Tian was very calm. Lu Lan nodded and said, then, what's your answer to Jiang Renwen? Lin Tian stared at the two and shook his head. Han He and Lu Lan looked at Lin Tian. Seeing this action, a glint flashed in their eyes. If Jiang Renwen wasn't here, you might be the first in your generation in the Imperial City. Han He said. Although Lin Tian's decision was rash and did not know the severity of the situation, how could an ordinary person have this kind of courage? Since you have such awareness, we won't force you. There is still more than a day left before the deadline set by Jiang Renwen. If you change your mind at the last moment, come find us at any time. We will accompany you to see Jiang Renwen. Lu Lan said. As he spoke, Lu Lan handed Lin Tianyi a voice-transmitting talisman. Lin Tian took it and bowed. Thank you, elders. Han He and Lu Lan waved their hands, sighed, and then walked out. Lin Tian personally escorted the two of them to the door, and only closed the door after watching them leave. Brother-in-law, a real man knows when to stretch. Xianxia said. Staring at Lin Tian, Xianxia had an expectant look on his face. Clearly, he hoped that Lin Tian would do as Han He and he said. Lin Tian was speechless. Being able to stretch and shrink as you wish isn't a man, it's a turtle. Alright, a real man can be both soft and hard. Lin Tian was speechless. Get lost. What kind of nonsense was this guy's brain filled with? Brother-in-law, be careful, you can't die. If you die, my sister will be a widow. Can you bear to do that? Xianxia hugged Lin Tian's thigh. Lin Tian was sweating profusely. I was certain that I would die. If I were your sister, I would definitely beat you to death right now. The sky gradually darkened. Lin Tian finally got Xianxia to calm down and cultivate. He walked to the other side, took out many things from the stone ring, and began to inscribe array patterns. When he left Fengjian City, he bought many materials from the Array Manipulator Guild and the Treasure Exchange Pavilion, piling up more than half of the stone ring. At this moment, he took out some materials, calmly inscribing the simple martial fusion rune and the 3rd level solitary lock rune. The night passed quickly. When it was almost dawn, Lin Tian glanced at Xianxia who was still cultivating, nodded, and walked out of his residence. In the outer courtyard residential area, the distance between every two rooms was not short. Lin Tian walked around his residence, from time to time setting a few spots, and then buried some small things one by one. 2 hours later, Lin Tian exhaled a mouthful of turbid air and clapped his hands. Done. Muttering to himself, Lin Tian walked back into his room. Xianxia had already stopped cultivating. Seeing Lin Tian come in, he said, Brother-in-law, why were you wandering outside just now? Isn't it the job of old men with grizzled beards to take a walk in the morning? Little brat, what are you talking about? Lin Tian glanced at Xianxia. Xianxia was immediately dissatisfied. Brother-in-law, I'm only a few months younger than you. That's still young. Xianxia directly stopped talking. On this day, Lin Tian did not walk out of the residential area, but cultivated in his residence. The Nirvana fist art was very special. Unlike the meteorite fist and the azure thundersword technique, the Nirvana fist art focused on compressing and controlling the genuine essence. This kind of thing, even in the room, could be cultivated at will, as long as the compressed genuine essence was not blasted out. Brother-in-law, do you want to go to the wild sand world? Xianxia asked. Lin Tian shook his head and said, not for now. Why? To entertain guests. Xianxia was slightly stunned, and then he instantly understood. Brother-in-law, you mean Jiang Renwen will come to make trouble? It's possible. Xianxia was anxious, then why don't you run away? Lin Tian. Glancing at Xianxia, he said, I think you'd better go home first. Xianxia opened his mouth and suddenly shook his head. I won't go back. I'll stay here with my brother-in-law. Xianxia said. Aren't you very afraid of Jiang Renwen? Lin Tian was curious and said, besides, it's useless for you to stay with me. At most, you can stay here and watch the fun. Xianxia was immediately dissatisfied and curled his lips. Brother-in-law, you are discriminating against me. Lin Tian blushed with shame. No, you think too much. Anyway, I won't go back. How can a real man run away when facing a strong enemy? Xianxia waved his hand. Lin Tian was amused. Don't they say a real man can stretch and shrink? That's a turtle. Can be soft and hard? Xianxia squinted at Lin Tian and said, brother-in-law, you are such a hooligan. A few black lines appeared on Lin Tian's forehead. He really wanted to slap this fellow. Lin Tian, come out. At this moment, a cold shout was heard. Lin Tian looked at the door. The voice was very familiar. Coming. Lin Tian said to Xianxia. Coming. Xianxia replied, but his cheeks were slightly pale. Lin Tian smiled, opened the door and walked out. He saw two young men standing 30 feet away from the door. They were Li Lan and Su Su, who wanted to snatch the blue spiritual root in Demonic Beast's Ridge not long ago. Have you recovered from your injuries? Lin Tian said calmly. Li Lan and Su Su's faces suddenly darkened. A wisp of anger flashed in their eyes as they recalled what happened in Demonic Beast's Ridge. Young Master Jiang ordered us to go see him immediately. At the same time, hand over the blue spiritual root that you snatched from him. Su Su said coldly. His stuff? Snatched? Lin Tian narrowed his eyes. At this moment, the outer courtyard residence was surrounded by many people. The news that Jiang Ren wanted to see Lin Tian had spread throughout the entire Northern Flame Imperial courtyard. Seeing Su Su and Li Lan coming here, many people guessed what would happen. Naturally, they followed them all the way here. At this moment, they were all looking in their direction from afar. Since Gretchen gave the blue spiritual root to young Master Jiang, then the 3 blue spiritual roots belonged to him. You snatched young Master Jiang's stuff in Demonic Beast's Ridge, but young Master Jiang is kind enough to give you a chance to redeem yourself. Apologize in person and hand over the spiritual roots. If you do that, young Master Jiang might let you live. Li Lan said. Staring at the two of them, Lin Tian still narrowed his eyes. Let me ask you one more time. Who snatched whose stuff? Li Lan snorted. You snatched young Master Jiang's stuff. Staring at Lin Tian, Li Lan and Su Su's expression turned cold. Although they knew Lin Tian was strong, this was the Northern Flame Imperial courtyard. Here, they were not afraid of Lin Tian. Very good. I am very satisfied with this answer. As soon as Lin Tiandao finished speaking, he instantly appeared in front of the two of them. 2 quick iron fists were thrown out and the two of them were instantly sent flying. After that, he picked up where he left off and said, because I was in a bad mood and needed to find someone to vent. Your answers gave me an excuse to vent. You, clang, the sound of a sword whistling could be heard. The broken wound sword appeared in Lin Tian's hand. With a wave of his hand, dozens of sword rays shot out. PFFF, PFFF, blood splattered out. At the same time, Li Lan and Su Su's screams could be heard. At this moment, the two of them were in a miserable state. Their clothes were almost completely torn by the sword rays and their bodies were covered in blood. Staring at Lin Tian, the two of them were shocked and furious. Lin Tian looked at the two of them coldly. He raised his right hand and a sword ray landed beside the two of them. It slashed a deep sword mark on the ground. If Jiang Renwen wants the blue spiritual roots, ask him to come find me himself. Of course, if you are willing to stand up for him, I don't mind. However, don't blame me if you die. Su Su and Li Lan's faces were pale as they stared at Lin Tian with hatred. Just you wait. After saying this, the two of them supported each other and left the residence area of the outer yard in a sorry state. Outside the outer court, many spectators took the initiative to open up a path. Only when Susu and Li Lan had walked far away did these people look at Lin Tian once more, and all of them couldn't help but gasp while the shock on their faces couldn't be concealed no matter what. This guy is already so strong? That's a disciple of the king's yard. He actually. What terrifying combat strength. Many people were shocked by Lin Tian's combat strength. He had just entered the Northern Flame Imperial Courtyard and his combat strength had already reached such a level. It was too terrifying. However, this guy is too daring. That's someone close to Jiang Renwen. He's going against Jiang Renwen by doing this. Where did he get such courage? Oh no, fighting with Jiang Renwen, isn't he courting death? Sigh, what a pity for such a talent. Many people murmured. Lin Tian was obviously going against Jiang Renwen. Therefore, no one was optimistic about Lin Tian. This was normal. After all, even Xian Qingyun was like this. Brother-in-law. Xian Qingyun looked at Lin Tian anxiously. Obviously, this guy still hoped that Lin Tian would follow Han He and Lu Lan's instructions. A warrior can be killed, but not humiliated. You should know this, right? Lin Tian Dao. Yes. Xian Qingyun nodded. Lin Tian smiled, then it's settled. You and your sister wouldn't want me to be a coward, right? No, we don't. Xian Qingyun shook his head. Then it's fine. Go inside and wait. It's still early today. Maybe you can watch a good show. Lin Tiantan said indifferently. Xian Qingyun blinked. And asked curiously, what show? Don't ask, just watch. Lin Tiandao. He stood quietly outside his residence, holding the broken wound sword in one hand. He did not move at all. Not long after, there was a commotion in the distance. The crowd was pushed aside and more than 20 young men walked over. All of them were extraordinary and emitted powerful auras. The expressions of all the onlookers in the residential area of the outer courtyard changed when they saw these 20-odd people. Baidu and search which God era read this book #Disciples of the King's Yard. 25 people. Except for Jiang Renwen, Duan Wenba, and Leng Feng, as well as the severely injured Su Su and Li Lan, everyone else is here. Jiang Renwen is known as the king of the King's Yard. These disciples of the King's Yard obviously don't have good intentions. This Lin Tian is doomed. Someone couldn't help but shake his head. Xian Qingyun stayed in his room and watched this scene. His face turned pale. 25 youths, all of them full of energy, with cold expressions on their faces, directly came to Lin Tian's residence. You're Lin Tian? One of them stood out and looked at Lin Tian coldly. Seeing this person, many onlookers gulped. Liang Qing, 7th sky of the divine range, 4th on the ranking stone. He's not much weaker than Leng Feng. This, many people couldn't help but feel shocked. Lin Tian stood with the lust wound sword and looked at Liang Qing indifferently. His expression didn't change at all. Why are you here? He asked calmly. Liang Qing said coldly, young Master Jiang ordered you to go. Why don't you go? Behind Liang Qing, the other 24 people all looked indifferent. Many of them even had a mocking smile on their faces. A new student of the Imperial Yard dared to disobey the king of the King's Yard? This was courting death. Lin Tian looked at the 25 people and narrowed his eyes. It seems that you're here to cause trouble for me? The dozens of people were stunned. Then, they all laughed at the same time. You're right if you think so. One of them said. Lin Tian looked over. It was a young man in yellow, about 20 years old. He had a mocking expression on his face. At times like this, I love it when you come to cause trouble. Lin Tian smiled. As soon as he finished speaking, his right hand shook. Instantly, a ray of sword light shot out. With a poof, the young man in yellow was penetrated and flew several feet away. You, the yellow-clothed youth spat out a mouthful of blood. His clothes were dyed red as he glared at Lin Tian. However, in the next moment, another sword ray slashed over. Be careful. Liang Qing shouted and slashed out a saber aura from the side, shattering Lin Tian's sword aura. The yellow-clothed youth could be considered to have dodged this sword, but he was still heavily injured. Just one sword strike, and he made a disciple of the Imperial compound lose his ability to fight. Isn't he too strong? That's an expert of the 6th heavenly layer of the divine range. The hearts of many onlookers palpitated. At the same time, all the other disciples of the king's courtyard were shocked. A new student who had just entered the imperial courtyard not long ago actually had such terrifying battle prowess? How could he injure one of them so easily? Liang Qing's expression darkened. How dare you? You're just a new student, yet you dare to do this. Dozens of people stared at Lin Tian, their eyes turning cold. Looking at these people, Lin Tian's eyes turned cold. So what? You came here to provoke me, and you want me to be peaceful? I'm warning you, don't provoke me. If you provoke me, I'll kill all of you. It's not the first time I've done this, so you'd better be mentally prepared. Also, don't be too eager to be someone else's dog. Hearing his words, the crowd of onlookers sucked in a cold breath. Kill all of them? These are all disciples of the Imperial compound. Where did he get his confidence from? Someone's heart palpitated. At this moment, the expressions of Liang Qing and the others were extremely unsightly. As far as they were concerned, Lin Tian was truly too arrogant. Not only had he threatened to kill all of them, he'd even publicly called them dogs. He was truly too rampant. You're courting death, Liang Qing said. A steel saber appeared in his hand, and coldness spread out. Upper-grade spiritual weapon, someone whispered. Holding the spiritual saber, Liang Qing directly pressed toward Lin Tian with a cruel and cold look in his eyes. At this moment, the sound of a sword whistling rang out. Lin Tian stood where he was, and the broken wound sword shook violently. Instantly, dozens of azure thunder sword auras slashed out together, closing in on Liang Qing. Liang Qing's expression changed, and he hurriedly blocked with his spiritual saber. Clang, Lin Tian did not stop. Dozens of sword auras pressed down on Liang Qing again. Liang Qing was instantly in a predicament. He quickly swung his spiritual saber, shattering the approaching sword auras. However, Lin Tian had launched too many sword auras. Each of them carried lightning arcs that crackled loudly, making it difficult for Liang Qing to deal with them. Poof, finally, a lightning sword aura pierced his left shoulder, directly piercing a transparent bloody hole. Liang Qing grunted. He covered his left shoulder with his right hand, and blood flowed out. Staring at this scene, everyone was stunned. Liang Qing, that's Liang Qing, the 4th most powerful person in the Imperial compound. How could he? Everyone was shocked. Xian Qingyun stayed in Lin Tian's residence. His eyes were wide open. How powerful. Liang Qing's expression was extremely gloomy. At the same time, he was extremely shocked. He did not expect that with his cultivation base at the 7th firmament of the divine range, he would be severely injured by a new student who had just entered the Imperial compound 3 months ago. Liang Qing. At this moment, other Imperial compound disciples came forward. Most of the Imperial compound disciples were at the 6th firmament of the divine range. When they saw Liang Qing injured, their expressions changed. Jiang Renwen's dog is so weak. A voice rang out. Staring at Liang Qing, Lin Tian's expression was indifferent. What did you say? Liang Qing's face was livid. He was hit by a sword and called a dog. This made him extremely angry. Did I say something wrong? Lin Tian was expressionless. He pointed his sword at Liang Qing and the other 24 people. You, which one of you isn't Jiang Renwen's dog? If Jiang Renwen said something, you'd probably kill your own parents, right? The dozens of people's expressions were ugly, and their eyes were spitting fire. Lin Tian's expression was cold and disdainful. At this moment, he was no longer standing in the same place. Holding the broken wound sword in his right hand, he approached the 25 people step by step. Lightning flashed on the broken wound sword, and sword intent spread out. What does he want to do? Could it be? Staring at this scene, all the onlookers' expressions changed. In the next moment, Lin Tian was already 3 meters away from the dozens of people. Then, he directly attacked, and the sword whistled. Clang, dozens of sword rays spread out with him as the center, slashing at the dozens of people at the same time. How dare you? The 20 people were furious. Lin Tian snorted. He spread out the yin and yang row and instantly appeared in front of a person, punching out. With a bang, the person immediately screamed and was sent flying several meters away by the punch. After falling to the ground, he could not get up again. At the same time, Lin Tian raised his right leg, and a hurricane swept out, landing heavily on the abdomen of another person. Ah! The person screamed, spitting blood from his mouth, and flew straight out. Lin Tian was expressionless. He swung the broken wound sword again, and his fist smashed down again and again. He stepped and flashed among the dozens of people. Every time he attacked, one person would be sent flying, or one person's body would be pierced by sword chi. Puff, 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 blood floated in the air, and screams could be heard from time to time. Lin Tian had reached the 6th sky of the divine range. In terms of cultivation, he could be ranked in the top 5 of the Northern Flame Imperial Courtyard. In addition, his combat talent was amazing, and his body was extremely strong. Ordinary disciples of the king's courtyard were no match for him. Oh my god! Is this considered fighting the entire king's courtyard? More or less, I guess so? It seems that he is not at a disadvantage. No, he has an absolute advantage. Freak! Many of the onlookers were almost petrified. At this moment, Lin Tian took the initiative to attack. The thunderous sword force was released, and the terrifying sword essence chilled everyone's heart. It actually enveloped the 20 people of the king's courtyard. Ah! There was a scream, and another person was injured and rolled far away. Damn it! Liang Qing shouted angrily. With a shake of his long saber, he performed an upper-class divine range martial technique and slashed at Lin Tian. Lin Tianling snorted and dodged the attack. Then, he slapped out. With a slap, Liang Qing did not dodge and was slapped in the face. After that, Lin Tian raised his right leg and kicked Liang Qing hard in the chest. Puff, Liang Qing spat out a mouthful of blood. Accompanied by the sound of bones breaking, it seemed that his ribs were broken. How dare you make trouble for me? Lin Tianling said. As he spoke, his hands did not stop moving. He performed all kinds of martial techniques, such as the meteorite fist, the azure thunder sword technique, the wind shocking sword, and so on. The 20 people of the king's courtyard could not resist and were all knocked to the ground. In just 1 hour, only 5 of the 25 people who came were still standing. Oh my god! He is a monster. One person against 25 people, and he can do this. How did he cultivate? He has only been in the imperial courtyard for a few months. This is too monstrous. Many people were shocked. At this moment, some of them could not help but tremble as they stared at Lin Tian. Xi and Qingyun stayed in the room. His eyes almost popped out of their sockets. The last 5 people of the king's courtyard stared at Lin Tian. Their faces were extremely ugly, and at the same time, they were shocked. Aren't you here to make trouble? Continue. Lin Tian Dao. The last 5 people stared at Lin Tian. Their eyes were full of fear, and some of them were even terrified. One person against 25 of them, and he could do this. If you don't want to move, I'll do it. Lin Tianling said calmly. As he spoke, his figure flashed and appeared in front of one of them in an instant. He threw a punch. Bang, Lin Tian's speed was too fast. Before that person could even react, he had already been sent flying, crashing into the residence of an outer court disciple not far away. He spat out a mouthful of blood and then weakly fell to the ground. At this time, Lin Tian turned his head and stared at the last 4 people. Clang, the azure thunder sword force vibrated violently. He dashed out like lightning, and the injury-breaking sword shot out rays of shocking sword light. In the blink of an eye, 3 people were injured. He kicked them one by one, and all of them were sent flying. Soon, only one of the 25 people from the king's courtyard was left standing. It was Liang Qing. However, Liang Qing was also an arrow at the end of its flight. His face was extremely ugly. At this time, Lin Tian did not make any more moves. Go back and tell Jiang Renwen that if he wants the blue spirit root, he should come to me himself. He stared at Liang Qing and said coldly. In the residential area of the outer court, all the onlookers were stunned. Not only because of Lin Tian's abnormal strength, but also because of Lin Tian's last words. Love / ask Jiang Renwen to come and find him? That's too crazy. Many people swallowed their saliva. Jiang Renwen's name was known throughout the imperial city. Even the royal family was wary of him. Even the elders of the Northern Flame Imperial Court had to give him face. But now, Lin Tian said such words and asked Jiang Renwen to come and find him. How bold was that? Liang Qing's face was extremely ugly as he stared at Lin Tian. You're courting death. Liang Qing said coldly. Lin Tian glanced sideways. In a flash, he appeared in front of Liang Qing and kicked him. With a bang, Liang Qing was kicked in the abdomen and flew out for more than 5 meters. If you want the blue spirit root, ask Jiang Renwen to come and find you. Lin Tianling said indifferently. Lin Tian had never met Jiang Renwen before, but Jiang Renwen's words made him very unhappy. That was why he had returned to the academy and asked him to meet Jiang Renwen. He even asked him to bring along his blue spirit root. Did Jiang Renwen really think he was an emperor? Lin Tian would always be even more arrogant towards such arrogant people. He would never give them any face. Liang Qing's mouth was bleeding as he glared at Lin Tian. Lin Tianling looked at him coldly. Don't you understand human language? Or do you want to die here? Suddenly, a cold murderous intent was emitted from his body. Until now, more than 200 martial artists had died in his hands. This kind of accumulated murderous intent was definitely not a joke. It was even scarier than those from the imperial city who had been on the battlefield for a long time. It made Liang Qing tremble violently. Glaring at Lin Tianyi with a pale face, Liang Qing gritted his teeth and turned around to leave. In an instant, Liang Qing disappeared from the residential area of the outer court. At this time, in the residential area of the outer yard, in front of Lin Tian's residence, there were many disciples of the royal yard lying on the ground. Many of them were lying on the ground, and from time to time, they would groan in pain. Lin Tian was very heavy-handed, and many of them had broken bones. What an eyesore. Lin Tian said coldly. As he spoke, his right hand shook, and the Azure Thunder Sword technique swept up a huge hurricane. Bang! 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 The 20 or so disciples of the king's yard who were lying on the ground were all sent flying by this force. Many of them screamed again. Staring at this scene, many of the onlookers gasped again. This guy is so ruthless. Some people felt their hearts palpitate. Lin Tian glanced at these people. He didn't care at all and calmly walked towards his residence. Brother-in-law, you're so cool. If I were a woman, I would definitely marry you. Xianxia's face was full of admiration. Lin Tian, at this time, in the royal yard, in the center of the courtyard, 2 figures were exchanging pointers on a martial arts platform. Their speed was extremely fast, and the aura they exuded was very strong. They were both at the peak of the divine range. Every time they collided, the martial arts platform would rumble and shake. Another round of intense confrontation ensued. Finally, the 2 of them stopped. Renwen, you're really scary. We're both at the peak of the divine range, but you're much stronger than me. Haha, you're already so strong at the age of 18. No wonder you're chosen by the sect. One of them laughed. This person was called Duan Wenba. He was 20 years old and the future heir of the Duan family, one of the 3 martial arts families in the imperial city. Jiang Renwen was wearing a purple robe and looked very handsome. He didn't respond to Duan Wenba's words at all. Young Master Jiang. At this time, a voice sounded. Below the martial arts platform, Liang Qing had already arrived. Seeing Jiang Renwen and Duan Wenba fighting, he didn't dare to disturb them. He only dared to speak when the 2 stopped. Jiang Renwen glanced at Liang Qing. He didn't care about Liang Qing's injuries at all. He just said lightly, speak. Liang Qing lowered his head and said, we couldn't bring that Lin Tian here. He said, what did he say? Jiang Renwen was very calm. He said that if you want the blue spirit root, you should go find him yourself. Liang Qing lowered his head and said. After saying this, Liang Qing couldn't help but tremble. After that, the space seemed to be a bit quiet. Liang Qing raised his head and saw Jiang Renwen's mouth curl up, giving people a feeling of evil. Seeing Jiang Renwen's expression, Liang Qing suddenly felt his scalp tingle. He couldn't help but break out in a cold sweat. He still remembered that a year ago, a disciple of the king's compound accidentally bumped into Jiang Renwen. Jiang Renwen also showed the same expression at that time. After that disciple of the king's compound had his limbs broken and his cultivation completely destroyed. Liang Qing, you went with more than 20 people, but you couldn't take that person down? Duan Wenba asked. Liang Qing lowered his head and said, Young Master Duan, that person is very, very strong. We were no match for him. When saying this, Liang Qing was very careful, and there was even some fear on his face. This was not because he was afraid of Lin Tian, but because he was afraid of Jiang Renwen. He was afraid that Jiang Renwen would punish him if he didn't do his job well, because this had happened before. Oh? So strong that all of you couldn't beat him together? Duan Wenba was a bit surprised. Yes. Liang Qing braced himself and said. Duan Wenba touched his chin and said with a smile, It seems that among this batch of new students, there is indeed a peerless genius. He just entered the king's compound for 3 months and already has such battle strength. No wonder he dared to kill Ling Feng's younger brother in public. He is indeed strong. However, this time, he overestimated himself. He dared to disobey you. Duan Wenba was ranked second in the king's compound and the future heir of the Duan family, but he was very careful when facing Jiang Renwen. Jiang Renwen didn't have any reaction to Duan Wenba's flattery, giving people a very mature and cold sense of arrogance. Killing a genius may be very interesting, Jiang Renwen said lightly. Then, Jiang Renwen walked down the martial arts platform. Without saying goodbye to Duan Wenba, he walked out of the king's compound. There will be a good show to watch, Duan Wenba said with a smile and followed. Liang Qing let out a long sigh of relief and followed behind Duan Wenba carefully. In the outer courtyard residence, Lin Tian was sitting cross-legged in his room, silently circulating the four extremity scripture, looking very calm. Brother-in-law, are you serious? That Jiang Renwen will really come in person? Xianxia said with a trembling voice. Yes, Lin Tiantan said lightly. He alone challenged 27 people of the king's compound, which was a resounding slap to Jiang Renwen's face. He was very sure that Jiang Renwen would come, and he would come with the intention of killing him. Xianxia was anxious, then why are you still so calm? Why can't I be calm? Lin Tian asked back. That is Jiang Renwen. The peak divine range Jiang Renwen. The monstrous genius Jiang Renwen chosen by the sect. Xianxia said loudly. And then? And then, Xianxia didn't know what to say because no matter what he said, Lin Tian didn't seem to care at all, as if even if the sky fell down, Lin Tian wouldn't be shaken. Xianxia felt like he was going crazy, grabbing his own hair with all his strength. Don't worry, it's just Jiang Renwen, he can't make any waves. Lin Tiantan said lightly. Just Jiang Renwen? Just Jiang Renwen? Xianxia glared at Lin Tian, saying, Please, brother-in-law, that is the Jiang Renwen that even the imperial family is afraid of. The Jiang Renwen that even the imperial compound's elders couldn't do anything to. You actually used just Jiang Renwen to describe him. So what? Apart from the fact that he is chosen by the sect, what else does he have? 9-star talent. Me too. Peak divine range. That kind of cultivation can't kill me. Xianxia. Listening to Lin Tian's words, he didn't know what to say. Clang, at this moment, the sword whistled. Lin Tian's residence suddenly trembled, and the door was directly slashed open. Suddenly, a gust of wind rolled in from the outside, shaking Xianxia a few steps away. This is... Xianxia's face turned pale immediately. Lin Tiantan smiled indifferently, stood up at this moment, and walked out of the broken room. Looking around, he saw 3 young men standing not far away. The one in the middle was dressed in purple, looking very handsome and extraordinary. He was the kind of man who could instantly attract other people's attention. With just a glance, Lin Tian knew that this young man in purple should be the so-called Jiang Renwen. Staring at Jiang Renwen, Lin Tian felt a trace of sword qi remaining. Obviously, the sword just now was made by this Jiang Renwen. Didn't your parents teach you how to knock on the door? Or didn't your parents teach you? Lin Tiantan said lightly. In the residential area of the outer compound, many onlookers collectively gasped and were almost petrified on the spot. He dared to insult that Jiang Renwen. Crazy. He's really crazy. Damn, it's the first time I've seen such a crazy person, really. I don't know what to say. Many people felt a chill down their backs. Jiang Renwen stared at Lin Tian, his eyes narrowed, looking extremely strange, and there was a trace of sinister light flashing in them. Next to Jiang Renwen, Duan Wenba looked at Lin Tian with a look of interest. Presumptuous. Behind the two, Liang Qing couldn't help but shout. Lin Tian glanced at Liang Qing. Before the master speaks, a dog better shut up, this is the standard of a dog. You, Liang Qing glared at Lin Tian, clenching his fists. At this moment, Jiang Renwen's voice sounded, he's right, get out of here. Saying that, Jiang Renwen waved his hand behind him, and suddenly, the wind of the sword rolled up and directly sent Liang Qing flying. With a bang, Liang Qing crashed into the residence of an outer courtyard disciple in the distance and immediately coughed out a mouthful of blood. After a few breaths, he struggled to stand up and said with his head lowered, I'm sorry, young Master Jiang, Liang Qing was wrong. Lin Tian swept a glance at Liang Qing, is it interesting to go to this extent as a human? Liang Qing glared at Lin Tian, clenching his fists tightly. Lin Tian moved his gaze away, falling on Jiang Renwen. That casual palm just now allowed him to see Jiang Renwen's strength clearly. Indeed, he was very strong, very terrifying. Jiang Renwen stood there calmly, staring at Lin Tian, my blue spirit root, give it to me. I found the blue spirit root in the demonic beast ridge, and you say it's yours? Lin Tiantan laughed. Jiang Renwen put his hands behind his back, calmly saying, if I say it's yours, then take it out. And after taking it out? Lin Tian asked. Jiang Renwen was still calm, indifferently saying, kill yourself, or be killed by me. Lin Tian suddenly laughed, his laughter was impudent, full of disdain. He raised his long sword, pointing it straight at Jiang Renwen, and in an instant, the sword whistled, you try. Why don't you try and see if you can kill me? Baidu% search for which God era plus read this book # latest chapters Lin Tian's casual words made everyone's expression change. Where did this guy get the guts to face Jiang Renwen? Many people's hearts palpitated. Duan Wenba stared at Lin Tian with even more interest. Arrogant. You're courting death. A disciple of the imperial compound scolded. Lin Tian's expression was cold as he swung the broken wound sword in his hand to one side, get lost. The sword whistled, accompanied by a gust of wind, and the few disciples of the imperial compound who spoke were blown away. This guy is so strong. Someone whispered. Jiang Renwen stared at Lin Tian with a calm expression, haven't you heard that you have to look at the owner before beating the dog? I've heard of it, but unfortunately, you're not qualified to make me worry, so the dog around you can only be unlucky, Lin Tiantan said indifferently, what's that saying again? By the way, it's their fault for following the wrong owner. Such words made the faces of the disciples of the imperial compound turn ashen. Humiliation, this was humiliation. Jiang Renwen's face finally darkened a little as he walked toward Lin Tian, what a sharp-tongued brat. Instantly, a majestic force pressed down on Lin Tian, as if a huge mountain was approaching. Boom! Jiang Renwen took a step forward, and his momentum became stronger. Like a storm, it rushed toward Lin Tian. Around them, many disciples of the imperial compound looked at Jiang Renwen and gasped. Jiang Renwen was really terrifying. How many people below the Sea of Consciousness realm could withstand such a terrifying momentum? I'm afraid this Lin Tian is finished. Someone shook his head. Boom! Jiang Renwen took a second step, and his momentum became stronger, like an emperor descending from the ancient times. Soon, Jiang Renwen came in front of Lin Tian, raised his right hand, and slapped toward Lin Tian's cheek. Obviously, Jiang Renwen wanted to teach Lin Tian a lesson first. Lin Tian's face was expressionless. He raised his left hand and grabbed Jiang Renwen's wrist. He blocked it? How is that possible? Many of the onlookers were shocked. Jiang Renwen was an expert at the pinnacle of the divine range. His palm strike had the power of tens of thousands of jin, but now it was so easily blocked by Lin Tian. He blocked Renwen's palm. This Lin Tian, I didn't expect his body to be so strong. Interesting. Duan Wenba mumbled to himself. Jiang Renwen's eyes flashed with a strange light. He stared at Lin Tian and said calmly, "Let go." "Who do you think you are?" Lin Tian said coldly. Jiang Renwen's right hand shook, and suddenly, there was a terrible sword will spreading out. Lin Tian's expression was calm. He let go of Jiang Renwen's hand and retreated. This sword will was somewhat terrifying. Jiang Renwen's expression was calm as he took another step forward. In an instant, he was in front of Lin Tian and punched out. Lin Tian's reaction wasn't slow. He raised his right hand and met the attack. With a bang, the two fists collided. Immediately, Lin Tian felt a berserk force slam into his body, causing him to groan and retreat several steps back. The blood in his body was greatly shaken, and a mouthful of sweet blood immediately surged up his throat. However, he forcefully swallowed it down. Even so, his face became slightly pale. "Brother-in-law!" Xian Qingyun couldn't help but shout. It was the first time he saw Lin Tian being at a disadvantage. Jiang Renwen glanced at Xian Qingyun and didn't care at all. His gaze fell on Lin Tian again. "My blue spiritual root, give it to me," Jiang Renwen said. Lin Tian's expression was calm. After a simple confrontation, he was more aware of Jiang Renwen's strength. It was indeed terrifying. He was far from being Jiang Renwen's opponent now. However, even so, there was a sneer on his face. With a swish, the last blue spiritual root appeared in his hand. The spiritual fragrance immediately spread out. "If you want it, come and get it yourself," he said indifferently. In the residential area of the outer yard, many people stared at the thing in Lin Tian's hand and couldn't help but reveal a strange expression. What a strong fragrance. That's the blue spiritual root? It's said that one stalk is worth millions of spirit coins. It's a rare treasure medicine. Many people had a covetous look on their faces. Jiang Renwen stared at Lin Tian and said, "There are 3 blue spiritual roots in total. Take them all out. There are 2 more. I'll swallow them," Lin Tian said with a smile. A cold light flashed in Jiang Renwen's eyes. He took a step forward, bringing with him a power like the mountains and seas. He pressed toward Lin Tian like a thunderbolt. "How dare you swallow the things that I, Jiang Renwen, own?" The violent aura constantly spread out from Jiang Renwen's body, causing everyone's expression to change. This? So scary. Below the sea of consciousness realm, who can withstand it? That Lin Tian is dead. Sigh. Many people showed a look of pity. Jiang Renwen was too domineering. Although many people knew that Lin Tian wasn't wrong, they didn't dare to say a word. The black hair in front of Lin Tian's forehead was blown into a frenzy, and his cheeks even hurt a little. "Brother-in-law!" Xian Qingyun was horrified. Even if he knew that he couldn't help much, he still rushed out of the residence. "Go back," Lin Tian said indifferently. Xian Qingyun's footsteps paused. It was hard to imagine why Lin Tian was still so calm. Lin Tian turned his back to Xian Qingyun and said, "I said that I'll let you watch a good show today. Now, go back and wait." Xian Qingyun was stunned. Although he was suspicious, he still hesitated and went back. At this time, Jiang Renwen was already very close to Lin Tian. That violent aura became even fiercer, and it was actually mixed with a terrifying sword essence. Under such frightening power, Lin Tian looked very calm. He stared at Jiang Renwen. The broken sword in his hand and the blue spiritual root disappeared into the stone ring together. He slowly raised his right hand and said, "Jiang Renwen, if you die, don't blame me." As his words fell, suddenly, the earth shook, and more violent waves rushed straight up. The clanging sound was endless. With Lin Tian as the center, the ground within a radius of more than 100 feet cracked, and a shocking sword essence rushed into the sky. Suddenly, the dense sword essence was suspended in the air. That terrifying sword essence made everyone in the residents of the outer yard change their expressions, and a chill ran down their spines. This, sword essence? So many sword essences, what's going on? That Lin Tian, what did he do? Many people's faces turned pale. At this time, even strong people like Duan Wenba's face changed. At this moment, a hurricane rolled up, and sword radiance filled the air. Within a radius of more than 100 feet, there was an unknown amount of sword qi, completely covering Jiang Renwen below. What did you do? Jiang Renwen said in a deep voice. With his strength, he naturally felt the terror of this sword qi. Nothing. Lin Tiantan said indifferently. As his words fell, he raised his right hand, and more than a dozen azure thunder sword essences fell from the sky. The silver lightning sword qi stirred up the wind and clouds, and the sound of thunder echoed from time to time. It was terrifying. After returning to the Northern Flame Imperial Courtyard from Demonic Beast Ridge, Jiang Renwen asked him to bring the blue spiritual root to apologize. Su Zhou, and even the two elders of the Imperial Courtyard, Han He and Lu Lan, personally came and suggested that he go see Jiang Renwen, which made him very unhappy. At that time, he had carved nearly 100 martial fusion runes and solitary lock runes, and then buried them within a radius of more than 100 feet with the residence as the center, waiting for Jiang Renwen to jump over. He was very sure that Jiang Renwen would come. Clang, the sword whistled, and it was ear-piercing. Jiang Renwen's face was gloomy. You're still too inexperienced to play tricks in front of me. As he spoke, a divine sword appeared in Jiang Renwen's hand. It was a mid-grade artifact. When he slashed out with the sword, the entire space became piercingly cold like frost. The Jiang family's Frost Soul Sword technique. So powerful. A Sea of Consciousness realm martial art. It's said that Jiang Renwen has already mastered 70% of this sword technique. Many onlookers' hearts palpitated. The violent sword seemed to have turned into a bolt of frost lightning, as if it was going to freeze and kill everything. However, it was also at this time that more than a dozen azure thunder sword essences fell. With a ripping sound, the Frost Soul Sword essences that Jiang Renwen swept out were torn apart. Then, more than a dozen azure thunder sword essences fell in front of Jiang Renwen without slowing down. With a puff, one of the azure thunder sword essences sank into Jiang Renwen's left shoulder, bringing out a glaring red blood. He injured Jiang Renwen. How is that possible? Everyone's expression changed. Xi and Qingyun stayed in Lin Tian's residence, and when he saw this scene, his eyes almost popped out. At this moment, this guy's lips were trembling. The sky was full of silver azure thunder sword essences, intertwining with lightning, crackling and flashing, terrifying people's souls. Jiang Renwen's face was extremely ugly, and his eyes were bursting with murderous intent. I want you to live a life worse than death. Staring at Lin Tian, Jiang Renwen said coldly. Lin Tian was expressionless. I'll return this sentence to you. As soon as he finished speaking, more azure thunder sword essences trembled and fell toward Jiang Renwen like a rain of swords. The azure thunder sword technique was also a Sea of Consciousness realm martial art. Now, he had mastered 60% of this sword technique. Moreover, he infused the azure thunder sword essences into the martial pattern through the sword mark in the center of his right hand. In this way, each of these azure thunder sword essences was comparable to a real Sea of Consciousness realm sword ray, terrifying to the extreme. Frost Soul Sword roar. Jiang Renwen shouted and displayed a dense frost azure thunder sword essences. However, this was useless. The dense frost azure thunder sword essences were instantly torn apart by the azure thunder sword essences. Then, 7 azure thunder sword essences pierced into Jiang Renwen's body. Suddenly, Jiang Renwen's clothes were directly dyed blood red. He couldn't help but vomit blood, and his face instantly became pale. Lin Tian stared at Jiang Renwen and said lightly, "Don't worry, I avoided the vital parts. Let's play slowly." Jiang Renwen's face was gloomy, and he clenched his fists. At this moment, Lin Tianyi waved his hand, and another dozen azure thunder sword essences pressed down. Puff. 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 Streaks of blood floated up. In an instant, Jiang Renwen's body was hit by more than a dozen swords. These swords all brushed past the surface of his body and wouldn't threaten his life. But even so, Jiang Renwen still staggered back a few steps, and for a moment, he was in a sorry state. What's wrong, aren't you Jiang Renwen? You're in such a sorry state, it's not good for your reputation. Lin Tian stood in place and said lightly. Lin Tian's voice was very dull, but in Jiang Renwen's ears, it was incomparably ear-piercing. Search for the witch god era, read this book #I'll kill you. Jiang Renwen said coldly. I'll wait. Lin Tian was very calm. As he spoke, he waved his right hand. Instantly, another dozen azure lightning sword rays shot out. That Jiang Renwen is actually being suppressed. A sky full of sword rays, how did he do it? At this moment, all the onlookers were stunned. Lin Tian stood where he was and didn't even move an inch. But even so, Jiang Renwen continued to suffer heavy injuries. No matter how strong the frost spirit sword technique was, it was useless. It couldn't block the lightning sword light that came from the sky and was torn apart. Bang! With another sword strike, Jiang Renwen was sent flying again. At this time, the number of sword rays above Lin Tian's head was still astonishing, and the clanging sounds were endless. Jiang Renwen's face was extremely ugly. Since I was young, no one has ever hurt me like this. Now, there is. Lin Tiantan said calmly. With a clang, he moved his finger, and 3 streaks of azure thunder sword chi pressed down on Jiang Renwen in a triangular formation. Break! Jiang Renwen roared. It had to be said that Jiang Renwen was indeed very powerful. At this moment, a terrifying sword force spread out from his body and actually shattered the 3 incoming bolts of azure thunder sword chi in the air. That's right. It's more interesting this way. Lin Tiantan said coldly. As his words fell, a total of 20 bolts of azure lightning sword light pressed down together. You, pooh. Jiang Renwen had just spat out a word when he was immediately blown away by the terrifying sword wind. The azure thunder sword formation that Lin Tian laid down was many times more terrifying than the previous 2 times. The dense azure thunder sword formation circled above his head, causing the scalps of the onlookers to go numb and their eyes to almost pop out of their sockets. Xian Qingyun was dumbfounded. From beginning to end, Lin Tian stood in the same place without moving. He only raised his finger slightly, and immediately, sword chi came down. With a bang, Jiang Renwen was sent flying again, his entire body dripping with blood. What's wrong? Is that all you have? Lin Tiantan said coldly. At this time, Jiang Renwen already retreated to the edge of the azure thunder sword formation, a pair of eyes filled with a ruthless aura. Enough. Your sword is only effective within a certain range. Do you think I don't know that? Jiang Renwen said coldly. After a series of battles, he had already discovered something. At this moment, he came to the edge of the sword formation and directly jumped out. However, in the next moment, his body actually collided with an invisible barrier with a bang. A powerful force came from the barrier and directly bounced him back, causing him to appear in an even more sorry state. You think you're smart? Lin Tiantan said calmly. Not only could the solitary lock rune link with the martial rune, it could also seal off a certain area of space for a short period of time. Jiang Renwen landed on the ground, his hair a little messy. What the hell did you do? There's no need to tell you. Lin Tianling said indifferently. As he spoke, he raised his hand. This time, a dazzling ray of azure thunder sword chi fell and pierced Jiang Renwen's shoulder. Jiang Renwen's blood flowed out, and one could even see the bones inside. That Jiang Renwen, he's actually in such a miserable state. Many spectators swallowed their saliva. Liang Qing and the others were even more shocked. Jiang Renwen was known as the king of the imperial courtyard, and no one knew better than them how terrifying he was. But now, the #1 expert of the Northern Flame Imperial Courtyard, the #1 expert of the Imperial City's ranking board, was forced into such a state by a new disciple who had just entered the Northern Flame Imperial Courtyard. How shocking was this? How is this possible? How is this possible? Liang Qing was dumbfounded. Duan Wenba's face also darkened. Looking at Jiang Renwen's current state, Duan Wenba knew that if this continued, Jiang Renwen would be in an even worse state. Thinking of this, Duan Wenba took a step forward. A golden spear appeared in his hand, and he directly slashed forward. Just now, he also saw that there seemed to be a barrier trapping Jiang Renwen. This spear landed firmly on the barrier, but it didn't have much effect. On the contrary, Duan Wenba himself was pushed back several meters. How is this possible? Duan Wenba was shocked. The fact that Lin Tian was able to form a spatial barrier with such strength had already shocked him greatly. However, he had never imagined that the barrier would be so powerful that it would be difficult for him to break through it with his strength. At this time, Lin Tianling's indifferent gaze swept over. Don't get in the way. Saying this, with a thought, several rays of azure thunder sword chi fell from above his head. With a puff, this time, Jiang Renwen's right shoulder was penetrated, and a large piece of flesh fell to the ground. Jiang Renwen roared, his cheeks distorted. He, the dignified Jiang Renwen, was forced to such a state. An even more berserk aura spread out from Jiang Renwen's body. The strength of the peak of Divine Vein Realm was completely exposed. A tyrannical sword aura shot out from his body, causing everyone to be frightened. This kind of aura was too terrifying. Humph. A cold snort sounded. Lin Tian's eyes were cold as he casually waved his right hand. Instantly, the ground beneath Jiang Renwen's feet split open and dozens of bolts of azure thunder sword chi shot out. They cut through Jiang Renwen's skin, causing a rain of blood to spray out. Ah! Jiang Renwen couldn't help but scream. The huge aura around his body suddenly disappeared. At this time, above Lin Tian's head, there were more sword chi moving, falling toward Jiang Renwen. Duan Wenba's face changed, and he shouted, "Stop! Stop? In your dreams!" Lin Tianling sneered. As his words fell, the azure thunder sword chi fell even faster, piercing Jiang Renwen's left arm and right thigh, nailing Jiang Renwen to the ground. "Do you want to kill someone in the imperial courtyard?" Duan Wenba said in a low voice. Lin Tian smiled disdainfully. "You think I haven't killed anyone before?" Duan Wenba said coldly, "He is Jiang Renwen, not the two trash you killed can compare to him." "Is that so? But in my eyes, Jiang Renwen is worse than trash," Lin Tian said calmly. As soon as these words came out, countless people in the distance felt their hearts palpitate. Jiang Renwen was worse than trash? This ruthless person, I guess only he dares to say such words. Someone wiped the sweat off his forehead. At this time, Jiang Renwen's face was extremely ugly, and it was almost twisted together. "Lin Tian. I want you dead." Lin Tian narrowed his eyes and stared at Jiang Renwen. His right hand moved again. With a clang, another sword chi fell, piercing straight into Jiang Renwen's left thigh. Jiang Renwen let out a blood-curdling scream. At this moment, the sword force that penetrated his body didn't dissipate like the previous sword rays. Instead, it maintained its form. It was precisely because of this that as long as he moved his body slightly, he would feel a heart-wrenching pain. It was extremely unbearable. "I will also kill you, but, as you said at the beginning, I will first make you suffer a fate worse than death," Lin Tiantan said coldly. As he spoke, another sword chi fell, piercing Jiang Renwen's right arm. This time, Jiang Renwen was completely nailed to the ground. Clang, 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 the sound of the sword chi was ear-piercing, and it kept echoing. This time, the remaining azure thunder sword chi all shook, and the sword chi were all aimed at Jiang Renwen, aiming at every corner of Jiang Renwen's body. "I heard that you are very proud and domineering." Lin Tian's voice was very calm. "Now, I will tear apart your pride little by little, trample on your domineering ways, and let you know that you are worse than trash." Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. As soon as he finished speaking, several rays of sword light descended at the same time. Puff, puff, puff. At the same time, it was mixed with Jiang Renwen's scream, and streams of blood sputtered in the air. At this moment, Jiang Renwen's body was pierced by 10 sword chi, and these sword chi all maintained the shape of a sword, and none of them dissipated. "Continue," Lin Tiantan said indifferently. As his words fell, another 10 sword chi fell, and without exception, all of them pierced Jiang Renwen's body. Jiang Renwen screamed, his hands, legs, chest, abdomen, and almost every part of his body was pierced by the Azure Thunder Sword Chi, but he did not die, because Lin Tian's every stab was very clever, completely avoiding the vital parts, and only made Jiang Renwen feel a heart-wrenching pain, which made his blood keep flowing out. Still conscious? Continue. Lin Tian Dao. He waved his hand, and the remaining Azure Thunder Sword Chi fell one by one. Puff, 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 the sound of the sword chi piercing into the body mixed with Jiang Renwen's screams, and then, gradually, Jiang Renwen's screams weakened. At this time, Jiang Renwen's eyelids were turned upward, and his pupils had begun to turn white. Obviously, he had lost most of his consciousness because of the pain. Lin Tian glanced at him, boring. With a clang, this time, the last 3 Azure Thunder Sword Chi vibrated, and the sword tips were respectively aimed at Jiang Renwen's forehead, throat, and heart. Seeing this scene, everyone's face changed greatly. Stop. If you kill him, you will definitely die. Duan Wenba shouted. Lin Tian did not care at all, and with a thought, the 3 Azure Thunder Sword Chi quickly pressed down, goodbye. The 3 sword chi were extremely powerful, and instantly arrived in front of Jiang Renwen. However, at this time, 2 terrifying auras fell from the sky, and a pure white sword chi cut down, breaking Lin Tian's spatial barrier supported by the Silence Lock rune, and at the same time, shattering Lin Tian's last 3 Azure Thunder Sword Chi. 2 figures descended from the sky, and appeared beside Jiang Renwen. Lin Tian looked ahead, and stared at the 2 people who appeared beside Jiang Renwen, and his face suddenly darkened. Elder Han, Elder Lu, you came at the right time. Duan Wenba stepped forward. Han He and Lu Lan stared at Jiang Renwen, who was lying unconscious on the ground, and then looked at Lin Tian, with unconcealable shock on their faces. They had never thought that Lin Tian, who was only in the 6th heavenly layer of the divine range, could hurt Jiang Renwen to this extent. If they had not arrived in time, Jiang Renwen would definitely have died. Memorize literature building, providing you with interesting novels to read. Staring at Han He and Lu Lan who suddenly appeared, Lin Tian's gaze turned unfriendly. Han He and Lu Lan noticed the look in Lin Tian's eyes. They exchanged a look, and there was some helplessness on their faces. Han He said, Lin Tian, I said before that Jiang Renwen is not ordinary. Indeed, he's not ordinary. That's why he's lying on the ground and needs you to save him. Lin Tianling said calmly. Lu Lan said, he's still an Imperial Courtyard disciple, we can't just watch him die in your hands. Is that so? If I was lying on the ground and Jiang Renwen wanted to kill me, would you stop him? Lin Tiandao said. Han He and Lu Lan were silent for a moment, then shook their heads. Lin Tian smiled coldly. He did not say anything else as he turned around and walked into his residence. He knew that Han He and Lu Lan wanted to protect Jiang Renwen, so he couldn't kill him now. Just a piece of trash, yet you can act like a tyrant in the Imperial Courtyard. The so-called Empire's highest martial house is nothing more than this. Lin Tianling's indifferent voice echoed in the air. As soon as these words came out, the crowd gasped. In front of 2 Imperial Courtyard elders, Lin Tian actually dared to say such words, directly looking down on the Northern Flame Imperial Courtyard. What kind of boldness was this? Han He and Lu Lan's expressions were ugly, but they didn't say a word. As elders of the Northern Flame Imperial Courtyard, they knew that they were in the wrong at this moment and had no right to criticize Lin Tian. More importantly, Lin Tian's talent and methods shocked them once again. He was even more outstanding than Jiang Renwen. The 2 looked at each other and shook their heads helplessly. Let's go. Han He said. The 2 of them took Jiang Renwen, who had already lost consciousness, and quickly left the place. Duan Wenba glanced at Lin Tian's residence and also left with the 2. The expressions of Liang Qing and the other disciples of the King's Institute were especially unsightly. No matter what, they'd never imagined that Jiang Renwen would be beaten so miserably by Lin Tian after coming here personally, and if it wasn't for Han He and Xianxia arriving in time, Jiang Renwen would actually die here. That was Jiang Renwen. Go back. Liang Qing gritted his teeth. The rest of the disciples were pale in the face. Thinking back to what just happened, they couldn't help but feel chills down their spines. How can there be such a pervert? Someone murmured. These people suddenly thought that if Lin Tian had opened up that kind of sword formation when they had arrived, none of them would have survived. All of them would have died here. Just now, they were actually fighting with such a ruthless person. In the blink of an eye, the dozens of people from the king's yard slowly moved out of the residential area of the outer yard. Staring at these people leaving in such a sorry state, the onlookers outside the residential area of the outer court were all stunned. Jiang Renwen was almost killed, except for Lung Feng, who didn't come. Everyone in the king's compound made a move, and the result was a crushing defeat. It's useless even if Lung Feng is here. This can be considered as one person completely defeating the entire king's compound. This is too ruthless. Many people's hearts palpitated. Many of them looked at the vicinity of Lin Tian's residence, only to see that the ground was badly damaged. They could still feel the remaining power of the shocking sword momentum in the air, which made everyone's face turn pale. Lin Tian didn't care about these people. He calmly walked into the residence and saw Xianxia staring at him with his eyes wide open as if he had been petrified. He walked over, patted Xianxia's cheek, and asked, "Was this show good?" Xianxia nodded repeatedly and murmured, "Good, good, good." Saying it once is enough. Lin Tian Dao. Xianxia finally reacted. He jumped high and pounced on him. "Brother-in-law, you're so domineering." Xianxia never thought that Jiang Renwen, the first on the wind cloud ranking list, would almost die in the hands of Lin Tian. "It's SOSO. Lin Tiantan said lightly. "This is SOSO? Brother-in-law, this is too modest." "Being too modest is a sign of pride," Xianxia said. Lin Tian laughed and scolded, "Go away." As he spoke, he walked to the innermost part of the house, took some tools, and came out of the residence. When Jiang Ren heard about it, he cut open the door of his residence. At the same time, he also broke some of the walls. Fortunately, the damage to the residence was not very serious. He could repair it himself. Xianxia paced back and forth, rubbing his hands. "This time, I guess many big forces will be shocked. Little brat Xian, move the door over here." Lin Tian's voice came. "Coming, brother-in-law." Xianxia quickly responded. This time, he didn't show any dissatisfaction. His face was full of excitement. At the same time, on the other side of the Northern Flame Imperial Courtyard, in the Elder Pavilion, Han He and Lu Lan brought Jiang Renwen back with a heavy expression. Most of his muscles were cut off, but fortunately, his foundation was not damaged. He should be able to recover after half a month of rest. Han He said. Lu Lan frowned slightly. Only his muscles were cut off, but not his vital parts. That little guy, Han He nodded and said in a low voice, very terrifying. He deserves to be called a monster. He is much stronger than Jiang Renwen. He is only 16 years old. Lu Lan took a deep breath. He was already so terrifying at 16 years old. If he could grow up smoothly, the Northern Flame country would tremble in fear in the future. Let's stabilize Jiang Renwen's injuries first. Okay. The two of them operated their true yuan to help Jiang Renwen recover. Imperial City, Imperial Palace. In an attic, a young man in golden clothes was holding a book of martial accumulation. He looked quite focused. The young man had a well-proportioned body, shoulder-length black hair, and a pair of spirited eyes. He was very handsome and had an extraordinary temperament. Your Highness. A voice sounded. The young man put down the book in his hand and said lightly, "Come in." A person walked in and said, Jiang Renwen was severely injured. All of his muscles were almost cut off. The man gave a brief account of what had happened. The young man frowned slightly. Renwen was defeated by a 6th-level Divine Range Imperial Courtyard freshman? If Han He and Lu Lan didn't arrive in time, Jiang Renwen would have died. The person who came in added. The young man fell silent, but a strange light flashed in his eyes. Send a portion of golden jade healing ointment to the Northern Flame Imperial Courtyard. Then, collect the information of that Imperial Courtyard freshman. After a while, the young man said. Yes. The person who came in slowly retreated. On this day, a few of the major forces in the imperial city were shaken. Each of the leaders of the major forces had a look of astonishment on their faces. Especially the Jiang family. After hearing the news, the master of the Jiang family personally rushed to the Northern Flame Imperial courtyard. When he saw Jiang Renwen's miserable state, his eyes emitted a terrifying murderous intent. Bastard! The master of the Jiang family said coldly. Jiang Renwen was the pride of the Jiang family. Because of Jiang Renwen, the Jiang family's status in the Northern Flame country was unparalleled. Even the imperial family had to be polite to the direct descendant of the Jiang family. But now, Jiang Renwen, who brought all of this, was beaten to such a state by a freshman in the imperial courtyard. This directly caused the Jiang family to lose face. At the same time, the Lin family was also shaken. Leng Feng also rushed to the imperial courtyard. He personally asked Duan Wenba about what had happened. Then, Leng Feng's face turned pale and a little pale. Damn it! In just a few months, Lin Tian had become so strong that he almost killed Jiang Renwen. He's only 16 years old. How can this be? Jiang Renwen, how can he be defeated? The imperial city was completely shaken. Jiang Renwen, a 9-star genius, peak divine range realm, the top expert on the wind cloud list, and a genius who was favored by many sections. However, this person who shrouded in countless halos was defeated today, and it was a crushing defeat. Moreover, if it weren't for the imperial courtyard's elders who arrived in time to save him, Jiang Renwen would no longer exist. He would have died in the imperial courtyard. On this day, anyone who had a bit of power in the imperial city knew of this news. The rise of a peerless genius. Someone murmured. In the Northern Flame Imperial courtyard, the outer courtyard residential area was filled with people. They all stared at Lin Tian's residence from afar. At this moment, Lin Tian had finished repairing his residence. However, the cracks on the ground caused by the sword chi couldn't be repaired. It had to be fixed by the imperial courtyard's people. These disciples came here to watch the battle. Of course, they also wanted to see the ruthless person who almost killed Jiang Renwen. Xianxia looked outside through the window of his residence and said, "Brother-in-law, you're a famous person now." Lin Tian smiled but didn't say anything. He knew very well that he only defeated Jiang Renwen with his array controlling technique. Moreover, he had buried the martial fusion rune and solitary lock rune in advance. If it was purely based on battle strength, he was far from being Jiang Renwen's opponent. In fact, he might really die in Jiang Renwen's hands. Next, I can be quiet for a while. I have to make good use of it, he said to himself. He knew very well that Jiang Renwen was seriously injured by him. At least for the next half a month, Jiang Renwen could only spend it in bed. Then, in this half a month, he had to become stronger as soon as possible. It would be best if he could step into the 7th level of the Divine Range realm. At that time, when he faced Jiang Renwen again, he wouldn't lose even if he relied on his own battle strength. Dong dong dong. Suddenly, there was a knock on the door. It sounded very urgent. Lin Tian went forward to open the door. He saw a familiar person standing outside. It was Zhu Yi. "Why are you here?" Lin Tian asked curiously. Zhu Yi walked into the residence and stared at Lin Tian. "Brother, no, ancestor. You almost killed Jiang Renwen. Do you have to be so fierce? Do you know that the Jiang clan wants to swallow you whole now? He wanted to rob me and kill me. I can't just do nothing," Lin Tian said with a smile. "But you've gone too far. Now, the Ling family and the Jiang clan have been offended by you." Zhu Yi rolled his eyes, but then a bit of excitement appeared on his face. "But then again, it's really cool. That guy is too arrogant. Since he was chosen by the sect, he acted like he was the best in the world. He even looked at me, the 9th prince, with disdain. Damn, I'm a prince after all." Xianxia said embarrassedly, "Your Highness, please mind your image. You're a prince after all." End of chapter 170. Don't forget to subscribe, like, and share the video to support the channel.